The unremarkable young man, Yi Shu, found himself transported to a mundane modern city, devoid of supernatural powers or extraordinary heroes. Initially, he believed he would lead a rather ordinary life. Yet, unexpectedly, at the tender age of 11, his destiny began to shift. Chapter 1. The Boy at the Station. In September, the weather still bore the remnants of summer's heat. With pedestrians seeking refuge from the sun's relentless rays, the affluent ladies, adorned with floral parasols and delicately fanning themselves, endeavored to dispel the surrounding heat. In King's Cross Station, London, a significant railway terminus inaugurated in 1852, bustling crowds filled the platforms during peak hours, each platform brimming with eager travelers. Some passengers anxiously checked their watches and craned their necks, searching for the elusive arrival of their trains. Amidst this fervor, a solitary boy strolled calmly along the platform. Appearing somewhat out of place, he seemed to be around 15, yet his tall stature of 1.75 meters and youthful visage suggested he was still quite young, albeit remarkably developed for his age. Clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, he carried a matching briefcase and wore polished black leather shoes that echoed with sharp, crisp sounds with each step he took. To an observer, he resembled not a student, but rather a prosperous individual or a young gentleman. Most strikingly, he possessed short black hair and dark eyes, unmistakably identifying him as an East Asian. As he passed, the ladies of various ages from 10 to 60 covered their mouths, their expressions a blend of shyness and curiosity as they stole glances at him. "Oh my, this Eastern gentleman is quite handsome," one exclaimed. "Indeed, Isabella, do you not think so?" Another replied, "Oh heavens, I have never encountered such a dashing Eastern man. I wonder from which country he hails," mused another. "Isabella, there's no need for speculation, he must be from the Celestial Empire. How could a man from Japan, with their short stature, possibly be so tall? And certainly, a Korean man could not exude such masculine charm as he does. Moreover, observe his composed demeanor. I wager £100 that he is undoubtedly a gentleman from the land of etiquette. Goodness, I wish I could approach him and ask for his contact information. Oh, it's him again. I saw him here last year, also at this station. He must be studying in Y country. I just wonder at which institution." Amidst the murmurs, although hushed, the whispers reached Yi Shu's ears, in stark contrast to the ladies' admiration. The men cast envious glances that could easily incinerate him had looks been lethal. Yet, the boy remained blissfully unaware, continuing his path forward, unfazed by the attention, his expression unchanged. His name was Yi Shu, and as the onlookers had surmised, he was indeed a genuine citizen of the Celestial Empire. However, he was not originally of this world. He was a time traveler. Indeed, Yi Shu was part of the 21st century cohort of time travelers. In his previous life, he was merely a reclusive otaku, enamored with the various realms of anime and film. He was obsessed with crafting tangible replicas of cinematic artifacts. Once, attempting to brew a potion called Felix Felicis, inspired by the Harry Potter films, he spent a fortnight acquiring various ingredients and tools online, substituting the obscure components with what he deemed appropriate. Then he dedicated an additional 6 months to perfect the concoction. Ultimately, Yi Shu gazed at the murky brew before him, inhaled deeply, and drank it in one gulp. The moment he consumed the mysterious liquid, he collapsed, convulsing, foam bubbling from his mouth. 3 minutes later, he took his last breath, spiraling into the unknown. Clearly, he had failed, the price being his life. Yet, in a peculiar sense, he succeeded, for upon reopening his eyes, he had luckily traversed into the fantastical world he had longed for. Upon his arrival, Yi Shu was disoriented, only aware that snow fell like down from the sky, and he lay in the arms of a plainly dressed elderly woman. Oh, Holy Mary, this child is truly fortunate, abandoned at the orphanage's doorstep on such a snowy day, yet spared from freezing to death. This was the first phrase Yi Shu heard in this new world. Surprisingly, despite having been a poor student in his past life, he comprehended the meaning behind the Y language. What manner of parents could be so cruel as to abandon such a sweet child? "Fear not, for you shall live here in the orphanage, where we will all be your family." The elderly woman kissed his forehead and carried him inside the orphanage. Thus began Yi Shu's life as an orphan. This orphanage was not publicly funded. Its matron, an unremarkable elderly woman named Andrea, devoted herself to caring for abandoned infants. Rather than a mere institution, it was a family of homeless children coalescing into a cohesive unit in this household. Alongside Andrea were several adults in their 30s and 40s, former orphans who chose to remain and care for their younger siblings. Undoubtedly, Andrea was the matriarch, having dedicated 40 years of her life to rescuing abandoned children, investing her wealth into their upbringing. Now, the orphanage faced financial strains, with her own vitality waning from her once vibrant 30s to the fragility of her 70s. Time flowed swiftly, and in the company of peers of the orphanage, Yishu spent year after year. He remained oblivious to the identity of his biological parents or the reasons for his abandonment, possessing only a note inscribed in Chinese, devoid of any other belongings. Perhaps due to the intertwining of his two souls, Yishu discovered he possessed a remarkable intellect, grasping concepts effortlessly and mastering skills with ease. Soon, the inhabitants of the orphanage recognized his prodigious talent, regarding him as a genius, predicting that he would achieve greatness. Due to limited resources, the children could only learn basic knowledge under the guidance of the adults, but under Andreas' directive, a significant portion of the funds was allocated for Yishu's education. Yishu did not disappoint their expectations. From the moment he entered elementary school at the tender age of 5, he consistently achieved the highest academic accolades, securing first place in the entire school. The institution not only waived his tuition fees, but also bestowed upon him a generous scholarship. With this scholarship, Yishu chose to give back to the orphanage, alleviating some of its burdens. Initially, Yishu believed that his life after this unexpected journey would unfold simply as that of an ordinary individual graduating, finding a beloved partner, marrying, and raising children, while occasionally extending a helping hand to the orphanage. He envisioned a straightforward, uncomplicated existence. However, everything changed in the pivotal year when he turned 11 and was about to enter middle school. Chapter 2. The Other Side of the World. The figure before him was tall, adorned in a vintage robe with a flowing purple cloak trailing to the ground, and upon his feet were high-heeled shoes fastened with buckles. Behind crescent-shaped spectacles glimmered a pair of bright, azure eyes. The elder was of considerable age, as evidenced by his silver hair and beard, which could be tucked into his belt. Yet, time had not dulled this man as faculties as it had with many others, such as Mrs. Andrea, who at 80 often wandered into incoherence and required the care of the orphanage's residents. In contrast, the elder's eyes revealed a profound insight and wisdom, tempered by a palpable kindness and gentleness when he regarded others. It was a summer evening when Yishu encountered this elder on the street. Initially, it seemed a mere coincidence. After all, in a world bustling with humanity, each person encounters countless strangers daily, most of whom are simply fleeting passersby. Compared to the throngs of unfamiliar faces, it was only the elder's peculiar attire that caught Yishu's attention. However, the elder called out to him, wait a moment, child." Upon hearing the elder's voice, Yishu halted, watching him with a wary gaze. Traffickers are indifferent to borders, gender, or age, although the elder did not appear malevolent. One could never tell if it was merely a guise. With the soul of a man nearing 40, Yishu was, after all, still merely an 11-year-old child, and whether he could escape if the elder meant harm was uncertain. "What is it, sir? How may I assist you?" Yishu inquired politely, subtly retreating to widen the distance between them. "Child, do not be afraid. I bear no ill intentions. After all, I am over 100 years old, and my frail limbs cannot keep pace with a sprightly youth such as yourself." The elder discerned Yishu's trepidation, his face adorned with a playful expression. Seeing such candor, which seemed genuinely devoid of malice, Yishu ceased his covert retreat and engaged in conversation. The elder simply asked for Yishu's name, and the boy, without reservation, complied. However, Yishu was taken aback when the elder extended an invitation for him to attend a remarkable school, one purportedly tailored to impart knowledge suited specifically for individuals like Yishu. The boy chuckled derisively, an expression of disdain crossing his features. He had initially thought the elder to be a benevolent soul, but it now appeared, even if you're not a trafficker, he was likely a charlatan. Regrettably, he had chosen the wrong victim, for Yishu, residing in an orphanage, possessed no wealth to swindle. The elder noted the myriad expressions flitting across Yishu's face, yet he offered no further explanation, merely presenting the boy with a business card, instructing him that should he reconsider, he need only whisper the words inscribed upon it. Upon receiving the card, Yishu looked up again, only to find the elder had vanished without a trace. What a peculiar individual. As he gazed at the business card, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, perhaps influenced by the countless novels and films he had consumed, imagining it to be some sort of mystical communication artifact. Yishu furrowed his brow, finding himself perplexed by the other party's intentions. He lifted his hand to examine the card, which bore not only the portrait of an elderly man, but also the grand name of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, evidently the name of the old gentleman. Shaking his head, Yishu resumed his journey toward the orphanage. However, mere moments later he abruptly halted, his gaze fixating once more on the card. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. With trembling hands, he flipped the card over, revealing not only an image of an ancient academy, but also the illustrious words, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Unlike before, this time, The old man's likeness seemed to come to life, winking at Yishu as if from the screen of a film. In that instant, Yishu felt a tremendous jolt resonate throughout his being, a wave of exhilaration sweeping over him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Surely, this could not be a mere dream. Hogwarts, and the name Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Abbreviated, it was none other than Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Initially, Yishu had thought he had merely crossed into an ordinary world, destined to live out his life as a common man. Yet, it now appeared that he had entered a realm of magic. At that moment, his heart brimmed with uncontainable excitement. No man could resist the call of supernatural forces, especially for someone like Yishu, a traveler from another world, who had been a passionate enthusiast of all things extraordinary in his previous life, ultimately meeting his demise in pursuit of such powers. In this new existence, the chance to genuinely touch this wondrous world was overwhelming. How intriguing! Matters were becoming increasingly fascinating. Now that he was aware of the existence of this alternate reality, missing out on Hogwarts was simply out of the question. He gently flicked the card in his hand, stifling his inner excitement, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ms. Andrea had no cause for suspicion, as Yishu, though merely 11 years of age, had always possessed a maturity beyond his years, often perceived by the adults in the orphanage as a small adult. On occasion, they would even heed his suggestions regarding various arrangements. Thus, on the 1st of September in 1988, the ever-prepared Dumbledore arrived punctually at the orphanage, ready to welcome Yishu, the new student. To be honest, the honor of being personally escorted by Dumbledore left Yishu somewhat flabbergasted. Who was Dumbledore? Not only was he the headmaster of Hogwarts, but he was also the legendary figure who had defeated 2 dark wizards, recognized throughout the magical realm as the greatest sorcerer. And here was Yishu, merely an incoming first-year student, feeling utterly unworthy of such personal attention from Dumbledore. It was not that Yishu belittled himself. Rather, the vast disparity in their statuses was evident. Even if Dumbledore had merely sent a minor figure to collect him, it would have been a considerable honor. Perhaps seeing through Yishu's innermost thoughts, Dumbledore smiled and remarked, "My dear child, your surprise at my arrival is quite evident. In truth, you are a remarkably gifted individual, a fact I discerned from the very first day we met. The reason for my personal visit is my unwavering belief in your potential. Perhaps, on the path of magic, you will achieve remarkable feats. You cannot fathom the extent of your terrifying potential." These were Dumbledore's exact words, and Yishu found himself curious about what qualities he possessed that garnered Dumbledore's special attention. After all, he had concealed his identity as a transmigrator quite effectively, and Dumbledore remained utterly unaware. Moreover, unlike other young wizards who had yet to attend school, he did not exhibit the kind of uncontrolled magical power that could lead to dire consequences. Unable to comprehend the situation, Yishu decided not to dwell on it, as some matters would eventually reveal their outcomes in due time. Chapter 3. The official beginning of the narrative. Thus, under Dumbledore's guidance, Yishu successfully entered Hogwarts. Though he did not join Gryffindor, the future home of the protagonists, nor did he align himself with Slytherin, which prioritized bloodlines. Instead, he became a member of Ravenclaw. This did not surprise Yishu in the least. The term Ravenclaw inherently suggests a relentless seeker of knowledge, which, within the realm of Hogwarts, signifies an insatiable thirst for learning. Given Yishu's previous life's reckless determination, his sorting into Ravenclaw was the most fitting choice. As Yishu had previously speculated, the fusion of his 2 souls had significantly augmented his mental faculties, surpassing the norm to an extraordinary degree, even dwarfing those of seasoned wizards. This formidable mental prowess inadvertently restrained the magical power inherent within him, preventing the kind of magical outbursts that typically plagued other young wizards. Consequently, Yishu remained unaware of his unique abilities. Now, as he delved into the various forms of magic, his mental strength, combined with the latent magical energy within him, was fully awakened, allowing his innate talents to flourish. The knowledge imparted within the academy, encompassing spells, potions, and theoretical concepts, was effortlessly grasped by him. He learned with remarkable ease. By the end of his first year, his prodigious reputation had spread throughout Hogwarts, and all were aware that Ravenclaw had birthed a genius wizard, personally ushered into the school by Dumbledore himself. To this, the most delighted was Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw. Although the 4 houses were ostensibly equal, it had always been Gryffindor and Slytherin that shone the brightest at Hogwarts, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff often played a supporting role. Now, with the emergence of a talented wizard from Ravenclaw, as long as he could grow safely, he would undoubtedly become an outstanding sorcerer. In time, The name of Ravenclaw would resonate throughout the wizarding world, and the mere thought of this caused Phileas's diminutive form to leap with uncontainable joy. Thus, Yishu spent 3 years immersed in the study of magic at Hogwarts, and this year marked his ascension to the 4th grade. However, his spirits were rather subdued, for the esteemed Ms. Andrea had passed away. Although he had anticipated this day would eventually arrive, Yishu could not find solace. After all, had it not been for Ms. Andrea, he might have perished in the bitter cold of the streets 15 winters ago. The rise to prominence in a new world requires time and accumulation. Who could say he was truly the destined child, impervious to the whims of fate? Thus Ms. Andrea's demise cast a heavy pall over Yishu's heart. "Excuse me, sir, could you direct me to platform 9 3/4? Suddenly, a melodious voice pierced the air, drawing Yishu's attention. He looked up to see a boy clad in a blue checkered shirt, wearing a pair of tattered spectacles, and struggling under the weight of numerous belongings, politely inquiring of the platform staff. "Platform 9 3/4? Are you jesting, child?" The staff member furrowed his brow at the peculiar name, visibly displeased, and turned away, clearly dismissing it as mere child's play. This was the very boy who captivated Yishu's interest, a seemingly frail figure, yet one with an illustrious name in this world: Harry Potter. Yishu's lips parted, uttering the name that had lain dormant for a decade. Indeed, it was the renowned Harry Potter, the prophesied savior said to vanquish the Dark Lord Voldemort. When Yishu first entered Hogwarts 4 years prior, Harry had yet to enroll, and the timeline of his arrival remained uncertain. Thus, he could only wait. After all, Harry Potter's enrollment heralded the commencement of the narrative, and the long-vanished Voldemort was poised to resurface. How intriguing. It appeared Harry was preparing for his own academic journey. The main plot of this world was on the verge of unfolding, and Voldemort would soon emerge. Time had flown by. 15 years had passed since Yishu arrived in this realm. A mysterious smile graced his lips as he reveled in the significance of Harry Potter's appearance, which somewhat alleviated his sorrow. Those who had departed were no longer with them, yet the living must continue to thrive. "Hello, are you searching for platform 9 3/4? As young Harry Potter found himself in a state of confusion, Yishu's voice resonated at the opportune moment. Yes, sir. I am indeed looking for this platform 9 3/4, but clearly, such a peculiar platform does not exist here." Harry shrugged, feeling somewhat ridiculous, as he imagined the strikingly handsome Eastern gentleman before him was likely mocking him inwardly. "Then follow me. I am also headed to platform 9 3/4. You must be a new student this year. It's not uncommon to struggle finding the platform. Such occurrences happen several times each year." Who was it that connected the platform leading to Hogwarts with the Muggle world? Yishu chuckled and said, "Hogwarts? Are you a student there as well?" Harry Potter exclaimed in delight. "Indeed, I am a 3rd-year student at Hogwarts. No, wait, it's my 4th year now. I am a 4th-year Ravenclaw student. And you may call me Yishu. By the way, I am your senior." "Hello, Senior Yishu. My name is Harry." He politely introduced himself. "Harry Potter, the prophesied savior destined to defeat the Dark Lord. I know you. After all, the lightning-shaped scar on your forehead is quite iconic." Before Harry could finish, Yishu preemptively identified him, pointing to the scar hidden beneath Harry's unruly hair, smiling as he spoke. Anyone who recognized Harry Potter treated him with the utmost respect. Having endured scorn from the Dursleys, he found this warm reception in the wizarding world to be rather surreal. As they conversed, the two arrived at the stone pillar concealing platform 9 3/4, which had been bewitched to render it invisible to Muggles. "Hurry up, hurry up. Oh, for heaven's sake. Why are there always so many Muggles during the back-to-school season?" Just as Yishu was about to usher Harry through the platform, a voice called out from behind them, accompanied by the sound of wheels rolling on the ground. "Good day, Mrs. Weasley," with a group of people appearing behind them. Yishu was the first to greet Molly Weasley. "Who are you?" Molly Weasley, evidently unfamiliar with Yishu, looked surprised at his greeting. "Mom, this is Yishu, the one from Ravenclaw." The twin brothers, Fred and George Weasley, chimed in unison. "Oh, you are Yishu from Ravenclaw? What a coincidence to meet you here. It truly is an honor." Molly Weasley expressed her delight. Yishu's reputation had spread throughout Hogwarts, and the parents of the students had long regarded him as a paragon for their own children. "Yishu, I have heard your esteemed name. Your outstanding performance at school serves as a model for all students. If only my 2 rascals could possess even half, no, merely a fifth, of your excellence, I would wake up smiling from my dreams." Although Percy, her eldest son, was also quite accomplished, he felt somewhat overshadowed in comparison to Yishu. A flicker of discontent crossed Percy's face at Molly's words, but upon looking at Yishu, he felt a slight sense of relief. Percy was a year older than Yishu and was entering his 5th year, At the end of the last term, Professor McGonagall had informed him that he would be chosen as the head of Gryffindor this year. In his third year, Yishu had already risen to the esteemed position of head of Ravenclaw, and rumors circulated that he would soon become the assistant headmaster of Hogwarts. Percy was grateful not to belong to Ravenclaw, for he feared that his own brilliance would be utterly overshadowed in the presence of such an extraordinary individual. By the way, this is my youngest son, Ron Weasley. He'll be starting school this year, and I hope you can lend your guidance. Molly nudged her shy son Ron, introducing him to Yishu. Naturally, since we all attend the same school, once Ron enrolls, he will be my junior. Should he encounter any difficulties, he may certainly seek my assistance. I shall not hesitate to help in any way I can, Yishu replied with a polite smile. Seemingly captivated by Yishu's handsome appearance and gentlemanly demeanor, Ron surprisingly stepped forward and nodded at him. Yishu, is this young lad a relative of yours? At that moment, Molly finally noticed Harry Potter, who had been standing quietly to the side. Her brow arched in curiosity. Yishu, being an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage, was well known for his solitary upbringing, so it was unlikely he had any relatives, especially since Harry was evidently a boy from Y Country. Molly assumed Harry might be yet another wizard from the orphanage who had awakened his magical talents. Hence her remark about him being a relative of Yishu. Not quite, Mrs. Weasley. This is a friend I met at the platform. Like Ron, he's also a new student. He couldn't find platform 9 3/4 due to a lack of guidance. However, I believe you will recognize his name. Oh, really? A look of confusion crossed Molly Weasley's face, followed by realization as she stared intently at the lightning-shaped scar partially hidden beneath Harry's hair. It seems you have guessed correctly, Mrs. Weasley. Indeed, he is Harry Potter. Oh, Harry Potter. How extraordinary is this child. Upon hearing Yishu's words, the Weasley family erupted in astonishment. Given Yishu's clear identification, it would be quite a disservice to her past as a member of the Order of the Phoenix if Molly failed to connect the dots. Oh, poor child. May the great Merlin bless you throughout your life. Upon seeing the frail Harry, Mrs. Weasley's maternal instincts surged, and she squatted down to gently ruffle Harry's unruly black hair, her eyes brimming with affection. Hello, Mrs. Weasley. Harry, taken aback by her affectionate gesture, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone who treated him with such warmth. The Dursleys had bestowed upon him only disdain and abuse, labeling themselves as family, while Harry had never truly understood the meaning of familial love. Yet, in the presence of Mrs. Weasley, this unfamiliar woman he met for the first time, Harry inexplicably felt a sense of belonging. The Weasley family displayed a myriad of expressions. Percy, the twins, and Ron bore faces of sheer astonishment and curiosity. The renown of Harry Potter, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, was simply overwhelming. Staring at the frail figure before them, they found it hard to associate him with the title of the Savior. As for Ginny Weasley, upon learning that the person before her was the legendary Harry Potter, she could not help but blush and shyly retreat behind her brothers. Clearly, at such a tender age, she had already developed an inexplicable fondness for this unfamiliar figure she was meeting for the first time. Like Ron, Harry was also embarking on his inaugural year at Hogwarts, which could certainly be deemed a twist of fate. Undoubtedly, given the Weasley family's courageous disposition, Ron would be sorted into Gryffindor. As for Harry, I believe he too would find his place among the Gryffindors, for he was the prophesied one destined to end Voldemort. Thus, in the future at Hogwarts, I am confident that Harry and Ron, two little lions, will undoubtedly forge a remarkable friendship. Yesho extended his hands, gently rubbing the heads of Harry and Ron, who timidly refrained from objecting. Come now, Mrs. Weasley, if we do not make our way inside soon, we might just have to find a way to fly to school ourselves. After all, the Hogwarts Express will not be pausing there to wait for us, will it? As time was of the essence, Yesho proposed his farewell. Look at that. I inadvertently took up so much of your time. So, I wish you a safe journey, and may you have a delightful term at the school. Fear not, Mrs. Weasley. I am certain they will have an intriguing semester. A smile graced Yesho's lips, and there was a hint of implication in his words. How could it not be fascinating, encountering the remnants of Voldemort during their very first year? Had it not been for their fortunate protection charm, their journey might have met an untimely end. With the small talk concluded under Yesho's guidance, the group pushed their trolleys towards the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. The once solid stone pillar rippled like water upon their contact, and soon they vanished within it. Chapter 5, 100 Ways for a Mouse to Act. Crossing the stone pillar of platform 9 3/4, they were greeted by the sight of an antiquated train station, where a similarly vintage train awaited. The locomotive bore the inscription Hogwarts Express 9572, evidently a special train directly bound for Hogwarts. At that moment, dense white smoke billowed from the engine, signaling its imminent departure. Oh, how vexing. No need to fret. You too, come along with me. Shortly thereafter, a snack trolley rolled past their carriage, brimming with an array of peculiar treats that captured the attention of the two youngsters. Excuse me, I'll have one of everything. Rest assured, today is on me. Yesho smiled slightly, generously purchasing a plethora of snacks for the two. After all, although he did not possess a frustrating system that required him to cozy up to the protagonists for quests, it was always prudent to cultivate a good rapport with them. As the child of fate in this world, joining forces with them often yields remarkable results. Greetings. Have you ever encountered fraud? It belongs to a person named Neville. Who has misplaced it? I have searched numerous compartments, but have yet to locate this frog. Oh my, are you Senior Lee from Ravenclaw? Just as the two little ones were indulging in their snacks, a melodious female voice rang out. Turning around, they were greeted by the presence of the final member of the protagonist trio, Hermione Granger. Senior Leaf, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Hermione, and I am your devoted admirer. Since my introduction to the magical world, I have heard of your outstanding achievements at Hogwarts School, and I have always regarded you as my role model. Even the Daily Prophet has hailed you as the most exceptional student of the past century, proclaiming that you will become the second Dumbledore. It is truly an honor to meet you today. Upon encountering Leaf, Hermione was so exhilarated that she momentarily forgot about her quest for the frog. Leaf's brilliance had long captured the attention of the magical realm. Even the Daily Prophet had featured him, showcasing his photograph. He was not at all surprised to be recognized at first glance. In no time, the compartment was filled with the chatter of the four, and Hermione quickly recognized Harry as the savior, though her reaction was not as astonished as Ron's. It appeared that Leaf's genius held far more allure in her eyes than Harry Potter's identity as the hero. Nonetheless, despite her youth, Hermione possessed a sharp tongue, and with just a few words, she left Ron flabbergasted, his expression utterly comical. Suddenly, a series of squeaks echoed, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see a mouse, no larger than the palm of a hand, lounging beside Ron. This mouse exhibited no fear of humans. Instead, it calmly burrowed into a snack bag, relishing the treats. Harry was astonished, clearly seeing a fearless mouse for the first time. This is my pet, Scabbers, who has lived with us for 10 years. By the way, my brother taught me a spell to dye its fur yellow. Would you like to see? With excitement, Ron brandished his wand, eager to showcase his magic. Never mind. I have no interest in turning its fur yellow. However, if it were to be skinned, seasoned, and roasted, I believe it would taste delightful. Have you ever eaten mouse? Despite its unappealing appearance, when roasted, it is undeniably delicious, especially one as sizable as this. If roasting is not to your liking, I could also prepare 100 different dishes such as steamed, braised, or sashimi, among which you would surely find something to your taste. As he spoke, Leaf's gaze lingered on Scabbers, and he seemed to swallow in anticipation. No, Senior Leaf, this is my pet, my family. You cannot treat it that way. Ron, believing him wholeheartedly, clutched Scabbers tightly to his chest, as if releasing his grip would allow Leaf to snatch it away and butcher it for a feast. As for the large rat, affectionately named Scabbers, trembling in his arms, it cast a fearful glance towards Yishu, its small eyes brimming with trepidation. How outrageous! I have been transformed into a rodent, and yet there are those who would seek to consume me. Truly, one is devoid of all scruples. I had heard tales that in the Celestial Empire, any species could be devoured if one simply removed its head and tail. I initially believed it to be an exaggeration. Yet it seems this is indeed the case. Curse it! I must keep my distance from him henceforth. Scabbers, or rather the diminutive wizard known as Wormtail, inwardly cursed profusely. Were it not for the throngs of people surrounding him, he would have transformed back into his original form and unleashed a powerful curse upon Yishu. Speaking of rats, a rather amusing thought has crossed my mind. Indeed, Harry, during my years of perusing various school records, I inadvertently stumbled upon some materials related to your father. What? My father's records? Upon hearing this, Harry's interest was piqued. He had never laid eyes on his parents, and prior to meeting Hagrid, he was unaware that they were wizards. Now, as Yishu spoke of his parents, Harry felt a surge of excitement. Yes, it was a notebook filled with casual notations, detailing some amusing anecdotes. Unfortunately, it was lost along the way, and I sincerely apologize for that. In his school days, your father had several close friends who clandestinely practiced transfiguration, specifically the Animagus transformation. However, they never registered their transformations, remaining illegal animagi. Among them was a wizard named Peter Pettigrew, whose transformed state was that of a large rat. At the time, I found it rather foolish that someone would choose to become a rat, being both unappealing in appearance and lacking any offensive capabilities. Perhaps the sole advantage was the ability to scurry into the shadows of a sewer to evade danger and preserve one's life. Harry and Ron wholeheartedly agreed. No young man would ever prefer a rodent over a more majestic creature. By the way, what has become of my father's friends? Since they were his close companions, it would only be proper to greet them if the opportunity arose. Regrettably, one, Sirius Black, has been imprisoned in Azkaban, the wizarding prison, as a Death Eater. Another, Peter Pettigrew, met a heroic demise while protecting your parents, forever enshrined in the annals of history as a hero. The remaining friend, Remus Lupin, you may have a chance to meet, if fate permits. When the term hero was mentioned, Yishu emphasized it, his tone laden with unspeakable implications. Curse it, does he know something? I must ascertain his true motives. Wormtail felt a growing unease, convinced that this Celestial Empire individual was acting rather peculiarly. Chapter 6, Hagrid. You have changed. The four of them chatted idly on the train, the scenery outside blurring past them in a swift retreat. During this period, Hermione persistently inquired of Yishu about various aspects of magical studies, to which Yishu patiently responded, his countenance revealing no hint of impatience. This scene, however, did not escape Ron's notice, prompting him to roll his eyes in exasperation. To him, Hermione's behavior seemed merely a ploy to garner Yishu's attention, perhaps even an intentional display of her knowledge. Why all this competition before school even starts? He thought. Yet, Yishu regarded Ron's expression with a mild smile, recognizing that such reactions were typical of children when confronted with exceptional peers. Moreover, he surmised that Ron's demeanor was largely fueled by jealousy. Both were uninitiated students. Yet, Ron hailed from a family of wizards, while Hermione emerged from a Muggle background, her knowledge acquired through self-study upon discovering her own magical heritage. In comparison, the knowledge possessed by Ron, a child of a wizarding family, paled in significance. As the Hogwarts Express thundered onward, time swiftly passed, and night fell upon them. After a lengthy journey, the train finally arrived at its destination, Hogsmeade Station. Quickly now, all first years, come here. A booming voice echoed in the air before anyone had even disembarked. Hey, Hagrid, how have you been? Upon alighting from the train, Yishu was greeted by the sight of a towering giant, standing at an impressive height of over 7 feet, his face adorned with a thick beard, and clad in an oversized moleskin coat that exuded an overwhelming presence. Ah, Yishu, my boy, Hagrid exclaimed, bending down to meet Yishu's gaze, his face breaking into a joyful smile. Come now, are you missing me, or just my fine selection of drinks? I suspect you've already polished off the bottles I left for you before the holidays. Well, I must admit, both are tempting. Yishu chuckled, feigning innocence as Hagrid scratched his head, appearing slightly embarrassed at having his thoughts laid bare. Yishu shook his head with a smile, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Hagrid was one of his friends at school, seemingly rough around the edges, but possessing a heart of gold and a strong sense of justice. As Dumbledore's most loyal assistant, Hagrid had come to the aid of many during dire circumstances in the original narrative. Yishu appreciated friendships with individuals like Hagrid, who were straightforward and devoid of ulterior motives. In times of trouble, someone with Hagrid's character would undoubtedly risk everything to help. Well, what can I say? The drinks from your homeland are simply irresistible. Once I start, it's hard to stop, and by the time I realize I've had too much, I'm already inebriated. To use your vernacular, they are incredibly potent. But fret not, this time I shall drink less. If you don't believe me, feel free to keep an eye on me. Hagrid pounded his chest with a resonant thud, repeatedly assuring Yishu of his resolve. Ah, you clever, broad-shouldered Hagrid. You've learned to employ strategy now. You just want me to come and cook for you, don't you? Your little schemes cannot escape my notice. Hagrid, I've noticed a change in you. You are no longer the naive soul you once were. Yishu incisively pierced through Hagrid's hidden thoughts. Over the course of 3 years at school, he not only immersed himself in the study of various magical arts, but also, during moments of tedium, would visit Hagrid's hut to indulge in brewing potions and preparing an array of delectable dishes from the Celestial Empire. Undoubtedly, Hagrid became an ardent admirer of Yishu's culinary skills, to the extent that even Dumbledore, upon learning of this, would occasionally drop by for a meal. Hello, Hagrid. Harry Potter-esque greeting effectively alleviated Hagrid's embarrassment. Oh, Harry, I forgot to inform you about how to access Platform 9 3/4. Thankfully, you managed to arrive at school without issue. It seems you came here with that lad, Yishu. The burly Hagrid, with his thick brows and large eyes, skillfully shifted the topic. Well, we must part ways for now. The first-year students will need to take boats across the water to enter Hogwarts. As has been tradition for many years. We shall convene in the Great Hall shortly, where a bounteous feast awaits to welcome you new students and us returning ones. Observing the two reminiscing, Yishu waved farewell. Hogwarts tradition dictates that to prevent first-year students from becoming lost, they must traverse the lake by boat upon arrival, while those in their second year and beyond are free to roam the school. Naturally, certain perilous areas, such as the Forbidden Forest, are strictly off-limits to all students, regardless of their year, without explicit permission from a faculty member. The Forbidden Forest is home not only to gentle magical creatures, but also to numerous exceedingly dangerous beings. It is said that even moderately skilled adult wizards face grave peril should they venture within. Any student found trespassing in the Forbidden Forest will incur severe penalties. Upon exiting Hogsmeade Station, Yishu leisurely strolled towards the left side of the Black Lake, his briefcase in hand. Upon entering the gates of Hogwarts, he was greeted by the sight of a vast lake, so expansive it seemed to stretch into infinity. At this moment, the first-year students were boarding boats, gliding across the surface towards Hogwarts Castle. Flanking the lake were wide, flat pathways, one of which was known as the four-wheeled carriage road. Here, carriages drawn by thestrals served as the mode of transport for upperclassmen, who circled around the school grounds to enter. However, thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death firsthand, rendering it nearly impossible for these sheltered students to perceive such wondrous creatures. Having only ever studied theoretical knowledge without encountering true mortality, how could they possibly qualify to witness these extraordinary beings? To their eyes, the carriages appeared devoid of power, and the realm where the thestrals resided seemed nothing more than a blank void. They believed that simply boarding the carriage would set it in motion automatically. "Hello there, little one. Please take me to the castle of Hogwarts. Thank you." Yishu extended his hand and patted a thestral before him, an act that seemed akin to conversing with thin air. Such an eerie scene caused his nearby classmates to gasp in astonishment. As Yishu settled into his seat, the night stallion let out a resounding neigh and galloped swiftly into the distance. Within the vast expanse of Hogwarts School, a formidable magical barrier encompassed the premises, preventing anyone from recklessly utilizing apparition within the grounds. Such a feat could only be accomplished by those of exceptional prowess, like Dumbledore. Yet such individuals were few and far between in the magical realm. Yishu held no desire to test his own capabilities. He wished to avoid an early encounter with the administration on the very first day of his fourth year, although being summoned for a discussion had become rather routine. Chapter 7 called out, Hogwarts School, First Floor Dining Hall. At this moment, the spacious hall, capable of accommodating hundreds of diners simultaneously, was already filled to over 80% capacity with students. These were students from the second to sixth year, who had arrived ahead of the first-year newcomers. Despite being one of the most prestigious institutions in the wizarding world, Hogwarts had a relatively small student body, with only 40 to 50 students in each year, spread across the four houses. This meant that each class contained merely a handful of students. After all, the wizarding world was but a concealed microcosm, with its true population unable to compare with that of the Muggle realm. Furthermore, those of average talent were not admitted to Hogwarts, solidifying the school's elite reputation. At the front of the hall sat the school's senior officials, with none other than the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore at the center. Flanking him were the heads of the four houses and various teaching staff. In front of Dumbledore rested a four-cornered stool, upon which sat a rather antiquated pointed hat, the Sorting Hat. Amidst the throng, Yishu sat quietly at the Ravenclaw table, propping his head with one hand, patiently awaiting the opening of the doors. This wait was brief, as soon the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, piercing through the cacophony surrounding him. With a flourish, the dining hall doors swung open. Leading the procession was Professor McGonagall, who gracefully stepped into the hall, her robes slightly lifted to facilitate her elegant stride. Following her was a procession of first-year students, who entered in a stream, their eyes wide with wonder at the starry ceiling and floating candles, marveling at the enchanting sights before them. The older students exhibited no surprise, for they too had once experienced this magical moment. As the influx of newcomers filled the hall, Dumbledore rose to deliver a few opening remarks, which primarily consisted of essential guidelines for the students at Hogwarts. I have a few important announcements for the new first years to heed. Firstly, it is strictly forbidden for any student to venture into the Forbidden Forest. This warning is particularly directed at you, Yishu of Ravenclaw. With the arrival of new students this year, as a fourth-year veteran, you must not lead them astray. Haha. As soon as Dumbledore's words fell, a wave of laughter erupted throughout the dining hall, with the older students who knew Yishu turning to exchange amused glances with him. What? Yishu? The The most brilliant student Hogwarts has seen in a century? How could he possess such a facet? Harry, this is hardly apparent. We thought he was a calm and elegant individual on the train. But it seems there is much we do not yet know about him. Ron winked at Harry, faced with the ridicule of those around him, as well as the astonished gazes of the new students. Yishu covered his face with his hand, revealing a wry smile of helplessness. He could never have anticipated that Dumbledore would single him out before everyone. Did he still have any dignity left? Wasn't it just that one time last semester when he stealthily ventured into the Forbidden Forest to capture a few magical creatures for research on various culinary methods? Wasn't it merely an incident during his collection of wild honey when he angered a swarm of bees, leading them to attack the entire school? Wasn't it just a minor mishap during a barbecue in the forest that resulted in a small fire burning a tiny patch of woods? Yishu covered his face, casting a somewhat guilty glance at those on the dais. Furthermore, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has instructed me to remind you that the corridor on the 3rd floor, specifically the right side, is also off-limits. If you do not wish to meet a grim fate, do not approach it. This warning elicited frowns not only from the new students, but also from the older ones. The newcomers thought Dumbledore's words were somewhat exaggerated. If there were such dangerous things, why were they housed within the school? The older students were puzzled as to when such perilous elements had appeared in the corridor. So dangerous, in fact, that Dumbledore himself felt compelled to issue a warning. Yishu raised an eyebrow amidst the crowd, a hint of a mischievous smile gracing his lips. The room Dumbledore referred to was, of course, where the Philosopher's Stone was kept. Such matters should ideally remain as clandestine as possible. However, Dumbledore chose to disclose this information in such a public setting, as if he were concerned that others might be unaware of the underlying intrigue. Ah, Dumbledore, that cunning old fox is clearly baiting someone. It is evident that there are those who wish to steal the Philosopher's Stone. As the saying goes, there is no thief who can evade capture forever. Continuously guarding the stone with trepidation is not a sustainable strategy, since the adversary is deliberately concealing their identity. It would be prudent for Dumbledore to set a trap to draw them out. Now for the 3rd point. Dumbledore cleared his throat, emphasizing his words. Starting this semester, Yishu from Ravenclaw will serve as the assistant to the headmaster. Henceforth, he will reside alongside you, assuming the role of headmaster's assistant. To clarify the duties of the assistant, Yishu will be my aide, assisting me in managing school affairs. Should any of you err, Yishu, alongside the other professors, will possess the authority to impose penalties upon you. Furthermore, if you find yourselves in need of clarification, do not hesitate to consult Yishu. I believe that, provided he is knowledgeable on the matter, he will generously share his insights. Of course, he is still considered a student for now, but his studies will not be confined solely to magical knowledge. Yishu will need to wait until his 7th year, when he turns 18, to graduate. Otherwise, we would be employing child labor. Children do not envy one another. If you are sufficiently exceptional, with 3 years devoted to mastering the entirety of magical knowledge, you too may ascend to the role of the 2nd or even the 3rd assistant to the headmaster. The audience below erupted in excitement. The initial 2 rules had merely amused and puzzled them momentarily, yet now they were genuinely astounded. This year, Yishu, at the tender age of 14, had just embarked on his journey as a 4th-year student, and already he had become the assistant to Headmaster Dumbledore. What an honor it is to serve in such a capacity. Furthermore, it is evident to the discerning that beneath this event lies Dumbledore's mentorship of Yishu. Dumbledore is cultivating his successor, preparing for the day when he may no longer be able to fulfill his duties, ensuring that Hogwarts will have a formidable presence to rise and uphold its legacy. Although the heads of the 4 houses are equally powerful, they ultimately do not stand at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. In comparison to Dumbledore or Voldemort, they fall short. Yishu, despite his youth, has already demonstrated prowess that rivals these seasoned wizards. What he lacks is merely the passage of time for further growth. Given the opportunity, he may well become another Dumbledore. Chapter 8. We are Ravenclaw. At Dumbledore's behest, Yishu ascended the platform, ensuring that the new students would remember his face. All right, classmates, quiet down. Next, Assistant Yishu will conduct the sorting ceremony. Dumbledore raised his goblet and gently tapped it with a spoon, signaling for silence among the crowd. This unexpected responsibility of presiding over the sorting ceremony had not crossed Yishu's mind, for it had always been Professor McGonagall's role. Yishu, I entrust this to you. Perform admirably, and us old-timers will have a moment's respite. Professor McGonagall lifted the sorting hat from the stool and handed it to the bewildered Yishu. Very well. Professor McGonagall. Without hesitation, Yishu accepted the hat, understanding Dumbledore's intent to gradually establish his own authority. It seemed Dumbledore was becoming anxious. Yishu thought to himself. First, he had Hagrid retrieve the Philosopher's Stone hidden in Gringotts, then set up numerous challenges to lure out the mastermind behind it all. Dumbledore, being of advanced age, could not be certain if he possessed the vigor to defeat Voldemort once more. Should he falter, a sufficiently powerful individual must step forth to assume his mantle. Undoubtedly, he had chosen Yishu, and thus sought to foster his abilities while he still had the chance. Next, those whose names were called were to step forward and undergo the Sorting Hat's assessment. The first name. Yishu glanced at the list and noted with a slight twitch of his lips that the first name was none other than Hannah Abbott. Seeing this name, he could not help but think that indeed, the lead character may change, but Hannah would remain a constant presence. Yishu had no intention of breaking this esteemed tradition. If there were other time travelers, he believed that this would undoubtedly be a consensus among different travelers across myriad worlds. The first to him, Hannah Ibwa, a little girl with a rosy complexion and 2 golden braids, timidly stepped forward. Do not be anxious, take a seat on this stool, and the Sorting Hat will reveal which house suits you best. Yishu gently reassured her. Perhaps influenced by his calm demeanor, Hannah appeared less tense than before. With one hand holding the Sorting Hat, he placed it upon her head, and then, as if imbued with life, the hat began to stir. Ah, another year of the sorting ceremony? Oh, how many little ones we have this year. Let me see what house you might belong to. What a troublesome disposition. Timid, weak, lacking sufficient mental fortitude. Firstly, I must rule out Gryffindor. Though you are a pure-blood wizard, your magical aptitude is rather lacking. Clearly, Slytherin will not welcome you. You also lack the wisdom and comprehension required for Ravenclaw, making this house unsuitable for you as well. The Sorting Hat prattled on, causing Hannah's face to redden further with each word, to the point where she wished to disappear into the ground. In front of everyone, she felt stripped of any merit, and her already limited capacity for endurance was on the verge of collapse. However, despite your deficiencies, you possess ample diligence and patience, and the justice and loyalty deep within your heart are indeed commendable. Therefore, you belong in Hufflepuff. Applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table, a thunderous welcome for their new little sister. With Hannah as the opening act, one by one, the new students approached to partake in the sorting ceremony. Draco Malfoy and his 2 sycophants were sorted into Slytherin, while Ron and Hermione were undoubtedly placed in Gryffindor, becoming brave little lions. After a brief struggle, Harry also achieved his desire to enter Gryffindor. Clearly, as in the original narrative, he encountered Malfoy, leading to an inevitable clash, and he heard of Slytherin's infamous reputation, all of which prompted him to choose to distance himself from Slytherin. Lastly came Neville Longbottom. The only remaining contender was a slightly overweight boy, whose plump appearance gave him an endearing, somewhat foolish look, and a hint of foolishness sparkled in his eyes. This was Yishu's first encounter with Neville, another child of prophecy from the original tale, whose life diverged starkly from that of Harry Potter. While Harry endured abuse at the hands of the Dursleys, Neville was cherished by a loving grandmother and other family members. Both shared unfortunate childhoods, with each having lost their parents to dark forces. However, while Harry's parents perished, Neville's were driven to madness and ultimately confined to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries for treatment. The effects of the forgetfulness charm were profound. He had no recollection of the torment that drove his parents to madness. However, the formidable side effects rendered him exceedingly dull and forgetful from a young age. He lacked the cleverness and agility of Harry, and certainly did not possess his bravery. It seemed that Harry was the prophesied savior, while Neville was merely a misguided accessory. Yet, possessing knowledge of the future, Yesho understood that Neville was a true Gryffindor, a fact evidenced the moment he drew the Gryffindor sword in the future. Thus, Neville Longbottom was undoubtedly sorted into Gryffindor, perfectly concluding the sorting ceremony. Just as Yesho set the sorting hat aside, Professor Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, called out, "Yesho, say a few words. Share some thoughts about Ravenclaw to inspire your younger peers." The diminutive Filius looked at Yesho with eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling with unbridled excitement. "As you wish, esteemed headmaster." Yesho beamed, stepping forward to address the assembly of students. "Some say we Ravenclaws are peculiar." The atmosphere shifted palpably at his remark, a sentiment typically whispered among other houses but never uttered aloud, as it would undoubtedly be deemed impolite. Yet Yesho spoke with unperturbed candor, as if the subject of discussion were not his own house. "But what I wish to convey is that geniuses often march to the beat of a different drum. Unlike other houses in Ravenclaw, you are free to don any attire you desire, to believe in whatever you wish, and to express any joy-filled thoughts. We do not disdain those who are unconventional, for we admire them. Let me clarify. We are not merely eccentric or aloof. We are erudite eagles, the embodiment of knowledge. And we are the free-spirited winds in pursuit of wisdom. Each Ravenclaw wears an invisible crown above their head, a crown that belongs to truth. Some may claim that we Ravenclaws are inclined to seek advantage and avoid harm, but true sages dare to sacrifice for truth and justice. We delve deeply into our studies. Our curiosity knows no bounds. Our hearts are set towards the vast ocean, and we remain loyal to ourselves, to reason, and to wisdom. Congratulations on becoming a part of the most astute, agile, and intriguing community at Hogwarts. We are Ravenclaw. In his final proclamation, Yesho nearly shouted the name of Ravenclaw. And at that moment, thunderous applause erupted. The students of Ravenclaw rose in unison, their faces flushed with admiration as they gazed upon Yesho on the platform, akin to worshipping an idol. From that moment, Yesho became the spiritual icon of Ravenclaw. The members of the other three houses exchanged glances, sensing that this seemingly unremarkable house had taken center stage. Now, let the feast commence. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, Dumbledore announced the official beginning of the feast, ushering in the most exhilarating opening ceremony in Hogwarts history. Chapter 9. Another lesson in contradiction? The following morning, the new students commenced their formal classes. However, to everyone's astonishment, Harry and Ron, having been overly exhilarated the previous night, inadvertently overslept. Coupled with their unfamiliarity with the school's layout, they ran about in a frenzy, ultimately arriving late to their classroom. Professor McGonagall first reprimanded the pair before proceeding with her Transfiguration lesson. The first class did not bode well. Harry Potter, the prophesied savior, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet little did he know that the true humiliation awaited him later. Upon arriving at Professor Snape's potions class, he was confronted with a palpable air of malevolence. As the heavy door to the classroom swung open with a forceful thud, Snape, draped in his dark robes, swept into the room like a great bat. First and foremost, let me clarify that cauldrons are intended for brewing potions, not for your culinary endeavors, he declared sternly. Especially you, Ravenclaw students, do not emulate your illustrious senior, Yeshu. If you are unaware of the implications of my words, consider it fortunate. It signifies you have yet to fall under his corrupting influence. Snape's initial admonition bewildered the Ravenclaw students, who were left pondering what transgressions their esteemed senior had committed to warrant such a warning from the potions master. Furthermore, in my classroom, you are forbidden from recklessly waving your wands or casting spells indiscriminately. I dare say, the majority of you lack the capacity to grasp the intricacies of potion making, while for the select few among you who possess the requisite talent, I can teach you how to beguile the mind, ensnare the senses, and concoct fame, perhaps even immortality. At this juncture, Snape cast a glance at Malfoy, whose face gleamed with an arrogant smile, interpreting Snape's words as a personal endorsement of his abilities. Moreover, let me assert that some may believe that at Hogwarts, one can rely on their reputation to be complacent and disengaged from the lessons at hand. Snape's gaze bore down on Harry, who was busily jotting notes. Hermione, sensing the tension, hastily nudged him, prompting Harry to lower his quill. Mr. Potter, the celebrity of the new generation. Snape approached Harry, his tone dripping with sarcasm, causing Harry to instinctively furrow his brow. It seemed that this professor was particularly fixated on him. Just the previous evening, Harry had noticed Snape's unwavering gaze upon him from the high table and had inquired about it with Percy, who informed him that Snape was the head of Slytherin House. Yet, why would this man on Harry's very first day at Hogwarts exhibit such animosity? Hermione, eager to demonstrate her prowess in front of the professor, found herself utterly disregarded by Snape, who unconsciously overlooked her presence. How unfortunate. Clearly, fame does not equate to everything. Does it, Mr. Potter? Snape parted his lips ever so slightly, uttering a remark laced with mockery, which elicited a derisive turn of Draco's head. As for the word regret in Snape's statement, its true meaning remained a mystery known only to him. Unable to endure Snape's scorn, Harry spoke up. Laughter erupted within the classroom. None could have anticipated that Harry Potter would dare to defy a teacher. Silence. Snape's countenance darkened as he fixed a penetrating gaze upon Harry, whose temperament and appearance gradually overlapped with a face etched in Snape's memory, igniting a simmering fury within him. Yet, upon gazing into those familiar eyes that had haunted his dreams countless times, Snape managed to suppress his wrath. The Gryffindor students took note. Due to Mr. Potter's impudent defiance in class, Gryffindor House would lose 5 points. House points would ultimately determine the ranking of the 4 houses at the end of the term, with the top house receiving immense honor. The unexpected deduction left the young lions of Gryffindor harboring some grievances against Harry in their hearts. As the morning classes concluded, the students congregated in the dining hall for lunch when a flurry of owls swooped in through the gaps in the ceiling. These owls served as the postal carriers and couriers of the wizarding world, effortlessly covering vast distances for the price of a mere morsel. Everyone present received parcels from their families, except for Harry, who sat empty-handed. For his dreadful relatives, the Dursleys, would never send him anything. With a thud, a stack of newspapers landed before Harry and Ron. Bored, Harry picked up a paper to peruse, instantly captivated by its contents. Prominently displayed on the front page were the bold headlines declaring the theft of Gringotts. Gringotts, the vault of the wizarding world, was renowned for its impenetrable security. No one had ever dared to cause a disturbance there, for its standing was akin to that of the Swiss bank in the Muggle realm. Yet now, it seemed unfathomable that someone had breached its defenses to commit larceny. The article stated, Gringotts officials emphasized that no valuables had been lost in the recent theft, as the contents of vault number 713 had already been removed beforehand. Curious, Harry recalled that he and Hagrid had visited that very vault. Hagrid had mentioned that Dumbledore had specifically instructed him to retrieve something from there. Was there a connection? Setting down the newspaper, the trio exchanged glances. A spark of suspicion flickered in Harry and Hermione's eyes, while Ron, still chewing his food, displayed a natural air of foolishness. Clearly, Ron was dragging down the average intellect of the trio. I believe we should inquire with someone at the school, Harry suggested. Listen, Hagrid was acting under Dumbledore's orders, which clearly ties this matter to him, and now. As she spoke, Hermione leaned over the table, drawing closer to Harry and murmuring, Senior Yishu is now Dumbledore's assistant, and it is evident that he possesses information unknown to us. If we wish to uncover the intricacies of this matter, perhaps we should consider asking him. After all, he did mention that we could approach him with any questions we might have. Hermione blinked playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief, evidently pleased with her clever plan. Indeed, Harry's eyes brightened. Having been preoccupied with studies recently, he had not seen Yishu for quite some time. This opportunity to reunite seemed quite fortuitous. Chapter 10. Unprecedented Innovation. The trio, known for their penchant for mischief, hurriedly finished their lunch and dashed towards Ravenclaw Tower in search of Yishu. Unfortunately, this journey was destined to be in vain. At that moment, Yishu was not in Ravenclaw Tower, but rather in the Room of Requirement. The Room of Requirement is a unique space within Hogwarts that can manifest to fulfill the genuine needs of those who seek it. Without knowledge of how to access it, one cannot find a room. It does not even appear on the Marauder's map. The true origin of the Room of Requirement remains a mystery, as few have uncovered its secrets since the founding of Hogwarts. Yishu was aware of the room's existence, but had long forgotten the precise method of entry. He had learned how to find it after a rather inebriated encounter with Dumbledore at Hagrid's hut. At that moment, Yishu found himself alone in a vast chamber within the Room of Requirement, a space conjured to reflect his innermost desires. Each individual who enters the room experiences a different environment tailored to their needs. Thus, even if two people discover the room simultaneously, they will not share the same space if their desires diverge. In Yishu's chamber, the only word that manifested was emptiness. Since mastering all magical knowledge by the midpoint of his third year, Yishu had occasionally slipped into the Room of Requirement to experiment with various spells alone. This sanctuary allowed him to explore different forms of dark magic without interruption or the prying eyes of others. In the wizarding world, dark magic is often met with trepidation, as practitioners are deemed irredeemable. However, Yishu held a different view. The morality of magic is not determined by the magic itself, but by the intent of its wielder. Voldemort's signature spell, the Killing Curse, has earned infamy alongside him, becoming the foremost of the unforgivable curses. Yet, had Dumbledore wielded the Killing Curse to vanquish malevolent wizards and preserve order in the wizarding realm, it would have gained a reputation of nobility, transforming into a protective incantation revered by all. Yishu was not merely studying the 3 unforgivable curses, including the Killing Curse, but also delving into a plethora of dark spells unearthed within the Room of Requirement. Possessing a remarkable talent for learning, he has completely mastered these spells within a mere semester. These incantations will serve as a safeguard in the future, and he is reluctant to let anyone know about them unless absolutely necessary. The strength of a wizard lies in the ability to channel their internal magical energy through a wand. However, the wizard's physical form remains exceedingly frail, akin to that of an ordinary muggle. It is worth noting that even a simple weapon can bring down a powerful sorcerer. Thus, the challenge lies in enhancing the physical resilience of a wizard, rendering their body as unyielding as iron, transcending the limitations of humanity. While the wand amplifies a wizard's power, it simultaneously becomes their Achilles heel. Should it be disarmed, the wizard would lose the majority of their strength, and even the wand might acknowledge the assailant as its master. The question arises, how can a wizard cast spells unarmed? This notion is utterly astonishing. As Ishu cradled an ancient tome, he flipped through its pages, gasping in awe. Simultaneously, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Should this concept be successfully realized, he would undoubtedly reign supreme in the wizarding world. Imagine being disarmed, only to have a spell cast upon you that would typically result in excruciating pain, yet your body, as resilient as steel, remains unscathed. The mere thought of such a scenario is exhilarating. This ancient book, which Ishu discovered in the House of All Wishes, captivated him with its contents, deemed as treasures of knowledge. Regrettably, the text merely outlines the author's concept, who, tragically, could not uncover the means to bring it to fruition and ultimately perished due to reckless experimentation. The visionary behind this idea was a former Ravenclaw, and Ishu felt a sense of duty as a successor to carry forth what the predecessor could not achieve. During the 2-month summer vacation, aside from preparing for Lady Andrea's funeral, Ishu devoted himself to transforming the notes into reality. Initially, the endeavor met with many obstacles, and he sustained various injuries as a result. Had he not prepared beforehand with an array of healing potions before leaving school, he might have suffered grievous harm. However, the experiments were not without their rewards. As the initial fog began to clear, Ishu finally identified the crux of the issue. The Ravenclaw predecessor had merely attempted to impose magical energy upon the physical body, naively hoping to substitute the wand with flesh as the conduit for casting spells. Such a method was destined to fail. No matter how many times he tried, it would not succeed. The body may serve as a vessel for magical energy, yet it cannot act as a means of transformation. At first, Ishu racked his brain for a solution until a sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, a diagram depicting the extraordinary meridians of the East. In the previous incarnation of the Eastern legend, the human body was said to contain various meridians, which served as pathways for the flow of vital energy and blood. Each meridian corresponded to distinct functions and attributes, yet this has never been substantiated by modern medicine. In this life, after 15 years of exploration, Ishu discovered that although this world possesses a celestial empire and shares a semblance of history, it lacks the legendary Eastern immortals. Instead, what exists in the East resembles Western sorcerers. The ancient Eastern traditions from his past life are utterly absent in this realm. Concepts such as the I Ching and the 8 trigrams, as well as the 8 extraordinary meridians, do not exist here. Fortunately, in his previous life, Ishu was an avid enthusiast of supernatural forces, and he committed all the diagrams of meridian pathways and acupoints to memory. In this life, endowed with formidable mental strength and magical power as his source, Ishu, after several days of experimentation, successfully identified a single meridian. This was a promising beginning. Having discovered one meridian, he could locate others. After a summer of diligent effort, he had charted all the routes on the meridian diagram. Now, it was time for the experiment. Inhale. Setting aside his book, Ishu took a deep breath, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. As a seeker of truth and knowledge from Ravenclaw, he had never known fear. In his past life, he was fearless, and in this life, he would not falter. For the pursuit of truth, he would willingly sacrifice his life. Such is the unwavering dedication of a Ravenclaw. However, prior to the experiment, Ishu took precautions by crafting a spell card. Should he find himself in mortal peril, the card would instantly fly to seek out Dumbledore. Once Dumbledore received the message, he would undoubtedly rush to his rescue, and entering the room of requirement would pose no challenge for him. Steadfast as a rock, Ishu murmured softly, as an invisible surge of magical energy coursed rapidly through the meridians within him. This was the meridian he had found corresponding to the spell, classified as Earth Element in Meridian Studies. As the magical energy flowed, Ishu's physical form visibly transformed. A shimmering flow of earthy hues emanated from him, and in the next moment, his entire body became as solid as stone. As he struck his fists together, a deep, resounding sound akin to the clash of boulders reverberated through the air. Ha ha ha, I have succeeded. I have succeeded. I, Ishu of the Celestial Empire of Ravenclaw, Dumbledore's teaching assistant, a rare genius of Hogwarts, shall from this day forth establish a new school of magic. This will be a glorious act worthy of being recorded in history. From now on, my name shall echo through the ages alongside this new tradition, and I shall become a great wizard akin to Merlin. In the vast chamber, Yishu stood proudly like a humanoid statue of rock, his exhilarated voice resonating throughout the secret chamber. As for the ancient Eastern traditions, let it be the protagonist's endeavor to promote and elevate them. Chapter 11. Continue to be used as a cautionary example. After a fruitless search for Yesho throughout the midday, the trio of unfortunate souls reluctantly made their way to the afternoon flying class. The instructor for this session, Madame Hoki, not only taught first-year students the art of flying, but also served as a referee for the school's Quidditch matches. Good afternoon, students. Madame Hoki, with her striking silver short hair, briskly approached the group of first-year students. Welcome to your inaugural flying lesson. So what are you waiting for? Quickly gather on the left side of your brooms. Move swiftly. With an impatient wave of her hand, she urged the students to take action. Oh, and there is something I must remind you of. Suddenly, her expression turned serious as she addressed the newcomers. When riding a broomstick, you must straddle it properly. This is non-negotiable. Standing on the broom and shouting fly is strictly prohibited. I hope you do not take any cues from Yesho of Ravenclaw. While he is an exceptionally bright student, his approach in this regard is utterly inadvisable. Should you dare to attempt such a thing, I will deduct points from your respective houses without hesitation. Madame Hoki's stern demeanor left no room for jest. The first-year students exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled as to why Yesho was being cited as a cautionary tale once again, just as he had been in potions class. Despite his evident prowess, having ascended to the rank of the headmaster's assistant, it seemed he was perceived as somewhat reckless in his undertakings. What could Yesho possibly have done to warrant such disdain from every teacher? One student wondered aloud. How can we inquire about it when we next see him? Another mused. Better not. The way these teachers speak of Yesho makes him seem unreliable, and I wouldn't want to inadvertently touch upon a sensitive subject, Ron murmured, shrinking back in trepidation. Observing the fearful expressions of her students at the mention of point deductions, Madame Hoki nodded with satisfaction. If she couldn't discipline Yesho, surely she could manage this group of novices. Madame Hoki, is it truly appropriate to use me as a cautionary example in front of all these new students? A familiar voice chimed from above. The students looked up to find Yesho hovering overhead, his posture decidedly unconventional. Unlike the other wizards who straddled their brooms, he stood upon his broomstick, feet firmly planted, arms crossed behind him. Though this unusual flying stance was a first for the first-year students, they found it oddly appealing. In comparison to the typical riding position seen in the wizarding world, Yesho's stance exuded an undeniable charm. Cool, utterly cool. The posture of Senior Yishu is remarkably handsome, far surpassing the elegance of riding a broomstick. Oh my, Senior Yishu exudes such charisma. The first-year students chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with adoration for Yishu, with some girls even radiating affection. Damn it, Yishu, come down this instant. Immediately. Although you're already the assistant to the headmaster, you are still a student of Hogwarts, a member of Ravenclaw. Do you believe I could dock Ravenclaw 10 points? Or even 50? Listening to the whispers of the surrounding students, Madame Hooch was nearly infuriated. Just moments before, she had admonished them not to emulate Yishu, only for him to appear in such a peculiar pose before everyone. Was this not a deliberate provocation? Truth be told, Yishu's stance upon the flying broomstick did indeed appear quite dashing. Even she found herself a bit enamored. No, no, such behavior must be firmly resisted. One must not be swayed by this little rascal. Madame Hooch shook her head vigorously, attempting to dislodge the inappropriate thoughts from her mind. Yishu's antics were not a one-time occurrence. He had made a similarly bizarre entrance during a Quidditch match, much to the chagrin of the faculty. A wizard ought to fly upon a broomstick, for that is the mark of a true wizard. What does it signify to tread upon the broom? It would be one matter if such conduct occurred in solitude, where no one would care. Yet he chooses to display this in front of a multitude during a Quidditch match. If other students were to emulate him, the next generation of wizards might all be flying while standing upon their brooms, resulting in utter chaos. As a consequence of this incident, the school reprimanded him sternly. Yet Yishu's explanation was that flying on a broomstick could easily lead to mishaps. One could only imagine the expressions on the faces of the female professors upon hearing such remarks, were it not for Dumbledore staunchly defending Yishu, cheerfully asserting that this exemplified the innovative spirit of youth. Ravenclaw's points would have been severely docked. What? You propose expelling Yishu? Do not jest. By that time, Yishu had already demonstrated his formidable talent. Any teacher daring to suggest expelling him would find themselves summarily dismissed from Hogwarts the very next day. The wizarding world is not confined to one nation. Other countries possess their own wizards, and numerous wizarding schools exist beyond Hogwarts. Each nation boasts its own distinguished institutions. However, Due to Dumbledore's influence, Hogwarts enjoys a far-reaching reputation, akin to an uncrowned king among wizarding schools. Yet, if you were to cast Yishu out, believe me, the moment he steps out of Hogwarts, countless prestigious academies would be clamoring to enroll him as a student, even if it meant shattering their own reputations. Such a remarkable talent, if not retained at Hogwarts, would merely be gifted to other institutions. This would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. I suspect you might be an undercover agent from another school. Over the years, although Yishu has made numerous minor errors, the school has chosen to overlook them as long as they do not pertain to moral issues. All right, Madame Huichi, please do not be angry. I shall descend at once. Yishu pouted, displaying a face of helplessness as he stamped his foot. The enchanted broomstick obediently touched down at his command. Chapter 12, Mr. Longbatten, please come down. Yishu, as the assistant to the headmaster, what are you doing here instead of being by Dumbledore's side? Remember, you're not only an assistant, but also entitled to a salary. Are you shirking your duties during work hours? Madame Huichi's words were sharp. Her pale yellow eyes fixed intently on Yishu. Madame Huichi, do not forget that the responsibilities of the assistant to the headmaster extend beyond merely assisting Headmaster Dumbledore with school affairs. I am also tasked with supervising the performance of all teaching staff and even the 4 house heads. Since Headmaster Dumbledore is currently preoccupied with researching new applications for Dragonblood, I find myself patrolling the school and observing the teaching conditions of our esteemed educators. Yishu wore a mischievous smile, and at that moment, Madame Huichi's expression resembled that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. While she threatened to deduct points from Ravenclaw, Yishu asserted his supervisory authority over all teachers, clearly implying a blatant threat. If you dare to deduct points from our house, I shall keep a watchful eye on you. You are bound to err at some point. This was the essence of Yishu's words, and Madame Huichi undoubtedly grasped the implication. Not only did she understand, but she was also certain that should she err, this boy would likely seize the opportunity to hold it against her. Naturally, given Yishu's character, he would not engage in excessively outrageous behavior, but he could certainly make her uncomfortable. Ha, if you wish to observe, then remain at the side and do not disturb my lesson. Madame Huichi's lips twitched, her displeasure evident as she turned away. Children, do not look anymore. Let us continue with our flying lesson. Now, place your right hand above the broomstick and say, rise. The new students hurriedly adjusted their postures, following Madame Huichi's instructions. Rise. Harry commanded his broomstick, and in the next instant, the broom lying on the ground soared into his grasp. This scene genuinely astonished those nearby. After all, it was their first encounter with a flying broomstick, and while others struggled to engage with their brooms, Harry succeeded effortlessly, especially Hermione, who widened her eyes in shock, her small face a portrait of surprise and confusion. In the previous lessons, Harry's performance had been rather lackluster. Even Hermione had occasionally wondered if this was truly the capability of the Chosen One. In contrast to Harry's average performance, Yishu, who was several years their elder, appeared to embody the very archetype of a protagonist. Rise. Following closely, Malfoy also successfully summoned his flying broomstick, as one would expect from a child of a pure-blood wizarding family. This level of talent was to be anticipated. In an instant, the playground resonated with a cacophony of shouts as students, unable to summon their flying brooms, engaged in a struggle with the brooms on the ground. A dull thud echoed through the air as Ron successfully conjured his broom, yet failed to grasp it accurately, resulting in a swift blow to his forehead that elicited quiet laughter from those around him. At that moment, his classmates were utterly astonished. Even Madame Hooch was momentarily taken aback. Thus began Yishu's extraordinary tale intertwined with his flying broom. Initially, the narrative unfolded with a semblance of normalcy, but as Yishu grew more accustomed, he gradually began to unleash his creativity. He surfed upon his broom, reclining, squatting, and eventually adopting a one-legged stance while soaring through the skies. With each shift in posture, Madame Hooch's expression darkened until she eventually seemed to hold him in disdain. Now, grasp your brooms and mount them. Hold on tightly, lest you fall, Madame Hooch instructed while circling the group. Given that it was their inaugural flight, she was cautious about allowing them to ascend too high. Should anything go awry, she would not have the time to intervene. On my whistle. Whoosh as Madame Hooch softly blew her whistle. Neville wobbled into the air. Mr. Longbottom, descend immediately. Madame Hooch frowned, alarmed that Neville was ascending higher than anticipated. Apologies, Madame Hooch. I cannot control it clearly. While Neville had successfully taken flight, he was utterly at the mercy of the broom, and as he climbed higher, his anxiety only exacerbated the broom's instability. He soared erratically, oscillating between rising and falling, advancing and retreating, completely losing his steadiness. Mr. Longbottom, halt at once, as Neville careened towards the crowd. Madame Hooch could not help but draw her wand, intent on forcibly stopping him. Unfortunately, Neville's speed was too great. She had no time to cast a spell before he barreled through the throng, compelling her, in the first years, to hastily evade. As for Neville, he passed through the archway and soared once more into the heights. Blast it! Yishu, what are you doing standing there? Think of a solution, quickly. Madame Hooch, sprawled on the ground in a disheveled state, cast an exasperated glance at Yishu, who was leisurely seated on the grass, indulging in the spectacle. Rest assured, Madame Hooch, it will be fine. Yishu waved dismissively, assuring her of his confidence. He was well aware of Neville's impending fate, if he refrained from intervening. Neville was destined for a rather unfortunate fall that would likely result in a broken wrist. Yishu harbored a fondness for Neville, his tragic experiences evoking a sense of sympathy within him. In contrast to Harry, who basked in the adoration of nearly all after joining the academy, Yishu found himself more drawn to Neville's solitary journey of gradual growth. Both are prophesied saviors. Both endure tragic childhoods. Why must Neville bear the brunt of mockery and not enjoy a little happiness? Thus, Yishu resolved to lend a helping hand to Neville. Chapter 13. The frightened Malfoy with a whoosh, the uncontrollable broom soared high into the sky, carrying Neville along. However, after a series of intense maneuvers, Neville felt utterly exhausted. As the broom ascended vertically, Neville could no longer hold on and fell away from it. Oh dear, Neville! Gasps of horror arose as everyone watched Neville plummet, their hearts racing with anxiety. From such a height, a fall would surely result in severe injury, if not death. Especially considering the statue with a spear that awaited him below. Should he land there, he would undoubtedly be pierced through, marking him as the first student in Hogwarts history to perish during a flying lesson, albeit it would leave a notorious legacy. Suddenly, a ripping sound echoed as Neville's robe was pierced by the spear, leaving him suspended in midair. Yet, the delicate fabric could not withstand his weight, and amidst the crowd's gaze, it tore apart, causing Neville to fall once more. This time, he landed atop a torch on the castle wall, but his robe continued to slide downwards. Yishu! Madame Hooch cried out in desperation as she watched Neville's impending descent. I'm on it! Yishu, who had drawn his wand at some point, waved it towards Neville. Miraculously, Neville floated gently in midair before descending safely to the ground. Phew, Madame Hooch finally exhaled in relief. Had anything happened to Neville during class, it would have marred her record as a teacher. Thank you, Senior Yishu, Neville stammered, his face pale with fear as he approached Yishu, his legs trembling. Neville, this simply will not do. Your mental fortitude is lacking, and your physical condition is even worse. You cannot aspire to be a worthy Gryffindor lion like this, Yishu said, his face alight with a smile as Neville bashfully lowered his head. Ha ha, yes, just a foolish pig, came a voice laced with scorn. It was Malfoy, who showed no restraint in displaying his disdain for Neville. At Malfoy's taunt, the naturally timid Neville was at a loss for how to react. Yishu cast a casual glance at Malfoy, acknowledging his decent appearance, certainly a wealthy scion, likely to captivate many girls in the future. To label Malfoy as a good person would draw considerable opposition, yet to deem him a villain would be an overstatement as well. In truth, Malfoy was merely a product of misguided upbringing, spoiled by wealth, and instilled with erroneous values by his parents. His heart was not inherently malevolent. He simply exhibited a certain arrogance and disdain for anyone outside the realm of pure-blood wizards. Malfoy, who granted you the audacity to speak to your peers in such a manner? As a scion of pure-blood wizards, is this truly the extent of your upbringing? To mock your classmates without restraint and to maliciously belittle others, does such behavior befit a pureblood? Your actions are a far cry from nobility. They are, in fact, a profound insult to the very concept. Should I witness you engaging in such conduct or uttering such words again, I will ensure you grasp the true meaning of bullying within these hallowed halls. Yishu stepped before Malfoy, his tone icy. In that moment, Malfoy felt as though he were ensconced in frigid waters, a chill coursing through him. Before him, Yishu loomed like a formidable dragon, capable of devouring him with but a slight parting of its jaws. Malfoy, unaccustomed to such humiliation, found himself at a loss for words, paralyzed by fear. Ultimately, he was reduced to tears, his eyes reddening, crystalline droplets threatening to spill forth. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old child, accustomed to the indulgence of his parents and unacquainted with such confrontations. Should you dare to weep, I will deliver a sound spanking right here in front of everyone. Yishu glared, his expression menacing, instilling further dread in Malfoy. The boy hastily raised his arm to wipe away the impending tears. Yet the tightly pressed corners of his mouth betrayed his feelings of grievance. You little brat, why emulate bullying when there are countless other things to learn? Yishu, seasoned by his prior experiences with bullies, understood that the simplest way to deal with such tormentors was to be even more fearsome. The notion of attempting to reform them through kindness seemed an arduous and often futile endeavor, one he had little inclination to pursue. Oh my, Malfoy actually cried. Harry, did you see that? Laughed Ron, alongside Harry and Hermione, who huddled together in hushed amusement. We ought to capture that expression of his with the memory stone, so he may reflect upon it in the future. Now, Neville, while Malfoy's mockery of you is unjust, there's a kernel of truth in his words. You are rather overweight. Such a physique does little to align you with the elegance of a wizard. I dare say your spellcasting speed may be considerably slower than others. Yishu turned to admonish Neville. Here's what we shall do, starting tomorrow. I will occasionally seek you out for private training. Your potential is not lacking. It is merely hindered by your weight and forgetfulness. While I currently lack effective methods to address your forgetfulness, I can assist you in improving your physical capabilities. So, young man, muster your energy and prepare for the challenges that lie ahead. He patted Neville on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face. Oh my, this is Yishu, the most outstanding student of Hogwarts in a century. How fortunate for Neville to receive his personal guidance. Why, oh why, did such an opportunity not befall me? A throng of new students was enveloped in envy. Even the tearful Draco Malfoy regarded Neville with a flicker of jealousy in his gaze. Long before stepping into the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, his father, Lucius Malfoy, had advised him to seek opportunities to befriend Yishu. For if he could forge a friendship with Yishu, it would be an unparalleled fortune. At that time, Draco had been somewhat perplexed. In his view, while Yishu possessed remarkable talent, he was merely a student. Even if he were to achieve great heights in the future, that was a matter for another day. The Malfoy family, a lineage of pure-blood wizards, held a distinguished status, as long as they were not ensnared by any compromising evidence. What did it matter if their opponent was formidable? Surely, they would not follow in the footsteps of Voldemort, aspiring to become a Dark Lord. Thus, Draco's jealousy simmered, for he envied how effortlessly Neville garnered Yishu's favor. Chapter 14. A lesson for you all. Very well, children, continue with your flying lesson. This is your inaugural class. Do not squander this precious time. With a clap of his hands, Yishu prepared to cede the floor to Madame Hooch. Yishu, I'm deeply grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, Mr. Longbottom would surely have been harmed. Madame Hooch's heart raced. Her foremost concern was not her career, but rather Neville's safety. In this respect, she proved herself to be a commendable teacher. Ahem, Madame Hooch, you do not think today's incident will simply fade away, do you? Do not forget, I am currently the assistant to the headmaster, tasked with supervising all faculty. You nearly committed a grave error today. I trust you would not want Professor Dumbledore to be informed of this, would you? Madame Hooch regarded Yishu with a look of gratitude, yet his expression suddenly shifted, revealing a mischievous demeanor. Hey you, what do you intend? I must remind you, I am a married woman. Do not overstep your bounds. Madame Hooch's countenance changed, her throat tightening with anxiety as countless thoughts raced through her mind, attempting to decipher Yishu's intentions. Goodness, Madame Hooch's reaction is rather peculiar. Could it be that she too is quite experienced? No, you must notice. That could lead to an amusing disaster. Yishu's mind raced as he observed Madame Hooch, who appeared vigilant yet tinged with a hint of anticipation, mingled with a touch of shyness. He hastily shifted the topic. Given Madame Hooch's age, she could easily be his mother, and moreover, her demeanor was not of the type Yishu found appealing. After all, he was merely 15 years old and not yet of age. Such matters could certainly wait. For he was not that desperate. Ahem, Madame Hooch, I can certainly keep today's incident to myself, but from this moment forth, irrespective of the manner in which I choose to control my flying broomstick, you shall not impede me. Of course, I shall endeavor to refrain from employing such techniques in crowded areas. This shall be our agreement. What say you? As the professor of flying lessons and Quidditch referee, the authority to utilize the broomstick primarily rested in her hands. Like her counterparts in other subjects, she possessed absolute power to deduct points. Well, this seems acceptable enough. Upon hearing Yishu's request, Madame Hooch exhibited a subtle hint of disappointment, causing an involuntary shiver to run down Yishu's spine. What could this expression of yours mean? Madame Hooch, Yishu exclaimed inwardly, if you keep today's events to yourself, I shall turn a blind eye in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Madame Hooch assured Yishu of her silence. It was not that Madame Hooch lacked principles, nor was she easily swayed by Yishu's intimidation. Rather, it was the realization that, despite her efforts to correct Yishu's misuse of the flying broomstick over the past 3 years, he remained obstinately unyielding, even exhibiting increasingly audacious behavior. She had sought Dumbledore's counsel regarding the matter, but his response was one of indifference. You manage it as you see fit. Leaving Madame Hooch feeling utterly exasperated. For 3 long years, she pondered how to navigate the challenges posed by Yishu. Now, with Yishu extending a metaphorical hand, Madame Hooch decided to relent. She was simply too weary to continue the struggle. After all, she could not control him, so why not let him be? Madame Hooch, might we request Senior Yishu to demonstrate the proper use of the flying broomstick? A chorus of eager first-year students implored, encircling Madame Hooch and Yishu with eyes brimming with anticipation. This Madame Hooch felt a surge of anxiety. To have Yishu instruct them in flying? Wouldn't that lead them all astray? The image of a Quidditch match in which every Hogwarts first year soared through the air on brooms filled her with dread. Madame Hooch, may I give a try? Rest assured, I will adhere to the correct flying posture and ensure they do not stray from the path. Yishu replied, meeting the hopeful gazes of the students. Very well, but do take care, Madame Hooch conceded, with the first years expressing such earnest requests. She was reluctant to play the villain, especially since Yishu's proficiency on the broomstick rivaled her own, if not surpassing it. After all, he could execute advanced maneuvers like standing in midair and spinning effortlessly. Wonderful! The students erupted with joy at the prospect of attending class with Yishu. Even Draco Malfoy's eyes sparkled with excitement. First and foremost, I must emphasize that one must cast aside any feelings of anxiety while flying. Otherwise, it will disrupt the broom's natural flight. Neville serves as a prime example. Yishu's words elicited a wave of laughter, causing Neville to blush profusely. Do not mock. I believe many here share my experience. Thus, for those students lacking self-confidence, it may be wise to take a step back and observe how their peers navigate the skies before attempting flight themselves. Upon hearing this, a dozen students exchanged glances, ultimately retreating a step. Clearly, having witnessed Neville's earlier mishap, a flicker of trepidation lingered in their hearts. Indeed, sometimes taking a step back does not signify cowardice or retreat. The most precious quality one can possess is the ability to see oneself clearly, an admirable trait indeed. To nurture these students' spirits and shield them from ridicule, Yishu gently reassured them. Now, the rest of you, mount your brooms at once. Let us officially commence today's lesson. Additionally, gentlemen, do remember to mind your posture and safeguard yourselves. Yishu raised an eyebrow, revealing a knowing expression. Whether or not the boys comprehended his hint remained uncertain. In any case, Madame Hooch turned away, awkwardly covering her forehead. Chapter 15. Do you dare to compete with me? Swish, swish, swish. Above the verdant grass of Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, young wizards in their uniforms soared on their enchanted brooms, reveling in the exhilaration of flight. All aspire to the heavens, yearning for the sensation of unrestrained freedom in the sky, and wizards are no exception. In contrast, muggles can only rely on airplanes, peering down from above, while the more daring among them, with financial means, attempt skydiving and wingsuit flying. Unlike muggles, wizards possess a far superior option. They can command their flying brooms, truly experiencing the joy of flight. As first-time flyers, these young witches and wizards were brimming with excitement, some even shouting in exhilaration to express their emotions. Even the previously aloof Malfoy wore an expression of sheer delight, for he was but a child, devoid of any malicious intent. Those who had initially hesitated on the ground found their courage, shakily ascending into the air atop their brooms. Even Neville, with Yishu's support, mounted his broom once more. Perhaps with Yishu by his side, he felt a sense of control he had lacked before. Neither Madame Hooch nor Yishu sought to curtail their actions, for they too had once been novices, much like these first years. In fact, Yishu's own excitement had far surpassed that of these young witches and wizards. No one could fathom the exhilaration that surged within him, a lover of supernatural powers, when he finally soared into the sky. Half an hour later, these exuberant young wizards began to tire and descended one by one. Just as everyone was about to land safely, the unfortunate Malfoy stirred up yet another commotion. At the outset, Harry summoned his broomstick before Draco, which left Draco feeling somewhat disgruntled, coupled with the minor animosity they had established upon their initial arrival at Hogwarts. Draco seized the opportunity to teach Harry a lesson. In his view, the so-called savior, the individual who had narrowly escaped the clutches of the Dark Lord and purportedly vanquished him, was merely a product of exaggerated tales. Through their recent interactions, He had come to perceive Harry as nothing extraordinary, merely a figurehead devoid of the true capabilities one would expect from a hero. Thus, Draco felt a strong desire to prove himself. If he could best Harry Potter, would it not signify his superiority over this so-called savior? Moreover, Draco discreetly glanced at Yesh, pondering whether a remarkable performance might capture Yesh's attention and foster friendship. Leave me be. I have no interest in engaging in such childish games. Harry shot Draco a disdainful look, clearly uninterested in any conflict. Just as Draco was about to utter some mocking remarks, he caught sight of Yesh nearby and restrained himself, recalling Yesh's prior warning. Draco was far too wary to test whether Yesh would actually retaliate, as such an encounter would be utterly humiliating. If you dare to compete with me and manage to win, I shall cease my troubles with Neville. What do you say? Surely you won't back down, Harry Potter? The illustrious savior. Let us compete, then. I fear no one, but you must honor your word. Draco's provocation evidently struck a chord, prompting Harry to pivot his broom and ascend once more into the sky alongside Draco. Harry, don't act impulsively. Hermione, having overheard their exchange, anxiously attempted to intervene, but was ultimately too late. Damn it, she muttered under her breath, swiftly redirecting her broom toward Yesh and Madame Hooch. What are these two rascals up to? Madame Hooch noticed the two soaring figures and furrowed her brow in displeasure. As newcomers, she allowed a certain degree of boundary pushing, but their actions clearly crossed the line. At such speeds and altitudes, did they fancy themselves professional Quidditch players? Madame Hooch, Yesh, you must stop Harry and Draco. They're about to race to see who can fly faster. Hermione interjected, her expression fraught with concern. Goodness, those troublesome children. As soon as Yesh witnessed their ascent, he surmised their intentions, fully aware that these two adversaries would never be found soaring together in harmony. Madame Hooch, I leave this to you. I will keep an eye on them to prevent any mischief. Without waiting for a response, Yesh took off on his broom, pursuing the two rising youngsters. The broomstick wielded by Yishu was none other than the latest model, the Nimbus 2000, complemented by his exceptional piloting skills, which allowed him to soar through the air with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already darted far ahead. Potter, is this all you can muster? With such a pace, all you can do is trail behind me. Above the clouds, two young boys flew further apart, with Malfoy in front and Harry closely in tow, merely a body length separating them. Harry's speed evidently surpassed Malfoy's expectations. He could hardly fathom that Harry could stay right on his tail, even showing signs of overtaking him. Damn it, I refuse to lose to you. Malfoy cursed inwardly as he slightly pressed down on the broomstick's handle, causing it to plunge downwards. Harry, unwilling to back down, swiftly altered his course to pursue even more fervently. This moment clearly illustrated that Harry's broom riding skills were superior to Malfoy's. The two unfortunate children were undeterred by the risk of falling. Yishu, closely following behind, observed the exhilarating chase between the two and chuckled, shaking his head. He had no intention of intervening. After all, he was confident he could swoop in to rescue them should they encounter peril. Youth without exuberance is a waste. Children will always have their rebellious phases. Let them enjoy their wild antics. At worst, they could be disciplined later. They must learn that while certain actions are permissible, they come at a cost, one they must be prepared to bear. Intriguing. It seems these two little rascals are about to face some trials. As he beheld the impending obstacle ahead, a sardonic smile crept across Yishu's face. Chapter 16, Peril. Harry, you useless fool, why don't you speed up? Malfoy, feeling the pressure of Harry's relentless pursuit, continued to hurl insults, masking his anxiety with bravado. He had underestimated the situation. He had assumed he could easily leave Harry behind, leading him on a merry chase. But he was taken aback by Harry's formidable flying prowess, which hinted at the potential to surpass him. If this continued, how would Malfoy maintain his pride and pretense in front of Harry? Forced into a corner, Malfoy resorted to a barrage of taunts in an effort to rattle Harry's composure and to disrupt his flying speed. Yet this tactic proved futile. Harry's expression remained as calm and steady as a tranquil lake, showing no sign of being affected by Malfoy's jibes. Growing up with the Dursleys, Harry had endured daily insults and the abuse from his cousin, making Malfoy's petty insults utterly insignificant. Initially driven by desire to protect Neville from bullying, Harry's competitive spirit had now been ignited. After all, he was a Gryffindor lion, known for its fierce nature. However, just as Harry prepared to gather his momentum and overtake Malfoy, his expression suddenly shifted as he glanced ahead, his eyes wide with terror behind his glasses. Malfoy ducked. With a startled exclamation, Harry sought to alert Draco ahead of him. Harry Potter, do not think for a moment that I would fall for such tricks. he scoffed, filled with confidence. However, Draco remained fixated on Harry's position, wary of any potential overtaking, completely oblivious to the impending danger ahead. When he heard Harry's warning, he dismissed it as an attempt to distract him. Yet upon glancing back forward, he was met with the startling sight of a flock of birds that had suddenly appeared in their flight path. Within the grounds of Hogwarts lies the Forbidden Forest, home to a myriad of creatures, including flocks of various birds. It seemed that this group had just returned from a hunt. The proximity of the two was such that, in the fleeting moment Draco turned, the birds were already upon them. Damn it, Draco cursed, gripping his broom tightly, attempting to maneuver it to avoid the impending collision. Regrettably, he overestimated his flying prowess. Managing to evade 2 or 3 birds was his utmost limit. The fourth bird struck him directly in the face, obscuring his vision. With both parties soaring at tremendous speeds, the force of the impact sent him hurtling away from his broom, flung high into the air. "Draco!" Harry cried out, instinctively reaching to rescue the flung boy, but found himself in no position to help. Faced with this dire predicament, Harry remarkably adjusted his mindset. His gaze fixed intently on the approaching flock as he sought an escape route while deftly steering his broom to avoid the birds. "Good grief. What on earth are you doing?" Madame Hooch observed from the ground, her face a mask of despair as she witnessed the chaos unfolding above. She had never anticipated that a mere contest between 2 mischievous boys could escalate into such calamity. With Draco colliding with a bird at high speed, Madame Hooch could scarcely fathom his condition. That his head was not instantly obliterated was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, more infuriating to Madame Hooch was the demeanor of Lee Jordan. While the 2 boys faced peril, he lingered nearby, fully capable of rescuing them and scathed with his expertise on the broom. Yet he chose to remain passive, watching the unfolding crisis. What was his intention? As she observed Draco plummeting through the air, Madame Hooch gritted her teeth, preparing to take flight herself. Regardless of whether Draco was to meet a grim fate or emerge as a fool, he at least deserved to have his body intact. If he were to crash to the ground, he would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere smear. Preserving his remains would at least afford the Malfoy family some semblance of closure. As an adept flyer, Mrs. Huichi was acutely aware of the terrifying force of impact. In her mind, she had already sentenced Malfoy to death. However, just as she was about to act, she halted abruptly, for Yi Shu, who had remained motionless in midair, finally stirred. Contrary to Mrs. Huichi's expectations, Malfoy was not rendered unconscious or killed by the collision. Instead, a faint luminescence shimmered around his body, as if protecting him from within. Not only Malfoy, but even Harry, who was busy evading the flock of birds, exhibited the same phenomenon. Were it not for this, Harry's arm would surely have been shattered by the earlier impact. As Malfoy plummeted, he let out a piercing scream after a moment of stunned silence. Utterly forgetting his next move, a competent adult wizard, even when knocked off a flying broom, would instinctively call for their broom or employ a high-level spell, such as apparition, to avoid a fatal fall. Yet, Malfoy was merely 11 years old and overwhelmed with fear. His mind was a blank slate. In that moment, flashes of his brief life flickered through his consciousness, and he realized that, for the past 11 years, he had seemingly experienced not a shred of freedom. For over a decade, he had sought his father's approval, tirelessly striving to excel. Upon entering Hogwarts, his initial desire to befriend Harry Potter stemmed from a wish to prove that even a renowned savior could be his ally, perhaps even his subordinate. After becoming embroiled in animosity with Harry, he persistently provoked him, aiming to demonstrate that the so-called savior was nothing extraordinary in the presence of his illustrious pure-blood Malfoy lineage. All of this was to show his father that he could bear the weight of the Malfoy name and become a worthy and noble pure-blood wizard. Malfoy was acutely aware of how little regard Harry and his peers held for him, but he was indifferent. All he desired was his father's recognition and the honor of his family. Yet, just moments ago, as he was hurled by the flock of birds, what did he witness? Harry Potter, whom he had deliberately provoked time and again, had risked being struck by the birds to extend a hand of assistance to him? Malfoy pondered deeply. If their roles were reversed, would he save Harry Potter? The answer was a resounding no. Not only would he refuse, but he would also wear a contemptuous smile as he watched his rival perish, using the incident as fodder for mockery and boasting in the future. How laughable! How utterly absurd! What did he think of himself? Did he truly consider himself a savior? Who desired his salvation? Who craved his friendship? Tears streamed from Malfoy's eyes, scattering into the air like delicate droplets of sorrow. Just as he thought he was about to be thrown to his demise, a hand grasped his collar, halting his descent. Malfoy raised his gaze, and there before him was the handsome visage of Yishu. Bathed in sunlight, Yishu's face became an indelible image etched into Malfoy's memory. Chapter 17. Still adoring your unruly nature. Thud. Malfoy was unceremoniously tossed onto the lawn by Yishu, producing a dull thud. Even with Yishu's protective spell, the impact left him somewhat dazed, sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Madame Hooch and a group of new students rushed to Malfoy's side, their faces etched with concern. After a brief examination, they discovered that Malfoy had suffered no significant injuries, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. It shouldn't be possible at such high velocity. A collision like that would surely deform even metal, yet he remained unscathed. This was utterly illogical. Madame Hooch was perplexed, struggling to comprehend why Malfoy had emerged unharmed. Oh no. The only injury he incurred was for being thrown to the ground by Yishu. Beside her, Yishu rolled his eyes. This was the magical world. After all, what logic was there to discuss? Stop fretting, Madame Hooch. I cast a protective spell on them. That minor damage is negligible. Yishu elucidated the doubts swirling in her mind. Oh, finally, you proved to be somewhat reliable. That last moment nearly frightened me to death. However, when did you cast the spell? I didn't see you draw your wand. Madame Hooch exhaled in relief. Malfoy's safety allowed her to finally relax. After all, he belonged to a pure-blood wizarding family, one of the esteemed Sacred 28. Any incident in her class would be a burden far beyond her capacity to bear. Madame Hooch, your entire focus was on these two boys. It's no wonder you missed me casting the spell. Yishu retorted, having employed a newly researched method of spell casting, though he had no intention of revealing that to Madame Hooch. Indeed, Madame Hooch nodded, momentarily appeased by his evasion. By the way, where's Harry? It suddenly dawned on her. While Malfoy had landed safely, Harry was still soaring above. Madame Hooch, I'm here. I'm fine. Harry, deftly maneuvering his broomstick, landed smoothly before the group, emerging unscathed from a swarm of birds, having navigated through them with remarkable agility. Harry, you're incredible. You managed to avoid all those birds without a single collision. The only one you hit was while rescuing someone else. Yet, that's far superior to some individuals who were knocked down from the very beginning. Had it not been for Senior Yishu's timely intervention, some might have met a grim fate. Ron and Hermione, who had been closely monitoring Harry, witnessed firsthand how he skillfully piloted his broom through the flock, narrowly escaping several perilous situations. Ron pondered, if they were to encounter such a situation, they would have surely plummeted from the skies. His words were laced with genuine admiration for Harry, yet also intended to deliberately insult Malfoy. He anticipated that Malfoy would erupt in fury, but to his surprise, Malfoy remained unusually silent. How peculiar. Had he been rendered speechless? Ron leaned closer to Harry, gesturing towards Malfoy and whispering. Typically, after such mockery, Malfoy would have leaped up, pointing and cursing at him. Yet now he was mute, as if transformed into a different person altogether. More importantly, one must learn to safeguard oneself while maneuvering a broomstick. It is crucial to recognize that the skies are not devoid of dangers. Numerous birds, and even ferocious dragons, soar above, and should one encounter inclement weather, one must remain vigilant against the threat of lightning strikes. When flying at high speeds, it is imperative to take protective measures. Otherwise, even the smallest of birds could claim your life. Remember, flying and drinking do not mix. If one flies recklessly, tears will flow for loved ones. Our dear Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy serve as prime examples. Fellow students must not emulate them, for not every instance will someone be there to rescue you. Thank you, Senior Yishu. Harry expressed his heartfelt gratitude upon reaching Yishu, although he had skillfully evaded the massive flock of birds due to his remarkable flying prowess. Without the protective charm that Yishu had cast upon him from the outset, his arm would surely have been rendered useless. No need for thanks. Do not forget, I am currently the assistant headmaster, and protecting you newcomers is my duty. Thank you, Senior Yishu. At that moment, the previously silent Malfoy quietly approached Yishu, bowing his head in thanks. Though his voice was barely audible, Yishu still caught it. This elicited a raised eyebrow from Yishu, who found it rather astonishing. Malfoy, that obstinate lad, had actually expressed gratitude? It appeared he had indeed been quite frightened. However, despite Malfoy's newfound docility, Yishu realized he preferred the once rebellious version of him. Don't think that your expressions of gratitude will absolve you of this matter. Madame Hooch, these two miscreants engaged in an unauthorized duel, nearly leading to serious consequences. I believe a reprimand is necessary. Otherwise, other students may follow suit, undermining the rules. At this, Madame Hooch's lips twitched, contemplating that when it comes to disregarding rules, Yishu would likely place second in Hogwarts, with no one surpassing him. Did he not recall the numerous outrageous antics he had perpetrated over the past 3 years? Yet, in front of so many new students, Madame Hooch was reluctant to undermine Yishu's authority, especially since a resolution was indeed warranted. Indeed, these two have been rather reckless. Yishu, how do you propose we deal with them? Madame Hooch passed the responsibility back to Yishu, trusting he had already formed a decision. Let's see. Both Gryffindor and Slytherin shall each lose 10 points. Oh no, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the new students of the two houses. While Slytherin remained relatively unscathed, Gryffindor, due to Harry's actions, had already been penalized by Professor Snape, losing 5 points. Now, once again, because of Harry, they faced another deduction. The first-year students cast resentful glances at Harry, their expressions filled with grievance. Little ones, consider this a warning, should such incidents occur again. The repercussions will extend beyond mere point deductions. Trust me, there are many places within the house that you wouldn't dare to venture into, should you repeat this misstep. Heh! Yishu's chilling laughter caused the new students to instinctively shrink back. Chapter 18. The Corner of the Robe. The private flying competition that the two had arranged was abruptly concluded due to unforeseen circumstances. However, it was evident to the discerning observer that in terms of flying prowess, Harry Potter surpassed all expectations. Malfoy seemed preoccupied, lost in thoughts unknown. Perhaps he was disheartened by his defeat, frightened, or perhaps for other reasons, which remained a mystery to outsiders. You have arrived. Such a commotion. Though I may be of advanced age, my senses are still keen. How could I possibly be unaware of it? These little ones are indeed quite raucous. Youth is truly a blessing. In our day, we were not much better. On a high platform at Hogwarts, the long-haired and bearded Dumbledore stood alongside Professor McGonagall, quietly observing the unfolding events on the lawn. The earlier commotion had been too pronounced to ignore. From the chaotic flight of the two students to Malfoy's subsequent shriek, prompting even the reclusive Dumbledore to emerge for a glimpse of the excitement. Speaking of which, Potter's flying skills are quite impressive. This must be his first encounter with flying lessons. Yet he flawlessly navigated through the flock of birds. Such talent is beyond the grasp of many Quidditch players. Professor McGonagall wore an expression of astonishment. As a member of his own house, she paid particular attention to Harry's earlier performance, which she had witnessed in its entirety. After all, he is the son of James Potter, who was an exceptional Quidditch player in his day, garnering numerous accolades. It appears that Harry has admirably inherited his father's virtues. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with wisdom, interspersed with a hint of profound nostalgia. Indeed, he had always remembered Harry as the prophesied one, yet he had nearly overlooked the remarkable legacy of his parents. Tell me, McGonagall, if I were to summon Mr. Potter to join the Quidditch team, do you suppose he would excel? Professor McGonagall suddenly expressed a whimsical thought. If you were to proceed with that, I have no doubt that our young prophesied one would not only become the youngest Quidditch player in Hogwarts history, but also deliver an extraordinary performance. Dumbledore replied with a mysterious smile, as if he had already envisioned the future. Is that so? McGonagall murmured softly, her expression suggesting she had reached a certain decision. Yet, in comparison to Harry's remarkable display, my attention was more keenly directed towards Yishu. Oh, Yishu, what has he done now? Professor McGonagall was puzzled. It seemed that Yeso had been quite well-behaved lately, and there hadn't been any reports of disturbances within the school. Surely, he had not engaged in any unruly behavior. It's nothing, merely a curious discovery, Dumbledore remarked, enigmatically, as they prepared to leave. The wind was strong, and being of advanced age, they were not suited to such gusts. Dumbledore offered no further explanation, and McGonagall did not press him for more details. After decades of friendship, they were well aware of each other's dispositions. If Dumbledore chose not to divulge something, no amount of inquiry would yield results. Before departing, Dumbledore cast a glance toward a corner of the college that belonged to Slytherin. It was deserted, save for a fleeting glimpse of a familiar black robe that swiftly vanished from sight. Sighing, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall disappeared from view. Yes, ho, wait for us, called out a trio of students after class. Hold on, we need to speak with you. Yeso had intended to leave and continue his research into new magic, but the group of three had intercepted him. What's the matter with you three? He inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Yeso, it's about. Ron began, but was interrupted by a playful punch from Hermione, who sought to prevent him from speaking out of turn. The classroom had just emptied, and many students surrounded them. Ron's lack of discretion could lead to unwanted attention. Hermione, we have something to ask you. Are you available? Hermione's face flushed slightly as she leaned closer to Yeso, speaking softly. Well, Since you've stopped me, I suddenly find myself with time to spare. Moreover, how could I refuse a request from our charming Hermione? Yeso winked at her, causing her cheeks to redden further. At the tender age of 11, Hermione, a girl on the brink of adolescence, had already begun to grasp the complexities of affection. Yeso's striking looks and his reputation as the most talented wizard of a century only enhanced his allure in the eyes of many, including Hermione, who was inevitably drawn to him. The four of them found a secluded spot, ensuring they were alone. Now then, what is it you wish to discuss? I assume you haven't gotten yourselves into trouble and require my assistance? Yeso half-joked, half-seriously, aware that these three youngsters were likely to create their share of mischief in the future. No, Yeso, it's like this, Harry began, recounting the events that had transpired, including their speculations. Ah, I see, Yeso replied. Yishu rested his chin upon his hand, his expression contemplative. Little did he realize that all of this was well within the foresight of the venerable Dumbledore, who had orchestrated every move before him. The notion of seizing the wizard was, without a doubt, a foolish fantasy, setting aside the guardianship of Dumbledore within the Academy. Should events unfold as they did in the original tale, Harry would be beyond his capacity to contend with. At this moment, Yishu's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. He understood that all that Harry had spoken of was merely a shadow of Voldemort's clandestine machinations. All right, children, I'm already aware of what you have discussed. Do you recall the words of Headmaster Dumbledore at the welcome feast, cautioning us that the corridor on the right side of the third floor is off-limits? Therefore, I advise you to focus on your studies, leaving other matters to the professors in the school. Yishu affectionately ruffled Harry's hair before departing, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances. Chapter 19. The Youngest Seeker. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone was known to but a handful within the Academy, so the general populace remained oblivious to the fact that a room on the third floor concealed an artifact capable of granting immortality. The news that set Hogwarts abuzz that day was Harry Potter's appointment as the Seeker for Gryffindor, marking him as the youngest Quidditch player in the history of the institution. Indeed, Professor McGonagall sought out Harry that very day, extending an invitation for him to join Gryffindor's Quidditch team. Initially, Harry was filled with trepidation, fearing that Professor McGonagall's summons was due to his clandestine duel with Malfoy, which had already cost Gryffindor 15 points. Should further deductions occur, it would undeniably place them at the bottom of the standings. Do not assume that Professor McGonagall, as the head of Gryffindor, would spare her own house from punishment. As head, her foremost duty was to administer fairness across all four houses. Snape remarked, "Why do I feel as though someone is calling my name?" Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize. Professor McGonagall escorted Harry directly to Professor Quirrell's defense against the Dark Arts class, where she summoned Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, away from his lesson. With McGonagall's endorsement, Harry successfully joined the Quidditch team, becoming a member, though the specifics of training would commence the following day. However, within merely half an hour, the news spread across the Academy through the whispers of students and the tales of the resident ghosts. The youngest Seeker in Quidditch history was already a tremendous honor, not to mention the illustrious reputation of Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Additionally, Harry's exemplary performance in the first flying lesson, where he adeptly navigated a flock of birds, further amplified his renown within the school. Soon, the entire Academy was aware of the development. Yet, despite joining the team, Harry did not share the expected elation. Although he had demonstrated remarkable flying talent, he had never engaged in Quidditch before and was uncertain of his ability to fulfill this role. Fortunately, Hermione, one of the trio, led Harry to a secluded corner of the Academy, where the honors of all Quidditch players throughout history were displayed. To Harry's astonishment, his father, James Potter, was among them. This revelation filled Harry with newfound confidence, dispelling his previous apprehension. The staircases within the Academy were known to shift unpredictably. This had been duly warned by the heads of the houses on their first day. As they stepped onto the staircase, which began to transform behind them, Hermione was the first to sense something amiss. However, by then, there was no turning back. "Harry, Ron, look!" Hermione exclaimed, pointing ahead. "What? That's just a door. There's nothing else." Ron replied, bewildered. Hermione cast him a dismissive glance, clearly uninterested in conversing with someone of his limited intellect. Harry's reaction was noticeably quicker. He immediately grasped Hermione's implication. "Indeed, it's there." With that, he boldly approached the corridor's grand door and pushed it open. To their dismay, the interior was shrouded in darkness, cluttered with debris, and littered with dust and cobwebs. "Oh, there's nothing here. Could Senior Yesh be deceiving us?" Ron questioned. "Impossible. Don't forget, Professor Dumbledore mentioned this as well. It's just that no one paid attention." Hermione countered. "But how do we explain this? The trio appeared bewildered, uncertain if they had entered the wrong room. Meow. Oh no, it's Filch's cat. Run. This was Mrs. Norris, Filch's feline companion, wherever she roamed. Filch was certain to follow. In a moment of urgency, the three dashed deeper into the room, where a massive door loomed in the darkness. It's locked. We can't get in. Harry tugged at the door handle with all his might, but it remained steadfastly shut. Stand aside, Hermione declared, stepping forward with her wand aimed at the lock. Alohomora. With a click, the lock turned, and the previously sealed door swung open. Without hesitation, the trio rushed inside. What are you doing, Mrs. Norris? Come on, there's no one here. Once inside, they were met by Filch, who limped in holding a lantern, scanning the room before exiting with Mrs. Norris in tow. Alohomora? When did you learn that? Ron asked, exhaling a sigh of relief as they heard Filch's footsteps retreating. He turned to Hermione, astonished. We started together. How come you secretly mastered spells we can't? Are you trying to outshine us? Don't blame me. Harry doesn't know either, right, Harry? As they exchanged hushed arguments, they turned to find Harry standing frozen in place. Harry, what is wrong? Ron and Hermione stared at him in disbelief. Could it be that he was frightened by Mrs. Norris? Harry wasn't that timid. I have finally come to understand why this room must be locked. It is not merely to prevent intruders from entering, but rather to ensure that the entities within do not escape. Harry's voice trembled slightly as Ron and Hermione followed his gaze, their pupils constricting in unison the next moment. Chapter 20. I solemnly swear I mean no harm. As the air fell into an abrupt silence, a faint snoring filled the room. Before the trio stood a colossal black hound, indeed a gigantic creature, towering nearly 3 meters in height, and most astonishingly, it possessed 3 heads. This monstrous hound was tethered in the center of the room by a thick chain, sprawled out in such a way that it occupied half the space. However, it seemed that the arrival of Harry and his friends had disturbed it. The previously gentle snoring ceased instantly, and the 3 heads slowly opened their eyes. Thump, thump, thump. Despite its massive size, the black hound moved with remarkable swiftness, rising to its feet in an instant, its 3 mouths simultaneously parting to reveal gleaming white teeth. Yet, in the next moment, it closed its jaws, its nose twitching as if it had detected a familiar scent, its expression shifting to one of confusion and a hint of eagerness as it leaned closer to Harry. Although the hound did not display any overt aggression, the trio was nonetheless frightened and turned to flee, throwing open the door with all their might. How terrifying! Why is there such a fearsome beast inside? Did you see that? Did you see? It has 3 heads. What is the school thinking, locking such a dangerous creature within its walls? Once they had escaped, Ron, still shaken, complained as he walked. That large dog was standing atop a trapdoor, indicating that it was part of a guard mechanism, or perhaps the first line of defense. Hermione, ever the intellectual among them, deduced the situation with remarkable accuracy in a brief span of time. Thus, the item the Gringotts thieves sought must lie within this very room. If they realized that it had been taken by Hagrid, they would undoubtedly attempt to infiltrate Hogwarts. Moreover, I find it perplexing why the hound initially seemed poised to attack us, only to become calm thereafter. It was as if we possessed something that intrigued it. Rendering it docile, Harry furrowed his brow, his young face awash with contemplation. Indeed, these are enigmas, but Hermione's expression darkened. If you two do not mind, I shall retire for the night. I fear that if you concoct any schemes, we may find ourselves in grave danger. Perhaps even worse, we might be expelled. With that, she stormed off towards the girls' dormitory, genuinely shaken. Before coming to Hogwarts, she had merely been an ordinary girl from a Muggle family, having never encountered a 3-meter-tall, 3-headed hound. In the Muggle world, such a creature exists solely within the realms of myth and legend. In the dimly lit chamber, as the stench of death wafted before her, Hermione felt an overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the massive hound. Though fear gripped her, her strong-willed nature compelled her to suppress any acknowledgement of her trepidation. Instead, she unleashed her frustration upon Harry and Ron, for it was the only way to mask her true feelings. Could she not discern which was worse, death or expulsion? Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances as they observed Hermione storming away, struggling to comprehend the source of her ire. Feeling the tension in the air, Ron could only comment on Hermione's earlier misstep in a futile attempt to lighten the mood. After a moment of shared understanding, the two departed as well. Time was slipping away, and the ever-watchful Filch, that limping old curmudgeon, was known to patrol the corridors with his lantern, ever eager to catch students in violation of school rules and thus gain favor from the administration. Naturally, Harry and his friends would not provide him with such an opportunity. As the trio dispersed, the dormitory corridors returned to their nocturnal tranquility. Moments later, a figure materialized from the air, none other than Yishu, who had cast an invisibility charm upon himself. These three little rascals were indeed restless. Aware of the lurking dangers, they still dared to venture forth. It was a hallmark of protagonists, or they would surely have been caught by Filch by now. Yishu shook his head. Earlier, the three-headed beast, Fluffy, had ceased its assault upon sensing the familiar scent of Yishu among Harry and the others. Fluffy, a creature nurtured by Hagrid, had grown accustomed to Yishu over the past 3 years, even forming a bond closer than that with Hagrid himself. As a remarkable being of the magical world, Fluffy's intelligence was not to be underestimated. Upon catching Yishu's scent, it would not recklessly attack. Thus, unlike in the original narrative, Harry and his friends did not narrowly escape the chamber with their lives. "Let me see what you are up to," Yishu murmured as he produced a piece of parchment from his pocket. To the untrained eye, it appeared blank, seemingly devoid of purpose. "I solemnly swear I mean no harm," he intoned softly. In the next instant, lines began to materialize upon the once blank parchment, and soon, it revealed itself as a map of Hogwarts. This was the Marauder's map, crafted by James Potter and his companions, which had been confiscated by Filch and kept in his collection. According to the original tale, it was stolen by the Weasley twins and gifted to Harry. However, fate had now placed this map in Yishu's hands, and one could only imagine how he had acquired it. Filch would never fathom the means. "Let me see what you are up to," Yishu thought, and, as if in response, a name appeared on the map, accompanied by a series of moving footprints below. "Found you, Professor Quirrell. It seems you're indeed up to no good." The name that emerges on the Marauder's map is that of Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts instructor. However, the map indicates that he is not currently in the staff quarters, but is making his way towards the Forbidden Forest. It is rather curious that, at such a late hour, he would venture into the depths of the forest. This is clearly not a mere stroll. One must remember that he is now under the influence of Voldemort. How intriguing. Is he preparing to hunt a unicorn for Voldemort, allowing him to consume its blood to prolong his own life? Since sleep eludes me, I shall follow him and consider it a nocturnal promenade. With the Marauder's map tucked away, Yishu vanished once more, pursuing the location displayed on the map. Chapter 21, Desolation. The Forbidden Forest is the first forbidden zone within Hogwarts, not because it harbors treasures, but due to its immense dangers. Within the forest dwell an abundance of magical creatures and extraordinary races. The centaurs, the eight-eyed giant spider Aragog, and the unicorns, revered by wizards as symbols of purity, are but a few of the inhabitants of this dark woodland. Nevertheless, even the formidable centaurs and Aragog are not invincible within this perilous realm. They merely occupy their own secluded corners. The Forbidden Forest has existed for countless ages, predating the establishment of Hogwarts, filled with towering trees that one could scarcely embrace. In this forest, even the most innocuous sapling or wildflower may be a disguise for powerful magical beings, necessitating utmost caution with every step taken. Even the mighty Dumbledore and the ever-familiar Hagrid tread lightly, wary of the lurking dangers. Particularly at night, the forest transforms into a haven for numerous high-end predators, which hunt within its depths to satiate their hunger and bloodlust. Were it not for the magical barrier surrounding the forest, these ferocious creatures would have long since ravaged the outside world. Hogwarts was built adjacent to the Forbidden Forest, partly for the abundant magical resources it provides, and partly to monitor and suppress the creatures within, preventing them from breaching the barrier and causing chaos. Yet, amidst the perilous surroundings of the Forbidden Forest, a figure wanders. Clad in a flowing black robe that drags through the muddy ground, this figure resembles a ghost gliding through the night. He strides past the lakeside over hills, and through thickets, seemingly in search of something. At last, he halts, and before him appears a magnificent creature. Before him stands a creature of purest white. Though it is inaccurate to simply call it a horse, for atop its head rests a single horn. Even in the dim light of night, its snowy mane emits a gentle luminescence. This is a unicorn, a symbol of purity and goodness, representing all that is beautiful in the wizarding world. No wizard would ever wish to harm such a creature, and should they seek to collect anything from it, they would do so with the utmost care. However, upon encountering the unicorn, the shadowy figure in the black cloak lunged forward with remarkable swiftness. Although the figure moved with great speed, the unicorn was equally swift, having continuously navigated the perils of the dark forest, ever vigilant against lurking dangers. This sudden attack resulted in the black-cloaked figure grasping at nothing but air. With a rapid clattering of its pristine hooves, the unicorn bolted into the distance, sensing a life-threatening peril emanating from the cloaked figure. Avada Kedavra! Yet, the dark figure had anticipated this moment, and, in an unknown instant, brandished a wand, casting a spell that struck the unicorn directly. The first of the 3 unforgivable curses. The killing curse. With a resounding thud, the galloping unicorn collapsed heavily to the ground, sending a spray of earth into the air. After a brief convulsion, it lay motionless. With a swift motion, the cloaked figure leapt atop the unicorn, sinking his teeth into its neck, causing crimson blood to spatter in an instant. He was, in fact, drinking the unicorn's blood. How grotesque! From a distance, Yi Shu, concealed in the shadows, observed this scene with a look of disdain. It was truly pitiful to see the Dark Lord reduced to such a state. In all honesty, when compared to the first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, Voldemort fell woefully short in many respects. The most fundamental difference was his gravitas. At the very least, had Grindelwald faced such a fate, he would not have chosen to cling to life in such a wretched manner, but rather would have met his end with dignity. In the modern wizarding world, 2 Dark Lords have emerged consecutively. The first was Grindelwald, and Voldemort was the second. Although the chaos instigated by Voldemort and the terror he instilled in the wizarding community surpassed that of Grindelwald, in terms of stature, he could not compare to his predecessor. The so-called king in the eyes of his Death Eaters, the harbinger of dread to the outside world, now found himself in such a pitiful predicament that should anyone witness it, they would surely reconsider their previous notions. At this moment, Voldemort existed merely as a wraith. He could only possess others to regain the ability to act freely. For those who wished to confront him and test their mettle against the legendary Dark Lord, this was indeed a prime opportunity. However, Yi Shu did not entertain such thoughts. A withered camel is larger than a horse, despite Voldemort's current misery. One could not dismiss the possibility of his having laid contingency plans. Moreover, with Voldemort having created 6 Horcruxes, along with Harry, there were 7 in total. Without first destroying these Horcruxes, one could not truly vanquish Voldemort. To act recklessly now would merely expose oneself without purpose. Though Yi Shu possessed ample confidence in his current abilities and believed he could escape even if he could not defeat Voldemort, confidence does not equate to arrogance. Why step into the limelight and risk exposure when discretion is the better part of valor? After several minutes, Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, finally satiated his thirst. He slowly rose from the ground, while the once pristine unicorn lay before him, its skin sunken, clearly drained of its lifeblood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chilo steadied his resolve and ventured towards the outskirts of the dark forest. Outside the school, he scoured the area and ultimately stumbled upon a colossal creature towering at 5 meters. This creature, known as a troll in the wizarding realm, boasts a massive physique and immense strength, resembling a giant. However, unlike giants who possess human-like intelligence, trolls are devoid of any semblance of wisdom, living a savage existence akin to that of beasts. If one were to examine the weighty 20-pound head of a troll, one would scarcely find an ounce of intellect within. Wherever trolls roam, devastation ensues, leaving destruction in their wake. They are akin to primitive humanoid brutes from a bygone era. Their formidable combat prowess instills fear in wizards who, without adequate preparation, may find themselves outmatched. Consequently, wizards harbor a deep-seated aversion and dread towards trolls, erecting barriers to deter their entry into inhabited spaces. Under the watchful gaze of Yi Shu, Chilo deliberately approached the troll and stealthily ushered it into the school to conceal it, departing with a sense of satisfaction. Little did he realize that a pair of eyes had been observing him all along. Chapter 22. Let me guess. The following day, as the sun rose once more, Hogwarts was engulfed in its usual clamor. Aside from Yi Shu, none were aware that the terrifying Dark Lord Voldemort had already infiltrated Hogwarts, nor did they know that a troll had been surreptitiously brought into the school. Even fewer were aware that a unicorn had perished in the dark forest, although some were indeed privy to this knowledge. As students commenced their classes, Hagrid hurriedly sought out Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, trouble has arisen once more," he exclaimed. "Oh, Yi Shu, you are here as well." Within the expansive confines of Dumbledore's office, Yi Shu was busy preparing various items and materials for the day's activities when he glanced up to find Hagrid, his face adorned with a thick beard, displaying an anxious demeanor. "Hello, Hagrid. You appear rather flustered. Do take care not to overexert yourself," Yi Shu remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips. "I had intended to invite you for a hot pot, but it seems that shall have to be postponed, lest you exacerbate your condition after the meal." Sensing Hagrid's purpose for visiting, Yi Shu jested. "Oh, I cannot resist your hot pot. It has been ages since I last savored it. During the 2-month summer break, I attempted to replicate your broth recipe, but heaven knows what went awry. The taste was utterly lacking, Hagrid replied, momentarily distracted from his original intent, swallowing hard as he spoke. Ahem. So, Hagrid, your early morning visit is merely to discuss food? Dumbledore's keen gaze peered over his spectacles, prompting Hagrid to suddenly recall the gravity of his visit. My apologies, I nearly lost track of the matter at hand. Dumbledore, yet another unicorn has perished in the dark forest, once again drained of its blood. This marks the second such incident we have uncovered, although the events within the dark forest remain shrouded in mystery. We can no longer turn a blind eye to this matter. Otherwise, I fear that more unicorns will suffer harm. Hagrid's countenance was marked not only by gravity, but also by an unmistakable sorrow, for one who cherishes all creatures. The demise of these extraordinary beings is utterly intolerable to him. Had the unicorns perished of natural causes, Hagrid would not have reacted so profoundly. Yet, their blood has been drained, clearly indicating foul play. It appears that he has infiltrated Hogwarts. This is not surprising, considering he was once a student of this esteemed institution. And with his adeptness in magic, circumventing the school's various protections to gain entry would pose no challenge for him. Dumbledore sighed, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. Professor, the individual you speak of, is it Voldemort? Though I am unaware of the specifics, I suspect that he is the only one capable of causing you such distress. Yishu remarked, placing his belongings aside and stepping forward to address Dumbledore and Hagrid. Indeed, my child, you are remarkably astute. As you surmised, Voldemort did not perish. The announcement of his death was merely a facade to pacify a turbulent wizarding community. However, from the clues that have now emerged, it is highly likely that he has infiltrated Hogwarts. This is certainly no favorable news. Dumbledore shook his head, exhaling heavily once more. He could even regain his former might and once again dominate this world. Otherwise, I cannot fathom why he would take such monumental risks to enter Hogwarts, especially with you personally overseeing it. To declare Hogwarts as one of the most perilous places in existence would not be an exaggeration. Yishu, confident in his knowledge of the narrative, pretentiously analyzed the situation. My child, I graciously accept your compliments. Furthermore, your analysis is not only valid but entirely correct. To be honest, I am beginning to wonder if you possess prophetic abilities, as you seem to foresee everything. Given this, I shall pose another question. Do you know where I have concealed that object? Once, and only once, I shall grant you this opportunity. Dumbledore raised a slender finger, a playful glimmer in his eye. If I am not mistaken, the object resides within the room at the end of the corridor on the right side of the third floor. In truth, that room would likely remain undisturbed. Yet you boldly announced its existence during the banquet. You are not merely cautioning the new students to be vigilant. More importantly, you are fishing, seeking to draw out Voldemort. Lurking in the shadows, the room on the right side of the third floor corridor was your bait. Professor Dumbledore, have I guessed correctly? Applause erupted from Dumbledore's somewhat frail hands as he clapped gently. Child, you are truly remarkable. Your intellect is indeed a treasure of Hogwarts. Indeed, you are entirely correct. Missing not a single detail. It appears that my decision to nurture you as the successor to Hogwarts was indeed a sagacious one. As a competent leader, one must possess both courage and wisdom, and it is evident, my dear child, that you embody both qualities. Although on paper, Yesho is a student of Ravenclaw, it is well known that Dumbledore frequently summons Yesho to his office for personal instruction. Yesho, I sometimes find myself pondering the nature of your intellect. How is it that you are so astutely clever? Allow me to confide in you that the Chamber of Secrets has been fortified with numerous intricate traps, and most remarkably, even the three-headed guardian, Fluffy, has been removed to ensure its protection. With Fluffy's presence, it seems the safety of the Philosopher's Stone within the chamber is assured. One can only hope. Yesho shrugged and smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. He understood that the night ahead would likely be fraught with unrest. Chapter 23. The Test Subject. Hagrid accompanied Dumbledore into the Forbidden Forest to examine the corpse of a unicorn. They hoped to uncover traces of Voldemort lurking within the remains, but alas, their efforts proved futile. After the destruction of his corporeal form, Voldemort had managed to remain undetected for a decade, demonstrating an extreme level of caution. Moreover, during his time at Hogwarts, he had meticulously erased all traces of his presence. The enchantments he had developed for his physical form possessed considerable destructive potential. And even the reckless Yesho hesitated to experiment on himself with such spells. Thus, the only recourse was to find a test subject. Wouldn't you agree, Wormtail? Yesho turned to the corner, where a large, trembling rat cowered. This rat, substantial in size, about the size of an adult's palm, boasted a sleek coat, indicative of a well-fed existence. It was none other than Ron's pet rat, known as Wormtail in his animagus form. And at this moment, Yeso had taken him captive. Squeak, squeak. The large rat huddled in the corner, emitting frantic squeaks, resembling a truly frightened creature. However, upon the mention of the name Wormtail, its body involuntarily flinched, revealing the tumultuous emotions within. Enough of the charade. Let us be candid. After betraying the Potter family, you feigned your own death and transformed into your animagus form, hiding within the Weasley household for an entire decade. Tell me, during these 10 years, have you ever felt remorse for your former friends, the Potters? Yeso extended his finger, casting the levitation charm to lift the creature before him. Squeak, squeak. Peter continued to struggle, his corpulent body writhing with movements reminiscent of a rat. 10 years, an entire decade spent in the form of a rodent. To be honest, the passage of time was so prolonged that even Peter himself could scarcely discern whether he was a rat or a human. If you dare to feign ignorance once more, I would not hesitate to feast upon a banquet of rodents at noon. Let's not forget, on the very day of my enrollment, I spoke of the delectable preparations of mice. Do not doubt the veracity of my words. There exists nothing in this world that we, the people of the Celestial Empire, cannot consume. Should you remain skeptical, feel free to put it to the test. As he spoke, Yishu conjured an array of utensils, an eclectic collection where Western cutlery comprised but a mere fraction, overshadowed by the diverse array of kitchen tools from our homeland. Upon the manifestation of these items, the diminutive figure of Peter Pettigrew trembled more violently. Observing his continued denial, Yishu nonchalantly brandished a sharp knife, directing it toward the opponent's throat. Under the illumination, the blade glimmered with a menacing sheen, unmistakably a weapon capable of delivering fatality. As the edge drew perilously close to his neck, seemingly on the verge of severing his carotid artery, the small creature ultimately capitulated. No, please do not consume me. I confess, I am indeed Peter Pettigrew. The palm-sized rodent swelled rapidly into the form of a short, plump man, his prominent buck teeth glaringly apparent. Ah, I had thought you possessed more fortitude. Yet here you are, surrendering so swiftly. But then again, had you truly been so resolute, you would not have betrayed the Potter family to Voldemort in the past. Yishu did not attempt to mask the scorn and derision in his gaze. How did you recognize me? Pettigrew inquired, bewilderment etched upon his features. I transformed into a mouse and concealed myself among the Weasley family for a full decade. They lived alongside me daily and never uncovered the secret. How could you possibly know? My animagus form has never been revealed before strangers, nor have I registered it with the Ministry of Magic. Logically, no one should be aware. The confusion in Peter Pettigrew's eyes was palpable. Oh, I am privy to many things that are beyond your comprehension. Not only do I know of your betrayal of the Potters, but I'm also aware of how you framed Sirius Black for that crime, leading to his unjust imprisonment in Azkaban for a decade. Tell me, if he were to learn you were still alive, do you think he would not seek vengeance? Even if Sirius remained confined, do not forget Remus Lupin. Compared to you, this cowardly creature, those two are the true brothers of James Potter. I dare say, should the news of your survival reach them, their expressions would be quite the spectacle. Yishu's lips curled into a knowing smirk, hinting at the dire consequences that would ensue should the other two learn of his existence. The diminutive figure recoiled, fear etched upon his visage. Please, I beg of you, if you spare my life and keep my survival a secret, I shall serve you faithfully. Surely, you brought me here for a purpose, whatever your command. I shall obey without hesitation. In a moment of utter submission, Pettigrew knelt before Yishu, devoid of any pretense. After years of survival at any cost, he deemed notions of pride and brotherhood mere illusions. The preservation of his own life was the only reality that mattered. Oh, those are your own words. Indeed, I willingly offer everything for you. The diminutive star nodded fervently, as if fearing that Yishu might retract his words at any moment. Very well. Then, lie down on that stone bed in the center of the room. Yishu commanded with a pointed gesture. What? You want me to lie on the bed? What do you intend to do? I have no such proclivities. The expression on the little star's face was quite vivid. He clutched his trousers tightly, struggling to suppress his tears. Curse be you. Infuriated by the little star's words, Yishu waved his hand dismissively, sending the rotund figure crashing against the wall. A spurt of blood erupted from the little star's mouth, his face a portrait of agony. Have you looked in a mirror lately? Do you truly believe I would be interested in someone of your appearance? You are not worthy. If I were to seek companionship, it would be with a woman whom I adore, not with you. Now, immediately lie down on the bed, under Yishu's grim command. The little star dared not utter another word. He bore the pain of his injuries and obediently reclined on the stone bed. Chapter 24. Until next time. In the room of unfulfilled wishes, the air was filled with the explosive sounds of diverse magical incantations, occasionally punctuated by the cries of a man in distress. This process persisted for a full half-day, continuing until the students were about to conclude their day's studies, at which point Yishu reluctantly ceased his endeavors. Time flies, and evening is fast approaching. I have only discovered fewer than 10 correct pathways for casting spells. This pace is rather sluggish. Were it not for your incessant movements and lack of cooperation, I could have uncovered many more correct incantations. Stop feigning death, with me here to sustain you. You shall not perish. Yishu kicked the little star, who had unknowingly fallen to the ground, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. During the earlier experimentation, the little star had resisted violently several times, hindering Yishu's progress. You are a devil. Who are you really? How is it possible for you to develop such an unfathomable method of spellcasting? At that moment, the little star, aside from fatigue and pain, bore an unmistakable look of terror. After being subjected to Yishu's experimentation, he finally comprehended the nature of his actions. He was, in fact, pioneering a new method of spellcasting, one that does not rely on wands or any external objects. Even the god of magic, Merlin, could not achieve such a feat yet. This young Eastern man before him had accomplished it. Not merely a singular method, but within half a day, he had successfully formulated 7 or 8 correct spells utilizing his own physical form. Of course, this came at a considerable cost. The little star's body was shattered time and again. Were it not for Yishu's continuous use of magic and potions to heal him, the little star would have perished countless times by now. Though the physical injuries could be healed, the psychological scars remained indelible, akin to those tormented by a curse, typically manifesting as a lifelong nightmare. Though the diminutive Wormtail betrayed Potter and ensnared Sirius, even aiding Voldemort's resurrection thereafter, his actions render him a faithful minion of the villainous. However, this does not justify Yishu's reckless experimentation upon him. Should Yishu's deeds today become public knowledge, he would undoubtedly be branded a dark wizard, leaving him with no refuge within the wizarding world. At that juncture, the title of the most formidable genius of a century would not only fail to shield him, but could also lead to his demise. Both Grindelwald and Voldemort possess talents that eclipse the ordinary. Yet, when compared to the extraordinary skills displayed by Yishu, they seem woefully inadequate. Should Yishu tread the path of dark wizardry, the already skittish wizarding community would undoubtedly strive to extinguish him in his infancy. Well, the hour grows late. Today's experiments shall conclude here. As for you, Yishu cast his gaze upon the crumpled Wormtail, who shuddered in terror, squirming like a plump maggot towards the corner. Fear not. I have invested so much into my experiments that I have no intention of ending your life. Truly? You truly will not kill me? Wormtail, overwhelmed with joy, recognized the peril he had narrowly escaped and had grasped the secret of how his adversary wielded spells physically. He had expected certain death, yet the prospect of his release filled him with a mixture of elation and bewilderment. Once I have spoken, my word is as binding as the strongest oath. I assure you, I shall not harm your existence. After all, I intend to continue utilizing you for my experiments. If you were to perish, where would I find another such splendid specimen? With that, Yishu drew his wand, aiming it at the despairing figure of Wormtail. No, just kill me outright. You fiend, you are a devil. I shall expose you. Even if I am cast into Azkaban, I will reveal your secrets. To surrender oneself for self-incrimination may result in mere imprisonment within Azkaban, a fate far less dire than falling into the hands of another, where existence itself may become a torment. Wormtail sought to flee, yet his prowess paled in comparison to Yishu's, having lived as a rat for a decade. He dared not reveal his true form, resulting in stagnation of his abilities. Rest assured, soon, very soon, you shall forget all of this. All shall be void. Ah! A chilling scream echoed from within the room of requirement, only to be succeeded by an eerie silence. Moments later, Yishu emerged from the school corridors, dragging the unconscious form of the rat, and unceremoniously discarded him in a secluded corner before striding away. Ron, what troubles you? That evening, all grades gathered for supper. Harry glanced at the listless Ron beside him, presuming he was disheartened by the events of the day. Earlier, Hermione had showcased her exceptional spell-casting skills, and her deliberate displays of prowess had left Ron feeling diminished, prompting him to quietly mock her after class. Unexpectedly, Hermione followed closely behind them, and all of Ron's words were heard by her. Angrily, she stormed off, refusing to acknowledge their presence. My scabbers, Ron pouted, his face a portrait of displeasure. Scabbers? What has happened to your large rat? Just now, I saw him awake, yet he appeared utterly listless, as if fatigued. Even his gait seemed somewhat limping. Harry, do you think someone has poisoned my Scabbers? Who could it be? Could it be Malfoy, since only he would engage in such despicable acts? No, wait. I just offended Hermione this afternoon. Could she possibly be involved? And then there's Filch's cat. Whenever it sees Scabbers, its eyes light up. Might it be coveting him? Oh dear, who could be responsible for such a thing, not sparing even a mere mouse? I hope I do not discover who it is, or else. Ron intended to utter a threat, but upon reflection, he realized that none of the three individuals he mentioned were ones he could confront. By the way, where is Hermione? Upon mentioning her, Harry suddenly realized that he had not seen Hermione since the afternoon. During the day, she might have been studying in the library or elsewhere, but now that mealtime had arrived, her absence was peculiar. A vague sense of unease stirred within Harry, as if something ominous were about to transpire. Chapter 25, A Little Golden Figurine Ode to You. Are you searching for Hermione? Parvati interjected, stating that she had been in the bathroom all afternoon, crying. Neville, having overheard their conversation, approached them. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and a flicker of guilt crossed Ron's eyes. Having been at school for nearly 2 months, their relationship had grown quite amicable. While he found Hermione's arrogance irksome, he could not deny her remarkable capabilities. Reflecting on it now, he realized he had perhaps been a tad excessive. Suddenly, the doors to the hall were flung open, and Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, rushed in. Panicked. A troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to be informed. With that, he stumbled towards the platform, his face pale with fear, before fainting on the floor. The students in the hall, whether first-year newcomers or 6th and 7th-year veterans, stood momentarily stunned before erupting into screams and shouts. They had all heard tales of trolls. Even fully grown wizards would likely struggle against one, let alone these inexperienced students. If they were to accidentally encounter a troll, their small frames would hardly suffice to fill its tooth gap. Such theatricality. It would be a disservice not to award you an Oscar. However, for a professor of defense against the dark arts to be so terrified by a troll, he certainly had no sense of dignity. In the Ravenclaw common room, Yishu remained seated at the dining table, calmly indulging in the delectable fare before him. It must be said that the cuisine at Hogwarts was indeed of the highest caliber, offering a unique flavor that stood in stark contrast to the dishes of his homeland. As he savored his meal, he cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Quirrell, filled with contempt. Quirrell's demeanor often exuded timidity and a certain neurotic disposition. And although many wizards exhibited eccentricities, having such a person serve as the professor for the crucial defense against the dark arts course was undeniably a disgrace to Hogwarts. Silence. Dumbledore rose and bellowed in a deep, commanding voice, magically amplified to drown out the raucous clamor of the students within the hall. Yishu covered his ears and turned to glance at Dumbledore, noting with amusement the old man's remarkable vitality despite his advanced age. Truly, his constitution was impressive. Students, remain calm. As Dumbledore directed, the students from the 4 houses settled down, orderly making their way to the dormitories under the guidance of their prefects. Meanwhile, the professors followed Dumbledore towards the basement, though no one noticed that Snape had stealthily slipped away through a small door amidst the chaos. Yishu, however, merely observed with a fleeting glance before returning his focus elsewhere. With Snape's involvement, he was confident that even if Voldemort attempted to act, it would surely be in vain. Dumbledore and his entourage hurried towards the basement, while Harry and Ron, recalling that Hermione was still in the girls' bathroom, pivoted and sprinted in that direction. Unfortunately, their luck seemed to falter, for as they neared the bathroom entrance, they encountered a gigantic troll dragging a massive club. Its immense form cast a long shadow in the light, the thudding of its steps resonating heavily with each movement. To Harry and Ron's growing despair, the creature was headed straight for the bathroom, where Hermione was still inside. What do we do, Harry? Despite the commotion, the bond of friendship among the three was genuine, and Ron's face was etched with urgency. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the girls' bathroom, the sound of destruction echoing within. Clearly, the troll had discovered Hermione and was now attacking her. Let us charge in. Ron placed his hopes on Harry, yet Harry too had little recourse. As the troll entered the bathroom, he could only lead Ron into the fray. Hey, you big elf, look over here. Upon bursting into the bathroom, they were met with the sight of shattered stalls, though fortunately, Hermione had managed to crouch down and evade the troll's assault. In their haste, the 2 boys hastily picked up debris from the floor and hurled it at the troll, but their feeble attempts merely tickled the creature's hide. It wasn't until Ron landed a solid blow to the troll's face that it finally took notice of them. which regrettably meant that the troll's wrath was now directed squarely at them. In the spacious washroom, a tumultuous scene unfolded as three little ones, mere first graders, found themselves in a precarious situation against a giant troll. Lacking mastery over many spells, they were hardly a match for such a formidable foe. Initially, they attempted to leverage their diminutive stature to evade the troll, but it was not long before they succumbed to its might. Were it not for the fortuitous luck bestowed upon them by their status as protagonists, a less fortunate soul would have surely met their demise at the hands of the giant. Yet, fortune does not favor the brave indefinitely. Soon, the trio found themselves cornered, trapped in a dire predicament, as the troll raised its massive club, ready to deliver a crushing blow that would surely reduce them to a mere puddle of flesh. A familiar voice pierced the tension, and in an instant, the menacing troll was transformed into a lifeless stone statue. "You three certainly know how to create a commotion." Yishu, wand in hand, addressed the startled children with a teasing tone. "Senior Yishu." The faces of the trio brightened with relief for a fleeting moment. They believed they were on the verge of bidding farewell to this world, only to have their hopes rekindled by Yishu's timely arrival. A cacophony of footsteps approached, revealing Dumbledore and his entourage, who had pursued the troll-esque trail. "Headmaster, the situation here has been resolved." It appears the troll had made its way from the basement. Thankfully, Professor Quirrell noticed it in time. Otherwise, it could have resulted in a rather troublesome scenario for the students. Yishu gestured toward the troll, and then the trio, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. Professor McGonagall's expression was stern as she fixed her gaze upon the three children. Chapter 26. Questions not to be asked by children. Ultimately, the matter involving the troll was subdued by the school, avoiding any significant uproar. Quirrell had intended to divert the professor's attention while he sought to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but he ultimately failed to locate its hiding place. Meanwhile, Snape, while investigating the safety of the stone, inadvertently sustained an injury from the three-headed dog, Fluffy, thus inadvertently harming his own. As for Harry and his friends, despite their unauthorized actions, Hermione was docked 5 points, while Harry and Ron did not defeat the troll as in the original story. Though they did not earn Professor McGonagall's commendation, their courageous actions spared them from punishment. Hogwarts' educational philosophy is not one of rigid adherence to rules. Rather, it champions the notion of bravery and valor. As Gryffindor lions, the ability to boldly step forward to save their comrades is the finest testament to their education. The following day, perhaps to alleviate the fear instilled by the troll incident among the students, Dumbledore waved his hand, organizing a Quidditch match that very day. This marked the first Quidditch match of the academic year, and the new students were filled with anticipation, while even the older students were abuzz with excitement. Should a team secure victory 3 times or more, they would earn the coveted championship trophy, their names enshrined in the Hogwarts Hall of Fame. However, such honors are exceedingly rare. The 4 esteemed houses continuously nurture remarkable talents, each boasting its own distinguished representatives, and none can guarantee their teams will achieve uninterrupted victories. The most recent recipients of this honor were the Quidditch team, led by Harry's father, James Potter. Early in the morning, students from the 4 houses gathered for breakfast, animatedly discussing the Quidditch match that was about to commence. Yet, amidst the excitement, Harry sat alone, idly twirling the fork in his hand, his expression one of distraction. He felt a tumult of nerves. Despite his exceptional flying skills and the knowledge imparted to him by Oliver Wood a few days prior, who even praised his promising performance, the impending match as his first true appearance left him undeniably anxious. "Have some more bread. You've hardly eaten," Ron remarked, accurately noting Harry's lack of appetite. "You'll need plenty of energy today." Sensing Harry's preoccupation, both Ron and Hermione offered words of encouragement. Although their circumstances differed from the original tale, where Harry and Ron had saved Hermione, the mere act of supporting one another had rekindled their bond, perhaps even stronger than before. "But I'm not hungry at all," Harry replied, pouting in resignation. "Good luck today, Potter." A deep voice jeered from behind the trio. They turned to find Severus Snape, wearing a mocking smile and gazing down at Harry with disdain. As Harry looked up, the familiar face from his childhood re-emerged in Snape's memory, and recalling the latter's past Quidditch accomplishments ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Why must he resemble that face? Why must he excel in Quidditch? "You truly are insufferable, Potter." Snape's desire to further taunt evaporated, and he hurriedly strode past the trio, limping slightly as he departed. "Blood?" Hermione turned her head in confusion. "I suspect last night Snape attempted to distract the 3-headed dog, only to be bitten," Harry conjectured. "Why would he provoke a Cerberus?" Hermione quickly grasped Harry's implication. "But how could that be? He's a professor after all." Indeed, Snape held the position of a professor and was the head of Slytherin House. The reasoning behind his actions remained the greatest enigma among them. Before the trio could ponder further, Hedwig, Harry's owl, swooped in, clutching a large package in its talons. The package landed gracefully into Harry's hands. Is it that early for mail? This is the first time someone has sent me a package. Harry was filled with confusion. His only relatives were the Dursleys. Setting aside the fact that this group of people would never send him anything, even if they wished to, they wouldn't know how to find his address. Let's open it and see. Perhaps there will be a delightful surprise. Suddenly, Yesho appeared, sitting beside the three. Without a moment to greet him, they hurriedly began to unwrap the package. Is it a flying broomstick? Harry wondered. How could anyone send him a flying broomstick when there were plenty at school? Oh my goodness. Harry, this is not just any broom. It is the latest model. The Nimbus 2000, the very same as Senior Yesho's. Ron instantly recognized the broom's origin, his eyes sparkling with undisguised admiration. But who could it be? Could it be you, Senior Yesho? The three turned to Yesho, as it seemed he was the only one at school who was well-connected enough to gift such a broom. Don't look at me. I didn't send it. Yesho replied. If you want to know who did, just see where Hedwig is. He gestured towards the high platform. Harry followed his gaze and saw Hedwig perched in front of Professor McGonagall, who was affectionately stroking her feathers. Noticing Harry's gaze, Professor McGonagall looked at him with a warm smile, and in that moment, Harry understood everything. His heart swelled with gratitude, though he maintained a calm demeanor, merely nodding at Professor McGonagall. Some things do not require excessive words. Harry was fully aware of Professor McGonagall's kindness. Therefore, he would let his actions prove that she had not misjudged him. He picked up food from his plate and stuffed it into his mouth. He needed to eat well to have the strength for the upcoming match. By the way, Senior Yesho, with your impressive flying skills, you must be the captain of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, right? Ron, the unfortunate child, suddenly asked, causing Yesho, who had been smiling, to transform his expression instantly. He slapped Ron on the head. Mind your manners, eat your food, and refrain from asking inappropriate questions. With that, he left with a scowl. Chapter 27. What the hell? Why? What did I say wrong? Why did Senior Yesho hit me? Ron, with his mouth full of food, wore a perplexed expression. He thought he was merely asking a normal question. Ron, I advise you not to mention this in front of Yesho, understand? This is a sensitive topic for him. If you don't want trouble, keep your mouth shut. Ron's brother Percy, with a mischievous smile, watched his sibling get scolded, clearly in the know. Why? Isn't that just a normal question? Ron threw up his hands, feeling somewhat innocent. In any case, if he wanted to avoid trouble, he should not ask or even bring it up. Percy put down his cutlery and slowly stood up, unwilling to explain further. Just as he had warned Ron, inquiring about this matter was taboo. Speaking carelessly here would also be a transgression. Do not presume that your position as the head of Gryffindor grants you immunity. Should Yeshu overhear your gossiping here, he would undoubtedly deal with you. In the entire Hogwarts, aside from the headmaster and professors, there is no one that Yeshu would hesitate to confront. Harry Potter. A familiar voice echoed behind the trio. Harry turned to see none other than Malfoy. Malfoy? What do you want? Don't forget you lost to Harry, Ron declared, putting down his food and glaring at Malfoy with hostility. Step aside, this does not concern you. Malfoy's two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, stepped forward to block Ron's path. Ron instinctively recoiled, a hint of fear crossing his face. Malfoy paid no heed to the altercation among them, not even glancing at Ron, and strode directly to Harry Potter. First, I must thank you for saving me previously, although I do not appreciate your interference. Secondly, do not think that winning against me once ensures your perpetual victory. The Quidditch match is merely a form of entertainment. The true contest among wizards extends far beyond Quidditch. Potions, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts. These are the arenas in which a wizard truly excels, and I shall defeat you openly in these subjects. Lastly, I wish you a safe descent today, for your opponent is none other than our Slytherin. With that, Malfoy did not spare a glance at the expressions of the trio and left with his cronies. What is his problem? Ron frowned, muttering curses at the departing Malfoy. Forget him. Harry shook his head, sensing an unfamiliar change in Malfoy today, though he could not quite pinpoint what it was. As time passed, the first Quidditch match of the semester commenced. The lush green pitch was bordered by a vast stadium, with 16 enormous stands adorned in the colors of the four houses. Students from all four houses, along with numerous professors, filled the stands, their excited cheers resonating throughout the Quidditch field. In contrast to the students, the professors, while enthusiastic, maintained a more restrained demeanor, preserving their authoritative image in front of their pupils. Among them, only Yeshu appeared conspicuously out of place. His face was dark, brimming with anger. Every time a Quidditch match unfolded, he could not suppress his frustration. The reason was simple. The professors forbade him from participating. The rationale was straightforward. When Yishu became overly excited while flying, he would inevitably adopt an exaggerated pose on his broomstick, a sight that would elicit cheers from the students. However, the professors deemed this pose detrimental to the students, and thus, in unanimous agreement, they stripped Yishu of his eligibility to compete. Consequently, at every Quidditch match, Yishu was condemned to sit in the stands, watching others take to the field, which left him in no mood for cheer. His skills could easily outshine everyone else. Damn it, why is this the case? It is utterly unfair. Casting a glance at the professors surrounding him, Yishu curled his lip in evident reluctance. Oh, here it comes. Go Gryffindor! Slytherin shall triumph. Amidst the thunderous cheers from the stands, the players from both teams soared into the sky on their enchanted brooms. The match followed a knockout format, with Gryffindor facing off against Slytherin in this inaugural Quidditch game of the Hogwarts semester. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the highly anticipated Quidditch match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. As the commentator's voice resonated through the stands, the atmosphere of the Quidditch match ignited with fervor. The two teams, comprising a total of 14 players, circled the pitch before settling into their respective positions at the center. The players took their places, and it was then that Madame Hooch entered the field to declare the commencement of the match. With determined strides, Madame Hooch approached the center of the pitch, where a box containing 3 different types of balls awaited her. I hope today's match is fair and filled with excitement, she proclaimed. With that, she kicked the box open, and as it sprang ajar, the quaffle and the golden snitch ascended into the air. Remember, the golden snitch is worth 150 points if the seeker catches it. The match concludes. Next, she retrieved the final ball from the box, the bludger. The bludger soared into the sky, and the match commenced. As the bludger made its appearance, the players swiftly mounted their brooms and began to vie for possession, except for the seekers from both teams, who remained still, scanning for the elusive golden snitch. All they needed was to locate the snitch. Regardless of the points accumulated, surrender was their only fate. This was the singular duty of the seekers. The match unfolded with remarkable intensity, and under the leadership of Oliver Wood, Gryffindor scored the first 10 points. Unfortunately, Slytherin's tactics were reminiscent of a brutish approach, lacking any semblance of sportsmanship or fair play. The Slytherin captain first knocked Oliver unconscious with a heavy blow and then, with a coordinated assault from several players, incapacitated another Gryffindor player. Under Slytherin's shameless strategy, the numbers of Gryffindor dwindled rapidly. Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up as he caught sight of the golden snitch flitting before him. If he could seize it, victory for Gryffindor would be assured. Chapter 28. I am wronged. Just as Harry was about to pursue the golden snitch, his broom inexplicably became uncontrollable. Harry's Nimbus 2000 swayed erratically in the air, seemingly influenced by some mysterious force, and ultimately he was thrown from his broom, precariously clinging to it. A gasp arose from the stands, as spectators were astonished that Harry Potter could not even manage to control his broom. Ron furrowed his brow. Worry etched across his face as he watched Harry dangling in midair. Hermione remained silent, her eyes subtly shifting as she lifted her telescope to gaze towards the opposite stand. What met her gaze was Severus Snape, fixated on Harry's broom, intently murmuring incantations. Some simple spells, although cast without a wand, required unwavering focus on the target and continuous recitation of the incantation. Snape was undoubtedly engaged in this practice. Ron, it's Snape. He is casting a jinx on Harry. What? Has he lost his mind? Why would he do such a thing? How would I know? What should we do? Harry is about to fall. Just wait. I will think of something with that. Hermione's petite figure darted down the stand, racing towards Snape. Whether it was Harry, precariously wobbling in midair, or Hermione, hastily descending the stands, or Snape and Quirrell, engaged in their rapid, spell-casting duel atop the platform. All of this unfolded before the watchful eyes of Yeshua. He chose not to intervene. After all, with Snape present, despite his outward disdain for Harry, deep down he cared for him. After all, he was Lily's son. And though he might loathe Harry's resemblance to James, those eyes, identical to Lily's, struck a poignant chord within Snape's heart. He would never choose to stand by and watch him perish. Oh, what has happened to Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall, her face etched with concern, had invited Harry to join the Quidditch team. Should anything happen to him, she would carry the burden of guilt. Do not worry, Professor McGonagall. Perhaps he is merely struggling to adjust to his new broom. Moreover, with Gryffindor having lost several matches, it is only natural for Harry, being a first-time player, to feel a bit anxious. Consequently, it is not entirely implausible for his broom to misbehave. Rest assured, Harry is an exceptional boy. he will surely regain his composure swiftly. Yeshua offered a reassuring smile to Professor McGonagall. As the assistant to the headmaster, he shared the stand with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Let's hope for the best. Professor McGonagall murmured, her worry unabated. As for Dumbledore, he seemed to sense something amiss, casting a dubious glance towards the adjacent stand where Snape and Quirrell were situated. Unfortunately, the proximity of the stands and the enthusiastic cheers of the spectators captivated everyone's attention, obscuring Dumbledore's view. Suddenly, a chorus of gasps erupted from Snape's stand, accompanied by the acrid scent of burnt fabric wafting into Yeshua's nostrils. It was Hermione, seizing the moment to stealthily approach Snape's seat, who had ignited the hem of his robes with a spell. Amidst the ensuing commotion, Snape frantically extinguished the flames on his robes, his mind racing with irritation at the sudden mishap. Thankfully, the disturbance caused Quirrell, who had been casting the jinx, to lose his balance and tumble from his seat, interrupting his spell, thus relieving Yeshua of any further concern for Harry's safety. As Harry soared once more upon his enchanted broom, Snape, irked, flicked his scorched robes and took a seat in the stands. Unbeknownst to him, the very individual he had aided was regarded by his companions as the perpetrator of Harry's tribulations. Yet, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent to such perceptions. With Quirrell's interference no longer a concern, Harry swiftly ascended on his broom, casting a glance around the sky until the glimmering golden snitch caught his eye. However, the Slytherin Seeker was hot on its trail, poised to capture it at any moment. Without a second thought, Harry steered his broom directly into the fray. With a resounding clash, the two collided midair, neither yielding an inch. Whether spurred by gratitude toward Professor McGonagall or fueled by indignation against Slytherin, Harry, typically averse to confrontation, displayed an unprecedented tenacity. Go, Harry! Triumph over him. Harry seized the golden snitch. The air was filled with exuberant cheers, for the fate of Gryffindor in this match hinged upon Harry's performance. The golden snitch, imbued with its own will, suddenly veered downward, diving towards the ground. Without hesitation, both Seekers pursued, but as the ground loomed closer, the Slytherin Seeker's resolve began to waver. Damn it, he cursed, realizing the imminent impact, and pulled back from the chase. In stark contrast, Harry did not decelerate. Instead, with his rival out of the way, he accelerated towards the earth with unwavering focus. Had he lost his sanity? Ron gasped from the stands, alarmed at the speed. It seemed Harry might collide fatally with the ground. Many spectators covered their eyes, bracing for the grim spectacle that was to unfold. With a whoosh, as the broom zipped past, the crowd opened their eyes to witness an unexpected turn. Harry did not crash as anticipated. Instead, he clung tightly to the broom, minimizing friction with the ground. Then, in full view of the spectators, he gradually rose upright, extending a hand towards the elusive golden snitch, which remained tantalizingly out of reach. Without hesitation, Harry stepped forward, positioning himself at the very front of the broom. This shift disrupted the broom's balance, sending Harry hurtling forward. Fortunately, he was close enough to the ground to avoid serious injury. Upon regaining his footing, Harry clutched his stomach, feigning nausea, eliciting tense expressions from the crowd, unaware of what had transpired. Finally, the golden snitch emerged from his mouth, resting quietly in his palm, signaling the conclusion of the match. Well done. Excellent work, cheered Lee from the stands. Truth be told, Harry's talent on the broom was indeed remarkable, a fact Lee could not help but acknowledge. However, Yishu soon discerned something amiss. Whether it was Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, or Madame Hooch, who presided over the match on the lawn, all were gazing at him with profound significance. Yishu understood the meaning in Professor McGonagall's eyes. You rascal, you've led my students astray. To his astonishment, they seemed to believe that Harry's flying posture was something he had taught. This was an unfathomable injustice. In the original narrative, Harry had captured the golden snitch in precisely that manner, securing victory in the match. Why are you looking at me? I truly did not instruct him to do that. I am wronged. Yishu lamented, his face a mask of indignation. Not only was he barred from participating in Quidditch, but now he was being slandered, truly a case of being unjustly accused. Chapter 29. Shall we have hot pot tonight? Hagrid, when you have a moment, please prepare the ingredients. We shall indulge in a hot pot tonight. Oh, thank Merlin. At last, you're preparing hot pot. I've been anticipating this for quite some time. The weather is growing colder, making it the perfect occasion for such a feast. Truth be told, had I not become acquainted with Yaya and Lu Wei, I might have tempted you with the exquisite taste of dog meat. No, Yishu, you must not entertain such thoughts about them. They're my dear friends. Rest assured, I have no intentions of feasting upon them. While we, In our homeland, partake in a multitude of creatures. We do not consume those to whom we have formed attachments. Should I encounter other dogs outside of school one day, I shall ensure you experience that flavor. It will be unforgettable. Wait, are you saying other dogs taste delicious? Indeed, trust me. Although the food at the academy is plentiful, Yi Shu, as an Eastern individual, remains accustomed to the delights of Eastern cuisine, a fact that even reincarnation cannot alter. Under Yi Shu's influence, Hagrid's palate had become quite discerning, especially after the unjust blame placed upon him during today's Quidditch match, which left him seething with frustration. Wait, Yi Shu and Hagrid, hold on, we need to speak with you. Just as the two were deep in discussion, a familiar voice echoed behind them. Oh, it's you three little rascals. What brings you here? His imposing figure made him appear somewhat unapproachable, and his usual disheveled attire did little to elevate his status as a gamekeeper, resulting in few students desiring to befriend him. Among the students, aside from Yi Shu, who was an anomaly, only Harry and his companions found a rapport with him. There is something we simply cannot share with anyone else, so we have come to you. Harry gasped for breath, having sprinted to catch up with Yi Shu and the others, unaware of how long they had run. What is it? Pray tell. Do not say you have found yourselves in trouble again. Oh, you're truly a replica of Yi Shu. The incident with the troll was but a short time ago, and you are already causing another ruckus. Hagrid assumed the trio had once again stirred up mischief and hoped to assist them in extricating themselves from the consequences. Hey, Hagrid, consider this your opportunity to rephrase your words. What do you mean by my replica? Do you still want to indulge in hot pot tonight? Yi Shu asked with a stern expression, realizing that the new students had all taken him as a cautionary tale. No, we haven't caused any trouble. It's Snape. He intends to harm Harry. Ron, ever the impulsive one, blurted out the trio's private suspicions. Children, refrain from making wild accusations. Why would Snape cast a curse on Harry? There is no rationale behind it. Hagrid shook his head dismissively after listening to their accounts, rejecting their claims. Who knows? If he is innocent, why provoke the three-headed dog? The three-headed dog? Are you referring to Fluffy? How do you know about him? Hagrid inquired, puzzled. As his three-headed canine had been borrowed by Dumbledore before the school year commenced to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Fluffy? Does that beast even have a name? Hermione was taken aback, observing Hagrid's familiarity with such a fearsome creature, wondering if it truly belonged to him. Wait a moment, you three little rascals. Did you sneak up to the third floor? I recall that Headmaster Dumbledore declared that area off-limits, did I not? Furthermore, I have warned you before that some matters are beyond your purview. The professors will handle them. At that moment, Yi Shu interjected, interrupting the ongoing conversation among the group. Yi Shu Sr., the crux of the matter does not lie in our trespassing to the restricted third floor, but rather in what guards it. Snape has set his sights on it. Hermione cleverly attempted to redirect their focus. What? Are you suggesting that Snape aims to steal that item? That's utterly preposterous. He is a professor at Hogwarts and has no reason to undertake such actions. Hagrid's face began to show signs of impatience. In his view, Snape had no justification for such behavior, for he held knowledge that others did not. But why would he cast a curse on Harry? I read in a book that one must keep a keen eye on the target, and that is precisely what Snape is doing. Indeed, Hermione and Harry chimed in unison, both firmly convinced of Snape's dubious intentions. It was no wonder they harbored such suspicions. Since Harry's enrollment, Snape had consistently targeted him, a fact evident not only to the trio, but to others within the school as well. Moreover, on the day the troll invaded Hogwarts, Snape conveniently sustained an injury, further clouding his innocence. Enough, you three. Furthermore, you harbor some misconceptions about Snape. Admittedly, as you surmised, he does seem to have a particular focus on Harry. But there are reasons for this. In due time, you will come to understand the rationale behind it. As for the notion that Snape seeks to thieve the Philosopher's Stone, that is purely a misunderstanding on your part. Just remember this. Snape is aligned with Dumbledore and would not act against the interests of the school. Although he has made poor choices in the past, he has since reformed. Yi Shu stood resolutely, addressing the trio with gravity. What? The Philosopher's Stone? Dear Senior Yi Shu, are you implying that the item preserved by Professor Dumbledore is known as the Philosopher's Stone? Clearly, Harry and his companions instantly grasped the crux of your statement. As for the rest, who can say whether they truly absorbed it? Oh, Yi Shu, how could you disclose such a confidential matter? This is a serious issue. Alas, this is not my concern. If Dumbledore wishes to address it, let him come to you. Hagrid was taken aback, never expecting that a long-hidden secret would be revealed by Yi Shu to 3 first-year students. Chapter 30. The Enchantment of Eastern Cuisine. Rest assured, Hagrid, There will be no significant repercussions. Yishu waved his hand dismissively at the trio and then began to nudge Hagrid's substantial frame, preparing to depart. No, Yishu, are you truly unconcerned about divulging what Dumbledore has safeguarded? Hagrid appeared somewhat anxious, for this matter is deemed confidential within school. Well then, instead of fretting over trivialities, why not ponder what flavor of hot pot to have for dinner? Spicy? Mushroom? Or tomato? I crave the spicy kind. Nothing beats the thrill of a spicy feast. Hagrid, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, was easily swayed by Yishu's words, casting thoughts of the Philosopher's Stone aside. The Philosopher's Stone? Did you hear that? Senior Yishu mentioned that the item hidden by Dumbledore is called the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione, do you know what that is? After Yishu and Hagrid departed, Ron immediately turned his gaze towards Hermione, convinced that this erudite classmate must possess some knowledge. You ask me? Who should I inquire of? My knowledge is limited to what I have read. As for what I have not encountered, it is far too vast. The Philosopher's Stone must be documented in some tome. Though I have yet to come across it, let us head to the library at once and search through the volumes. With that, Hermione left the two laggards behind and strode purposefully towards the library. You can't be serious. More reading? Ron furrowed his brow. He'd rather face death than read. Which is precisely why, despite his wizarding lineage, his academic performance was mediocre. Come on, let us go find it. Perhaps we will uncover the answers we seek. Harry urged Ron to keep pace with Hermione. That night, in Hagrid's cozy hut, Yishu and Hagrid were seated around the crackling fire in the center of the room. However, instead of a teapot, a cauldron hung above the flames. Indeed, it was the very cauldron used for brewing potions. Yet at that moment, it contained not a potion, but a delectable broth for a spicy hot pot. Surrounding them were platters filled with an abundance of meats and vegetables, creating a feast for the senses. Beside the fire, an empty stool stood, its purpose unknown. As the forest keeper, Hagrid often encountered smoldering campfires and remnants of food during his patrols. Thus, to uncover the identity of the poacher, he heightened the frequency of his inspections, ultimately catching Yishu, the culprit, in the act. In the second grade, Yishu had already distinguished himself at school, earning a reputation as a prodigy recognized by the entire institution, including Hagrid. However, the animal-loving Hagrid could not tolerate any harm inflicted upon these delightful creatures. In response to Yishu's actions, he contemplated reporting the matter to the school. Yet, in a moment of unguardedness, Yishu stealthily slipped a piece of roasted meat into Hagrid's mouth. At that instant, Hagrid was utterly captivated. He had savored many roasted dishes and encountered an array of delectable foods in a Hogwarts dining hall. But never in his decades of life had he experienced something so exquisite. In that moment, he even began to suspect that Yishu had cast a spell on him, creating an illusion of flavor. But Yishu calmly reassured him that what he tasted was genuine Eastern delicacy. Oh, and Yishu mentioned that what he had just eaten was a piece of chicken, known in the East as beggar's chicken. Captivated by the allure of Eastern cuisine, Hagrid decided to forego reporting the incident. Indulging in this culinary delight took precedence. As for the creatures that had been consumed by Yishu and himself, surely they would have left this world contentedly if they knew they had been transformed into such a delectable dish. This idyllic routine persisted until one fateful barbecue when Hagrid inadvertently scattered the firewood, igniting the underbrush of the forest. On that particular day, the wind was rather strong, and the flames surged uncontrollably, leaving them no time to extinguish it. At that moment, Yishu's magical prowess was insufficient to quell the inferno, and Hagrid, stripped of his wand privileges due to an incident 50 years prior, found himself utterly powerless in the face of the raging fire. Fortunately, the professors at the school promptly detected the blaze, and with their timely intervention, the conflagration in the Forbidden Forest was swiftly extinguished, preventing any further damage. In the aftermath, the school launched an investigation into the cause of the fire. Hagrid, intending to step forward and take responsibility for the unintentional blaze, was taken aback when Yishu preemptively claimed full accountability for the incident. Thus, Yishu assumed all responsibility for the fire, while Hagrid, devoid of any fault, became the first to arrive at the scene, ready to assist in the rescue efforts. Years ago, as a student, Hagrid had been wrongfully accused and lost his chance to study magic. Even his wand had been confiscated, leaving him with few friends and a solitary existence. Yishu's selfless act indelibly etched itself into Hagrid's heart, solidifying their bond as young friends. From that moment on, Hagrid's humble abode became their culinary sanctuary. Whenever Yishu craved something unique and exotic from the East, he would sneak into Hagrid's cottage, closing the door to prepare in secret. Puffing and crackling, The fire beneath the cauldron blazed fiercely, and soon the broth began to bubble vigorously. "Is it time to add the food?" Hagrid inquired, impatience evident in his tone. It had been far too long since he had tasted Yishu's handcrafted hot pot broth. All right, I see your eagerness. Let us start adding the meat." Yishu replied, deftly lifting a pair of chopsticks with thinly sliced meat and placing it into the cauldron. With a splash, the culinary adventure began. At that moment, the door of the cottage swung open, allowing the crisp early winter breeze to sweep inside, invigorating the atmosphere. Following closely, a figure stepped into the room. "Oh, you too. How rude of you to begin dining without waiting for me. Do you not know that one must wait for the elder to arrive before picking up their chopsticks?" The newcomer removed the hat perched atop his head, revealing a visage adorned with a cascade of white hair and a full beard, none other than Albus Dumbledore, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts. He plopped down onto the empty stool with a look of dissatisfaction, clearly accustomed to dining in this manner. "Look, we anticipated your arrival. Hence the meat is prepared just for you." Yishu cheerfully placed a slice of meat into Dumbledore's bowl, eliciting a smile from the venerable wizard. "Ah, now this is more like it." Dumbledore nodded appreciatively at Yishu's somewhat flattering gesture, appearing to relish the moment. Chapter 31, Speculation. "So what are your thoughts on this?" Dumbledore questioned, his mouth full of the freshly cooked meat, which was scalding hot, causing him to wince. However, it was evident that he was in a weakened state, reluctant to make his presence known in public. A mere call from him could summon a multitude of Death Eaters, heralding the return of the Dark Lord, who would again cast his shadow over the wizarding world. Yet he refrained from such actions, resembling a frightened mouse, only daring to engage in clandestine maneuvers, which underscored his precarious condition. It was plausible that he existed in a spectral state, relying on others or certain objects for survival, given that his physical form had been destroyed a decade prior. This, perhaps, elucidated why they had struggled for so long to locate one another. Yishu picked up a thin slice of lamb, briefly immersed it in the pot, and then dipped it in sauce before savoring it with a look of satisfaction. Not long ago, Dumbledore had divulged the secrets of the Philosopher's Stone and the entire arrangement to Yishu. Although still young, Yishu's involvement in such matters was unconventional. However, Dumbledore believed that excessive protection could hinder a young person's growth. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to allow Yishu to participate, albeit merely as a member of the advisory council. The notion of sending Yishu into a direct confrontation with Voldemort was still too daunting for Dumbledore. Possessing someone? So, whom do you suspect within the school? A student? Or perhaps a professor? At this moment, Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, as if he could slice through the very air. Previously, he had merely assumed that Voldemort had quietly infiltrated Hogwarts after his resurrection, eluding detection. However, Yishu's words sparked a revelation. It was entirely possible that Voldemort had taken residence within another, likely someone with ties to the Death Eaters. It is essential to recognize that Voldemort once commanded a multitude of followers, and following his downfall, these former Death Eaters skillfully evaded the Ministry of Magic's justice by feigning the effects of the Imperius Curse. It is not that the Ministry officials were so naive as to idly watch these malevolent individuals concoct excuses to escape punishment. Rather, the sheer number of Death Eaters was overwhelmingly large. If all were imprisoned in Azkaban, there would not be sufficient space or personnel to oversee them. Furthermore, should they be driven to desperation, even without Voldemort's leadership, a rebellion among them would pose a significant challenge. Thus, with great reluctance, the Ministry turned a blind eye and feigned ignorance, allowing those Death Eaters with lesser crimes to slip through their fingers. This negligence resulted in a considerable number of Death Eaters infiltrating the wizarding community, their true identities concealed beneath layers of deception, leaving no one aware of their dark pasts. Even at Hogwarts, it is quite possible that a former Death Eater has blended into the student body, for the school lacks the authority to scrutinize the memories of others. Who this individual might be remains a mystery, as guessing incorrectly among the multitude of students would be unfortunate. I merely speculate. The truth is yet to be revealed. Yishu shrugged, exuding an air of indifference. He certainly could not elaborate further, as doing so might raise Dumbledore's suspicions. After all, how could it be that he unraveled a mystery that had eluded them for months within just a few days? Could it truly be Snape? Hagrid, his mouth full of food, mumbled. "What? Are you suggesting Snape?" Dumbledore inquired, his gaze sharpening as he struggled to comprehend Hagrid's implication. "It's Harry," they said. Hagrid continued, recounting the events of the day and the various speculations of the trio to Dumbledore. "Impossible. It cannot possibly be Snape. Yet I trust Snape. He would never engage in such treachery," Dumbledore declared, his voice resolute, his conviction in Snape's loyalty unwavering. He understood better than anyone the depth of Snape's love for Harry's mother, Lily. After Voldemort took Lily's life, how could Snape ever consider forgiving him? Should Voldemort dare to confront Snape, Dumbledore believed that Snape's sole desire would be to eliminate him. Oh, if it's not him, then it's certainly a misunderstanding on Harry's part. Clearly, Hagrid held unwavering faith in Dumbledore. If Dumbledore asserted that Snape could not be a traitor, then he was beyond doubt in Hagrid's eyes, as Dumbledore was akin to a deity, having never erred thus far. In truth, the identity of the individual is of little consequence. Their objective is the Philosopher's Stone. As long as the stone remains in our possession, they will inevitably reveal themselves. If we establish a comprehensive plan, perhaps we can capture them in one fell swoop. Yishu spoke of capturing rather than killing, for he understood that as long as the Horcruxes persisted, Voldemort would never truly perish. However, this is something that Dumbledore and the others remain blissfully unaware of. Yishu is correct. Voldemort seeks to utilize the Philosopher's Stone to achieve his resurrection. Therefore, it is inevitable that he will ultimately focus his attention on the stone. Thus, we need only to keep a vigilant watch over it. If the adversary were to attempt to seize the stone during this time, we might prevent unnecessary casualties among the students. After all, this is a school, and while the professors possess considerable strength and are not easily intimidated, Dumbledore's primary concern lies in the potential impact on the students. Rest assured, until we possess absolute certainty in dismantling the traps, I believe Voldemort will not act recklessly. After all, with you stationed here at the school, any clandestine infiltration would be exceedingly perilous. Should he truly reveal himself, he would undoubtedly be courting his own demise. Setting aside his bowl and chopsticks, Yishu wiped his mouth, contentedly patting his full belly. Let us hope for the best. Dumbledore sighed, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of helplessness. He pondered whether he could still manage to thwart Voldemort, considering his advanced age. Chapter 32. The First Horcrux. Meanwhile, some students, who lived far from home or had parents who were away, chose to remain at Hogwarts, such as Harry and Ron, who were engaged in a game of wizard's chess. Hermione, dragging a small suitcase, approached Harry and Ron and spoke. Ever since learning about the Philosopher's Stone, they have been tirelessly searching for clues pertaining to it. Unfortunately, the vast array of books in Hogwarts is overwhelming, and even Hermione has only perused a tiny fraction of them. Yishu had initially thought that by informing the trio about the Philosopher's Stone, he could help them avoid unnecessary detours. However, he was surprised to find that they were still fruitlessly searching. After all, the books in the school do not simply display all relevant information at the input of a name, even if such a feature existed. It was beyond the grasp of first-year students like them. I say, why are we expending so much effort searching for ourselves? We could simply ask Senior Yishu directly. Ron exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. The mere thought of wasting his rare holiday poring over books in a library was unbearable. Hermione rolled her eyes, her face a mask of exasperation. If Ron could think of such a thing, surely she had considered it as well. After their fruitless search, Hermione had intended to seek out Yishu, but unfortunately, he had departed Hogwarts prematurely. Perhaps, Hermione, you could venture into the Muggle world and inquire with Senior Yishu in person, Ron suggested, earning a scathing glance from Hermione. This is a rather desolate little village, with few inhabitants. The young people have long since relocated to larger towns for better opportunities, leaving behind only the elderly. After inquiring around the village, Yishu ultimately arrived at a steep cliff located approximately 4 to 5 miles from Little Hangleton. This small house once belonged to the Gaunt family, one of the 28 sacred families. Indeed, it was the residence of Voldemort's maternal grandfather's family. As one of the illustrious 28 families of the wizarding realm, the once prosperous Gaunt family was renowned for its opulence and extravagance in all aspects of life. Regrettably, the family's wealth had long since been squandered. By the time Voldemort's grandfather, Marvolo Gaunt, took charge, the family had fallen into dire poverty, forced to reside in a dilapidated cottage in the countryside. The walls were encrusted with moss. The roof was adorned with uneven tiles, and decaying rafters were visible throughout. Thick nettles flourished around the house, growing so abundantly that they nearly reached the windows. The windows themselves were exceedingly narrow, their sills thick with layers of ancient grime. The front door was emblazoned with an S-shaped serpentine sculpture, symbolizing the pure bloodline of Slytherin. This shabby, cramped dwelling was the abode of the last scion of the once great Gaunt family. Indeed, there exists no eternal dynasty, nor an indomitable family. After all, not everyone possesses the means to safeguard their legacy. Furthermore, in the pursuit of maintaining their so-called pure lineage, intermarriage among relatives had led to the birth of many aberrations. devoid of the rationality found in ordinary individuals. Gazing upon the dilapidated house before him, Yishu was struck by the poignant history of a once mighty family's decline, his heart heavy with reflection. Yet, this reverie lasted but a fleeting moment, for his purpose in visiting this forsaken estate was far more significant. Gently pushing open the long-neglected door, he was taken aback when, due to years of disrepair, it crashed down into the hall, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. "What on earth?" Yishu exclaimed, furrowing his brow as he quickly cast a cleansing charm, repelling the dust that threatened to envelop him. Fortunately, it was not an ancient castle. Otherwise, he pondered the time it might take to search through its depths. Best to get moving. There are several places still to explore, he muttered to himself, scouring the room for something of value. Moments later, he discovered an antique box hidden in a recess beneath the bed. Shaking it gently, he heard the sound of hard objects colliding within. This must be it. After all, there are no other valuables here. Rising, he opened the box, revealing an antiquated yet somewhat unsightly gold ring. Indeed, the heirloom of the Gaunt family. This ring was steeped in history. It was not only an heirloom, but also housed within a black gemstone, rumored to be one of the fabled Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. Moreover, this ring possessed yet another identity. It was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. To vanquish Voldemort, one must first destroy his Horcruxes. This knowledge was known only to Yishu and Voldemort himself. Even Dumbledore, at that moment, remained oblivious to this secret. Although Dumbledore would eventually discover this truth and embark on a quest to find and destroy the Horcruxes, Yishu, having entered this world, refused to place his hopes in the hands of others. Moreover, in his quest to obliterate the cursed ring, Dumbledore paid the price with his right hand, suffering grievous injuries from the curse. Had he not encountered Dumbledore, he might still be living an ordinary life in the Muggle world, devoid of such extraordinary experiences. Upon entering the school, Dumbledore took great care of him, now even grooming him as his successor. Yishu, with a character that embodies the principle of repaying kindness with profound gratitude, could never allow Dumbledore to fall into the narrative of the original story. With the first Horcrux in hand, the next pursuit was for the second. He placed the ring into his pocket and, employing the disapparition charm, departed from the dilapidated cottage. Chapter 33. The Filthy Thief. Drip, drip. Within the ancient castle, the neglected basement echoed with the sound of dripping water. The damp walls were overrun with green moss, yet remained unattended, exuding an air of desolation. Coupled with the basement's shadowy atmosphere, it painted a rather eerie scene. Tap, tap, tap. However, amidst such silence, faint footsteps could be heard, gradually approaching before coming to a halt, yet no figure was in sight. Clang. The sound of metal striking the ground resonated as the barrier of the underground passage fell. This was the ancestral castle of the Black family. In stark contrast to the dilapidated Gunter estate, the Black family still retained considerable wealth. Just the castle alone could fetch a handsome sum. A shadow draped in a voluminous black robe suddenly materialized. It was Yishu, who had departed from England, after acquiring the first Horcrux from the Gunter family's crumbling abode. He hastened to the Black family's castle. Yishu was aware that another Horcrux, the Locket of Slytherin, had been secretly transferred here many years ago by Regulus Black. The cost of this act was Regulus's life, forever entombed beneath the depths of the Inferi Lake. Yishu's mission was to retrieve the Slytherin Locket, lest it be pilfered by Mundungus Fletcher and subsequently sold to Umbridge. Compared to the risks of thievery at the Ministry of Magic, it was far simpler to retrieve the locket directly from here, especially since the castle was currently guarded only by a house elf. However, due to the presence of the house elf creature, Yishu could only stealthily infiltrate through the underground passage that linked to the outside world. What a bother to reside in such a vast house. He would have to search room by room. Yishu felt quite disheartened, for he had no knowledge of the precise location of the locket, and the castle was immense. If he were to search each room individually, it might take an inordinate amount of time. Moreover, with a house elf roaming the premises, discovery could lead to unnecessary commotion. Resigned, he decided to search room by room, accepting that it would require additional time. Yishu once again concealed his presence and began to scour the expansive castle, traversing from the basement upwards, exploring room after room, yet ultimately found nothing. In this process, he encountered the house elf creature, who, liberated from the oppressive oversight of humans, now resided here in solitude, albeit with a newfound sense of freedom far surpassing his previous state. It seems Creature had mentioned that day when he discovered Mundungus emerging from his cupboard, his arms laden with treasures belonging to Creature. This suggests that the Slytherin locket is likely concealed within Creature's dwelling. The cupboard is indeed the place. Yishu's gaze shifted towards the kitchen, where Creature was dancing bizarrely, exuding an air of leisure. Alas, he had searched every room, neglecting only the kitchen. With this thought, Yishu, cloaked in invisibility, silently stepped outside and let a vase tumble to the ground. Crash! The vase shattered upon impact, scattering fragments across the floor. Who? A startled exclamation echoed from the kitchen. Creature, who had been dancing, instantaneously appeared in the living room, eyeing the broken vase with heightened vigilance. Over the years, the Black family's ancient castle had lost its rightful owner, attracting many with nefarious intentions who coveted its riches. Though Creature was merely a house elf, typically summoned by humans, this treatment was reserved solely for the members of the Black family. Faced with ordinary wizards, Creature showed no mercy. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, Creature possessed formidable magical prowess. His magic distinct from that of wizards, as he could perform spells without the reliance on a wand. This bears a resemblance to the wandless magic that Yishu had developed, yet the underlying principles differ significantly. Throughout the years, under Creature's protection, he had repelled thief after thief, safeguarding the castle's integrity. A vase could not shatter without cause. To Creature, it was evident that yet another thief had infiltrated the castle, intent on stealing what did not belong to them. Thieves, filthy thieves, beware of Creature. Those who dare to invade their master's castle to pilfer shall find themselves captured and tormented until they regret ever setting foot in this place. Creature would seize you. Seize you. In a frenzy, Creature howled within the room, then vanished in a flicker, teleporting throughout the castle in search of the intruder's traces. Now is the moment. With Creature's departure, Yishu hurried to the kitchen, conducting a hasty search before opening a cupboard. Indeed, aside from a disheveled bed, various chaotic items were heaped inside. There it is. Yishu rummaged through the clutter, ultimately uncovering an ancient locket box nestled within the tumult. The surface of the box was adorned with a green serpentine gem, surrounded by engravings of astrological symbols and directional markings, encompassing the measurements of planetary angles and the interconnectedness of astrological knowledge. Were it not for Yishu's diligent studies, another might have failed to recognize the significance of these runes. Additionally, the locket box bore a circular symbol and various other distinct markings, with a long inscription etched upon its back. The pendant box before him was indeed a treasure of Slytherin house, albeit transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort. The second Horcrux was now within his grasp. Yishu gently tossed the pendant box in his hand, his face alight with joy. Each Horcrux he collected brought him one step closer to vanquishing Voldemort. When all the Horcruxes were destroyed, it would herald the end of Voldemort, including Harry. There were 7 Horcruxes in total, reminiscent of the quest to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Yishu shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his features. I found you, you filthy thief. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air behind him. Chapter 34. The Second Horcrux. You wretched thief, how dare you trespass in your master's castle? Your sin is unforgivable. Yishu turned to find a furious Creature standing right behind him. Yes, it is the pendant box. Initially perplexed by how Creature had detected him despite his invisibility, Yishu quickly realized the truth upon seeing the open cupboard and the Slytherin pendant box floating in midair. He had only cast the invisibility charm on his body, leaving the recently acquired pendant box completely visible. Thief, filthy thief. How dare you take this pendant box? Put it down, release it. Upon recognizing the object in the air, Creature's fury intensified. His large eyes widened, gradually filled with a crimson hue, resembling a mad creature in that moment. The significance of the pendant box to Creature surpassed even his own life. He could not allow anyone to steal it. Thief, thief. The diminutive Creature advanced slowly towards Yishu, cloaked in black robes, his hands twisting as he imagined how he might strangle this thief. Creature, calm down. I mean no harm. I merely wish to destroy this pendant box. Do not forget, it was Master Regulus's dying wish for you to destroy it, not to preserve it in safety until now. By doing so, are you not defying Master Regulus's command? From beneath his ample hood, Yishu's voice remained steady. Although he was reluctant to confront Creature, he was prepared to act if necessity arose. Master Regulus commanded Creature to destroy this pendant box. But Creature has tried every method. Creature used water, fire, and even physical force. It remains unscathed. Even Creature's most powerful magic could not destroy it. Creature has failed, powerless to fulfill Master Regulus's task. Creature feels unworthy of Master Regulus, seemingly provoked by Yishu's words. Creature clutched his head with both hands and forcefully slammed it against the ground, his forehead visibly swelling. Stop, Creature! A flicker of compassion flashed in Yishu's eyes. If he did not intervene, Creature, in his current state, would surely injure himself severely. Regrettably, Yishu was not the master of creature, and his loud cries failed to halt creature's self-destructive behavior. Petrify them all. In his desperation, Yishu extended his wand and cast the petrification spell upon creature. In an instant, creature's body became as motionless as a wooden sculpture. Creature, I shall take this locket with me. I will not disturb the other items in the castle. Once the spell is lifted, reflect on the words that Regulus once spoke to you. Do not forget, Regulus died to destroy this locket, and his command was for you to take it and destroy it. By keeping it, you are straying from Regulus's wishes. If Regulus were to learn of this, what do you think his thoughts would be? Although creature was petrified, he could still perceive everything around him, and Yishu's words reached his ears with crystal clarity. Yet, lying motionless on the ground, he could not even blink. I will take the locket to destroy it, fulfilling Regulus's final wish. Once it is obliterated, I shall return the remnants to you as a memento. Yishu rose, casting one last glance at creature before vanishing from the castle with a flick of his wand. The spell had not required much of his magical power, and mere minutes after his departure, creature, still lying inert, began to move his fingers slowly. As the petrification spell was completely lifted, he abruptly sat up, gasping for breath. Thief! Filthy thief! Woe is me, Master Regulus. It is creature's fault. I have failed to fulfill your wishes, and I could not safeguard the treasures you entrusted to me. Creature crouched on the ground, weeping bitterly, tears streaming from his fingers and falling to the floor. Yet, fortunately, it seemed he had absorbed Yishu's parting words, awakened. He no longer sought an end to his existence. Next time we meet, creature will take care of you properly, even if you assist Master Regulus in destroying the locket. Creature will not let you off so easily, thief. Creature murmured to himself, filled with irritation as he made his way toward the kitchen. Suddenly, creature halted, his eyes betraying confusion as he held his breath and listened intently to the sounds emanating from nearby. Thief, you claimed you wouldn't take anything else. Not only are you a thief, but also a deceiver. Creature gritted his teeth, for he had just heard faint footsteps from an upstairs room, and accustomed as he was to such sounds, he realized that a burglar was rummaging through the room. With a whoosh, creature appeared in the upstairs room, only to find that the intruder was not Yishu. Oh, you startle me. It is merely a house elf, he exclaimed. Get out of my way. If you take anything, I shall smash your ugly head. It appeared that an actual thief had now entered the scene, clutching valuable items and stuffing them into their pockets. You filthy creature. How dare you steal your master's precious possessions? Creature is determined to end your life. Enraged, creature disregarded the warnings and continued to approach the intruder. The house elf possesses formidable magic, and creature is powerful enough to have survived the persecutions of Voldemort. Although house elves are not permitted to cast spells without their master's command. Creature's current mission is to guard the ancient castle. Anyone who dares to trespass upon the castle grounds becomes a target for creature's wrath. Thud, 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 bang. A moment later, the anguished cries of the thief echoed through the castle. Chapter 35. Did someone say I'm handsome? Jones, where did you put the colorful lights you bought yesterday? Davis, stop running around here and quickly go to the kitchen to help Evans prepare the food. Oh, Tyler, put that down. You can't carry such a large Christmas tree by yourself. At 17, Vincent Road in London, the household of Miss Andrea is bustling with life. Indeed, this is the place where Yishu grew up, a haven that Miss Andrea dedicated her life to, known as Andrea's Big Family Orphanage. At this moment, nearly 100 individuals fill the orphanage, creating an unprecedented atmosphere of joy. Could he have gotten lost? In the hall, a small girl with golden hair and snow-white skin timidly tugged at the sleeve of a tall boy, shyly asking him, Oh, Lancey, fret not. Everyone gets lost at times. Even your brother Yishu would not stray from his path. After all, there is nothing in this world that your brother Yishu cannot accomplish. The young man, referred to as Thompson, knelt down to patiently reassure the girl he affectionately called Lancey. Ha ha! This remark elicited a hearty laugh from everyone in the orphanage, clearly showing their agreement with Thompson's words. It shouldn't be the case. What misfortune could befall Yishu? Even if McConkey were sold by human traffickers, this lad would surely be unscathed. In fact, the traffickers might even find themselves at his mercy, happily counting their earnings. Ha ha ha! Indeed, this reflects Yishu's style. Another round of laughter erupted, and none seemed to worry about Yishu. After years of camaraderie, his approach to life had become all too familiar to them. Darling, is Yishu truly as remarkable as you say? Why does it seem as though everyone has such unwavering trust in him? Yishu's exploits could fill days with tales untold. If you were to claim he is reliable, he often achieves the most outrageous feats. Yet if you were to argue he is unreliable, Every one of his plans is astoundingly sound. His academic performance is exceptional, earning him substantial scholarships each year, all of which he dedicates to improving the orphanage, allowing us to shelter even more little brothers and sisters. Though I have not heard of the school he attends, the magnitude of the scholarship suggests it must be extraordinary. However, I am quite curious about his performance at school and whether the teachers have been exasperated by him. Haha, the young man is a few years older than Yishu and has essentially witnessed his growth, thus understanding him profoundly. Oh, what you have said sounds fascinating. I am eager to meet your brother. The young woman smiled gently, her face brimming with curiosity. What is this? Even before I step through the door, I can hear discussions about me. I seem to have caught wind of someone praising my handsomeness. It appears you all have missed me. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the crowd, and they turned to see a tall figure standing at the entrance, having arrived unnoticed. Brother Yishu. It was Lan Xian who first reacted, calling out loudly as she rushed into Yishu's embrace. It's unlikely he was abducted. The most probable scenario is that he has caught the eye of some wealthy lady who has taken him under her wing. Indeed, this seems quite plausible. After all, Yishu's good looks would make even my younger self feel a twinge of envy. As everyone regained their composure, they began to tease Yishu jovially. Little Lan Xian, it's been half a year. Have you missed your brother? Come, let me see if you've grown taller. Yishu fondly ruffled Lan Xian's hair. His eyes filled with affection. Every day, Lan Xian buried her head in Yishu's embrace, seemingly afraid he might vanish suddenly. Clearly, Lan Xian has been abandoned by her parents. I never imagined you could be so beautiful. It is indeed a stroke of luck for Superine to have found you. Yishu approached the young woman who had previously inquired about him, greeting her with elegance. Oh, thank you for the compliment. I also didn't expect you to be so charming and handsome. Your looks must have turned heads on the streets. And I wager many young ladies have been envious over the years. The girl, named Eloia, greeted Yishu with a hint of modesty. Who knows? Yishu shrugged, clearly uninterested in continuing that topic. Everyone, let us get moving. With a commanding shout from the current head of the orphanage, the crowd began to bustle about, preparing for the evening's banquet. On this night, Yishu found himself intoxicated. The school forbids minors like him from consuming alcohol, and he never drinks in front of outsiders. Although the wizarding world appears safe, it is fraught with hidden dangers. Yishu must remain vigilant and clear-headed, ready to confront any peril that may arise unexpectedly. During his 3.5 years at Hogwarts, he has never performed any magic within the orphanage, so no one is aware that the institution he attends is not an ordinary school, but a renowned wizarding academy recognized throughout the wizarding world. Here, Yishu can truly feel the warmth of family, even though they share no blood ties. However, the bonds of affection that tie them together have long surpassed the mere ties of blood, binding these forsaken orphans tightly to one another. This truth remains unchanged. Even with the passing of Ms. Andrea, he was the only child in the orphanage who possessed his own room. In her unwavering dedication to his education, MS, Andrea overcame numerous challenges to prepare a small space for him. Albeit modest, it was ultimately his own sanctuary. Yet a moment later, a crimson light emanated from Yishu's pocket, swirling gently like a wisp of gas, drifting towards his mouth and nose. As Yishu inhaled, the red light gradually penetrated into him, aiming to surge into his mind. The source of this crimson glow was 2 Horcruxes. As artifacts designed by Voldemort to house his soul, they were not without their defenses. Curses had long been placed upon them. Should the holder harbor intentions of destroying the Horcruxes, they would slowly begin to erode the very essence of that individual's mind. Ron from the original narrative serves as a prime example of this. Sensing Yishu's desire to obliterate them, the Horcruxes attempted to resist. Yet Yishu's formidable mental strength rendered them nearly powerless against him. Seizing the opportunity while Yishu slept, they endeavored once more to alter his thoughts. The red mist infiltrated Yishu's mind, weaving its way through his nerves, gradually extending toward his brain, casting a dim red glow in the darkness of the room. Just as the tendrils of light were about to reach his consciousness. Achoo! Suddenly, Yishu awoke with a violent sneeze, expelling the crimson vapors that had entered his mind. Groggily murmuring a few incoherent words, he rolled over, seeking a more comfortable position to continue his slumber. Moments later, observing Yishu's lack of response, the red mist once again emerged, intent on repeating its previous actions. Just then, a soft creak of a door signaled the arrival of a petite figure, stealthily entering the room. It was Rancy, who stood quietly by the bedside, watching the slumbering Yishu before gently crawling into the covers and embracing him in sleep. Half an hour later, the red mist reemerged, This time, it danced momentarily in the air before resolutely charging toward Rancy. The process unfolded smoothly. For Rancy was merely a child and a muggle, utterly defenseless against the invasion of Voldemort's Horcrux. In the dim light, the crimson glow flickered across her small face, casting an eerie reflection upon her features, unnoticed by anyone. Being a contingency left by Voldemort, Yishu might have typically sensed such a change. However, this night he was truly intoxicated, and the earlier sneeze was merely a trigger of his self-preservation instincts. As the red light seeped into Rancy's form, the room once again succumbed to silence. This night was evidently extraordinary, not only for Yishu, but also for Harry, who was far away at Hogwarts, equally embroiled in turmoil. The invisibility cloak originally belonged to Harry's father, James Potter. The Potter family is a direct descendant of the owners of the Deathly Hallows, truly a noble lineage among wizards. However, the Potters have never placed importance on bloodlines, and their surname is rather commonplace, which is why they were not included in the Sacred 28. This cloak was initially lent to Dumbledore for research, but shortly thereafter, the Potters were tragically slain by Voldemort, leaving Dumbledore unable to return it. Over the years, Dumbledore occasionally felt remorse. If only he had not borrowed the cloak. Perhaps the Potters might have evaded their fate with its aid. Now, returning the cloak anonymously to Harry could be seen as restoring it to its rightful owner. According to the original narrative, Harry would use the cloak to venture into the restricted section of the library in search of clues about the Philosopher's Stone. However, just days ago, they inadvertently discovered a book detailing the stone. Yet, circumstances did not shift. Harry still utilized the cloak to sneak out, wishing to ascertain the safety of the chamber guarding the stone. Not long after he stepped outside, he fortuitously encountered Snape and Quirrell in the corridor. "You wouldn't want me to oppose you, would you, Quirrell?" Snape pressed Quirrell against the wall, his expression menacing. "I don't understand what you mean," Quirrell stammered, panic evident on his face. As a defense against the dark arts professor, his demeanor hardly inspired trust. "In truth, you know precisely what I am referring to. For instance, who exactly are you aiding? Do you believe you can conceal that from everyone?" Snape had long suspected Quirrell, convinced he was a pawn sent by Voldemort to the school, especially since they were both former Death Eaters and were naturally acquainted. Yet, Snape had lacked concrete evidence. "Snape, that was my past, was it not? Just as you once bore that identity, and in fact, you personally reported to that esteemed individual." Silence. Quirrell was about to retort, but Snape cut him off with a fierce command. Chapter 37. Kill him. "You'd best be quiet. One more word, and I shall end you." Snape drew his wand, pressing it against Quirrell's throat, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The sudden turn of events left Harry, who was hiding nearby, paralyzed with fear. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, not daring to breathe. "Quirrell, I warn you, do not mention the past again. If I catch wind of any rumors, I will personally sever your head from your shoulders. You may test whether I possess that capability. Today, I merely issue a warning. You would do well to harbor no ulterior motives, or I shall demonstrate the vast chasm of power that exists between us as Hogwarts professors." Snape's gaze fixed intensely on Quirrell. The wind sweeping through the corridor rustled his voluminous black cloak, rendering him a chilling specter akin to a bat. "In my perspective, as the defense against the dark arts instructor, your incompetence is glaring. How on earth did you attain a professorship with such feeble abilities?" Releasing the trembling Quirrell, Snape reached out to pat the other's cheek, then disengaged, striding away without further ado. "Snape, do you truly believe I am intimidated by you? Await your reckoning. That day will arrive soon." Once Snape departed, Quirrell shed his earlier timorous demeanor. He rose to check the bandage atop his head for any looseness, adjusted his attire, and proceeded in the opposite direction. From their discourse, one can surmise that both had once served a singular master. But who could that be? Could it possibly be Voldemort? If they are both in Voldemort's service, why then do they bicker amongst themselves? Shouldn't they be united in their efforts to aid him? Furthermore, Quirrell's final display sent shivers down Harry's spine. That shadowy gaze, that menacing expression. Could this truly be the timid and unassuming professor of defense against the dark arts? It is perplexing. If only Hermione were here. And Ron? Let us not even go there. Ron is more likely to hinder than help. With an average IQ of 150 for the trio, Hermione alone possesses a staggering 200, while Ron barely scrapes by with under 100. Suddenly, an unpleasant noise pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. How dreadful. It was none other than the dormitory caretaker, Filch. Panic surged through Harry as he realized his earlier mutterings had been overheard. In the stillness of night, even the slightest sound travels far. Anxiously, Harry donned his cloak once more and hastily slipped through a door to conceal himself. Outside, After a brief search yielding no sight of anyone, Filch grumbled and departed. Within the sanctuary of the room, Harry encountered the mirror of Ariste, placed there by Dumbledore. And through the glass, he beheld the visages of his long-departed parents. Previously, during his life in the Muggle world, Harry had never known their appearance. But upon arriving at Hogwarts, he discovered numerous connections to his parents, finally grasping what they looked like. Now, confronted with the reflections in the mirror, he instantly recognized them. The mirror of Ariste reveals the deepest desires of one's heart, projecting them onto its surface. Alas, these illusions remain mere illusions, devoid of reality. A person who becomes overly engrossed in fantasies may gradually lose themselves in the realm of actuality. 17. Vincent Road, Andrea S. Orphanage. Last night, S. slumber was blissful, and it was not until the sun was high that Yishu groggily opened his eyes. Upon awakening, he sensed something amiss. There appeared to be another presence in his bed. As he looked closer, a smile broke upon his face. "Rise and shine, you little sluggard." Yishu gently tousled Lon, she's little head, his eyes brimming with affection. After 4 months away from the orphanage, he nearly forgot the little girl's endearing habit of wanting to sleep beside him at night. Yishu resolved that this would be the last time he indulged in such excess. He couldn't afford to drink so heavily and sleep so soundly again. Last night, he had imbibed to the point of oblivion, completely unaware of when the little girl had slipped into his room. If an enemy had come under such circumstances, he would have been none the wiser. Reflecting on the previous night, he recalled having a rather bizarre nightmare, though the specifics were now largely forgotten. It seemed he was on the verge of being engulfed by a deluge of molten lava, only to be jolted awake by a sneeze that transformed into a storm of thunder, repelling the fiery tide. Shaking his head, Yishu found it somewhat amusing that even a powerful wizard could have such absurd dreams. Meanwhile, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up in bed, her face a portrait of drowsiness. "What time did you go to bed last night?" he asked playfully. "Tell me, did you stay up late secretly?" With a teasing poke to her nose, Yishu smiled. "Brother Yishu, I didn't." She protested. "Oh, if you didn't stay up last night, then it must mean you've been sneaking in late nights and not going to bed early." He teased. "If you're going to be so dishonest, I might have to inform Thompson and the others to keep a close watch on your bedtime from now on." His expression turned mock serious to frighten her. She nestled into Yishu's embrace, twisting playfully. "All right, time to get up. I wonder if there's breakfast left. If not, we might have to wait until lunch." He patted her and, after getting out of bed, picked up his toiletries and headed to the washroom. Though Yishu had his own small room, it lacked a private washroom. The space was too limited after accommodating a desk and a bed. After he left, She, still groggy, climbed out of bed, her expression one of extreme fatigue, as though she hadn't slept at all. When she lifted her head, a faint red glow suddenly ignited in her eyes, and her expression turned blank. In a trance-like state, She murmured softly, now under the influence of a soul artifact. Chapter 38. A Sudden Attack. "Good morning, Jones." "Good morning, Taylor Thompson." Yishu greeted everyone as he descended the stairs. "Morning? Is that what you call it?" "Oh my goodness, Yishu, look at the time." "Cool, me. Look at the clock on the wall." "Repeat after me. The time is 10:11. We're almost ready for lunch." Thompson pointed at the wall clock, his face a mask of disdain directed at Yishu. "Don't be like that, Thompson. I was doing it for your benefit. If and I don't get up, you save breakfast for 2. Yishu insisted, pretending to be serious as he spun his tale. "Should I also help the orphanage save on lunch while I'm at it? I sense that you feasted heartily last night, and you could easily endure a day without sustenance. In light of this, you might as well forego dinner and wait until tomorrow to eat," Thompson remarked with a scowl. "No, you cannot do this. Do not forget that I am merely a 14-year-old child. If you deny me my meal, I shall report you for child abuse, and I will weep before Lady Andrea's grave, lamenting how you, as my brother, torment me," Yishu exclaimed dramatically, as if he had truly suffered a great injustice. "I believe it would be best for you to remain at school. At least that way, I can spare myself some exasperation." Thompson covered his face, unwilling to gaze upon Yishu any longer, fearing he might lose his composure and retaliate. Thompson was 5 years Yishu's senior and had entered the orphanage earlier. Upon reaching adulthood, he chose not to venture into society, but instead stayed behind to care for his younger siblings. Yishu had grown up under his watchful eye. Though he was well aware of Yishu's temperament, he often found himself infuriated during their conversations. Yet, paradoxically, when Yishu was present, he was often met with disdain. But in his absence, everyone longed for him. "Just wait a moment. Lunch will soon be served. The kitchen has saved you a little something. If you're hungry, take it to quell your appetite. By the way, where's Lancey? Has the little girl not risen yet?" Thompson rolled his eyes, busily tidying up the remnants of the previous night's activities. Thompson, you are all bark and no bite. I knew you wouldn't let me go hungry. Lancy has indeed gotten up. I must say, she often stays up late, so you all need to keep an eye on her. Late nights can hinder a child's development. Do not indulge her. Oh really? You have the audacity to say that? It seems that the one who spoils her the most is you. Thompson shot a glare at Yishu. At times, when Lancy erred and he sought to discipline her, she would invariably seek refuge with Yishu. Among all in the orphanage, it was Yishu who indulged Lancy the most. Yishu, sensing the tension, wisely refrained from retorting. He ventured into the kitchen, rummaging for something to appease his hunger, and then engaged in play with the younger orphans until mealtime approached. At precisely 11 o'clock, the large dining table was filled with children. Unlike the bustling crowd of nearly 100 from the previous day, today only 20 to 30 remained. Currently, the orphanage housed 17 children, with the remainder consisting of caretakers who chose to stay and look after them, as well as adults who found themselves a loose end. All right, children, please take your seats. Before we eat, may I ask, have you all washed your hands? We have. The orphans eagerly extended their clean little hands before Yishu. Excellent. Now, everyone sit tight while I distribute the food. Just as Yishu prepared to serve, he suddenly noticed Lancy was absent. It dawned on him that she had not come downstairs since waking. Could she be unwell? Reflecting on Lancy's earlier state, he recalled that something had seemed amiss. Initially, he thought she merely needed more time to awaken, but with her prolonged absence, it raised concerns. However, if it is merely a slight cold, it poses no significant concern. I possess an abundance of potions. A mere sip will suffice for healing. The little girl, with one hand tucked behind her back, gradually approached the gathering at the dining table. Or more precisely, she made her way toward Yishu. Lanshi, you sleepyhead. Have you finally decided to come downstairs? Come, take your seat. Dinner is about to be served. After handing the tray to Thompson, Yishu moved toward Lanshi, intending to escort her to the table. Unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events unfolded. With a swift motion, the small hand concealed behind her back revealed a long dining knife, which she thrust toward Yishu with deadly intent. At that moment, the distance between them was a mere 1 or 2 meters. Who could have anticipated that this innocent child would launch an attack, especially against her beloved brother? Even Yishu, for a moment, was taken aback, as this was the Muggle world, his home, where the inhabitants of the orphanage were akin to family. As the blade drew perilously close, Yishu's pupils constricted sharply. In that critical moment, his magical energy surged violently within him, and a protective spell enveloped him. Herein lies the distinction between casting spells without a wand and with one. The former allows immediate action, while the latter necessitates the extraction of the wand followed by the incantation, an undeniably time-consuming process, particularly when seconds count. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as the knife failed to pierce flesh, instead rebounding as though it had struck solid stone. Oh, Lanshi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? The startled exclamations of those present turned toward Lanshi, though their gazes predominantly rested upon Yishu. At that moment, Yishu had transformed beyond human recognition. His entire being had morphed into massive blocks of rock, resembling a stone giant standing before Lanshi. I will kill you. I will kill you. The knife slipping from her grasp did not deter Lanshi. She seized a chair and hurled it at Yishu with frenzied ferocity, her petite form exhibiting an extraordinary strength that belied her size. Lanshi, stop. Yishu grasped the chair firmly with one hand while pinning Lanshi down with the other, rendering her immobile. Thompson trembled, his voice quavering with fear as he beheld the spectacle before him. The unfolding events surpassed his comprehension. What a troublesome situation. Yishu turned his gaze around the room, and those who met his eyes displayed a flicker of trepidation, despite having grown up together and possessing a deep understanding of one another. The current manifestation of Yishu exceeded their wildest imaginings. They regarded him as a monstrous entity. Younger children, overwhelmed by the scene, could not suppress their terrified screams. Everyone, please calm down. I will attend to you shortly. With a gentle snap of his fingers, Yishu cast a wide-area petrification spell, rendering everyone motionless, frozen in a state of stone-like stillness. Now, it is your turn, little one. Let me see what has transpired. Grasping the struggling Nancy, Yishu carried her toward the second floor. Chapter 39. Voldemort, your demise is imminent. I shall kill you. How dare you attempt to destroy the treasure of that esteemed individual? Your sins are unforgivable. I will take your life, retrieve the Horcrux, and return it to that master. In the room on the second floor, Nancy incessantly screamed, her once fair face now contorted with terror. I'm sorry, Nancy. It is I, your brother, who has brought this pain and trouble upon you. It is all my negligence. Rest assured, I shall swiftly rid you of these afflictions and restore your former joyful state. Yishu endured Nancy's frenzied strikes and bites, even dispelling his own protective charms to prevent her from being harmed. With her delicate arms and legs, any blows struck against his sturdy frame would only result in his own injury. He could not bear to see the little girl suffer. Amidst Nancy's wild assault, he observed her arms swelling visibly, with deep imprints forming in several places. Holy purification. With his other hand, Yishu drew his wand, aimed at the young girl, and intoned the incantation. A beam of white light flashed within the room, and in the next moment, tendrils of red light began to escape from Nancy's mouth and nose. Upon contact with the white light, the red light dissipated as if it were winter snow melting under the scorching summer sun. As the red light departed from her, the once struggling Nancy grew quiet, her head drooping as she succumbed to a deep slumber. All is well now. Sleep soundly, and upon waking, everything will be as it should. It is all my fault, dear sister. I assure you, I shall not err in such a manner again. Yishu lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead before tucking her in. This was the sequence of events that transpired that day, was it not, little one? In his memory, Yishu bid farewell to Nancy. Though she was reluctant, she ultimately understood and refrained from clinging to him. After completing these tasks, Yishu cast a lingering glance at the little girl, resolutely turning to exit the room. He strode downstairs, observing the petrified individuals in the dining hall. A flicker of regret crossing his face. My apologies. Everything that has transpired today should not have been revealed to you. In truth, I have concealed many matters from you over the years, but I cannot divulge them, lest it incite turmoil in the Muggle world, the realm you comprehend. Oblivion. Only after this did Yishu lift the petrification spell. Yishu, have you truly resolved to depart today? Thompson, now freed from his stony state and implanted with new memories, approached and playfully struck Yishu's chest, his eyes filled with reluctance. A classmate has invited me to stay at his home for a few days. We share a good rapport, and it would be impolite to decline, so I accepted. Furthermore, I wish to explore different locales and enjoy the various sceneries during this winter break, while I have the time. Yishu smiled, spinning a tale with ease. He had no close friend inviting him for a visit. In these years at school, despite earning the respect of my peers and even upperclassmen, it remained merely that, respect. We were supposed to share a meal and part ways, but you hastened away. Nonetheless, since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further comments. Although you exhibit a maturity beyond your years, often displaying a steadiness that surpasses even that of us adults, I must still advise you to exercise caution when venturing out. Your current demeanor is unwise. Over time, it may lead you to become a notorious gossip. Ha. With that, Yishu turned and hurried towards the entrance, gathering his belongings. Leave, you should depart quickly. Just seeing you irritates me. If you are not at the orphanage, I might enjoy a moment of peace. Thompson's expression darkened as he watched Yishu retreat, a bittersweet smile flickering at the corners of his mouth. The earlier scene had long been forgotten. Now, facing Yishu's departure, he was consumed by the sorrow of parting. Stepping outside the orphanage, Yishu sought out a secluded corner and, employing a spell to shift his location, he arrived in the realm of wizards. He extracted 2 Horcruxes from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intent. I am aware that you possess your own consciousness, though your intelligence may be limited, rendering you incapable of relaying the events occurring here to your original form. You only act in a fog of self-preservation. However, to dare to harm those around me is to invite your own demise. Voldemort, my initial attitude towards you is not one of absolute eradication. Your life or death holds little significance for me, as long as my power remains formidable. Whether you're the Dark Lord or a mere bald egg, it matters not. Yet now, a fragment of your soul, one of your Horcruxes, has inflicted harm upon my loved ones, and for that, you shall pay dearly. Voldemort, I shall bring an end to your nefarious existence and personally see you on your way to oblivion. The frigid words escaped Yishu's lips, colder than the depths of winter itself, causing the 2 Horcruxes in his grasp to tremble uncontrollably. Sensing their impending fate, the Horcruxes surged with agitation, red light erupting from them and crawling up Yishu's arms, no longer concealing their intentions and striving for one final act of defiance. If this were Voldemort at the height of his power, perhaps I would tread carefully. Yet you are nothing but lifeless objects. To presume you can disrupt my control is sheer folly. With a decisive grip, Yishu clenched the 2 Horcruxes tightly in his palm, opting not to destroy them at this juncture. After all, they still held Voldemort's hidden contingencies. Even the formidable Dumbledore had sustained significant injuries from the backlash of the Horcruxes. Nearing the end of his days, Yishu would not be so foolish as to underestimate the danger. Moreover, without having gathered all the Horcruxes, destroying these two now would be of little consequence. It would be wiser to preserve them for the time being. Having acquired 2 of the 7 Horcruxes, the remaining diary resides within the Malfoy family, likely to resurface next semester. The Hufflepuff Cup is secured in Bellatrix's vault at Gringotts, heavily guarded and thus challenging to retrieve, while Ravenclaw's diadem is located within the school, necessitating an inquiry with Helena. The only remaining Horcruxes are Nagini and Harry, the 2 living entities. No one knows the whereabouts of Nagini, and as for the fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within Harry, a method must be devised to safely obliterate it. Therefore, I must first acquire the remaining 3 items. Only then will I possess ample leverage to counter Voldemort. Voldemort! I am eager to witness your expression upon your grand return, only to discover that your Horcruxes have vanished. A cold smirk crept across Yishu's lips as he summoned his broomstick and set off toward Hogwarts. Chapter 40. Wormtail, I am returning. Throwing himself onto the familiar bed in his dormitory, Yishu stretched languidly. Having resided in this room for 3.5 years, he had long since acclimated to its every detail. On the desk beside him rested the ring of the Gunter family and a box containing the Slytherin pendant, both of which Yishu had ensconced within layers of protective enchantments to prevent their powers from spreading. This dormitory was exclusively occupied by Yishu, one of the rare single accommodations at Hogwarts, which he had specially requested from the school after demonstrating his formidable magical prowess. He found it unbearable to share a sleeping space with others. He preferred solitude, as it allowed him to delve into the study of various peculiarities. After becoming the assistant to the headmaster, even the caretaker, Filch, lacked the authority to intrude upon his sanctuary without permission, and the professors qualified to conduct inspections seldom ventured into his quarters. Therefore, the Horcruxes remained exceedingly safe here. How dreadfully dull! What shall I do? How could I almost forget him? Suddenly, Yishu leapt from his bed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Since Ron was here, his pet rat, Scabbers, also known as Wormtail, must be nearby as well. The experiment is just beginning, and rather than squander time, it is far more prudent to engage in something of substance. Wormtail, for the sake of this monumental creation, you shall sacrifice yourself. A dangerous smile crept upon Yishu's lips at this thought. Meanwhile, in Ron's dormitory, the gluttonous Wormtail could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. He sensed that something ominous was approaching, though he could not fathom what it was. Harry, we must inform the others at the school. Otherwise, Snape will inevitably steal the Philosopher's Stone. Furthermore, your observation of Quirrell's behavior has been exceedingly peculiar. It is not at all in line with his usual demeanor. Could he be compromised as well? In a deserted corridor of Gryffindor, 2 small figures were engaged in hushed conversation, peering around to ensure they were not overheard. But who should we inform? Should we approach them with our suspicions about Snape and Quirrell? We lack any evidence. Let us not forget that Hagrid insisted Snape was trustworthy. Even if we go to him, he would not believe us. Ron, we have no one to confide in, Harry exclaimed, frustrated, as he hurled the snowball in his hand, which shattered upon impact in the distance. You too, why are you not staying in your dormitory, braving the cold winds out here? The sudden sound startled the 2, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. If Severus Snape and Quirrell were to overhear their discussion, it would surely lead to dire consequences, wouldn't it? At that moment, they shook like leaves in the wind, struggling to turn their heads to discover who was behind them. Upon recognizing that it was Yeshu, Harry's eyes lit up, and the earlier fear vanished in an instant. Yeshu, you frightened us to death, Ron exclaimed, exhaling deeply as he pressed a hand to his chest, trying to calm his racing heart. I say, what are you 2 doing, seeing ghosts in broad daylight? This timid demeanor hardly befits the Gryffindor lions you are, Yeshu remarked with a smile, though both Harry and Ron could detect a glint of mischief in his eyes. By the way, you mentioned Snape and Quirrell. What about them? Yeshu's inquiry caused Harry and Ron to pause once more, realizing that Yeshu must have overheard their conversation. Yet, they had been vigilant, and no one had approached them. How had Yeshu arrived unnoticed? Could it be that he possessed an invisibility cloak, much like Harry? Well, Ron hesitated, unsure whether to divulge the details, as their tale might sound rather far-fetched to others. It concerned Snape and Professor Quirrell. That day, ultimately, it was Harry who laid bare the entire story. At that moment, they could think of no one else to share this with but Yeshu. As an assistant to Dumbledore, he would undoubtedly have the means to contact the headmaster. If they could inform Dumbledore, perhaps they could thwart Snape's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I see. Yeshu mused, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. However, I believe you may be viewing this matter, particularly regarding Snape, with a preconceived bias. From the very beginning of your enrollment, Snape has shown some animosity towards Harry, which is undeniable. It's understandable that Harry would perceive Snape as malicious. Furthermore, during the troll incident, Snape coincidentally sustained an injury. This could easily be interpreted as a ruse to distract from his intentions to steal the Philosopher's Stone, culminating in his being bitten by the troll. Wouldn't you agree? Additionally, during the Quidditch match, Hermione just happened to witness Snape casting a jinx on Harry, leading you to believe that Snape intended to harm him. Lastly, Harry, you witnessed the altercation between Snape and Quirrell. Given the preceding events, it is natural for you to suspect Snape of wrongdoing, and indeed, serious wrongdoing. Your thoughts mirror those of any rational individual, and that is perfectly valid. Yeshu meticulously analyzed everything Harry had said, eliciting expressions of delight from him and Ron as they realized Yeshu was genuinely considering their words and beginning to question Snape as well. However, first, Harry. I have previously mentioned that Snape's apparent hostility towards you is not without reason, which you will come to understand in due time. Secondly, is it truly the case that Snape was injured while attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Let us not forget that he is one of the professors involved in the design of the protective enchantments. If that is the case, how could he be so careless? Thirdly, you witnessed Snape casting a spell, but can you ascertain which incantation he was performing? Is it not conceivable that someone else harbors malice towards you, while Snape is, in fact, wielding a counter curse to protect you? Furthermore, can Snape's altercation with Quirrell serve as irrefutable evidence of his dubious nature? Do not forget that their dialogue revealed scant information. Moreover, according to your previous assertions, Quirrell appears to be a markedly different individual. Thus, his culpability is significantly more pronounced than Snape's. Yet, in your discourse, you merely brushed over Quirrell, placing undue emphasis on Snape's alleged transgressions. Do you not think such scrutiny is rather biased? Chapter 41. Are you surprised to see me? At this moment, Yishu was on the verge of exclaiming, "You have misjudged Snape. The true mastermind is Quirrell." However, Harry remained visibly conflicted. Yishu's words indeed instigated a flicker of doubt within him. Yet his long-standing prejudice against Snape could not be easily dismantled by a mere few utterances. Moreover, to Harry, Yishu's assertions were but speculative, akin to his own musings, devoid of substantial evidence. As for Ron, well, his opinions bore little significance. Did you not notice his furrowed brow, deeper than Harry's, utterly clueless about their next course of action? Very well, I am aware of what you have mentioned. As for you, I reiterate, you are still quite young, and even if there were matters at hand, it would not be your place to involve yourselves. With your current capabilities, should danger arise, you would lack the means for self-preservation. Your primary focus should be on your studies. When peril truly approaches, ensuring your own safety must take precedence. Harry pressed his lips together. Indeed, as Yishu had articulated, their abilities were far too feeble. They scarcely knew any spells, and should they encounter Voldemort, how could they avenge their parents? Let alone Voldemort. They might not even stand a chance against his minions. How has the school fare been these days? Is it not a tad inferior to usual? Noticing Harry's mood dampening, Yishu deftly shifted the topic. Oh, how do you know, Senior Yishu? Ron's face was a tapestry of indignation, feeling that the school was utterly mistreating them, the children who remained on campus. Here's what you shall do. Visit Hagrid's hut and mention that I sent you. Tonight, you shall feast together. Allow yourselves to savor the delights of Eastern cuisine. Off you go, and inform Hagrid to prepare promptly. Yishu affectionately patted the heads of the two boys, urging them to seek out Hagrid. Really? We shall indulge in the culinary creations of Senior Yishu, exclaimed Ron. How splendid. I have long heard Hagrid speak of your Eastern delicacies, which even Professor Dumbledore cannot resist. Today, we shall have the opportunity to taste them. Harry, let us hurry. At the mention of delectable food, Ron seized Harry's hand and dashed towards Hagrid's hut, and even Harry found that his worries were somewhat alleviated in that moment. Those two little rascals. Yishu chuckled and shook his head. Although Harry was burdened with myriad concerns, he remained a child at heart. With Ron by his side, some of his emotional barriers could be lifted. However, Yishu's intention in sending the two little ones to Hagrid was not merely to indulge them with culinary delights. If he did not divert their attention, how could he possibly abscond with the rat? With the school term commencing in half a month, it was likely that the tale of Yishu pilfering a junior's pet would spread like wildfire. At the entrance of Gryffindor's dormitory, Yishu stood before the portrait of the fat lady, exchanging pleasantries with the painting. Throughout Hogwarts, there were scarcely any places Yishu had not explored. The dormitories of the other three houses were no exception, save for the girls' dormitory, as he certainly did not wish to earn the title of a pervert. Over the years, Yishu had become quite familiar with the portraits at the entrances of the four houses, even managing to extract the day's password from the Gryffindor portrait. From the fat lady, he learned that today's password was banana fritters. A rather peculiar password, but its oddity rendered it difficult to guess. Upon uttering the password, Yishu successfully gained entry into the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Following the path laid out by the Marauder's map, he made his way up and eventually located the rat. At that moment, the rat was restless within the confines of the room, a persistent sense of impending danger lingering in its mind, though it could not fathom the source. It had transformed into a mouse, hidden within Hogwarts, the safest haven in the wizarding world. Yet, where did this maddening sense of peril originate? The rat was perplexed, yearning to escape, but fearful of encountering Filch's cat. Having stealthily slipped out on a few occasions, it had nearly met its demise at the claws of that wretched feline. Thus, in its agitation, it could only pace around the room, attempting to alleviate its inner turmoil. Creak! Oh, how convincingly you act. Long time no see. Little rat, have you missed me? Does my presence bring you a sense of surprise? A voice, both strange yet profoundly familiar, penetrated the rat's ears, causing its plump form to tremble uncontrollably. Was this the genius from Ravenclaw? Yishu? Why was he here? No. Why did the sight and sound of him provoke such an uncontrollable shiver, akin to encountering a terrifying beast? Stop, quickly halt. As Yishu stepped into the dormitory, the rat quivered as if gripped by a jackhammer, its tremors powerful enough to rattle the small sofa beneath it. Alas, in its mouse form, it could not attract the affections of lonely housewives seeking solace in the dead of night. It seems that despite erasing your memories in previous experiments, I have inadvertently left you with an indelible physical memory, causing you to instinctively react with fear upon seeing me. What is he babbling about? What does he mean by erasing my memories? What memories have been wiped from my mind? Damn it, how does he know my true identity? And how could a Ravenclaw possibly gain access to Gryffindor's dormitory? Most importantly, what does he intend to accomplish? At this moment, he finally comprehended the source of his previous unease. It was the Ravenclaw youth before him. Petrified. Yet, before the diminutive star could take any action, a petrifying curse descended upon him, rendering him utterly immobile. Not even the habitual motions he would exhibit prior to transformation remained concealed. However, this time, your tenure as the experimental subject would be prolonged. After all, there remained a full fortnight until the end of the winter break. Yishu's laughter echoed in the ears of the diminutive star, striking a chilling and terrifying note. No, please, save me, someone rescue me. The petrified dwarf's heart cried out desperately, but alas, no one could hear his pleas. Chapter 42. To say I shall not kill you is to mean it. Days passed monotonously, and in the blink of an eye, the winter break was nearing its conclusion. Banban had resided in his home for a decade, passed down from his brother to Ron. Over 10 years, Banban had become a cherished member of the Weasley family, and now, with his inexplicable disappearance, it was impossible for Ron not to feel anxious. Yet, it had been a full half-month without any sign of Banban. During this time, Ron even sought out Filch's cat, rummaging through Mrs. Norris's excrement, hoping to uncover remnants of Banban's remains. From initial anxiety to later panic, culminating in utter despondence. At this moment, Ron's heart was heavy with regret. He lamented why he had not taken better care of Banban, and he fretted over how to explain the situation to his brother. Meanwhile, Banban, whom Ron had been incessantly worried about, had long since reverted to the form of the diminutive star, bound tightly by Yishu upon the experimental table, enduring inhumane torment. Thus, various elemental curses corresponded to the body's normal meridians, while some mental curses, such as the Oblivion Charm or the Coma Curse, aligned with certain hidden pathways within the human body. Each type of spell corresponded to a distinct meridian, and now, I had successfully identified the corresponding pathways for each spell I had mastered. Fortunately, there was this experimental subject. Yishu glanced at the diminutive star on the stone bed, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. The state of the diminutive star was indeed abysmal. Not a single part of him was unscathed, flesh torn asunder to reveal the underlying tissue, and in the most severe areas, even the stark white bones beneath were visible. Vivid red blood flowed down the stone bed, cascading across the ground. Were it not for Yishu employing magical potions and healing spells to prolong his life, given such injuries, the diminutive star would have perished 1,000 times over. This was not an act of vengeance on Yishu's part. It was merely the consequence of experimenting with spells. Each successful trial corresponding to a meridian was not achieved in a single attempt, but rather through a gradual exploration amidst numerous experiments, wherein failures were inevitably encountered. In his previous life, Yishu was unafraid of death, daring to experiment with anything, for he had no attachments. However, in this new existence, he has forged bonds with the inhabitants of the orphanage, and he refuses to squander his life so recklessly. At this moment, the diminutive star lay unresponsive on the stone bed, his pupils devoid of focus, not dead, but rather reduced to a state of idiocy through relentless torment. Once, the parents of Neville were driven mad by the Cruciatus curse, and this transformation took merely a day. Yet, the little star endured 15 days of excruciating experimentation, 15 days that no soul could fathom the inhumane suffering he bore. The dual pressure on his mind and body led him to a state of self-preservation, rendering him an imbecile. Although this was not Yishu's primary vocation. The little star's tragic fate served as retribution for his past betrayal of the Potter family. You are fortunate, having become an imbecile. Otherwise, I would have slain you myself. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Yishu's eyes. Countless experiments had inexplicably imprinted the pathways of magic onto the little star's very flesh. Had it not been for the little star inadvertently wielding this newfound ability, Yishu would have remained oblivious to such an anomaly. Subsequently, the little star even contemplated using this ability to confront Yishu, but how could he ever hope to challenge him? The consequences of rebellion would only lead to more brutal experimentation. Alas, having become an imbecile, he could no longer transform into his animagus form. Yet, there remained a means of remedy. The dim-witted little star could not cast spells, so Yishu extended a finger, directing it towards him. Instantly, a transfiguration spell enveloped the little star, causing his corpulent form to shrink rapidly into that of a plump rat, albeit one with vacant eyes. Standing motionless on the stone bed. Excellent. Yishu clapped his hands, a satisfied expression gracing his features. He could have easily killed the little star and erased all traces, for no one would know what transpired. Yet, Yishu chose to spare him, not out of compassion, for he had never known mercy toward his enemies. Otherwise, he would not have subjected the little star to such inhumane experiments. The reason for his mercy lay solely in his desire to use the little star to lure out Sirius Black, were events to unfold as in the original narrative. The little star would accompany the Weasley family on a trip, and upon encountering Sirius in Azkaban, he would unravel the key to Potter's demise and subsequently escape to seek out Harry and the little star. Yishu held a certain admiration for Sirius Black. Despite his harsh treatment of house elves, his character was commendable in Yishu's eyes. Furthermore, he was Harry's godfather, the only family Harry had aside from the dreadful Dursleys. If possible, Yishu wished for them to reunite. Having experienced the loneliness of being an orphan in his previous life, and again in this one, he empathized with Harry's tragic background. Yishu, having weathered his own storms, yearned to offer shelter to others. All must be eradicated. Upon glancing at the chamber that resembled a veritable purgatory, Yishu cast a spell to erase all traces of the scene, obliterating every piece of evidence against him. Even if the Ministry of Magic were to arrive for an investigation at that moment, they would find naught but an empty void. For all data obtained from the experiment was meticulously recorded in his mind, with not a single note left behind. Although the Room of Requirement could, in accordance with the user's wishes, cleanse everything, Yishu remained unconvinced. He preferred to take matters into his own hands. Having been away from your master for half a month, I presume you miss him dearly. Conveniently, he has been searching for you. With a flick of his fingers, he grasped the collar of the mottled creature and departed the Room of Requirement. Chapter 43. Qiuzhong. Today marked the first day of school following the winter break, and Hogwarts had returned to its former bustle. Upon encountering Yishu, everyone greeted him with utmost reverence, including the older students. This was not solely due to Yishu being an exceptionally rare talent, but also because of his position as the assistant to the headmaster, a role akin to that of a professor, endowing him with considerable authority over the students. It was Zhang Qiu, a student from Ravenclaw, who halted Yishu. She was a native of the Celestial Empire. In accordance with Western naming conventions, her peers referred to her as Qiuzhong. Indeed, she was one of the future girlfriends of Harry in the original timeline, a year older than Harry and 2 years younger than Yishu. The films did not disclose Qiuzhong's nationality, but after engaging in conversation, Yishu learned that she too was a pure descendant of the Celestial Empire. Yishu was overwhelmed with excitement. Having traversed into this world and lived as an orphan from the Celestial Empire for over a decade, he had never encountered another from his homeland. It was impossible for him to deny the sense of solitude that lingered within him, for his youthful body bore the weight of a soul far older. As a third-year student, upon meeting Qiuzhong, He felt a profound kinship akin to that of compatriots reunited, his heart brimming with emotion. As they became more familiar, Yishu affectionately called her Chio, while she addressed him as Brother Yishu, a unique appellation within the halls of Hogwarts. Chio Zhang was undeniably beautiful, embodying a pure and classical Eastern elegance, and had garnered the admiration of many boys since her arrival at the school. At that moment, donned in her Hogwarts attire and dragging a large suitcase, she beamed at Yishu. Staying at school allows me to study diligently. In fact, while you were away, I managed to learn an additional half-month's worth of knowledge. She exclaimed, Brother Yishu, you are already so exceptional, yet you work so hard. What are we to do? Your diligence may very well bury us. Chio Zhang was aware that Yishu was concealing something from her, yet, wise as she was, she chose not to pry. If he wished to share, he would do so in his own time. If he preferred to remain silent, her incessant questioning would only serve to provoke annoyance. Haha, you're not too shabby yourself. You must know that you are recognized as one of the goddesses at Hogwarts. I've heard that Cedric from Hufflepuff has been pursuing you for quite some time. That lad seems rather decent and quite earnest. Perhaps you should consider him. In that moment, Yishu transformed into a village gossip. Humph, although Cedric is remarkable, how can he possibly compare to you, Yishu? I told him that if he could attain even half of your caliber, though I wouldn't demand even that, just a tenth of your excellence, I would agree to be his girlfriend. Alternatively, if he could defeat you in a duel, I would consent to his advances. Chio's lips curled into a playful smile. Oh, what did Cedric say? Yishu was genuinely curious if Cedric would dare to challenge him. I've mentioned this to him for half a semester. Have you seen him attempt to challenge you? Chio rolled her eyes, clearly aware that while Cedric harbored feelings for her, he and T reached the point of being blinded by love to the extent of disregarding his own safety. Haha, you are being quite unfair to him. I must say, give him a break. That lad is genuinely nice, and if you miss out, you may find yourself regretting it. Challenge me? Apart from the professors at school, who else dares to take me on? This is nothing short of an impossible goal for him. This isn't arrogance on Yishu's part. He truly possesses the strength and qualifications. It is known that at the end of his second year, he faced off against the then Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, ultimately defeating him. This left the professor utterly humiliated, prompting him to submit his resignation the very next day, leaving Hogwarts in disgrace. Subsequently, Quirrell became the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. This incident stirred quite a commotion within the school and even led to an interview with Yishu by the Daily Prophet. Every student was aware of his achievements, and naturally, no one dared to challenge him recklessly. I get it. You are even more talkative than my mother. Saying this, Chio rummaged through her suitcase and produced a scarf, handing it to Yishu. This scarf is a handcrafted piece, intricately woven by traditional methods. It may not have the high-end appearance of branded items available in the market, but it is genuinely practical. Yishu casually tossed the rag he was holding onto the ground, wiped his fingers, and solemnly accepted the scarf from Chio, wrapping it around his neck. Although the winter break had ended, the weather remained somewhat chilly, and at that moment, as the scarf enveloped him, he felt a wave of warmth. Please thank your aunt for me. This scarf must have taken her quite some time to make. I will visit them and express my gratitude in person when I have the chance. Yishu playfully flicked Chio's pristine forehead with his finger. It's just a trivial gift, nothing special. By the way, Yishu, why are you carrying a rat? Planning to have it for barbecue? Chio looked at the large rat on the ground with a complex expression. She knew Yishu was an excellent cook. Yet the thought of eating a rat was something she, as a girl, could hardly fathom. This is Ron Weasley's pet from Gryffindor, which has been missing for half a month. Today, Fortune smiled upon him as he found it, and is eager to return it. All right, you go ahead and place your belongings in the dormitory. We shall converse further later. Yishu picked up the mouse from the ground, bid farewell to Chio, and made his way towards Gryffindor. Chapter 44, A Jealous Heart. Upon reuniting with Scabbers, Ron was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears of joy streamed down his face, revealing the depth of his affection for Scabbers. However, if he were to realize that the creature before him was actually a stout man in his 40s, weighing 200 pounds with prominent front teeth, he might find his thoughts quite disconcerting. Particularly, the notion that Ron sometimes shared his bed with Scabbers, who would burrow into his blankets, sent a chill down Yishu's spine. Does this count as sharing a bed with a man? It surely must, for at his core, Scabbers is indeed a human male. Oh, Scabbers, my dear Scabbers, where have you wandered off to? Do you have any idea how tirelessly I have searched for you these past 2 weeks? You nearly drove me to despair. Ron exclaimed, cradling Scabbers in his arms, tears streaming down his cheeks. Scabbers, what troubles you? Why do you not respond? Are you hungry? Ron suddenly noticed something amiss with Scabbers. In the past, when he held Scabbers, the creature would wriggle energetically in his embrace. But today, it lay strangely still. No, still is not quite the right word. It seemed rather dazed. Yishu, what is the matter with Scabbers? Ron looked up, his tear-filled eyes searching Yishu's face, feeling a bit lost. Ron, I found Scabbers at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When I first saw him, he was bolting out of there as if his life depended on it. Ever since then, he has maintained this vacant expression. I fear he has been greatly traumatized. It is possible that during these past 2 weeks, he inadvertently strayed into the Forbidden Forest, evading threats and struggling to survive. You must understand, the Forbidden Forest is teeming with perilous creatures. And even an adult wizard risks demise if they venture too deep, let alone a small mouse like him. The fact that he escaped is a testament to his fortitude. Yishu maintained a stoic expression, spinning tails with ease. Scabbers, why have you been so disobedient? I told you to stay in the dormitory. Yet you insisted on venturing outside. Look where that has led us. Ron sobbed once more, clutching his beloved rodent tightly. Well, I shall take my leave now. You should comfort your pet. Though he appears somewhat dazed now, I believe that with your tender care, he will surely recover. If you ever have the opportunity to travel, consider bringing him along. Perhaps seeing different places will restore his spirit. Yishu added, not wanting to imply that Scabbers' current state would deter the Weasley family from taking him on future adventures. After all, that would render all his efforts utterly meaningless. Stepping out of the Gryffindor dormitory, Yishu stretched lazily and gazed up at the sky, where a crimson phoenix soared gracefully through the air. Throughout the past half-month since returning to school, he had not caught a glimpse of the creature. He had visited the headmaster's office several times, only to find it deserted, indicating that Dumbledore had mysteriously vanished. This semester, Quirrell was poised to take action, presenting an excellent opportunity to capture Voldemort. Even if they could not kill him due to the Horcruxes, confining him would prevent him from orchestrating any mischief outside. A lion wandering in the wild poses a different level of danger compared to one trapped in a cage, stripped of its claws and fangs. Yishu had rehearsed the plan to capture Voldemort countless times in his mind. He was well aware of all his movements and schemes. Yet there were many things he could not disclose to Dumbledore, as the source of this information was a crucial point. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the headmaster's office was rapped upon. Come in. Dumbledore's voice, though aged, resonated with vitality from within. Ah, it's you, Yishu. Dumbledore exclaimed upon seeing him. Yishu had intended to address him informally as the old man, a term of endearment that had developed between them over time. However, noticing the presence of others, he quickly amended his address, mindful of Dumbledore's esteemed position. Ah, young Yishu, you have arrived. Inside Dumbledore's office, Severus Snape was already seated, engaged in discussion with the headmaster. It seems Fawkes has become your standard companion. Wherever you are, he is sure to follow. You are the only one in the wizarding world who has a phoenix at your side. Yishu chuckled, half joking, half serious. Then, let us proceed as we discussed earlier. I shall take my leave. Upon Yishu's entrance, Snape rose slowly, nodded to Dumbledore, and brushed past Yishu on his way out. As he passed, Snape maintained a cold demeanor, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Yishu. Look at you. Acting as if it was a grave matter that I caught you using your cauldron for a hot pot back then. Such pettiness. No wonder you've never attracted any female attention. Yishu scoffed, reflecting on his strained relationship with Snape, which stemmed from his own reckless behavior. Notably, there was an incident when Yishu had stealthily snuck into the potions classroom at midnight to cook hot pot in Snape's personal cauldron, only to be caught red-handed. To make matters worse, that particular cauldron had been Snape's for nearly 20 years, and he had developed a deep attachment to it. At that time, Snape had been furious, his nostrils flaring, and had it not been for the intervention of other professors who heard the commotion, a confrontation might have ensued. Since then, Snape had never treated Yishu with any semblance of kindness. Yishu harbored serious doubts that the cauldron had once belonged to Lily, or perhaps had even been a gift from her. Otherwise, Snape would not have reacted so vehemently. Young man, have you come to see me for a particular reason? Dumbledore was well aware of Yishu's character. He would never seek him out unless there was a pressing matter at hand. Today, his unexpected visit clearly indicated urgency. So, my dear boy, have you come in haste for a reason? Dumbledore inquired, offering Yishu an empty cup. Upon receiving it, Yishu watched as Dumbledore's wand flicked, instantly filling the cup with exquisite wine. Though minors were prohibited from drinking, it was no secret that Yishu had indulged before. Dumbledore, a proponent of allowing students to embrace their true selves, had never sought to intervene. "Ah, this wine is delightful," Yishu remarked, taking a sip and finding its taste quite pleasant. "Tell me, old man, Why would you assume I didn't come to visit you intentionally? After all, you are indeed my guiding light on the path of wizardry. Yishu approached the perch where Fox, the phoenix, rested, playfully teasing it while laughing. Fox had grown quite old. Its feathers were thinning, signaling the twilight of its life. You? Come to visit me? Spare mis shows from Europa deist. We both know your pattern. You only visit when you either require something from me or have landed yourself in trouble. Like that incident in Nocturne Alley, Dumbledore expressed, a warning glint in his eyes. Therefore, I sincerely hope your visit does not herald misfortune. However, the more one frets over something, the more likely it is to manifest. Old man, this is an inevitability you cannot escape. Yishu shrugged his shoulders, an expression of resignation upon his face. What? You truly find yourself in trouble again? Quick, leave. I wish to live a few more years in peace. With that, Dumbledore waved his wand, preparing to unceremoniously expel Yishu from his office. A sudden voice struck Dumbledore like a thunderclap, causing him to pause mid-action. After a long silence, he sighed, "Ah, I knew it. How did you discover him? Did you encounter his true form?" Dumbledore's concern was palpable. If Yishu had indeed seen Voldemort's corporeal self, it would suggest that the Dark Wizard's power, while perhaps not at its peak, was still formidable. Not quite. Had I encountered his true form, I doubt I would have escaped with my life, Yishu replied. Dumbledore chose not to comment on this. While others may underestimate Yishu's abilities, Dumbledore was acutely aware of them. Even he might struggle to subdue Yishu in an instant, and the young wizard could very well surprise him. Old man, as I previously mentioned, perhaps you're pursuing the wrong leads. If my earlier suspicions were mere conjecture, I can now assert with certainty that Voldemort has taken refuge within another's form to infiltrate Hogwarts. Yishu set down his cup, a rare seriousness etched upon his face. Oh, if that is the case, you must have identified a suspect. Who is this person? A piercing gaze flickered across Dumbledore's eyes. He was eager to uncover who possessed such reckless audacity as to assist Voldemort in his resurrection. There indeed existed a prime suspect, Quirrell. Upon hearing the name mentioned by Yishu, a glimmer of disbelief crossed Dumbledore's countenance. Could it be that he was reluctant to accept this possibility? It would be no surprise if most people found it utterly implausible. Who exactly was Quirrell? He was the defense against the dark arts professor, renowned within the school as a quintessential, good-natured individual. His timid demeanor, stuttering speech, and submissive nature rendered him an unlikely candidate for suspicion. Even if every individual were scrutinized, Quirrell would remain above reproach. Yet, such innocuousness often serves as the finest disguise. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly honest man was, in fact, a devoted servant of Voldemort, a seasoned Death Eater? To my mind, his facade bore the marks of excessive conspicuousness. One must ponder, how could such a cowardly individual, more inclined to retreat from confrontation, achieve such profound expertise in defense against the dark arts? Yishu's remark illuminated a truth that Dumbledore, along with others, had previously overlooked. Indeed, he mused, I have grown old. How could I have failed to perceive such an obvious detail? In truth, my initial doubts regarding Quirrell stemmed from the seemingly innocuous gift you presented to Harry on Christmas Day. Dumbledore smiled, aware of the amicable rapport between Yishu and Harry, a development he wholeheartedly welcomed. Both Yishu and Harry held significant importance to him. One was his designated successor as headmaster, while the other was the prophesied child, a formidable weapon against Voldemort. Naturally, Dumbledore found great joy in their budding friendship. And Yishu's current statement indicated he had discerned the nature of the gift Dumbledore had bestowed upon Harry. On that Christmas evening, Yishu recounted to Dumbledore all the words Harry had shared with him. To an outsider, it might appear that Quirrell was merely exhibiting peculiar behavior. However, for both Yishu and Dumbledore, even the most trivial details resonated as clues. Additionally, there was Hagrid. A few days prior, he had encountered a rather peculiar individual, one shrouded in mystery and bearing a dragon egg. It was well known that Hagrid harbored aspirations of raising a dragon, a fact familiar to nearly all professors at the school. Yet, he fortuitously crossed paths with this enigmatic figure, who possessed a profound interest in magical creatures and engaged Hagrid in extensive discussions about their care. As one might expect from Hagrid, his propensity for loose lips was exacerbated by alcohol and discussions about magical creatures. At this revelation, both Yishu and Dumbledore exchanged wry smiles. Thus, what had Hagrid inadvertently disclosed? He had let slip crucial insights regarding the care of a three-headed dog, particularly that Fluffy would succumb to slumber at the sound of music. Oh, that foolish giant! It is imperative that I implement an additional protective measure, for we remain oblivious to whether the other safeguards have been compromised. Dumbledore covered his face with his hand, at a loss for words. He understood that, at the very least, the initial barrier guarding the Philosopher's Stone had ceased to be secure. Chapter 46, Dragon Knight? Dumbledore departed in haste. Although the evidence provided by Yi Shu pointed predominantly towards Quirrell, the latter exhibited no obvious flaws, rendering any action against him unfeasible. To act at this juncture might easily alert the serpent, should Voldemort seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Capturing him thereafter would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, the sole course of action available was to augment the protective barriers, ideally with those of considerable complexity. In contemplating additional defenses, Yi Shu thought of the Mirror of Ariste. This mirror was remarkably enchanting. Even with Yi Shu's current prowess in magic, he found himself unable to decipher the principles behind its creation, a testament to the formidable skill of its maker. Dumbledore, indeed, proceeded to retrieve the Mirror of Ariste as the ultimate guardian, for apart from this mirror, he could conceive of no other alternative. The Room of Requirement? As a former student of Hogwarts, Voldemort would undoubtedly be aware of its existence. It is likely Quirrell had visited it numerous times unbeknownst to others. Old man, I have conveyed all that is necessary. How events unfold now rests in your hands. While I do not expect you to vanquish Voldemort, for as long as the Horcruxes endure, he shall remain immortal. If we can but contain him, we may devise a strategy in due course. Voldemort, I hope you shall appreciate this grand gift I bestow upon you. A cold smirk graced Yi Shu's lips. Regrettably, Quirrell remained as unassuming as ever, diligently attending classes and studying various magical disciplines, revealing no signs of irregularity. This prompted Professor McGonagall to question the accuracy of Yi Shu's information. Meanwhile, Hagrid had inadvertently caused a minor catastrophe and received a stern reprimand from school. The dragon egg he had purchased from the pub had hatched, but this time without the interference of Harry and his friends, and thus devoid of Malfoy's meddling. The hatchling dragon was secretly raised in Hagrid's hut, affectionately named Norbert. Dumbledore was aware of Hagrid's acquisition of the dragon egg. However, his preoccupation with establishing new safeguards and guarding against Quirrell led him to neglect this matter. As time elapsed, the young dragon grew rapidly, and the quaint wooden hut could no longer contain its exuberance. Moreover, given that it was a fire dragon and Hagrid's abode was a timber structure, the majority of the furnishings being wooden, the outcome was all but inevitable. One day, while students were engaged in their lessons, Hagrid's hut erupted with a thunderous explosion, capturing the attention of all students and professors alike. They gathered at the windows and corridors, gazing towards Hagrid's dwelling, only to witness a medium-sized fire dragon ascending skyward, breathing forth scorching flames, soaring freely across the heavens. On the ground, Hagrid's other dog, Fong, dashed out from the ruins in a state of panic, flames flickering from its tail. Oh dear, Hagrid, you've landed yourself in trouble. Yi Shu shook his head, fully aware that Hagrid was in for a rough time. Although Dumbledore was present and expulsion from the school was out of the question, a stern reprimand was inevitable. Look, it's a dragon. Good heavens. Our school actually houses a dragon, and I was completely unaware. That was Hagrid's hut. He actually slept alongside a dragon. Unbelievable. Hagrid was so cool. I want a dragon too. Can I ask Hagrid if he'll show me his dragon? The students chattered excitedly. A group of budding wizards who had only encountered tales of brave heroes slaying dragons and wizards battling with them. Thus, they were not as terrified as one might expect. On the contrary, a sense of inexplicable exhilaration surged within them. Look, it seems the dragon is flying towards us. Will I be able to get close to it? I would love to soar through the skies on its back. The students envisioned the thrilling experience of riding a colossal dragon until the fire-breathing creature approached, unleashing a torrent of flames, causing them to scatter in fear. The professors hurried to calm the frightened students, their faces displaying wry smiles. Did these students truly believe that dragons were benevolent creatures? This particular dragon had been raised by Hagrid for so long that it had developed a slight affinity for humans. Otherwise, it would have promptly unleashed its wrath. Oh, Hagrid, it seems I must come to your rescue once again. Yi Shu sighed inwardly, summoning his broomstick and soaring towards the dragon. If its rampage continued, who knew what havoc it would wreak upon Hogwarts? The professors refrained from intervening, not wanting to be overly harsh since it was Hagrid's dragon. Otherwise, any one of them could easily dispatch it with a single spell. Whoosh! Yi Shu moved swiftly, catching up to the dragon in an instant. He had met Norbert before, so the dragon did not perceive him as a threat. You fool! With a flash of cold light, Yi Shu leaped from his broomstick, landing squarely on Norbert's back, his legs clamping tightly while his arms encircled the dragon's neck. Get me down, or I won't hold back. Roar! Norbert bellowed, its pride refusing to accept anyone riding atop it. It attempted to throw Yishu off. But despite its efforts, Yishu clung on as if glued to its body, immovable. Thud, thud, thud. Yishu freed one hand, relentlessly pounding Norbert's head. Though Norbert's physical strength surpassed that of a human, Yishu had cast a strengthening charm upon himself, and his arm now gleamed with a metallic sheen. Each punch landed with a resounding impact, eliciting pained roars from Norbert. After a dozen blows, the dragon's head grew dizzy, struggling to maintain its flight. Whimpering like a puppy, Norbert, now terrified, dove towards the ground, landing clumsily and in disarray. How marvelous! Senior Yishu has become a dragon knight. Can you believe that he subdued a dragon with nothing but his bare hands? A ferocious fire dragon, no less. Regardless, the dragon knight Yishu is now my idol. His remarkable feat has garnered admiration from numerous students, as a powerful wizard is indeed capable of vanquishing a dragon, albeit the one he defeated was merely a juvenile. However, let us not forget that to the outside world, he appeared to have accomplished this feat without the use of any spells, defeating a dragon solely with his physical prowess, which is unprecedented for a wizard. Am I truly seeking a duel with such a formidable creature? Thankfully, I did not act on impulse at that moment. At Hufflepuff Academy, Cedric gazed at the imposing Yishu and recalled his earlier impulsive thought of challenging Yishu to a duel in hopes of gaining Autumn Zhang's favor, a decision that now filled him with trepidation. Alas, Autumn Zhang, were you truly trying to take my life? Cedric shook his head in a wry smile, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 47. Are you certain you wish to participate? Nobu was ultimately sent away. Hogwarts was not its rightful home, and it was dispatched to Romania by Dumbledore. Ron's brother, Charlie Weasley, a graduate of Gryffindor, has been researching dragons in Romania for the past few years. And with him there, Nobu will be well cared for. On the day Nobu was sent away, Hagrid wept uncontrollably, clutching Nobu in excitement, unwilling to let anyone take it away. Raising a dragon had always been Hagrid's dream, and just as he had finally realized it, he was forced to part with it after only a few days. Hagrid was heartbroken. Ultimately, it was Yishu who could not bear to see this unfold. He stealthily approached from behind and rendered Hagrid unconscious, allowing this farce to come to an end. Hagrid faced disciplinary action for privately harboring such a dangerous creature within the school, which nearly resulted in significant losses for Hogwarts. Consequently, he was fined a semester's worth of salary. Additionally, he received a public reprimand during the assembly as a cautionary example for the entire student body and faculty. Following this incident, Yishu once again became the subject of widespread discussion within the school. Riding a dragon is a dream cherished by many. Even if they are wizards or come from formidable backgrounds, it is not a privilege that can be easily attained. Since the establishment of the Magical Creatures Protection Act, the rights of many magical beings have been safeguarded, and dragons, being inherently dangerous creatures, pose a considerable challenge even to seasoned wizards. Thus, when Yishu mounted the dragon, he became the most striking figure in all of Hogwarts, second only to Dumbledore, who possesses a phoenix. As the center of attention, Yishu found himself in Dumbledore's office. But this time he was not alone. Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, and Snape were present, totaling 5 individuals gathered to discuss something significant. Setting aside Yishu and Hagrid, the gathering of the 3 eminent figures of the Academy, Bee, Bat, and Cat, was certainly not for trivial matters. Should outsiders become aware of their discussion, they would likely be left in shock, for they were deliberating on the chaotic capture of Voldemort. Indeed, the discussion revolves around seizing the opportune moment to capture and seal Voldemort while he is in a state of vulnerability. Hagrid, considering the recent developments, it appears that the adversary has been periodically venturing into the Forbidden Forest to siphon the blood of unicorns to sustain his life. Based on previous patterns, it is likely that Voldemort will seek his next blood meal in the coming days. How have you progressed with the task I assigned you? Dumbledore turned his gaze towards Hagrid, who, as the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, possesses unparalleled familiarity with its depths. Everything is in order. In recent days, with the encouragement of Yesho and the allure of Eastern cuisine, Hagrid has finally emerged from the sorrow of losing Norbert. His massive form sank into the sofa as he ruffled his disheveled hair and spoke in his characteristic deep voice to Dumbledore. I have contacted Firenze of the Centaurs, who has agreed to mobilize his kin to assist us in tracking Voldemort's movements. Additionally, there is Aragog. Although you may harbor reservations towards him, he is a good creature. Upon discussing this matter with him, he readily consented to aid us. Aragog will command his offspring to conduct a thorough search across every inch of the terrain. As you know, while Aragog's progeny may lack individual strength, their sheer numbers undoubtedly rank among the highest in the Forbidden Forest. Even formidable dragons would hesitate to confront Aragog's legion of spiders, for in time, it would only be the unfortunate dragon that meets its demise. Aragog has been Hagrid's companion for 50 years, having been forced into the Forbidden Forest due to Voldemort's treachery. Consequently, Hagrid was expelled from the school and forbidden from wielding a wand. Had it not been for Dumbledore's unwavering support, Hagrid might have faced imprisonment in Azkaban. After becoming the keeper of keys and grounds, Hagrid even assisted Aragog in finding a mate, and now, after 5 decades, Aragog's spider brood has evolved into one of the largest communities within the Forbidden Forest. When it comes to tracking their quarry, Aragog's clan is undeniably among the foremost in the area. Excellent. If that is the case, we may commence our operation. However, my dear friend, are you certain you wish to join us? Understand that we are embarking on a quest to hunt down Voldemort. Though he is presently in a weakened state, we cannot ascertain what contingencies he may possess, and I cannot guarantee your safety. This endeavor is fraught with peril. I even permit Hagrid to discreetly wield his wand in moments of danger. Have you made your decision? Dumbledore's gaze towards Yes-Ho was laden with complexity. Initially, Dumbledore did not intend to involve Yes-Ho in this undertaking, which is why he had not informed him. Yes-Ho learned of the mission through Hagrid and promptly rushed over with him. Professor Dumbledore, I have previously stated that excessive protection cannot facilitate rapid growth in an individual. The flowers within the greenhouse, regardless of how vibrantly they bloom, are ultimately susceptible to destruction when faced with the tempest outside. Students within the school are akin to these greenhouse blossoms. Without enduring the trials of adversity, they can never truly flourish. The students of Hogwarts have never shied away from peril. Even when confronted by Voldemort, we shall triumph over him. For we are graced with the presence of the greatest wizards of our era. Yishu's stance is unequivocal. He insists on participating in this endeavor alongside everyone else. Indeed, Yishu is correct. What does it matter if it is Voldemort? In the end, we will conquer him. Hagrid, inspired by Yishu's words, could not help but voice his agreement, only to be met with a disapproving glance from Professor McGonagall, which rendered him more subdued. I concur with Yishu. You should take part in this mission. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, granting her approval for Yishu's involvement. Although I find this young man rather bothersome, I cannot deny the validity of his words. It is evident to all that you wish to groom him as your successor. If that is the case, he cannot shy away from such battles, for they are essential to the path of becoming the headmaster of Hogwarts. Naturally, should he meet his demise in this endeavor, it would only indicate his unworthiness. Even Severus Snape, who has always held a disdain for Yishu, found it rare to stand in his corner this time, albeit his words were less than flattering. Very well, since everyone concurs, Yishu, you shall be one of the members of this mission to apprehend Voldemort. Of course, for your safety, do ensure that you remain within my sight at all times. Ultimately, Dumbledore acquiesced to Yishu's participation in this operation. Chapter 48, The Hunt in the Forbidden Forest. Led by Dumbledore, the group comprised of Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, Professor Snape, head of Slytherin, along with Yishu and Hagrid, stealthily ventured into the dark forest, poised to capture Voldemort. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, and Flitwick of Ravenclaw remained at the academy to prevent any internal disruptions. Do not underestimate the combat prowess of these two, given sufficient time. Professor Sprout could weave an intricate web of magical plants. The Devil's Snare, which guards the Philosopher's Stone, is a testament to her expertise. As for Professor Flitwick, many may dismiss him due to his modest height, yet few are aware that he was once the champion of Hogwarts Dueling Club in his youth. Though age may have tempered him, his magical abilities have not waned. Rather, they have deepened with the passage of time. With such formidable guardians remaining at Hogwarts, even a fully empowered Voldemort would find it challenging to breach their defenses. Within the Dark Forest, the 5 of them arrived in Aragog's territory, a realm teeming with countless spiders of various sizes and glistening white webs. A colossal acromantula, as large as a small automobile, descended from a towering ancient tree, presenting itself before the group. "Oh, Aragog, my friend." Hagrid extended his arms, embracing his old friend, Aragog, who reciprocated by opening his pincers to envelop Hagrid within their grasp. The enormous spider's head brushed against Hagrid's bearded visage, a testament to their familial bond, one that had evolved to the extent that both would fiercely defend one another. "Ah, Aragog, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Look, I have brought you quite a feast this time." With a thud, several colossal wild boar carcasses were tossed to the ground by Yishu, igniting a wave of excitement in Aragog, who eagerly sank its fangs into one of the boars while distributing the remainder to its offspring. This was not Yishu's first encounter with Aragog. After becoming acquainted with Hagrid, He had been introduced to Aragog under Hagrid's guidance. Amusingly, during their initial meeting, Aragog mistook Yishu for a provider of a midnight snack for its young, leading to a swarm of spiders encircling Yishu, causing his hair to stand on end. Fortunately, Hagrid intervened just in time to prevent a conflict. Yishu had since met Aragog a few more times, and after fostering a sense of familiarity, he would invariably bring some provisions as a token of goodwill. Is this the reason you brought these wild boars? Are they meant for feeding the spiders? Snape regarded Yishu with an air of arrogance, finally grasping the rationale behind his hunting of ordinary wild boars. Naturally, one cannot request favors without offering something in return, especially when visiting another's abode. It would be quite discourteous to arrive empty-handed. Professor Snape, I must say, you might benefit from a lesson in etiquette. Perhaps you should familiarize yourself with the customs of the East. Yishu playfully jabbed at Snape, harboring no illusions about receiving a warm reception from him. Oomph. Snape scoffed coldly, lapsing into silence. In truth, Yishu was rather surprised by Snape's participation in this endeavor, although he was an ally of Dumbledore. That was a clandestine matter. Outside of Dumbledore, no one was privy to Snape's role as a pawn hidden within Voldemort's ranks. Should this mission to capture Voldemort succeed, Snape's identity as a pawn would become irrelevant, allowing him to openly declare his allegiance to Dumbledore. However, if they were to fail, how would Snape confront Voldemort thereafter? Yishu could scarcely comprehend how Dumbledore could overlook this possibility. What exactly was the old man plotting? Aragog, I entrust this task to you. Mobilize your offspring. If we can capture him, it would be a monumental achievement, and we could finally clear the unjust stigma that has plagued us. I refuse to bear this burden of wrongful accusation for the rest of my days, only to perish unjustly. Hagrid patted Aragog's large head, his tone tinged with melancholy. Hiss! Aragog emitted a low growl, and the dark forest was suddenly alive with the sound of rustling. It was the chorus of countless spiders scuttling about. 50 years ago, a young Voldemort, still a student, unearthed the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed the basilisk within, leading to the demise of a student, Myrtle, the ghost of the lavatory. In a bid to conceal the truth, Voldemort framed Hagrid and Aragog, forcing Aragog to flee into the Forbidden Forest and resulting in Hagrid's expulsion from school. Now, capturing Voldemort would absolve both of their grievances. Moreover, if Dumbledore and his companions remained out of sight for several consecutive days, it might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. As night fell on the following day, the five reconvened and ventured into the Forbidden Forest once again, yet yielded no results. This pattern persisted on the third and fourth nights. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. Their days were consumed by classes, and their nights by the relentless pursuit of Voldemort. The mental toll was immense, sustained only by their formidable magical prowess. Any ordinary individual would have succumbed long ago. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Unicorns were not exclusive to the Forbidden Forest. If Voldemort deemed the school unsafe and sought to hunt unicorns elsewhere, all their efforts would be in vain. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow, voicing her concerns. Let's rest well during the day and resume our final hunt tonight. If Voldemort fails to appear, we shall devise an alternative strategy. Dumbledore sighed, aware that this hunting endeavor was likely to be shelved. On the following day, well-rested, the five intended to make one last attempt at the hunt. But an unexpected letter disrupted their plans. Chapter 49. Luring the Tiger from its Mountain? An urgent missive from the Ministry of Magic compelled them to abandon their final hunting expedition. Yishu remained oblivious to the letter's contents, yet upon Dumbledore's perusal, his expression turned grave, after which he incinerated the letter, indicating its contents were not meant for outside eyes. The Ministry has pressing matters that require my attention. Thus, our hunting plans must be temporarily shelved. Dumbledore's eyes reflected regret. Despite their considerable efforts, they had yet to catch Voldemort, or even glimpse his shadow, an undeniable failure. Perhaps it was fate that his demise was not yet destined to occur. Professor McGonagall also sighed, her gaze heavy with disappointment. Dumbledore issued a brief directive before stepping into the fireplace. A handful of flue powder cast into the flames, which erupted in a green fire, and he vanished without a trace. Everyone must keep the events of these past few days confidential, especially you, Hagrid. You must be vigilant and not let anything slip. As the deputy headmistress, McGonagall held the highest authority in Dumbledore's absence, her serious demeanor fixed upon Hagrid. Why are you looking at me? I assure you, I will keep my mouth shut. Hagrid replied, somewhat awkwardly, acutely aware of his tendency to let things slip and feeling particularly embarrassed under McGonagall's scrutiny. I believe we should cast a memory charm on Hagrid. That way, we can prevent him from inadvertently revealing anything. Yishu remarked with a mischievous grin. I find this proposal quite reasonable. Professor Flitwick nodded in enthusiastic agreement with his student. I, too, deemed this suggestion feasible. Even the typically stoic Snape managed a rare jest. Oh no, you cannot do this. Yishu, do not think you can evade your obligations. I am well aware that you intend to shirk those 3 meals I am owed. During their time in the Forbidden Forest, Yishu sought to acquire a few acromantula for research purposes. Yet his relationship with Aragog was evidently not cordial enough to warrant such a request. Consequently, Yishu approached Hagrid, asking him to assist in procuring the spiders. The endeavor went smoothly, as Aragog was unlikely to refuse Hagrid's requests, especially for merely a few offspring. After all, Aragog had countless descendants. Relinquishing a few would hardly be a loss. Furthermore, Aragog sensed the formidable presence of the individuals before him. They were not taking without permission, but consulting him. Demonstrating their respect, given the courtesy shown, he would not be ungracious in return. Meanwhile, Hagrid seized this opportunity to extort from Yishu the promise of 3 different types of Eastern cuisine, believing that Yishu's current suggestion was merely a ruse. All right, I shall not jest any longer. Professors, I take my leave. Yishu bowed slightly and exited the headmaster's office first. Flitwick, I envy your student. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he is also exceptionally polite. If only I had such an outstanding pupil, I would wake up smiling. Professor Sprout of Hufflepuff expressed her admiration, acknowledging Yishu as the ideal student desired by all professors, notwithstanding his few shortcomings. Oh, but your Cedric from Hufflepuff is commendable as well. He is quite the remarkable young man, Flitwick remarked, though he could not help but exhibit pride in his own student. As Yishu stepped out of the headmaster's office, his expression instantly grew grave. He recalled a troubling thought. In the original narrative, Harry and his friends became aware of an intention to steal the Philosopher's Stone and sought to inform Dumbledore, only to be told by Professor McGonagall that Dumbledore had been summoned by the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry would not casually seek Dumbledore as assistance. In nearly 4 years of schooling, this was the first instance Yishu had witnessed Dumbledore being called upon by the Ministry. Thus, it was highly likely that Quirrell's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone was imminent, particularly tonight. Yishu even suspected that there might be followers of Voldemort within the Ministry, covertly communicating with Quirrell, deliberately diverting Dumbledore to create this very opportunity. How cunning! Did they truly believe that by removing Dumbledore, no one would be able to thwart their plans within the school? Did they genuinely think it was still Voldemort's dominion? How naive! It is highly probable that Voldemort will take action tonight. However, he cannot explicitly convey this to the professors, as it is merely a conjecture without any substantial evidence. Previously, the professors had toiled for several nights in an attempt to corner Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest, yet they yielded no results and found themselves utterly exhausted. It is noteworthy that the professors are all advanced in age. Even the youngest among them, Severus Snape, is already in his 40s, far removed from the days of youthful exuberance. Suddenly, the silence of the corridor is pierced by the sound of hurried footsteps, eliciting a look of surprise from Yishu. This is the headmaster's office area, and everyone at Hogwarts is aware that even the most mischievous students would not dare to run amok here. Who could it be? As several figures round the corner, Yishu recognizes them as Harry and his companions. What brings you here in such haste? Yishu inquires, frowning at the trio. It's Senior Yishu. Thank goodness we have found someone we can confide in, exclaimed one of them. We just saw Quirrell sneaking down the 3rd-floor corridor. He must be attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We must inform Professor Dumbledore at once to prevent Quirrell from succeeding. It turns out that ever since they detected Quirrell's unusual behavior, Harry and his friends have been covertly following him. Thanks to the invisibility cloak, Quirrell remained oblivious to their pursuit. Just moments ago, while tailing Quirrell, Harry noticed that he was avoiding all encounters and stealthily entered the restricted room on the 3rd floor. Yishu had previously informed Harry that the Philosopher's Stone was housed within, and sensing the gravity of the situation, Harry swiftly summoned Hermione and Ron, seeking assistance from the professors. However, after searching high and low, they found no trace of Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, nor any of the other heads of houses. In desperation, the trio made their way to the headmaster's office to relay this urgent news to Dumbledore. Chapter 50. Voldemort takes action regrettably. You have arrived too late. Dumbledore. Yishu spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his expression laden with sorrow. Oh heavens! Is this true? It is utterly inconceivable. The weight of the revelation hung heavy in the air. This is Dumbledore we are speaking of. How could he simply perish? This is an unimaginable tragedy. If Dumbledore is gone, who in the wizarding world can possibly thwart Voldemort? Ron exclaimed in horror, clutching his head. Ron, what nonsense are you spouting? Dumbledore cannot possibly be dead. That is absolutely impossible. Hermione interjected urgently. Yes, Ron, stop with your wild assertions and be quiet. Harry added, both anxious to prevent the spread of such alarming news and concerned for their own well-being should the rumors take flight. Suddenly, a heavy slap landed on Ron's face, leaving him bewildered and staring at Yishu in confusion, uncertain why he had been struck. Who told you that Dumbledore is dead? Yishu's expression was stern as he regarded Ron with a skeptical gaze. But you said Dumbledore. After much contemplation, it became apparent to Ron that Yishu had indeed not mentioned the fate of Dumbledore. Just moments ago, an urgent missive from the Ministry of Magic arrived, requesting Dumbledore's assistance. Hence, he was not present at the school. Where could he possibly be? Gryffindor's disdain for its headmaster warranted a deduction of 50 points. With a stern countenance, Yishu imposed this penalty upon Gryffindor. Oh no! Ron clutched his head in despair. This time, he was truly at a loss for tears. Yishu chuckled inwardly. His intention was merely to play a prank on the trio, yet he had not anticipated Ron's reaction. Since that was the case, it was fortuitous to deduct their points. The trio had consistently deducted points from Gryffindor in the original tale, yet under Dumbledore's favoritism, they still managed to secure first place for the house. Yishu was not convinced. He was curious to see if, after further deductions, they would still retain their position as the leading house. As for Quirrell, Yishu harbored no concerns regarding his ability to acquire the Philosopher's Stone. The object had been concealed within the mirror of a wreath by Dumbledore. The more Quirrell, or Voldemort, yearned for it, the more elusive it would become. As long as Harry refrained from guarding the secret chamber containing the stone, even if Quirrell shattered the mirror, he would never obtain it. However, could Harry really abstain from this duty? Yishu certainly would not allow that. If Harry did not confront Quirrell, how could he eliminate him and subsequently draw out Voldemort? It was crucial to remember that Voldemort was at his most vulnerable during that time. It was a prime opportunity to capture him. You must not act recklessly, such as following Quirrell into the chamber. There are numerous traps within. The first challenge, while its weakness lay in music, would soon lead to the second, which harbored the light-fearing devil snare, and the third, which required finding the correct key. The final challenge involved wizard chess. Each of these trials was fraught with danger, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. With that, Yishu paid no further heed to the trio and made his way toward the headmaster's office. What shall we do, Harry? Ron queried, anxious as he awaited Yishu to notify the professors and to see them hasten to their aid. By then, Quirrell might have already seized the Philosopher's Stone and fled. Hermione, what do you think? Hermione? What are you pondering? Ron, in his agitation, scratched his head, glancing at Hermione, who appeared deep in thought with a furrowed brow. Harry, do you sense it too? Indeed, Yishu seems rather deliberate in his actions, although his motives remain unclear. At least we have discerned the nature of the challenges. Let us proceed to the third-floor chamber. With that, Harry and Hermione turned and dashed toward the chamber housing the Philosopher's Stone, leaving Ron behind, somewhat bewildered. What are you all discussing? He called out. Hey, wait for me. Ron sprinted a few steps to catch up with Harry and Hermione, uncertain of their conversation, but resolved to follow along regardless. Meanwhile, at the end of the corridor, Yishu peered out, observing the trio as they ran off, a smile playing upon his lips. He only mentioned the first 4 challenges, neglecting to address the final trial, the erased mirror, leaving them unaware that even if Quirrell were to enter, he would be unable to decipher the mirror's secrets and obtain the Philosopher's Stone. The essence of the erased mirror is beyond the grasp of those like Voldemort and Quirrell, whose vision is clouded by insatiable desires. Thus, their attempts to destroy it would be futile. As for Harry's safety, Yishu need not worry, for he bears a protective charm that will shield him from harm until he reaches adulthood. Anyone daring to approach him would merely be courting their own demise. This is precisely why Dumbledore chose to place young Harry with the Dursleys, ensuring that the protective charm will be continuously replenished in the presence of blood relatives. Otherwise, as Professor McGonagall remarked 11 years prior, if word were spread, numerous esteemed families within the wizarding community would eagerly adopt the infant Harry. Oh, Voldemort. Entertain these 3 little ones for a while. A surprise awaits you shortly. With that, Yishu made his way back to the headmaster's office, where the heads of the 4 houses were slowly emerging. Upon seeing Yishu return, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, raised an eyebrow and inquired in surprise, Colleagues, Quirrell has entered the chamber guarding the Philosopher's Stone. According to reliable sources, only Quirrell has entered, which corroborates our previous suspicions that Voldemort has possessed him, rendering him undetectable. The moment these words escaped his lips, the 4 were struck with alarm. They could scarcely fathom that action had been taken immediately following Dumbledore's departure. Oh, curse be it! Had we known, we should have decisively imprisoned Coral beforehand. So, what are you all hesitating for? Act swiftly. Sprout, you and Snape set up barriers outside to prevent any escape. Flitwick, we shall enter and apprehend Voldemort. With the formidable Dumbledore absent, this is the only course of action we can take. Professor McGonagall swiftly orchestrated their response. Wait, Professor McGonagall. I too wish to enter the chamber and confront Voldemort. Yishu stepped forward, his gaze resolutely fixed on Professor McGonagall. Young man, Flitwick began to protest. But knowing Yishu well, he recognized the determination in his eyes and sighed. Very well, but take care of yourself. We cannot afford to divert our attention to protect you. After a moment's hesitation, Professor McGonagall acquiesced to Yishu's request. Chapter 51. Fluent in Canine Tongue? Upon the arrival of the group at the third-floor chamber, they discovered the door had already been opened. Fluffy. Yishu was the first to enter the room, softly calling to the awakened three-headed dog. Upon seeing Yishu, Fluffy wagged his massive tail vigorously, creating a thunderous sound as it struck the walls, dislodging countless stones. Suddenly, Fluffy's expression shifted. All three enormous heads simultaneously bared their teeth, gleaming white and sharp, glaring menacingly at the space behind Yishu. Oh, dear friends, do not be alarmed. We are all allies here. Professor McGonagall entered the secret chamber closely behind, prompting the vigilant Lu Wei to assume a defensive posture against perceived foes. After all, Lu Wei was acquainted with Yishu, but not with Professor McGonagall and her companions, particularly upon encountering Snape. The fierce glint in Lu Wei's three pairs of eyes grew even more pronounced. Lu Wei distinctly remembered that this long-haired figure, clad entirely in black, had once intruded uninvited, and Lu Wei had even taken a bite out of him during that encounter. Alas, it appears someone has ventured inside. In the corner of the room stood a harp, and the expressions of Professor McGonagall and her companions shifted as they sensed impending trouble. Lu Wei, you have failed in your duty. Yishu lightly patted one of Lu Wei's large heads and shook his own, though his tone bore little reproach. After all, it was Hagrid himself who had revealed Lu Wei's vulnerability. Thus, the blame could not be placed upon Lu Wei. Oh dear! The three heads of Lu Wei simultaneously displayed a personified expression of grievance, and then he let out a series of frantic barks, seemingly conveying a message to Yishu. Oh, is that so? Tisk, it's not your fault. You spare them? Thankfully, they are my companions, tasked with thwarting the adversary. The professors listened as Lu Wei declared. It was Quirrell who hypnotized it with music, and they must have infiltrated thereafter. Subsequently, Cough, Harry, and the others arrived. They likely intend to confront Voldemort using their own strength. Having spent considerable time with me, they have absorbed my essence, leading Lu Wei to mistake them for allies, thus allowing them to enter unharmed. Indeed, unlike the original tale, where they nearly became snacks for Lu Wei's three heads, this time, thanks to Yishu's influence, Lu Wei refrained from attacking the trio upon awakening, instead permitting their safe passage. What? Harry and his friends have entered? Have they lost their minds? The expressions of Professor McGonagall and her colleagues shifted dramatically, and a fleeting glimmer of anxiety crossed Snape's gaze, though it was quickly masked. Yet, Yishu caught the moment. Oh no, we must hurry and prevent these three little rascals from proceeding. Sprout, Snape, you will remain outside while the three of us venture in to capture Voldemort. With that, Professor McGonagall strode towards the underground passage. Wait, I believe I should accompany you. After all, the most effective strategy is to corner Voldemort in the basement. In this scenario, an additional ally increases our chances of success, does it not? Snape stated impassively, but Yishu saw through his true intentions. What a grandiose statement about increasing our odds. He merely wishes to ascertain Harry's safety. Very well, that will be the plan. Sprout, the outside is in your hands. Lumos. With that, Professor McGonagall and her trio of companions cast illumination charms and plunged into the depths below. Why have we not yet encountered those three little ones? Have they fled so swiftly? Yishu, are you certain the trio has breached the premises? After passing through the third barrier, the four still had not caught sight of Harry and his companions, causing Professor McGonagall to grow increasingly anxious. Certainly, Lu Wei will not make a mistake. Yishu nodded affirmatively. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately restrained herself. She had intended to say, "What troubles me is not Lu Wei's potential error, but rather your own. Communicating effortlessly between humans and dogs is indeed no jest." Suddenly, a faint rustling sound echoed. Though subtle, it resonated with striking clarity in the silent chamber. Someone was present. The four exchanged apprehensive glances, tightening their grips on their wands. Displaying expressions of anxiety, particularly Snape, whose face betrayed undeniable urgency and concern. If the newcomer was Voldemort, had Harry already fallen victim? If that were true, the bloodline of Lily would be irrevocably severed, and when it came time for him to meet her again in death, what would he have to offer for her forgiveness? "Oh, Ron, you are too heavy. I have long advised you to eat less. It is high time you considered a diet." A youthful voice rang out in the dimly lit basement as Hermione struggled to drag the unconscious Ron towards the exit, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others. "Miss Granger, how is Ron?" Professor McGonagall's voice startled Hermione, and upon recognizing her, she rushed into Yishu's embrace, sobbing. "Oh, Senior Yishu." Ron sacrificed himself to allow Harry to progress through wizard's chess. He was struck and has lost consciousness. Harry pursued him, and Professor Quirrell has already entered. "You must hurry to save him." Thus, Hermione elucidated the situation with remarkable clarity, embodying the intellect of their trio. "You three are incorrigible. Once this chaos settles, I shall address your recklessness," McGonagall commanded. "Now, Miss Granger, take Mr. Weasley and find a concealed corner to hide. Regardless of any commotion, do not reveal yourselves. Everyone else, we must proceed." McGonagall's wand emitted a soft glow as she led the charge into the final chamber. However, even faster than her was Severus Snape, his black cloak billowing behind him like a great bat in the dim environment. Chapter 52, No More Pretense, The Truth Revealed. In the final chamber, guarding the Philosopher's Stone, torches lit the walls, illuminating the space as if it were daylight. At the center stood a massive mirror, towering above a person, its design remarkably archaic, the Mirror of Ariste. Before this mirror stood a tall figure. Upon entering the chamber, this was the scene that greeted Harry. "Harry Potter, you have finally arrived. I had presumed you would falter at the outer challenges, yet here you are, having succeeded. Should I commend your abilities or lament the incompetence of the professors who laid down challenges easily overcome by a mere child? Oh, it seems you're the only one to have made it through. It appears the other two remain outside. Are they dead?" The figure turned, revealing none other than Quirrell. However, at this moment, he had completely shed his disguise. No longer did he exhibit the timidity he usually portrayed. Instead, he wore a visage of confidence and arrogance. "Indeed, it is you. You are a minion of Voldemort. I once thought back in the bar, Quirrell was the first to extend his hand to greet me. Yet now he is transformed into a servant of the Dark Lord. You thought it was Snape, did you? Certainly, he appears more villainous. With him around, who would dare question the pitiful and stammering Professor Quirrell?" As he spoke, Quirrell adopted his customary timid expression. "Yet that day during the Quidditch match, Snape clearly intended to kill me." Harry remained reluctant to believe that Snape, who had perpetually targeted him, was indeed innocent. Thus, he posed the question. "Oh no, dear child, it was I who wished to kill you. Had it not been for Snape's cloak catching fire that day, causing him to stumble into me, I would have succeeded. No matter how many counter curses he uttered, my strength would have surpassed his. And now, I am done pretending. I lay my cards on the table." Quirrell's face was a mask of fury. The mere thought of that day's failure filled him with resentment. Just a little more. If only he had been a fraction closer, he could have eliminated Voldemort's lifelong adversary. "You claim that Snape sought to save me? It is astonishing that Senior Yesho was indeed correct." Harry murmured to himself, feeling bewildered. The enemy he had always perceived had secretly rescued him. While the seemingly inconspicuous defense against the dark arts professor at school had metamorphosed into a servant of the Dark Lord, this was undeniably dramatic. "Who? Yesho? Oh, that cursed Eastern boy. Both he and you are my greatest concerns. In my view, the threat posed by Yesho, this Eastern lad, is far greater than that of you, the so-called savior. According to your earlier assertions, he possesses not only formidable academic talent, but also meticulous reasoning skills, managing to deduce everything. Consequently, I have added him to my list of targets. I envision myself obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, but how did I truly acquire it?" Quirrell's face was a portrait of confusion, evidently ensnared by the reflections of his heart cast by the Mirror of Ariste. "Use that boy a hoarse, sinister voice echoed within the chamber. Harry looked around in terror, but saw no other presence apart from themselves. "Come here, Potter, quickly." Quirrell pointed at Harry, his words imbued with an undeniable authority. Harry felt a surge of panic. After all, Quirrell was a professor at the school, and his power was not to be underestimated. As a mere first-year student, how could he gain an advantage over him? Before entering, Harry had not contemplated much. He had merely thought of how to prevent Quirrell from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Yet now, he felt utterly lost. Though he had entered, how could he thwart Quirrell? Was he to confront him with only a handful of basic spells? "Don't be ridiculous. One of his previous curses had nearly been the end of him. One can only fear that the opponent may not even require a wand. A mere hand could extinguish one's life. Under the intense gaze of the adversary, Harry trembled as he approached the Mirror of Arist, casting a timid glance at Quirrell. "Pray tell, what do you see within this mirror?" Harry swallowed hard, nervously directing his gaze towards the Mirror of Arist. This was not his first encounter with the mirror. Previously, he had glimpsed the illusions of his parents. Harry had anticipated a similar outcome this time. Yet to his astonishment, the reflection of himself began to move slowly. In the mirror, his reflection extended a hand into his trouser pocket, and upon withdrawing it, revealed a stone, unmistakably the Philosopher's Stone that Quirrell coveted. Harry's eyes widened, and his breath quickened as the reflection of himself winked at him before placing the stone back into the pocket. Instinctively, Harry reached into his own pocket only to discover it had inexplicably become swollen, containing a hard object. "What did you see?" Quirrell inquired anxiously, realizing he had already squandered considerable time. If he did not seize the Philosopher's Stone soon, he would have nowhere to flee once the school authorities caught wind of his intentions. "I saw myself shaking hands with Dumbledore, having won the House Cup," Harry replied cunningly, spinning a web of deceit. "Let me speak with him." The hoarse voice echoed once more, and Harry felt its proximity intensify. "Master, your strength is waning." At the utterance of these words, Quirrell, who had appeared menacing, suddenly became submissive. "It's fine, I still possess some strength." With that, Quirrell ceased his protests, gradually unwrapping the bandages from his head. As the bandages fell away, a grotesque visage emerged before Harry. However, far more terrifying than the face itself was the fact that it was situated on the back of Quirrell's head, writhing with every breath he took. Chapter 53, A Fortuitous Encounter. "Harry Potter, we meet again. You are Voldemort?" Although it was his first encounter with Voldemort, the astute Harry quickly deduced the identity of his nemesis. "Indeed, behold what I have become. I am but a shadow, clinging to another's body, reduced to a parasite. All thanks to you." Voldemort's tone brimmed with wrath. Had it not been for Harry, he would not have descended to such depths. Perhaps he would have already unified the wizarding world and led wizards in an assault against the Muggle realm. "The blood of unicorns has granted me some vitality. It cannot restore my corporeal form. However, there is one thing that can. That very object resides within your pocket." Voldemort's power was formidable. Although he could not directly extract the Philosopher's Stone from the Mirror of Arist, he possessed the ability to discern subtle movements within it. At this revelation, Harry felt a jolt of alarm and turned to flee towards the chamber's exit. "Stop him!" As Voldemort's words echoed, Quirrell snapped his fingers, and the torches in the chamber ignited fiercely, blocking the path to the outside with roaring flames. Quirrell did not rely on a wand. In the wizarding world, spells need not always be cast with one. However, this approach diminished the spell's potency considerably. Yet, against a first year like Harry, such magical strength sufficed. "Do not be foolish. Why seek your own demise? Simply hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and we shall share eternal life." Voldemort sought to recruit Harry as his minion, believing that if this prophesied child served him, the prophecy of his demise at Harry's hands would become null and void. This notion had only struck Voldemort after his failure a decade prior. "You shall not succeed." Harry, however, remained resolute. Though panic gripped his heart, as a worthy Gryffindor, he would not yield, especially given that the adversary had slain his parents. Even in death, Harry would not concede. "Your bravery is commendable. Your parents were the same." Voldemort taunted. "Tell me, Harry, do you wish to see your parents again?" The mention of his parents made Harry's heart tighten, clearly indicating that Voldemort had struck a nerve. "Indeed, it is as you say. In this world, good and evil are trivial. What matters is power and the pursuit of it by the powerless. Hand me the Philosopher's Stone, and we can achieve unparalleled greatness." Voldemort exerted himself to manipulate Harry, fully aware that he could not resurrect Harry's parents. Even if he could, it would not be in their true form. He merely sought to prey upon Harry's youth to brainwash him. "You lie," Harry shouted defiantly, his heart unmoved by Voldemort's words. "Damn it, kill him." Frustrated by Harry's resilience, Voldemort decided to conclude the matter swiftly. At Voldemort's urging, Quirrell levitated towards Harry, his hand reaching out, poised to strike. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their nefarious intentions, and an invisible barrier emerged between Harry and Quirrell, causing the latter to crash headlong into it. Thud! Quirrell's bald head collided with the unseen barrier with a resounding thump, resulting in a painful impact. The excruciating pain caused Quirrell to collapse, cradling his head and wailing, blood seeping through his fingers in a gruesome display. "Who? Which bastard is it?" A furious Quirrell cursed as he struggled to his feet, enduring the agony. Clear water like a spring. Another voice resonated, and a stream of water appeared, extinguishing the raging flames at the entrance in an instant. Four figures stepped into the chamber under the watchful eyes of Quirrell, Voldemort, and Harry. It was Professor McGonagall and her companions. Damn it, it's you. Quirrell's countenance was grave. Amongst the four individuals present, the prowess of fourth-year student, Harry, was notably formidable, capable of engaging him in a test of strength. The other two, Snape and Flitwick, were equally his match. As for Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, her might was unparalleled, second only to Dumbledore within Hogwarts. No matter how conceited he might be, Quirrell knew he could never rival her. Harry gazed with excitement at the four figures that had appeared, initially believing his demise was inevitable today, but was pleasantly surprised by the prompt arrival of the professors. However, upon encountering Snape, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He had long misconstrued Snape as the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, even believing the man sought to end his life. Yet, he had just learned that Snape was, in fact, the one who saved him, leaving Harry with a sense of guilt. As for Snape's previous antagonism towards him, it paled in comparison to the immense debt of gratitude Harry owed. Harry and Snape exchanged glances. Upon seeing Harry unharmed, Snape secretly exhaled in relief. However, his expression shifted drastically when he noticed the dark mark of Voldemort on Quirrell's head, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Snape, once a Death Eater, had defected to Dumbledore's side, becoming his spy, an arrangement known only to Dumbledore and himself. Faced with Voldemort, he was torn between revealing his espionage or continuing to ruse. If he chose the former, and Voldemort escaped, he would lose his chance to infiltrate the dark forces. Conversely, if he opted for the latter and Dumbledore were not present, he risked being perceived as a traitor and potentially killed by those around him. Neither McGonagall nor Flitwick were easy opponents, without resorting to lethal force. He stood no chance against them. In that moment, Snape was engulfed in turmoil, his expression a masterpiece of conflict, regretting his decision to intervene. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, equally astonished, had anticipated Voldemort's involvement but were unprepared to confront him directly. Though his current state was exceedingly peculiar, he remained Voldemort, a name that could instill terror throughout the wizarding world. Only Yishu, upon beholding Voldemort, could not suppress a disdainful smirk, internally remarking how repulsive he appeared. Chapter 54, A Flawless Cooperation. My master, what shall we do? Quirrell quaked with fear. He was genuinely afraid. Despite his unwavering loyalty to Voldemort, he was not ready to die. Confronted by the four formidable figures, he saw no glimmer of hope. Voldemort? What a jest! At present, he was merely a powerless specter. Had he not latched on a Quirrell, he would lack even the strength to move. What are you afraid of, you coward? Voldemort seethed, sensing Quirrell's trepidation. The illustrious Voldemort, reduced to this pitiful state not by his own volition but rather by the loss of his corporeal form, found himself cornered by a handful of adversaries. His eyes darted, seeking a means to extricate himself from the predicament. Landing upon Severus Snape, his gaze dark and foreboding. Coincidentally, Snape was surreptitiously observing Voldemort, their eyes locking in a charged moment of recognition. Curse it! Why does he gaze at me? Snape thought, grappling with an internal conflict. In this dire situation, how could I possibly rescue you? Even if I could, I would refrain from intervening. I have yet to settle the score for Lily's demise. Yet, the thought of Voldemort escaping filled Snape with dread, as it would jeopardize his position as a double agent. Amidst this turmoil, Voldemort attempted to articulate his thoughts, but an unexpected disruption seized the attention of all present. They stood agape, eyes fixated on Yishu, whose clenched fist hovered ominously above the motionless Snape, now sprawled upon the ground. Moments earlier, Yishu had stealthily approached Snape from behind, delivering a forceful blow to the back of his head, effectively inducing a physical stupor. Forgive me, but according to my intelligence, Snape has clandestinely conferred with Quirrell. I know not the contents of their discourse, but I dare not take that risk. Should Snape be in league with Voldemort, it would place us in grave danger. I cannot afford that gamble. Thus, it is prudent for him to remain incapacitated for the time being. The rationale behind Yishu's actions resonated with the onlookers, though upon deeper reflection, they sensed an underlying discord, yet were momentarily at a loss for counterarguments. Not so, Senior Yishu, Professor Snape, Harry interjected, feeling a pang of guilt for his previous misconceptions about Snape. Enough, Harry, this place is too perilous. You must leave at once. Hermione and Ron await you outside. With a flick of his wand, Yishu levitated Harry's body, propelling him swiftly towards safety. What a foolish lad, Yishu mused, shaking his head slightly as he witnessed Harry's departure. The Snape of yore was undoubtedly no paragon of virtue. He was a staunch Death Eater. However, the present Snape was an innocent party, a fact that Yishu recognized. Within the confines of the school, save for Dumbledore and Snape himself, only Yishu was privy to Snape's animosity toward Voldemort. Hence, how could he possibly ally himself with the Dark Lord? Having successfully rendered Snape unconscious and provided him with a plausible excuse, Yishu feared that Harry's interference could render Snape's ordeal in vain. Should Voldemort manage to escape, Snape would seamlessly re-establish himself as a trusted confidant. Damn it, this fool has been bested by a mere child. Voldemort seethed, his voice laced with chilling malice. Yet alas, he was reduced to mere threats, powerless to cast even the simplest of spells in his disembodied state. The enslavement of Quirrell was facilitated by a dual strategy: the leverage of previously accrued prestige and the enticement of immortality as a bargaining chip. Much like the earlier manipulation of Harry, Quirrell was merely deceived. I find myself quite wary, but now, what power do you truly possess beyond mere threats? Once severed from Quirrell, you exist solely in a spectral state, destined to fade and return to slumber with the passage of time. What can you truly do to me? A scornful smile graced Yishu's face as he dismissed Voldemort's menacing presence entirely. Quirrell act. Eliminate them. If you're captured, you face but two fates: death on the spot or a fate worse than death in Azkaban. Which do you choose? Voldemort's voice rasped urgently, pressing Quirrell, who was wavering in resolve. Curse be it. I choose neither. I wish to survive. All of you stand aside. Anyone who dares impede me shall face death. Quirrell brandished his wand and unleashed the killing curse, sending a chill through Professor McGonagall and her companions. As one of the three unforgivable curses, his readiness to cast it indicated he was undoubtedly a seasoned Death Eater, potentially holding countless lives in his hands. With swiftness, Yishu countered with an offensive spell. Colliding with Quirrell's curse in midair, the two spells neutralizing each other. Disarm. Simultaneously, Professor Flitwick cast a disarming charm, striking Quirrell's wand, which soared from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Quickly bind him. Following closely, Professor McGonagall invoked a binding spell, ensnaring Quirrell in place, rendering him immobile. This marked the trio's first collaboration, yet they seized the perfect moment to attack. Well executed. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly at Yishu, her eyes brimming with admiration. Yishu's aptitude for learning was remarkable. However, until now, it had been limited to theoretical knowledge. In practice, individuals often falter, and even minor errors in spellcasting can lead to disastrous consequences. The pressure of real combat can leave even the most prepared paralyzed with fear awaiting their end. Such training, regardless of how extensive, remains futile as participants subconsciously perceive it as mere simulation, devoid of real danger. Yet this young man, facing true adversaries for the first time, grasped every opportunity with precision, a rarity in Professor McGonagall's eyes. Well done, lad. You have not brought me shame. Professor Flitwick chuckled, thoroughly pleased with his student. Release me. Let me go. Quirrell, deprived of his wand, could only futilely batter against the invisible cage before him. Alas, even with his wand, he could not dismantle McGonagall's binding spell. Without it, he stood no chance. Chapter 55. Is resurrection imminent? Master, save me. I am unable to breach the barrier put up by the opponent. If this continues, we shall be utterly ensnared. Observing that his relentless efforts to strike the barrier were in vain, Quirrell had long since shed the arrogance he displayed when confronting Harry. Desperately, he sought assistance for Voldemort, who resided in the back of his mind. Useless. All of you are utterly useless. Each one of you cannot even accomplish this minor task. What purpose do you serve? Since you have become redundant, there is no reason for me to keep you any longer. For the sake of my ambitions, I shall offer you entirely to me. Voldemort, feeling increasingly irritable, lamented the incompetence of his minions. Snape had been knocked unconscious by a mere child, and now Quirrell had been subdued at first glance. He felt utterly drained. Once, he had single-handedly instilled fear in the wizarding world, yet his followers proved to be more inept than the last. What does this mean, my lord? Quirrell sensed a wave of foreboding. Familiar with Voldemort's modus operandi, he understood that to him, the ineffectual were merely disposable refuse. What do I mean? Quite literally, everything about you shall become my sustenance. Now, be silent and wait for your demise in peace. As Voldemort's hoarse voice echoed, his grotesque visage opened wide. And with that monstrous maw, Quirrell began to disintegrate rapidly. Please, my lord, spare me. Quirrell pleaded. As the vitality within him ebbed away, he realized what Voldemort intended. Approaching his end, He foresaw his own death. What is he doing? Flitwick, perplexed, frowned in confusion. I do not know. Professor McGonagall shook her head, though powerful. Her expertise in dark magic was limited. Regardless of his actions, it was evident that they were far from benevolent. Hurry, stop him. A sense of dread filled Yi Shu's heart as he urged Professor McGonagall to shatter the binding barrier. The three of them launched an assault on Voldemort. Seasoned in battle, Professor McGonagall quickly discerned that something was amiss. With a flick of her wand, she released Quirrell from his bindings. At that moment, he had already lost half of his form and was still undergoing disintegration. Let's attack together. The three exchanged determined glances, unleashing a barrage of spells towards the entangled Voldemort and Quirrell, the air thick with an aura of lethal intent. However, just as the spells were about to strike Quirrell's remaining form, they abruptly halted and dissipated, as if repelled by an invisible force. Professor Flitwick exclaimed in astonishment. Even when three of them attacked simultaneously, it was incomprehensible that Voldemort, as a mere fragment of a soul, could withstand such an onslaught. Even with Quirrell still present, he was utterly ineffective against their combined might. This is bad. A sinking feeling gripped Professor McGonagall's heart. Due to the delay, Quirrell's form had completely disintegrated, transforming into dust, which then swirled into Voldemort's mouth. As Voldemort devoured all the smoke and dust, the grotesque visage that had emerged from the back of Quirrell's head began to grow rapidly. His head, neck, and then his chest expanded at an alarming rate. What on earth was happening? Could this abomination truly be resurrecting? This was deviating from the script. A wave of alarm washed over Yi Shu. Voldemort's demeanor suggested he might revive without warning. If he truly came back to life, could the three of them possibly confront him? Was Professor McGonagall formidable? Indeed, she was. But even her might paled in comparison to Voldemort's. Not even with the combined efforts of himself and Professor Flitwick could they hope to match Voldemort's power. If he were so easily vanquished, he would not be the Dark Lord that inspired such fear. When one's abilities reach a certain threshold, mere numbers do not guarantee victory, unless those numbers are overwhelmingly significant. This was precisely why Yi Shu had only dared to scheme against Voldemort in secrecy. Only in his weakened state did they stand a chance against him. Fortunately, Voldemort's growth began to slow, culminating in a form that was only his upper body, with nothing but void beneath his chest, swirling mist and yellow sand dancing in the air. Damn it, you have forced me to this point. You have truly provoked my wrath. He raged, although consuming Quirrell granted him a fleeting surge of power. Without that old fool, Dumbledore, present, you three would not stand in my way. With only half of his form, Voldemort hovered in the air, his hideous face twisted with fury. Thankfully, he had not fully resurrected. He merely gained temporary strength from Quirrell's consumption. This was more manageable. Yi Shu exhaled with relief, the gravity of the situation lifting from his gaze. Now composed, he recognized the spell Voldemort had previously wielded. He had acquired various knowledge within the Room of Requirement, including a host of dark magic, though he had seldom employed it. The reason their earlier attacks had been thwarted was due to this particular incantation, which could consume the chosen individual, transforming them into sustenance for Voldemort's being. Furthermore, during this process, a formidable protective barrier was generated to shield him from disturbance. However, this spell bore significant limitations. Firstly, it was a mutually destructive incantation. Upon consuming another, the caster would also face self-destruction due to the ensuing rejection of power. Secondly, the duration of the strength gained was brief, intended solely for a final burst of power. The aspect of mutual destruction posed no concern for Voldemort. If he did not fight desperately now, his fate would be no better than self-detonation. Moreover, as a wraith, he was not susceptible to conflicts of power. Chapter 56. So, did you eat shit? Hit him. A strange laugh escaped Voldemort's lips, accompanied by his grotesque face, creating an oddly comical spectacle. McGonagall, Flitwick, and that little brat over there, you shall pay for your actions. I shall illuminate for you the essence of the Dark Lord's wrath. Do you presume to know my identity? I am Voldemort, the Dark Lord who sends tremors throughout the wizarding world. With arms outstretched, Voldemort clutched Quirrell's wand, which had naturally acknowledged him as its master following Quirrell's demise. That black-hearted fool. Allow me to pose a question. A sudden voice interrupted Voldemort's fervent proclamation, inciting a frown of discontent upon his visage, particularly at the disrespectful appellation directed towards him. Who do you refer to as a black-hearted fool? The enraged Voldemort raised his hand to cast a spell, only to have it thwarted by Yi Shu. See, merely inquiring a question, yet you fly into a rage. This behavior is unbecoming, and I surmise you are suffering from severe anger. I recommend you indulge in some chrysanthemum or honeysuckle tea to alleviate your ire. While Yishu deflected Voldemort's attack, he continued to mock him, though internally he clenched his jaw, feeling the weight of the situation. Considering your imminent demise, I shall permit you to pose one final question. Upon the completion of your last inquiry, I shall relish the opportunity to extinguish the life of this rare genius. Believe me, I shall derive great pleasure from it. A twisted smile adorned Voldemort's face, as he envisioned Yishu enduring torment beyond comprehension. Truth be told, Yishu's prodigious talent had become evident over nearly a year. Given sufficient time, he would undoubtedly emerge as a second Dumbledore. Thus, Voldemort would seize any chance to eliminate him personally. Surprisingly, Voldemort, you display a semblance of mercy, permitting me to ask a question. My query is quite simple. Did you feel any revulsion while consuming Quirrell? Voldemort was momentarily taken aback by Yishu's inquiry, his brow furrowed in perplexity. How could one so devoid of comprehension ascend to the title of Dark Lord? Surely your minions are equally dim-witted. You devoured Quirrell entirely, leaving not a trace of his corporeal form, including his innards. Does this imply that you also ingested the excrement residing within him? After all, he was wholly consumed. With that, Yishu looked at Voldemort with utmost seriousness, genuinely eager for an answer. This was not a jest. Rather, it stemmed from a long-standing curiosity. In a previous life, while watching various films, he had often pondered this very question whenever a villain consumed someone whole. Now, with Voldemort as a living example before him, he could not resist asking. Voldemort, suspended in midair, exhibited an array of expressions, his featureless face contorting grotesquely, even smoke rising from his bare forehead in irritation. At that moment, his countenance resembled one who had ingested something foul. Indeed, according to Yishu's earlier words, it seemed he had truly consumed excrement. Suddenly, Voldemort's grotesque visage contorted in a fit of retching, rendering his already hideous face even more repulsive. Damn you! You shall perish. I shall kill you, no? I shall torment you with the Cruciatus curse, slowly and painfully. Voldemort's furious curses reverberated throughout the chamber. The winds they conjured causing the torches affixed to the walls to flicker violently, ultimately extinguishing them. Not good, everyone give it your all. Yishu, should anything go awry, we will hold him off while you make your escape. Phileas Flitwick's face bore a grave expression, a sight Yishu had never witnessed before. In the depths of Flitwick's eyes, he discerned a glimmer of resignation. Clearly, if the situation became dire, he was prepared to sacrifice his own life to ensure Yishu's safe departure. Phileas speaks wisely. Yishu, we have grown old. As long as you can survive, that will be the greatest victory of this battle. Professor McGonagall offered a slight smile, evidently in accord with Professor Flitwick's sentiments. Observing their actions, Yishu felt a warmth within. Although they were merely his instructors, their devotion had transcended the bounds of teacherly duty. Do not worry, Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. We shall all survive. Voldemort is but a fragmented soul, his powers no longer at their zenith, relying solely on a fraction of Quirrell's magic. So, dear professors, what is there to fear? Let us not forget, Professor McGonagall, you are the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, second only to Dumbledore in strength. And as for you, Professor Flitwick, have you forgotten your youthful self? The champion of Hogwarts Dueling Club, who vanquished countless prodigies of yore. What of Voldemort? Consider him merely another overconfident challenger, just as you once defeated him in the dueling club, humiliating him thereafter. They say you have aged? Yet remember, with age comes profounder magic and richer experience. This mere Voldemort is merely your junior. So, dear professors, what are we afraid of? Let us act. Yishu exclaimed fervently. The two aged professors, stirred by his impassioned words, exchanged a glance, igniting a fierce flame in their eyes, a fervor belonging to the spirit of battle. Indeed, let us act. Voldemort, should you seek to escape from here today, be prepared. With a flourish of her wand, Professor McGonagall initiated the assault against Voldemort, followed closely by Professor Flitwick, the two coordinating their efforts in a seamless display of combat prowess. Damn it, what has this brat done? How have these two old codgers been so invigorated? Cursed be the moment I allowed him to speak. Voldemort cursed, his heart heavy with regret. Chapter 57, I shall return. In the dimly lit chamber, spells clashed and intertwined, an array of colors illuminating the darkness as energies of varying natures erupted and spread. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick joined forces to confront Voldemort, their prowess formidable, even amidst the ranks of the most elite in the wizarding world. Although Voldemort was formidable, at that moment he was merely a shadow of his former self, relying solely on a meager vestige of Quirrell's magic. Under the combined assault of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, along with the persistent harassment from Yishu, Voldemort found himself grievously cornered. His survival, thus far, was merely a testament to the formidable, offensive, and lethal nature of dark magic. If this onslaught continued, he would inevitably exhaust his magical reserves, ultimately leading to his capture. Death did not concern Voldemort. He possessed Horcruxes, ensuring that as long as they remained intact, his soul could not perish. What troubled him was the prospect of being sealed away. Once imprisoned, he would be stripped of his freedom, and upon his eventual release, who could predict when that might be? If captured, he would languish in a dark, desolate place, enduring an interminable solitude, only to emerge into a world where his followers had long since perished, and his legend faded into obscurity, forcing him to start anew from the very bottom. This thought ignited a fierce rage within him. No, he would not permit such an outcome. This was not the conclusion he desired. Death to you all. With an unknown surge of power, Voldemort's curses suddenly intensified, momentarily matching the trio's strength. Hold on, his energy is nearly spent. Professor McGonagall braced against Voldemort's assault, recognizing that he was at his breaking point. If they could withstand this onslaught, they would be able to seize victory. However, an unexpected twist unfolded. A dense black mist erupted from Voldemort, obstructing the trio's attacks once more, reminiscent of the initial confrontation. What now? Professor Flitwick furrowed his brow, expressing his impatience. Yet Yishu's eyes sparkled with understanding. He recognized that Voldemort had reached his limits. Curse it, how did you know? Voldemort's expression shifted as he realized Yishu was aware of the curse's characteristics, leaving him feeling somewhat vulnerable. No, I cannot remain here any longer. If this continues, I will truly be trapped. With resolute determination, Voldemort resolved to escape Hogwarts before his strength waned completely. Boom! The thick black mist erupted once more, encompassing the entire chamber. Yet simultaneously, Voldemort's already diminished form began to dissipate. As the mist thickened, Voldemort's corporeal presence dwindled ever more rapidly. This is bad. He is trying to flee. Yishu's eyes widened. Having invested so much effort, he could not allow Voldemort to escape. Without concern for concealing his strength, Yishu brandished his wand, swiftly conjuring a barrier within the chamber that enveloped both Voldemort and the encroaching black mist. The speed of Yishu's spell-casting astonished even Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. While both were capable of silent incantations, the more powerful the spell, the longer it typically required to cast. The barrier recently conjured by Yishu is evidently a highly advanced spell. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick reflected that even if they had attempted it themselves, they could not have executed it better. It appears that this student from Ravenclaw has been concealing their true capabilities all along. The two professors exchanged glances, with Professor McGonagall giving Professor Flitwick a look that urged him to comprehend the situation for himself. Professor Flitwick harbored no other thoughts. He was simply delighted that his student was so exceptional. As for anything else, he thought little of it. What ill intentions could a commendable student like Yishu possibly possess? Do you think this will deter me? Naive. Await the moment I once again reign supreme, for it shall be the end for all of you. Voldemort's remnants have been utterly reduced to dust, leaving only his spectral form drifting in the air. Under his spectral influence, the dark mist within the barrier began to surge wildly, resembling boiling water. Crack, crack, crack. The intangible barrier, under the onslaught of the black mist, exhibited fissures akin to shattered glass. These cracks swiftly spread across the entirety of the barrier, threatening to collapse. Oh no! The three of them changed countenance. Shocked that this barrier could not withstand Voldemort's assault, in a moment of desperation, they all acted simultaneously, conjuring three protective barriers in the air. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. At the moment the three barriers manifested, Voldemort had already shattered the initial layer of Yishu's barrier. Harnessing the power of the broken barrier, he charged at the newly formed defenses before they could fully materialize. Bang, bang, bang. With three resounding impacts, the barriers were utterly obliterated. The spectral Voldemort soared above the three, on the verge of escaping the chamber. Not so fast. Yishu steeled himself and leapt towards Voldemort. Are you out of your mind? Professor Flitwick's expression shifted, astonished by Yishu's impulsiveness. Did this little one possess no sense of fear? Leaping high, Yishu reached for Voldemort, but upon contact, his hand merely passed through the spectre-S form. Foolishness. I am a spectral state now. How could you possibly grasp me with your corporeal form? Voldemort taunted. The humiliation I have suffered today will be repaid tenfold. I shall make you wish for death, yet be unable to attain it. Hiv, hiv, hiv. With that, Voldemort wasted no time. his form penetrating layer after layer of walls as he made his escape from Hogwarts. Once gone, he would be difficult to trace, yet fortunately, this battle had left him significantly weakened. Unless someone could locate him, he would inevitably succumb to a prolonged slumber. Chapter 58. Settling accounts. Alas, he has escaped. Inside the chamber, the three exchange glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. Professor McGonagall sighed, filled with regret. If only Dumbledore had been present. Such an opportunity for escape would never have arisen. When is it that the Ministry of Magic cannot seek Dumbledore's assistance? And at such an opportune moment, Professor Flitwick felt an urge to curse, yet his refinement prevented him from doing so. Ah, the moment Dumbledore departs, Quirrell springs into action. What a remarkable coincidence. Yishu smiled coldly, his words laden with implication. Yishu, what do you mean? Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, not lacking in perception, quickly grasped the significance of Yishu's statement. Clearly, there were followers of Voldemort within the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore was summoned by the Ministry for assistance, and Quirrell seized the opportunity to steal the Philosopher's Stone. If there were no connections between these events, they would not believe it even under duress. If the Ministry is infiltrated by Voldemort's minions, it poses a grave danger. We remain oblivious to their scheming. If Voldemort's followers infiltrate critical departments of the Ministry, it will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Professor McGonagall expressed her concerns for the Ministry of Magic as the bastion of stability in the wizarding world. Bears immense importance. Should the Death Eaters wreak havoc within, it could inevitably reignite turmoil in the wizarding community. This is beyond our jurisdiction. After all, it is the Ministry, and we, as wizards, must abide by their authority. As for the rest, we must leave it to them to devise a solution. Yishu shrugged in resignation. The Ministry, as the governing body of the wizarding realm, wields considerable power, and even Deputy Headmistress McGonagall cannot contend with them. Only Dumbledore holds a pivotal position within the entire wizarding community, and as long as no explicit evidence is presented against him, the Ministry dares not act against him. At this juncture, we can only take one step at a time. Fortunately, the Philosopher's Stone has been successfully safeguarded, at least temporarily thwarting Voldemort's resurrection plans. By the way, what about him? Yishu, is he truly one of Voldemort's subordinates, a Death Eater? Flitwick pointed incredulously at Snape, who lay unconscious on the ground. He and Snape had worked together for nearly 20 years. Although Snape exuded an aura of darkness, Flitwick had never imagined him to be a notorious Death Eater. Professor Snape is Dumbledore's man. I shan't elaborate further, but trust in Dumbledore's judgment. Upon hearing Yishu's words, Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, clearly contemplating something. You rascal. Playing riddles with me. At this moment, we cannot leave Snape in this state. Splash. Before Flitwick could finish a sentence, a massive sphere of water materialized and then descended upon Snape's head. As the sphere burst, it drenched Snape's garments entirely, causing his hair to cling together in disarray, rendering him quite disheveled. Awakened by the cold water, Snape stirred, initially bewildered, instinctively reaching to touch the aching back of his head. After a brief moment, he seemed to recall something, abruptly springing up from the ground. His 13.5-inch birch wand flew into his hand as he surveyed his surroundings with a wary expression. Hey, take it easy, old friend. The battle is over. You wouldn't want to inadvertently harm us. Professor Flitwick quickly called out to Snape, concerned that he, still not fully alert, might accidentally cast a spell on his own allies. What about Voldemort? Is he dead? And Harry, where is Harry? How is he? Snape scanned the area, failing to find any trace of Voldemort or Harry, anxiety gripping him as he feared Harry had been captured by Voldemort. As for Harry, what has happened to him? Speak. Yishu elongated his tone, and indeed, Snape's complexion drained of color, as he feared for Harry's safety. Although Snape harbored disdain for Harry Potter, resenting his resemblance to James Potter, his athletic prowess, and his audacious nature, Harry possessed Lily Evans' eyes, a feature that stirred conflicting emotions within Snape. Guilt over Lily consumed him. If Harry were to perish, how could he ever explain that to her in the afterlife? Calm down. Harry was escorted out by us. With the battle raging so fiercely, it would be reckless for a first year to join in. He could be injured. Yishu exhaled heavily, finally easing Snape's tension. I must say, Professor Snape, your discontent and harshness towards Harry are well known throughout the school. Yet it appears you do care for him after all. Perhaps there are matters here that we remain unaware of. Yishu smirked mischievously, teasingly remarking, do not overthink it. As a teacher, I am merely responsible for my students. Regardless of my feelings towards him, he is still a student of Hogwarts. Moreover, Yishu, shall we settle the score? If I recall correctly, it was you who knocked me unconscious from behind. How brazen of you to think that becoming the assistant to the headmaster grants you the liberty to lay hands on a professor, especially the head of your house. Snape's tone shifted as he began to address old grievances with Yishu. When he was struck unconscious, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were in front of him. They could not have done it, leaving only Yishu with the opportunity. Come now, Professor Snape. Do you really need me to explain why I knocked you out? I merely spared you from a predicament, allowing you to retain the possibility of future actions. Don't be ungrateful. Yishu rolled his eyes, unflinchingly meeting Snape's gaze. You seem to have earned Dumbledore's trust quite evidently, considering he confides in you about such matters. This ends here, but let it not happen again. Snape regarded Yishu with a penetrating look before turning to exit the chamber. Chapter 59. Has Yishu taken the wrong medicine? The events concerning Voldemort did not stir significant commotion within the school. Even the Ministry of Magic remained oblivious to the matter. Throughout the entire ordeal, only Dumbledore, the four house heads, Professor Flitwick, and Hagrid were involved. Oh, and of course, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. However, the trio was placed under a strict silence by Dumbledore himself. Even the unreliable Hagrid was subjected to a spell. It was not a forgetting charm, but rather a silencing enchantment that rendered any mention of the incident from Hagrid into incoherent babble. The concern regarding Hagrid was not rooted in fear of betrayal, but rather in the anxiety that he might inadvertently divulge sensitive information, given his past experiences. The following morning, the students of the school remained blissfully unaware, engaging in cheerful discussions, oblivious to the fact that the Dark Lord, who had instigated turmoil across the entirety of Y Country the previous night, had engaged in a fierce battle with the professors in the corridors of the third floor. Had they known, it is likely that the students would have turned pale with fright. As for the Ministry, Yishu and others speculated that a spy for Voldemort might be among them, though identifying this individual would require careful investigation. Thus, it was deemed prudent to refrain from mentioning Voldemort's return. Otherwise, any subsequent opportunities targeting him might be leaked to the Dark Lord by those with ulterior motives. For those privy to the truth, the wizarding world was once again rife with undercurrents, while the uninformed populace enjoyed a serene and sunny existence. There is no tranquility in the passage of time. It is merely that someone silently bears the burden for you in the shadows. On the lush green flying practice field of Hogwarts, a figure could be seen perspiring profusely as he engaged in strenuous exercise. This individual was Yishu. However, his method of training was rather unconventional. While ordinary wizards primarily focus on honing their magical prowess, believing that magic is paramount, Yishu was at this moment concentrating on fortifying his physical form, and not in a typical manner. To an outsider, it resembled a form of torment. In the early spring of March, although the air had warmed slightly, it was still far from warm. The average temperature in Y Country during March hovered around 10 degrees Celsius, with the highest city temperatures not exceeding 15 degrees. Typically, individuals would don light sweaters and jackets for warmth when venturing out during the day and at night. Thicker garments, such as coats and overcoats, were essential for protection against the cold. Even wizards, without the aid of their internal magic to cast warmth spells, were no different from ordinary people in this regard. They could bleed from a needle prick, suffer cuts from a blade, or sustain severe injuries, even death from a gunshot. In summer, they feared the scorching sun, while winter brought trepidation of the biting winds, necessitating heavy cotton clothing for warmth. Yet at this moment, Yishu was running across the green expanse with his upper body bared. Each step he took seemed to carry immense pressure. He had carved a fresh path through the grass, with beads of sweat dotting the ground, glimmering under the sunlight like tiny jewels. However, the manner in which Yishu moves resembles not a runner, but rather a person whose legs have only just healed, learning to walk anew. Look at what Senior Yishu is doing. Are you blind? It is obviously a form of exercise. Can't you see that? I understand he is exercising, but why does it appear that he is struggling so much? Could it be that he has injured his legs again? In the distance, a group of students stands on the castle balcony, watching Yishu's actions with a multitude of questions swirling in their minds. Hogwarts does not offer specialized physical education, hence their utter bewilderment at Yishu's behavior. Is it possible that Senior Yishu has cast a weight charm upon himself? One remark struck a chord, and all eyes turned to the speaker, who is none other than Malfoy. Don't look at me. I overheard it by chance. This morning, as I passed by the shaded lawn, I just happened to hear Senior Yishu cast the weight charm on himself. Initially, I was puzzled as to why he would do such a thing, but now it seems he is doing it for training. Moreover, it appears that Senior Yishu has been at it for a full 2 hours. Hiss! Malfoy's words elicited gasps from the surrounding students. To run for 2 hours under the influence of a weight charm is beyond their capabilities. For those of their physical condition, even running for half an hour would leave them heaving their stomachs empty. Has Senior Yishu lost his mind? Is he not concerned about damaging his body? Should we seek out a professor? I heard that the Ravenclaw students study various materials and sometimes concoct potions based on ancient texts. Could it be that Senior Yishu recklessly brewed a potion and has muddled his mind? A student posed this question, only to be met with disdainful glares from the others. What nonsense! Do you think he is just anyone? He is Senior Yishu, the current assistant to the headmaster. His wisdom and erudition are far too profound for such a trivial mistake, even if you mistook dung for sweet beans and devoured them with delight. Senior Yishu would never commit such an error. Indeed, there is no need to speculate. Dean Flitwick of Ravenclaw has already checked on him, but left shortly thereafter, permitting Senior Yishu to continue his endeavors, evidently without concern. Yet, such rigorous training cannot be safe. Being bound by a weight charm must make movement incredibly difficult, let alone the vigorous running that Senior Yishu is undertaking. Surely, his body cannot withstand this? Who knows? A genius like Senior Yishu likely has thoughts that diverge from our own. As the students conversed, the bell for class rang, prompting them to steal one last glance at the staggering figure on the green field before turning to enter the classroom. To these students, Yishu's current activities, while somewhat astonishing, perhaps even peculiar, were merely a topic of light conversation to pass the time. They could not fathom the significance of his actions, nor did they wish to know why he engaged in such behavior. In their eyes, it was simply a means of amusement during their leisure hours. As for emulating Yishu, don't make me laugh. A wizard need only accumulate magical power, master incantations, and excel in potion making. Such pursuits are deemed sufficient, while the exercise of the body appears tedious and devoid of significance. As the crowd dispersed, only Malfoy remained on the balcony of Slytherin House, his gaze fixated on the solitary figure of Yishu as he ran, his eyes flickering with emotion. Ultimately, a resolute glimmer emerged in his eyes, as if a decision had been made. He cast one last penetrating glance at Yishu before turning to depart. Chapter 60. Physical Conditioning with a Deep Breath. Yishu completed his 20th lap, finally coming to a halt. Gasping for air on the verdant lawn, beads of sweat cascaded down his face, splattering upon grass. This ordeal is truly a unique form of suffering. As he ceased his relentless pace, a wave of fatigue washed over his limbs, rendering them achingly weak. Even though the effects of the weight-reducing charm had been lifted, every movement felt as if his body were laden with lead. With each inhalation, a fiery pain ignited within his chest, akin to flames licking at his insides. As a person of extreme discipline, Yishu was no stranger to physical exertion. His fitness could be deemed commendable, though merely adequate when compared to the rigorous standards of his previous life. He possessed no unsightly paunch, yet neither did he boast the coveted six-pack abs, nor could he execute a one-finger handstand or a flawless 720-degree aerial spin followed by a perfect landing. Prior to his encounter with Voldemort, Yishu, unlike many other wizards, did not dismiss the importance of physical fitness, but he certainly did not place undue emphasis on it either. To him, possessing a robust physique sufficient to sustain the energy required for the study of various magical disciplines was ample. However, it was only during the confrontation with Voldemort that he recognized the fragility of his own body. A mere clash of spells had left his hands tinged with pain, a stark reminder of his inferior power. Though he refrained from employing the latest developed spells, such as petrifying his entire body, Yishu viewed this as a critical vulnerability. The execution of magic necessitates a subjective intention as a prerequisite. Should one be ambushed unexpectedly, the opportunity to activate magical defenses may elude them entirely. Of course, one could maintain a protective charm at all times, but such a feat requires immense magical energy. Ordinary protective charms offer little utility, while formidable ones consume an exorbitant amount of magical power, resources that even the likes of Dumbledore or Voldemort could scarcely sustain. Thus Yishu, burdened by the weight of his realizations, spent a full 3 days within the room of requirement, diligently poring over various texts in search of a solution. Historical records of magic contain scant references to physical conditioning. The only institution that placed significant emphasis on physical prowess was Durmstrang, one of Europe's 3 great magical schools, rivaling Hogwarts and Beauxbatons as the most formidable in the continent. However, due to Dumbledore's influence, Hogwarts has subtly ascended to become the preeminent wizarding school in Europe. Moreover, Durmstrang stands apart from other institutions due to its pronounced emphasis on the study of the dark arts, rendering it infamous throughout the wizarding world. Most notably, this school is the birthplace of the notorious figure, the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. The robust physiques of Durmstrang students can be attributed to its location in the northernmost reaches of the European continent, perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, necessitating a formidable constitution. Within the room of requirement lies a record of the methods for physical training, a legacy left by predecessors from an indeterminate time ago. However, upon reviewing these methods, Yishu felt a profound disappointment, for they merely mirrored the mundane exercise regimens of the Muggle world. Even if he were to practice diligently, the improvements would be negligible. At best, he might achieve a sculpted physique, enhancing his aesthetic appeal and, when divested of his garments, inciting desire in women. Yet, when confronted with genuine adversaries, he would still be easily vanquished. In his deep disillusionment, Yishu closed his eyes in contemplation within the room of requirement, seeking a solution. Ultimately, a flash of inspiration struck him, leading to a whimsical yet innovative idea. In his past life, he had encountered numerous novels and anime that frequently spoke of cultivating one's body through spiritual energy. If spiritual energy could forge the physical form, why not magical power? The absence of such precedents in this world was merely due to a lack of experimentation, akin to applying a petrification curse upon oneself to enhance defense, or utilizing one's magical prowess through the meridians without a wand. Both are discoveries made through gradual trial and error. Yishu, ever one to act decisively, resolved to commence his training without hesitation, fully aware of the potential consequences. He immersed himself in rigorous practice. Failure upon failure ensued, and he lost count of how many times his body had torn apart, shedding blood in the process. He consumed potion after potion, resulting in a mountain of empty vials accumulating around him, yet he persevered with unwavering patience. At the break of dawn on the fourth day, Yishu finally triumphed. The magical energy, typically dormant within him and only flowing during spell casting, was successfully drawn forth to envelop his entire being. However, this was not a true accomplishment, merely a nascent beginning. After cloaking himself in magic, he engaged in various exercises until utterly exhausted, after which he dispelled the magical covering. Upon resting briefly to regain his strength, Yishu was elated to discover a marked enhancement in his physical form. Not an illusion, but a genuine transformation. He realized he had indeed found the correct path, while uncertain of how far this journey would lead him. He was confident it would far surpass the capabilities of the ordinary individual. Voldemort, the last time I conceded defeat, allowing you to escape. But mark my words, you shall await my return. What was that saying? Ah yes, 30 years of fortune and misfortune. Do not underestimate the resolve of youth. At our next encounter, if I do not extract your essence, I shall consider you to be wholly unworthy. Voldemort is the first individual to have caused Yishu distress, and Yishu has since designated him as the primary target to eliminate from his life, not solely due to the peril he represents, but also as a means of avenging past grievances. A gentleman does not leave a vendetta unaddressed. Moreover, Yishu perceived himself as someone who repays every slight with interest. To those who have shown him kindness, Yishu is prepared to offer all that he possesses in gratitude. However, towards those who harbor enmity against him, he offers no quarter. If you are my adversary, I shall eliminate you, and should your family or friends dispute this, they shall join you in your demise. For a family must remain intact, even in death, to ensure that no one is left behind in solitude. Such conduct is deemed the hallmark of dark wizards within the magical community, yet Yishu remains indifferent. If exposure is the true mark of a dark wizard, then resolving all issues before they arise will render such labels moot. Chapter 61, A Request for Assistance. Yishu clapped his hands, gazing with satisfaction upon his handiwork before preparing to gather his belongings and depart. After all, as the assistant to the headmaster, there were numerous responsibilities awaiting him, particularly in light of Voldemort's resurgence, which seemed to have prompted Dumbledore to prepare for something significant. Yishu has now firmly embedded himself within the inner circle of Dumbledore and others, privy to secrets that were once withheld from him. Dumbledore had even alluded to the Order of the Phoenix, subtly probing Yishu on his interest in joining their ranks. Naturally, Yishu would not decline, for he had always envisioned himself as Dumbledore's ally. Furthermore, the old man had treated him quite well. Joining the Order would pose no conflict for him and would undoubtedly facilitate access to a wealth of resources. As Yishu traversed the verdant lawns and approached the castle of the school, a shadow suddenly obstructed his path. Neville, what brings you here? Yishu inquired, raising an eyebrow in surprise at Neville's unexpected presence. While Yishu held a favorable view of the plump young man, their interactions had been minimal over the past year. This was primarily due to Neville's reclusive nature, or perhaps his profound sense of inferiority, having been subjected to a forgetting charm in his youth. Neville's memory had always been rather poor, leading him to procrastinate in his endeavors, and he struggled to keep pace with his peers in his studies. His lackluster memory and unremarkable academic talent had rendered Neville somewhat timid and self-effacing, and he found himself friendless at school, often the subject of ridicule. Yet he persevered. While others required but a single review, Neville would study the material 2 or even 3 times. Yishu had often observed Neville practicing the correct incantation methods in solitude, seizing moments when others were at leisure. One cannot fault a person for lacking innate talent, but should one fail to exert effort despite such limitations? That is indeed a personal failing. Aware of his shortcomings, Neville willingly invested extra time to rectify them, demonstrating his wisdom. Senior Yishu, Neville stood on the porch, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet hesitated for an interminable moment, unable to voice them. If you wish to say something, please do so. Fear not. Even if you err, it shall be of no consequence. Do you recall what I mentioned at the beginning of the term? Should you encounter any troubles, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Yishu smiled, and then suddenly furrowed his brow, as if an epiphany struck him. Could it be that Malfoy is once again troubling you? Yishu felt a surge of displeasure regarding Malfoy's antics towards Neville. Although Malfoy was not inherently malevolent, it did not grant him license to torment his peers. No, it is not Malfoy. Ever since his defeat to Harry, while he has displayed a sour demeanor upon seeing me, he has nonetheless kept his word and ceased his harassment. Neville earnestly waved his hand, eager to clarify. Oh, I see. Then you must be facing other difficulties? Yishu was taken aback by the revelation that Malfoy had refrained from pestering Neville. Perhaps Malfoy was not as irredeemable as he had presumed, or else he would have to deal with him more sternly. I come to you because of Harry. Neville took a deep breath and continued, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Upon uttering these names, a look of grievance crossed Neville's face, leaving Yishu somewhat perplexed. Are you suggesting that Harry and the others are bullying you? That seems rather implausible. Wait, are you referring to that incident on the night they cast the petrification spell on you? A sudden realization dawned on Yishu. He surmised that when Harry and his companions had stealthily followed Quirrell, Neville must have discovered them and, in an effort to prevent them from incurring points for the house, attempted to intervene. Indeed, Neville's subsequent words confirmed Yishu's suspicions. That night, I heard Harry and the others making noise. I was aware of their activities. Although I did not know the specifics, I was certain it would lead to point deductions for the house. Over the course of this year, their antics have already cost us numerous points, and I could not allow them to continue unchecked. But then, Hermione cast the petrification spell on me, and I was rendered immobile. Neville's cherubic face was awash with indignation. Thus, you wish for me to intervene and discipline Hermione and the others? Yishu raised an eyebrow, somewhat bewildered by Neville's intentions. No, while I am uncertain of their motives for sneaking out, it appears that their actions over the past few days have been justified, as they have provided crucial assistance to the school, have they not? Neville gazed intently at Yishu, awaiting a response. Indeed, their clandestine exit, though a violation of school regulations, has furnished important information to the professors, thereby averting potentially grave consequences. Yishu did not conceal this from Neville, yet he refrained from disclosing the specific details of the matter. The presence of Voldemort was far too remote for Neville. If the secret were to escape, it could not only disrupt the wizarding world but also jeopardize their plans. So they have aided the school. Neville muttered to himself, seemingly resolute, as he abruptly lifted his gaze to meet that of Senior Yishu. Senior Yishu, I implore you, please assist me. I feel utterly worthless. Not only do I struggle with my memory, unable to retain magical knowledge or master spells, but I was also the last to learn how to fly on a broomstick. My life has been a series of tragedies, and I am nothing but a joke in the eyes of others. Yet, I am truly unwilling to accept this fate. I refuse to remain a laughingstock. Senior Yishu, could you lend me your aid? Tears welled in Neville's eyes as he looked at Yishu, filled with hope. Awaiting a response, Yishu regarded him for a long moment before turning away, wordlessly making his way into the school. Indeed, it seemed that Senior Yishu was unwilling to help me after all. Disappointment washed over Neville. His initial approach to Yishu had merely been an act of hope against hope, and now, being rebuffed, he felt a sense of inevitability. Starting tomorrow, wait for me here on the green lawn at 5 in the morning. If you're late, even by a day, do not bother coming again. Yishu's voice echoed from afar, causing Neville to freeze in place. He lifted his head, a spark of hope rekindled in his eyes. All right, Senior Yishu, I will certainly make it, Neville exclaimed, nearly shouting in his enthusiasm. Chapter 62. Sounds in the Darkness. The daily schedule at Hogwarts would undoubtedly evoke envy in most. For although the wake-up call rang at 6 in the morning, it did not necessitate immediate rising. It merely served as a reminder for students to prepare for the day ahead. However, at the break of dawn, when darkness still enveloped the world, a plump figure had already made its appearance upon the green lawn. Standing there, somewhat bewildered, he occasionally glanced around, hoping to catch sight of the person he longed to see. The surrounding shadows heightened his anxiety, as if a ferocious beast might emerge from the darkness and rend him asunder. He was Neville, typically forgetful and prone to oversleeping, yet this time remarkably, he had arrived punctually. Waking shortly after 4, he quickly refreshed himself and dashed outside to await Yishu's arrival. During this time, he even encountered Filch, who was patrolling the grounds. The moment startled Neville to his core, for should Filch apprehend him, not only would he miss his timely arrival at the field, but he would also risk losing house points. However, upon seeing Neville, Filch merely cast him a cold glance and remarked, "What are you staring at? Hurry to the field." Longbottom. Clearly, Yishu had already spoken to Filch, for not only was Yishu now the assistant to the headmaster, but even in his student days, he was not someone Filch could easily intimidate. With Yishu's intervention, Filch naturally chose to turn a blind eye. How much longer would Senior Yishu be? Neville's impatience grew, exacerbated by the oppressive darkness surrounding him. The flickering torches on the distant castle walls provided little comfort, only amplifying his fear of the shadows lurking behind him. Rustle, rustle. A sudden sound of friction pierced the darkness, causing Navi to instinctively shrink his neck. His eyes, filled with terror, darted around in search of the source of the noise. Thud, 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 the heavy footsteps echoed from shadows, each step reminiscent of a colossal weight bearing down, reminiscent of the trolls that had invaded the school last year. Could it be? Was another troll upon them? Would he meet his demise here? Navi felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet at that moment he discovered his feet were unresponsive. Even the act of taking a step felt insurmountable. With a sudden thud, fear overcame him, and he fell to the grass, managing to suppress the humiliation of wetting himself. Thud, thud, the ominous footsteps drew nearer, and the morning mist began to swirl in the darkness, hinting at the emergence of something. "Hey, what are you doing lying on the ground?" Yishu's figure gradually emerged from the thick fog, glancing at the prostrate Navi with a look of confusion in his eyes. "Senior Yishu, is that you? I thought a troll had broken in again." Navi's voice quivered, on the verge of tears. "Look at you, so easily frightened. Do not forget, you are a brave Gryffindor lion. Such cowardice would bring shame upon our house." Yishu frowned, regarding the fallen Navi with dissatisfaction, for his timidity was indeed rather excessive. "I'm sorry, Senior Yishu. I understand my mistake." Navi scrambled to his feet, speaking in a flurry. TSK Yishu clicked his tongue in discontent. However, it was not surprising. In that moment, Navi was but a timid creature, bullied by his peers. The brave Navi who would later wield the Gryffindor sword to vanquish Nagini had endured much hardship to transform into who he would become. "All right, at least you managed to arrive on time at 5 o'clock, and judging by your appearance, you were even early. That is commendable. However, now that you are here, why do you remain stationary? The early bird catches the worm. Every wasted moment is a disservice to yourself. Now run laps around the green field. Don't ask how many. Just keep running until you can't anymore." Yishu gestured towards the expansive green field, leaving Navi momentarily dumbfounded. He had come to learn how to better master magical knowledge, not to engage in physical training. After all, he was a wizard. Why exert himself physically when he did not rely on physical prowess? Navi wanted to protest, but as his gaze fell upon Yishu, his pupils dilated in horror. Yishu stood as he had the day before, bare-chested, yet now he held a thick rope draped over his shoulder, extending behind him. At the end of the rope was a massive stone, easily weighing 100 pounds. Most crucially, Yishu had also cast a gravity spell upon himself, creating an effect that was undeniably greater than the sum of its parts. Under the influence of the gravity spell, Neville could scarcely fathom the immense weight of the boulder behind him. "What are you staring at? Do you have something to say?" Yishu snapped coldly, causing Neville to retract his neck in fright. He hurriedly shook his head and, without waiting for another word from Yishu, promptly began to run in earnest. "That brat truly needs a good lesson." Yishu sighed and resumed his training. Following yesterday's grueling workout, his physique had made astounding progress. He could not claim to be able to fell a bull with a single punch, yet he could certainly rival the professional boxers of the Muggle world. Such achievements filled Yishu with hope for the successful development of his physical capabilities. Today, he was even more relentless, pushing his body to the brink, secure in the knowledge that a plethora of powerful healing potions awaited him should he sustain injuries. If all else failed, The professors would be there to assist in his recovery. After all, the potency of magical remedies far surpassed that of Muggle medicine. As for Neville, Yishu genuinely wished to assist him. He had always liked Neville's character and felt deep sympathy for his plight. As a senior, albeit from a different house, he felt it was his duty to lend a helping hand. Moreover, Yishu had his own ulterior motives. If Dumbledore intended to groom him as the new headmaster, he would undoubtedly require a cadre of strong allies. Other potential followers left him uneasy, but Neville, who would surely be loyal after receiving his kindness, would not betray him. Yishu was well aware of Neville's character. He would never act in a treacherous manner. Thus, he considered this a strategic move to establish his future base of support. Chapter 63, How Could It Be You? Around 7:30 in the morning, students from the four houses donned their attire and prepared to head to the dining hall for breakfast. Some ventured out onto the balcony to breathe in the fresh morning air, hoping to fully awaken their still drowsy minds. However, two figures on the distant green lawn caused them to halt in astonishment. Look, Senior Yishu is training again on the lawn, and today he is dragging a massive boulder. Wait, there's someone else with him today. Who could that be? I feel like I've seen that silhouette somewhere before. Unfortunately, it's too far to see clearly. Hold on, I'll grab my little gadget. The commotion on the balcony attracted the attention of other students, and more began to gather, peering towards the distant green lawn. Among the crowd, Malfoy pushed his way to the front, standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of Yishu. When he noticed the additional figure, his expression momentarily froze in surprise. Step aside, step aside. This is my viewing device. It can project distant images clearly before my eyes. With this, I can see the scene on the lawn perfectly. A Slytherin student brandished a gadget resembling a monocular, jostling through the crowd. Then, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the small device in his hand began to transform, elongating into two segments, with the front part soaring towards the lawn. As he soared above the verdant lawn, an eye emerged from within, while at the opposite end of the magical apparatus, a flicker ignited, and soon a scene projected onto the wall. Impressive. This device could certainly be put to mischievous use. Indeed, you grasp its proper application. Next time I employ it in the Muggle realm, I shall summon you to witness. A few older Slytherin boys exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with unspoken amusement. Ah, look, there he is, Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor, that little chubby fellow. What's he up to? Is he following Yes-Ho-S regiment to lose weight? Have you heard? It is said that this plump lad can't even remember spells, rendering him a complete joke. Oh, you've heard too, have you? Such news has spread throughout the entire school. Hilarious. Hogwarts has actually admitted such a useless student. How embarrassing. Thankfully, he belongs to Gryffindor, where he is Slytherin. I would certainly make it my mission to put him in his place daily. The Slytherin students were visibly aggrieved, feeling that Neville's presence was a disgrace to Hogwarts. Bang! No, my toy. A faint explosion echoed, and the Slytherin student peering and gasped, clutching the shattered remnants of his telescope, his expression one of dismay. How dare you spy on me? Who gave you the audacity? You are practically courting death. Yeso would not indulge these students. He swiftly dismantled their little gadget, a punishment that was quite lenient. Upon recognizing Neville Longbottom, the students lost their initial curiosity, coupled with Yes-Ho-S' apparent displeasure at their voyeurism. They dared not provoke him, and thus dispersed in haste. Longbottom? Why you? By what right? How can it be you? Just yesterday, I resolved to follow Senior Yes-Ho in learning. Yet you've beaten me to it. Damn it, I cannot accept this. Longbottom, just you wait. Don't think that with Senior Yes-Ho-S guidance, you can surpass me. I shall prove to Senior Yes-Ho that a worthless individual can never rise. Only I, Draco Malfoy, am worthy of receiving Senior Yes-Ho-S tutelage. Malfoy struck the balcony with a fierce punch, ignoring the pain radiating from his hand, as his heart brimmed with tumultuous emotions. In that moment, Malfoy felt as though he had lost something precious. What was it? He could not discern, but he knew that his disdain for Neville had intensified beyond measure. In Ravenclaw House, a group of female students gazed in rapt admiration at their most distinguished male peer, tirelessly training upon the green field. What manner of individual deserves a boy like Yes-Ho? Who can say? After 4 years, while others have begun to seek romantic partners, Yes-Ho seems to have never cast a glance at any female student, treating them merely as ordinary classmates. Oh wait, there's one exception, Autumn Zhang. Xiao Zhang, you and Yishu seem to share a close bond, often appearing quite intimate. Do enlighten us. Does he harbor feelings for you? As these words were uttered, the crowd turned their attention towards Xiao Zhang, who was leaning against the window, and began to chatter excitedly. The sudden turn of events left her momentarily stunned. Why are you all looking at me? Brother Yi merely regards me as a sister. she exclaimed. The reason for our closeness may stem from Brother Ye's abandonment in childhood. Though he is aware of his heritage as a Tianqiao individual, he seldom encounters others from our homeland. Upon learning that I am also from Tianqiao, he inevitably feels a sense of kinship. My parents have always taught me that we, as Tianqiao people, place immense importance on our lineage, which is evident not only among relatives, but also in our shared identity as descendants of Yin and Huang. However, do not overthink it. Brother Yi solely sees me as a sister, and in fact, he is keen on matchmaking me with Cedric. Qiu Zhang pouted, her youthful face reflecting a sense of helplessness. Wow, Cedric is quite remarkable. If it weren't for Yi Shu's presence, Cedric would undoubtedly be the most radiant student at Hogwarts. So, have you accepted his affections? Gossip is a woman's nature, and they swiftly shifted their discussion from Yi Shu to Cedric. Meanwhile, what was Cedric doing at that moment? He was feeling despondent and somewhat pained. In the Hufflepuff dormitory, Cedric observed Yi Shu, who was struggling to drag a massive stone across the lawn, and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Chill, you have presented me with a conundrum of the century. To challenge Yi Shu one-on-one? In terms of magic, I am no match for him. Even if I forego magic and resort to muggle methods of duel, I still wouldn't stand a chance. Engaging in a fight, I fear I might be thoroughly beaten. Cedric bit his lip at a loss for what to do. He was enamored with Qiu Zhang, having long been captivated by her graceful demeanor and intellectual charm. He realized that, unbeknownst to him, his heart had become filled with the image of this Tianqiao girl. Yet, the request she posed left him in a predicament, and he was reluctant to give up. Chapter 64. 2 Duel Challenges. Neville, I heard you were out on the green lawn early this morning, training alongside Senior Yi Shu. Did he teach you any special study methods? Yes, Neville. Do tell us. In the dining hall, a group of Gryffindor students surrounded Neville, bombarding him with inquiries. The Gryffindor dormitory, located on the opposite side of the school, prevented them from witnessing the scene on the green field, but the news had already spread throughout the entire school by that morning. Naturally, Gryffindor students learned of it from their peers in other houses. They were curious about how the usually absent-minded and timid Neville had found the motivation to rise before dawn to train with Yi Shu. Furthermore, would Yi Shu truly be willing to mentor Neville? More importantly, what exactly had Yi Shu taught him? Even Harry and his friends perked up their ears, leaning closer to Neville. Indeed, I train alongside Senior Yi Shu. As for other study methods, I'm afraid he did not impart any of those to me. From beginning to end, Senior Yi Shu merely aimed to strengthen my physique, and nothing more. Neville shrugged, feeling the soreness throughout his body. Even raising his arm to eat breakfast was an arduous task. Neville, if you don't wish to speak, then don't deceive us. Strengthening your body? We are wizards. What need have we for physical training? If Senior Yi is urging you to exercise, either you're lying, or he is simply brushing you off. Exactly, it's pointless. If you don't want to share, then so be it. The crowd gradually dispersed, no longer pressing for answers. I truly am not deceiving you. If you choose not to believe me, that is your prerogative. Neville furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of frustration. He spoke the truth, so why could they not trust him? Hey, Neville, don't pay them any mind. Harry settled beside Neville and spoke gently. Neville, trust me, Senior Yi is incredibly powerful, formidable enough to combat foes unknown to them. Therefore, do not perceive the tasks he assigns as meaningless. He undoubtedly harbors his own intentions. The opportunity to receive guidance from Senior Yi is an immense stroke of luck. Persevere and never surrender. Harry patted Neville's shoulder. Though he had not witnessed the events of that fateful evening, he gleaned from the conversations of several professors that Yi Shu had indeed confronted Voldemort, driving him to flee in terror. The professors even remarked that Yi Shu's strength rivaled their own. Such a claim was nothing short of astonishing. After all, this was Voldemort, and Yi Shu was merely a fourth-year student. If word of such a feat were spread, it would leave many utterly astounded. Harry, you certainly know much. That night indeed held significance, did it not? Neville responded, his gaze fixed intently on Harry, as if seeking to uncover hidden truths. I apologize, Neville, but there are matters I cannot discuss in detail, Harry replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into his expression, eager to divert the topic. You need not speak. I can surmise the connection to that individual. Harry was taken aback, noting that in this moment, Neville seemed to exhibit a degree of maturity previously absent. Harry felt a sense of melancholy, uncertain how to continue the conversation. You need not elaborate. It appears my conjecture was correct. Well, I understand that the professors have likely instructed you to remain silent, and I shall not press you further. Some things need not be pursued to the bitter end. It suffices to simply know, does it not? Neville smiled, and Harry sensed that he had relinquished something, yet perhaps grasped onto something else. Additionally, Hermione, I do not regret my actions in obstructing you last time. If given another chance, I would act similarly. However, next time, I will not be so easily vanquished as before. Perhaps in certain matters, we might even become allies in action. With that, Neville wiped his mouth with his sleeve and, with weary legs, limped towards the dining hall's entrance. Was Neville issuing a challenge to me? Hermione paused for a moment before coming to her senses. She had harbored a sense of guilt regarding her use of the Petri Ficus Totalis curse on Neville, which had kept her from approaching him earlier. However, just before he departed, Neville had gazed directly at her and spoken. It seems so. Hermione, I must say you may have overstepped. The reason Neville has chosen to train with Senior Yesu is, I suspect, a result of your influence, Ron remarked, slightly disdainful, casting a wary glance at Hermione. Meanwhile, Neville, having just exited the dining hall, was intercepted by someone. Malfoy, what do you want? Neville's face was etched with caution. He was already at a disadvantage against Malfoy and felt weak and feeble, making him even less of a match, especially with two lackeys at Malfoy's side. Longbottom, fret not. I'm not here to trouble you. Malfoy approached with an air of arrogant superiority, his expression distinctly displeased. Grabbing Neville by his collar, their faces nearly touched. He declared, but remember, no matter how hard you train, I shall surpass you. I will grant you a little time to grow stronger when the next term commences. I will seek you out and defeat you. I will make it known to Senior Yesu that some individuals, no matter how much they train, are irredeemable fools. Only I, Draco Malfoy, a noble pureblood wizard and a descendant of one of the Sacred 28, am worthy of his personal tutelage. Thus, Longbottom, I hereby challenge you. Await the day I personally vanquish you. With that, Malfoy adjusted Neville's disheveled collar and strode away with his cronies. What was happening? Neville was bewildered. He had just issued a challenge to Hermione, and now, within mere minutes, Malfoy had sought him out with a challenge of his own. Were it not for the known discord between them, Neville might have suspected that Malfoy was acting on Hermione's behalf. Never mind what they thought. Since I have resolved to train with Senior Yesu, I shall persevere, and that resolve will not waver. If Voldemort still lives, he will undoubtedly rally his followers to rise again, and the madwoman confined in Azkaban will likely see the light of day once more. Just wait. The day she emerges will also be the day of her demise. The suffering you inflicted upon my parents shall be repaid in kind. This is Neville's unwavering determination to grow stronger. He seeks vengeance against Bellatrix. Though his memories of his parents' torment were erased, he has long understood how they came to be in such a state. The wizarding world does not endorse capital punishment, so let me personally escort her to her end. Chapter 65. The Diadem of Ravenclaw. How intriguing. After the group departed, Yesu emerged from within, having witnessed all that transpired. Both Neville's half-challenge to Hermione and Malfoy's formal declaration of war against Neville left Yesu feeling somewhat astonished. Initially, Neville took the initiative to seek out an opportunity for self-improvement, demonstrating an unexpected resolve throughout the process. Although it was merely the first day for someone like Neville who had never engaged in physical training, it proved to be an excruciating experience, particularly after running for 2.5 hours consecutively. Nevertheless, he persevered, and to his astonishment, he made it clear that this would be his routine every day henceforth. This revelation greatly altered Yishu's perception of him. Perhaps the Neville who had long been ridiculed and looked down upon possessed a tenacity that surpassed that of others. This was not entirely surprising, as he was, after all, a Gryffindor, and the Sorting Hat had certainly not erred in its judgment. Yishu remained oblivious to Neville's true motivations. Had he known of Neville's desire for vengeance, his admiration would have only deepened. To hinder Neville? That would be preposterous. Such saintly virtues were better suited for others. He had no interest in them. Moreover, Yishu was taken aback by Draco Malfoy, the young imp. He had presumed that Malfoy had come to bully Neville, but he was mistaken. Malfoy audaciously issued a challenge to Neville, allowing him time to grow stronger for a fair confrontation. The reason behind this was to prove to himself that he was superior to Neville. This was not the Malfoy that Yishu had known. Could it be that the boy had taken a turn for the better? Based on Malfoy's previous demeanor, one would have expected him to employ magic to chastise Neville or have his two lackeys deal with him, rather than expend such effort. Nevertheless, it seemed that Yishu's suspicions were confirmed. Malfoy was not irredeemably malevolent, but rather motivated by a desire for self-validation. Everything he had done, both now and in the past, was an attempt to demonstrate his own excellence, seeking to draw the gaze of others. Yet, how could such an individual harbor any truly nefarious intentions? He was merely a victim of his own indulgence. How intriguing, how increasingly fascinating. Before Voldemort emerged to wreak havoc, The mundane life within Hogwarts had indeed been rather tedious. The antics of these two youngsters provided a welcome distraction, allowing for an entertaining spectacle. However, this meant that I must diligently train Neville. If he were to lose to that scoundrel Malfoy, it would be my own disgrace. The commencement of the school year after the summer break? Malfoy, you shall be in for a delightful surprise. With a mischievous smile flickering across his face, Yishu anticipated the astonishment that would grace Malfoy's countenance. Shaking his head, he turned away, for there were far more pressing matters to attend to. On the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, before the tapestry depicting the troll's folly against the hapless Barnabas, Yishu had visited countless times. Each previous visit had been dedicated to mastering various forbidden spells or experimenting with the diminutive stars. Yet this time, he sought something entirely different, unlike his earlier entries, which had been motivated by the pursuit of knowledge or the need for an undisturbed experimental space or even a room for training. This occasion held a distinct purpose. The rooms in question are either orderly or empty, yet the chamber that Yishu has just entered can only be described with one word: chaotic. Indeed, it is chaotic, and not only that, it is also exceedingly cramped. Upon entry, one is met with an array of implements serving various purposes, piled together like a towering mountain. Amongst these items, several peculiar little sprites frolic and leap about. This space resembles a storeroom crammed with discarded items collected over centuries. What nauseating mess! Yishu furrowed his brow, thoroughly disliking the environment. He is a person who cherishes cleanliness, whether it be his living quarters or his attire. Everything is always meticulously arranged. Encountering such disorder fills him with discomfort. Entering this hodgepodge of a room nearly left him breathless. After the previous cottage was consumed by the fire dragon Norbert, Yishu personally sought counsel from Dumbledore to assist Hagrid in establishing a slightly more spacious new abode for his residence. Dumbledore agreed, and Yishu felt that this was out of compassion for his subordinate, not merely because Yishu suggested that a new, larger house could allow for the preparation of various new dishes. Unpleasant. The crown comes flying. Yishu had long learned from the ghost Helena Ravenclaw the specific appearance of the crown, and now he envisioned it in his mind before casting the summoning charm. Bang! A cacophony of tremors erupted within the room, followed by the sound of various items collapsing, and then a square, ancient box sped towards Yishu. When the box reached him, it abruptly halted in midair. Even the sounds of its trembling ceased. With a sharp exhale, Yishu blew away the dust from the surface of the box, revealing its brown exterior beneath. The latch was unfastened, and the lid was slowly lifted to reveal its contents, a splendid crown. The crown gleamed in golden hues, forged from an unknown metal, with a green gemstone the size of a duck egg at its center, exuding an air of nobility. Clearly, this is Ravenclaw's treasure, the diadem that enhances the wisdom of its wearer. The third Horcrux is now in hand. Congratulations, Voldemort. You are one step closer to death. With a snap, the lid was closed once more, and Yishu turned to exit this room of endless requests, having acquired what he sought. He wished to linger here no longer. Chapter 66. She is still a minor, you beast. Farewell, Harry, until next semester. Ron, Hermione, take care, I will miss you. Do not fret about the Ministry of Magic. As long as you cast spells discreetly, they will remain oblivious. At the entrance of Hogwarts, a myriad of students of varying ages bid each other farewell as yet another term comes to a close, ushering in a 2-month summer holiday. Yishu, are you truly not accompanying me to the Celestial Empire? My parents have been eager to meet you. Perhaps you might uncover your origins in the Celestial Empire. Xiaozhang, cradling Yishu's arm with both hands, wore an expression brimming with reluctance. Once again, she extended an invitation for Yishu to visit her home, yet, as expected, he declined once more. However, Yishu genuinely had matters to attend to, rendering him incapable of accepting Xiaozhang's kind offer. With a wry smile, he shook his head. He did not wish to repeatedly turn down her advances, and he too harbored a desire to explore the East, to witness the wonders of the Celestial Empire and discern the differences from his previous life. Yet this summer vacation, he truly had pressing obligations that had lingered far too long, necessitating his attention. Very well, it is settled then. Xiaozhang gazed at Yishu with a pitiful expression. She was not one to be ungrateful. Since Yishu had voiced his stance, she had no choice but to accept it with grace. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Yishu's eyes. Although he had been alone in his past life, on every New Year's Eve, he would gaze at the myriad of lights outside, lost in contemplation. In this life, however, after 14 years of traversing time, he had yet to witness such a captivating spectacle. Perhaps this was the bond deeply embedded in the souls and bloodlines of the people of the Celestial Empire. Goodbye. Yishu, we shall meet again in 2 months. Indeed, farewell. Enjoy your vacation, and be mindful not to get sunburned. Qiu Zhang gently embraced Yishu before turning to wave her goodbye. That little girl. How could Yishu not perceive Qiu Zhang's affections? Yet to him, she was merely a younger sister. After all this time, you have nothing else to say? With such timidity, how do you intend to pursue Qiu? It is a shame you are considered the most exemplary student of Hufflepuff. Yishu abruptly turned his head towards a nearby colonnade, where a dashing figure was peering towards them, seemingly flustered by Yishu's exclamation. Yishu, what a coincidence! Realizing he had been discovered, the figure ceased his concealment and ambled forth, attempting to appear nonchalant. It was Cedric. Ah, quite the coincidence indeed. You have been lurking for quite some time now. I must say, if you have feelings for her, why not pursue them actively rather than lingering in the shadows? Do not forget, you are among the finest in Hufflepuff, and even within the entirety of Hogwarts, you rank highly. Why then the lack of confidence? Yishu shot Cedric a disdainful glance, his eyes filled with scorn. Alas, what does it matter? No matter how exceptional I may be, I will always pale in comparison to you. Yes, I am perceived as an outstanding student by many, but in your presence, my achievements seem trivial. Qiu Zhang has stated that in order for her to agree to date me, I must best you, which is a feat entirely beyond my reach, no matter my efforts. Cedric began to wear a melancholic expression. He genuinely cherished Qiu Zhang. Honestly, you do not strike me as foolish on a regular basis. Could it be that the saying holds true? Love renders one dim-witted? Let me enlighten you. Sometimes, when a girl presents a request, it is not necessarily about what she wants you to do. She often seeks merely your stance on the matter. How long have you known Qiu Zhang? At merely 14, and with Qiu Zhang only 13, one must ponder what intentions one could possibly harbor toward her. For she is still a minor. Yishu cast an exasperated glance, while keeping a vigilant watch over Cedric, as he regarded Qiu Zhang as a sister and could not allow this beast to encroach upon her innocence at such a tender age. No, where are your thoughts wandering? I harbor no such intentions. My only desire is to protect her, Cedric exclaimed, taken aback by Yishu's unexpected words. While children in the West may mature earlier and be exposed to various educations at a younger age, 13 or 14 is indeed quite premature, especially for someone like Cedric, who is not known for reckless behavior. Then it's settled. Once the new term begins, make it a point to seek her out frequently. Even if she initially seems indifferent, do not lose heart. Patience is key. Some things cannot be rushed, but in time, success will surely come. Yishu encouraged, clapping Cedric on the shoulder, adopting an air of sage wisdom, oblivious to the fact that, in both this life and the last, he remained a solitary figure. All right, I understand, Yishu. Thank you, Cedric replied earnestly, nodding vigorously, a renewed determination lighting up his countenance. Yishu held Cedric in high regard. According to the original storyline, Cedric met his untimely demise at the hands of a certain Dark Lord during the Triwizard Tournament, leaving many with a sense of regret. However, with Yishu's arrival, the course of events began to shift dramatically. Whether Cedric would participate in the tournament again remained uncertain, but his display of gentlemanly grace, intellect, and erudition was undeniably impressive. Should he become Qiu Zhang's husband, he would undoubtedly be an exceptionally suitable match. I can only assist you to this extent. The rest is up to you, Yishu remarked, shaking his head as he observed the throng of students dispersing, before turning towards Hogwarts Castle. Chapter 67, Global Potion Shop. In London, within Westminster's bustling Charing Cross, the atmosphere was alive with commerce, bustling shops lining the streets, teeming with passers-by. As Yishu strolled leisurely down the avenue, he captured the attention of many. With his strikingly handsome features and months of dedicated training that sculpted his physique into a paragon of symmetry, if he were to lift his shirt, one would be greeted by the sight of chiseled abdominal muscles and a physique brimming with strength. He exuded a maturity that belied his years, complemented by an air of elegance that rendered him a veritable heartthrob. On the street, whether they be affluent matrons or youthful maidens, all gazed at him with bashful admiration, some audacious enough to approach him for his contact information. Yet he graciously declined each request. I beg your pardon, ladies, but I am but 14, and we cannot engage in such exchanges. Yishu responded with a blend of jest and earnestness, before departing amidst their disappointed glances. It was indeed a curious phenomenon. In such a vibrant commercial district, his presence seemed to lower the overall caliber of the surroundings. It is noteworthy that flanking the bar are a grand bookstore and a record shop, establishments that are undoubtedly cherished in this era. Curiously, however, all the passers-by on the street seem oblivious to the bar's existence, casting not a single glance in its direction. Even Yishu, who earlier attracted everyone's attention, appeared to be deliberately overlooked as he approached the bar. The establishment is named the Leaky Cauldron. Yet, this is merely its facade. Yishu, well acquainted with this place, pushed open the bar's grand door, disregarding the patrons within, and made his way directly to the backyard. The bar's backyard is a modest courtyard encircled by walls, seemingly devoid of any exit. Upon locating the designated spot, Yishu retrieved his wand and gently tapped it against a brick, and instantly, the wall of bricks began to shift, revealing a concealed hidden door. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Beyond this portal lay a cobblestone path, flanked by an array of shops, each displaying an assortment of magical artifacts in their doorways or windows. This is Diagon Alley, the most renowned commercial street in the wizarding world of Y Country, boasting numerous branches of leading brands from the magical realm. The daily foot traffic in Diagon Alley is immense, though it remains largely ignored. To enter Diagon Alley, one may either follow in Yishu's footsteps through the Leaky Cauldron or utilize Floo Powder for direct access. Each visit to Diagon Alley evokes a sense of discomfort within me. Observing the chaotic surroundings, Yishu shook his head in resignation, perplexed as to why. With their wizardly capabilities, they need not lift a finger for domestic chores, yet allow such an important commercial street to remain in disarray. It is not that the place is particularly filthy. Rather, it is discordant. The shops in Diagon Alley are exceedingly cramped, their structures pressed against one another without a hint of space in between. Most strikingly, the buildings themselves are all askew. They appear as though constructed without adhering to any architectural plans, haphazardly erected wherever one pleased, with some leaning at precarious angles, as if they might topple at any moment. Yishu has long harbored grievances regarding this, yet the wizards seem to revel in it, believing it to embody the true character of the wizarding world. One day, I shall demolish these edifices and reorganize everything properly. With a dismissive pout, Yishu strode forward. He was not there to shop, but rather to attend to a significant matter, the mishandling of which could potentially lead to a confrontation. Navigating through the throngs of people, he halted before a small shop adorned with a sign that read Global Potion Emporium. Like many other establishments in Diagon Alley, this shop was bustling with activity, wizards entering in succession, purchasing their desired items, and leaving with satisfaction. Yishu did not enter through the front door. Instead, he turned and approached the rear entrance of the shop. After ensuring that the vicinity was devoid of onlookers, he donned a black cloak and stepped through the back door. "Who goes there?" Upon entering, a sharp voice rang out. A gaunt wizard, adorned with spectacles, set aside the vials he had been handling and aimed his wand at Yishu. Three busy house elves, their expressions brimming with vigilance, regarded him with keen eyes. "Charlie, do not be alarmed. It is I." Yishu's voice emerged from beneath the cloak, causing the bespectacled wizard to exhale in relief, lowering his wand. The house elves erupted into jubilant cheers, evidently recognizing Yishu's voice. Before Charlie could utter a word, the house elves were in a frenzy. "Oh no. Our master says we are toiling too hard. Our master no longer wants us? Boo-hoo, we are to be abandoned. We are doomed. Or to lose this job. If so, I would rather perish." You might find the raucousness of elderly women performing square dances with loudspeakers bothersome, or the clamor of the morning market a source of irritation. But only when you witness three house elves weeping before you will you truly comprehend the depths of human despair. The three house elves scurried about chaotically, their lamentations creating a cacophony that was nearly unbearable. "Silence. Strong, wealthy, chubby, you three, cease your clamor," Yishu admonished, his voice laced with fury, instantly rendering the house elves obedient. Chapter 68. Irreverent Potions. With Yishu's bellow, the house elves fell into a profound silence, genuinely fearing that he might abandon them. Centuries ago, elves were remarkably free beings, yet their discovery by human wizards ignited a fierce conflict, ultimately resulting in the triumph of the human side. The defeat of the elves meant their subjugation, relegating them to the status of slaves for the wizards, sometimes even treated as commodities for trade. Due to their upbringing, serving wizards became the lifelong creed of house elves. Abandonment from their master signified their loss of purpose. In such dire circumstances, many house elves would opt for self-destruction. Thus, their master's commands represented everything to them. Fulfilling their master's tasks was a point of pride, even if that entailed sacrificing their own lives, for they viewed it as a noble demise. Yet if abandoned, even in death, they would be ridiculed by their kin. "Enough. You all go to the kitchen and prepare lunch. I have matters to discuss with Charlie." Yishu waved his hand, signaling the three house elves to depart. "Wonderful. Our master has entrusted us with a task. He still needs us," they exclaimed. To prepare lunch. We shall create the most delectable meal in the world to repay our master." The three house elves, upon receiving Yi Shu's command, scampered excitedly to another small room. Gazing at the three obedient house elves, Yi Shu felt a mix of amusement and sorrow. When he had acquired them years ago, he had contemplated offering them clothing and thus granting them their freedom. However, the three house elves perceived his intentions as a sign of abandonment and resolutely refused to accept such gestures. In the end, he was left with no choice but to abandon the idea. After all, free-thinking house elves like Dobby are exceedingly rare. Perhaps he is the only exception in the entire world. Now, settling into a tranquil atmosphere, let us discuss the particulars. Yi Shu seated himself on a chair, delicately sipping his tea, and addressed Charlie. "Yes, sir. The situation is as follows," Charlie replied, sitting opposite Yi Shu. After a moment of contemplation, he began recounting the recent events. The establishment known as the Global Potion Shop was one of Yi Shu's enterprises, renowned for its wide variety of potions, which boasted unparalleled quality that far surpassed that of other apothecaries in the market. Some of the potions available in the shop had yet to make their debut in the market, yet their efficacy was remarkable and highly practical, resulting in a surge of business for the apothecary. However, this success also attracted the envy of certain individuals who not only coveted the shop, but also had their sights set on the formulas for those extraordinary potions. "So, they caused a disturbance in the shop?" Yi Shu inquired, setting down his teacup, his voice tinged with gravity. "Indeed. 3 days ago, after the last of the customers had departed, a group of individuals barged in, wielding wands and clearly harboring ill intentions. I happened to be at the front desk and, sensing the imminent danger, confronted them. Fortunately, with the assistance of Chong and the others, they eventually retreated. However, before leaving, they issued a menacing ultimatum, granting us 3 days to consider their demands, stating they would return today. It seems they will not be so accommodating this time," Charlie expressed, concern etched on his face. "Are you all unharmed?" Upon hearing Charlie's account, Yi Shu's first inquiry was not about the shop's losses, but rather their safety, which warmed Charlie's heart. "Sir, we are fine. However, how should we handle this situation? Should we call for reinforcements or report this to the Ministry of Magic? Given that they dare to act in Diagon Alley, they clearly have substantial backing. Can we contend with them?" Charlie's apprehensions were not unfounded. The audacity of their actions indicated they were not easily intimidated. The previous encounter had seen them refrain from violence, partly due to the formidable presence of Yi Shu's house elves and their insufficient numbers. Additionally, their objective was to seize the shop and the potion formulas. If the matter became widely known, or if they eliminated those privy to the formulas, it would ultimately lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, given that they had issued a threat, this time they would undoubtedly come fully prepared. Let them come. Whatever happens, I shall handle it. They are merely a pack of cowardly rats, and I harbor no fear of them. If they dare to approach, I shall ensure they do not see the dawn of another day." As Yi Shu uttered those words, he completely forgot that his own black robe was even more inconspicuous than theirs. "By the way, I have devised several new formulas this time. You need only follow my instructions. I have already named them: Shenbao, Fuyanjia, Qianlai Kong, and Jin Kanjing. He, each is designed for men and women. I assure you, they will garner much admiration." Regarding Charlie's concerns, Yi Shu paid them no heed. He casually tossed several pieces of parchment inscribed with potion recipes, wearing a lewd grin. Upon examining the formulas, Charlie couldn't help but feel a wave of dismay. His boss possessed immense capabilities and frequently concocted unprecedented potions. Yet why did he revel in creating such bizarre elixirs? Charlie, still in his 20s, felt a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of selling these potions in the shop. "Look at you. What is our primary goal? It is profit. Do not be ashamed of these potions. Once people discover their potent effects, they will eagerly flock here to purchase them." Yi Shu waved his hand dismissively, and if not for his hooded cloak, Charlie would certainly have seen the lewd smile on his face. Shaking his head, Charlie recognized that once his boss set his mind on something, further arguments were futile, and besides, he had no right to oppose him. He began preparing various raw materials according to the parchment's recipes. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yi Shu ascended to the second floor after finishing lunch. He refrained from showing his face in the shop, not wishing for anyone outside to know it was his establishment. His true identity remained a secret, even from the staff, who only knew their boss to be an enigmatic figure capable of producing unparalleled potion recipes with each visit. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks jolted Yi Shu from his slumber. Chapter 69, Mirror Space. "My lord, something has happened." Charlie's urgent voice roused Yi Shu from his dreams. He sat up, his gaze icy. With a crash, the door swung open, revealing a breathless Charlie, accompanied by the faint sounds of commotion from downstairs. "My lord, they have arrived." Vigus is leading 3 of our domesticated sprites downstairs to confront them. "They have already vandalized many items in our shop." Charlie gasped, clearly having rushed up the stairs without pause to inform Yishu. "I understand. Let us go," Yishu replied, his tone devoid of the fury Charlie had anticipated. Instead, it was remarkably calm, as if he were merely discussing an ordinary matter. Was he angry? Certainly, but in Yishu's eyes, those individuals had already become as good as dead. There was no need to become enraged at the deceased. With swift steps, he descended the stairs, the wooden floor creaking underfoot. Yishu traversed the kitchen, opened the door separating the rooms, and proceeded directly to the front hall, still clad in his dark robe. Before him stood a group of disheveled wizards, both men and women, their appearances reminiscent of vagabonds. Crowded into the somewhat cramped shop, they filled the space to its limits. These were wizards with criminal records, some even linked to the infamous Voldemort. Although their offenses did not warrant imprisonment in Azkaban, in the wizarding world, individuals of their ilk would struggle to find respectable employment, forcing them to seek alternative means of making a living. One such endeavor involved serving as enforcers for others, which constituted a significant portion of their income. Despite the oversight of the Ministry of Magic, complete justice remains an unattainable ideal. Wherever light exists, shadows are sure to follow. And these individuals had mastered the art of survival in the margins. Toward the back of the shop, 3 house elves and a young woman confronted one another. She was Vigus, Charlie's sister. At merely 18 years of age, Vigus possessed striking beauty, standing at 175 centimeters, which is not considered short among Western women. Her golden hair cascaded in large waves over her shoulders, and her youthful figure, with all the right curves, lent her an undeniable allure. Among all the women Yishu had encountered, Vigus undoubtedly ranked within the top 3, without question. "Master, you have arrived," she exclaimed. "Vigus, step aside." Yishu commanded with a casual wave of his hand. Vigus hesitated. There were dozens of adversaries, and despite her master's formidable strength, she doubted he could contend with so many. Should they attack simultaneously or strike from the shadows, it could spell disaster. Nevertheless, recalling her master's unwavering authority, she obediently retreated, though she did not lower her wand, keeping a vigilant aim on the group. "Are you the owner of this establishment?" One of them sneered. "I thought as much. Who else could produce such a plethora of new magical potions?" Clearly, this reveals the person pulling the strings behind the scenes, hiding away and being all secretive. "I wonder if you're harboring something unsavory. Come now, let me see the face beneath that hood. It wouldn't happen to be one of our old friends, would it?" The group laughed derisively, referring to the old associates of Voldemort or companions in crime. Of course, their remarks were merely an attempt to belittle Yishu. Unfazed by their taunts, Yishu surveyed the fallen shelves and glanced outside at the darkening sky. It was nearing midnight, and even in the bustling Diagon alley, patrons had dwindled. The streets were relatively quiet, with only a few shopkeepers peeking out, occasionally casting glances in their direction. "Come to help? Don't be ridiculous. They wouldn't dare. They're all merchants. Driven by profit, they won't risk their necks for something that offers no benefit." Moreover, Yishu's potion shop thrived remarkably well, and the nearby establishments primarily dealt in similar magical concoctions. If the global purchase were to collapse, it would ironically benefit them. Oomph. Yishu let out a cold snort, then drew forth his wand. With a flourish, the opposing figures swiftly brandished their wands, believing Yishu was preparing to strike. Instantly, the atmosphere within the shop grew tense, with everyone on guard for an imminent assault. Tisich, such meager courage, yet they dared to imitate others in their attempts to intimidate. Yishu's voice emerged from beneath his hood, betraying his disdain. "Mirror space." A faint white light flickered at the tip of Yishu's wand before shooting forth. However, this time, his target was not the group of ruffian wizards, but the shop itself. As the white light struck the establishment, the interior began to twist and invert, with up becoming down and vice versa, leaving all present with a disorienting sensation of weightlessness. Outside, onlookers suddenly found everything within the shop rendered invisible, or rather, only the troublesome intruders had vanished, leaving behind an empty store. "What is this? What in the world are you doing? Damn it, this is a barrier. He has trapped us in here, the bastard, kill him." Panic ensued among the intruders, who had intended to cause trouble. They should have been the ones casting the barrier to isolate the shop from the outside world. Yet now the tables had turned. Not only were the marauding wizards astonished, but even Charlie and his sister, who had been with Yishu for a year or two, were taken aback. The magic their boss had conjured was unlike anything they had ever witnessed, nor had they even heard of its name. Could it be? A bold conjecture took root in the siblings' minds, akin to the unprecedented potions Yishu had brought forth. Might this spell be an original creation by this esteemed individual? While it is not unheard of for someone to invent spells, most of those creations lack significant efficacy. However, Yishu's ability to carve out a small area and conjure a separate mirrored microcosm was undeniably an exceptionally advanced enchantment. This maneuver not only astonished Yishu's subordinates, but also instilled fear in the would-be thieves. Chapter 70. Let us engage in a pleasant collaboration. Undoubtedly, Mirror Space was inspired by the bald sorcerer from the Marvel Universe. This magic is challenging to define, while it may seem simple. The difficulty lies in the fact that no one could guide Yishu. He had to navigate this endeavor entirely on his own. Conversely, the simplicity arises from the multitude of spatial-related spells in this world, whether it be the magic that allows one to enter a small tent that unfolds into another realm, or the ability to separate the wizarding world from the muggle world, all pertaining to the concept of space. After referencing countless spatial spells, Yishu finally succeeded in crafting Mirror Space. Now, would you kindly disclose who sent you here to cause this disruption? From the ground, Yishu picked up a stool and placed it steadily on the floor before nonchalantly sitting upon it. In truth, I hold no regard for who you are. To me, you are merely a handful of repugnant insects. Your existence only serves to sully this world further. Without you, it would undoubtedly be a better place. The sole inquiry I have pertains to your hidden puppet masters. Yishu gently clapped his hands, brushing away non-existent dust from his fingers, never once deigning to glance at the individuals before him. Do you not perceive your own arrogance? Indeed, your power is formidable, but what of it? With so many of us here, are you truly confident in your ability to contend with us? Even accounting for your tamed spirits, you number but 6, while we possess double your ranks. If you value your lives, surrender the potion formula and sign this shop transfer agreement. Otherwise, do not blame us for unleashing a massacre. What of your confinement within the barrier? It merely serves as a grave you have dug for yourselves. Once you perish, the barrier shall inevitably collapse. A man, clad with an eye patch and marred by scars, pushed through the crowd to the forefront, evidently the leader of this band. His reasoning was not unfounded. While the barrier conjured by Yishu was indeed sophisticated, it was directly invoked rather than relying on specific objects as mediums or entirely transforming the shop into a separate space. As long as the spellcaster breathes, this ephemeral realm shall endure. Furthermore, this woman shall accompany us. A lecherous man suddenly pointed at Vigus, his gaze lecherously lingering on her prominent features. He chuckled. This lass is quite enticing. It has been ages since I indulged. Let us savor her, shall we? Oh boy, judging by her appearance, she must still be a maiden. Ha ha, how delightful. With so many of us, we can together introduce her to the pleasures of the world. Vulgarities spilled forth from their lips as they leered at Vigus, their intentions laid bare without a hint of shame. Vigus, unaccustomed to such affronts, puffed her cheeks in indignation, her face aflame with anger as her wand shimmered with potential magic, ready to unleash a spell upon them. Yishu reached out, placing his hand over hers, gently lowering her wand. How about this? Your potion business seems quite prosperous. Surely you wouldn't fuss over a mere servant. For someone of your wealth, she is but a trifle, easily obtainable. Why contend with us? The leader of the group licked his lips, his gaze fixated on Vigus, as if he intended to consume her entirely. Your proposal is rather intriguing. Yishu finally spoke, a statement that momentarily stunned the crowd. None could have anticipated that he would entertain the notion of compromise. Even Vigus and Charlie were taken aback, for their boss had never exhibited such behavior before. Could it be that he was intimidated by the multitude before him? If that were indeed the case, why had he initially confined everyone within the barrier? Wasn't that akin to the opponent's claim of seeking their own demise? Just as Vigus was about to voice her thoughts, Yishu gently squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Vigus's eyes flickered, as though a realization dawned upon her, and a hint of a sardonic smile graced her lips. Your proposal is not impossible to accommodate, but naturally, it cannot solely be your opinions that prevail in this negotiation, correct? Upon witnessing this exchange, Vigus felt a faint blush rise to her cheeks. Indeed, if any of you have something to express, do not hesitate to share. We are willing to make concessions when appropriate. The opposing leader, not wishing to escalate the conflict to a point of mutual destruction, recognized that although Yishu's side was outnumbered, a confrontation would still result in considerable losses for his own faction, something he sought to avoid. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Excellent. This signifies a consensus. For us, this is a promising beginning. Why should we drive each other to the brink of annihilation? Yishu's lips curled into a mocking smile, obscured by his hood, rendering it invisible to the others. How could one not understand why you have risen to such prominence as a leader? Your generosity is indeed commendable. Now, after all this discourse, what are your terms? If they are within our capacity to accept, we shall not refuse. The leader's face beamed with delight. He had anticipated a fierce battle. Yet it appeared that this task would be accomplished with minimal effort. Very well. Allow me to present my proposal. You have journeyed a great distance, and it is evident that considerable effort has been expended for these potion recipes of mine. There's an old saying in the East, when friends come from afar, one should not forget to honor them. However, given your special visit, I believe it would be best to eliminate all of you instead. With that, Yishu's figure slowly rose, emanating an icy aura that instantly permeated the confined space, causing the dozen or so ruffian wizards to shudder involuntarily as they felt the palpable intent to kill. Chapter 71. Only one can survive. Attack. Without further ado, the opposing leader recognized that Yishu was not inclined to negotiate amicably. With a swift motion of his wand, he hastily uttered a spell directed at Yishu and his companions. The individuals behind him, having been on high alert since Yishu stood, followed suit as soon as their leader initiated the attack. As seasoned cutthroats, these individuals possessed some degree of skill, yet it was merely adequate. Their abilities fell short of the silent casting level, indicating they still had a considerable distance to cover before attaining the status of top-tier experts. Behind Yishu, Charlie and his sister, along with 3 domesticated pixies, focused intently, preparing to cast spells in response. However, Yishu subtly gestured for them to halt their actions. This left Charlie and his companions momentarily stunned. Their adversaries numbered over a dozen. Could their employer truly handle such a formidable force? However, what they witnessed next unveiled the true prowess of their boss. The enemy's spells were unleashed almost simultaneously, a flurry of incantations converging upon Yishu, seemingly poised to deliver a fatal blow. With a mere snap of his fingers, Yishu summoned an invisible barrier before him, without even resorting to a wand. The spells collided with the barrier, yet astonishingly, it remained utterly unscathed. Not a crack, not even a tremor. How could this be? Not only the adversaries, but even Charlie and his sister were taken aback. They could scarcely fathom the sheer strength of their employer. It was common knowledge that without a wand, one could only wield a fraction of magical power. Yet he had effortlessly repelled a dozen attacks with but a fraction of his strength. The control he exhibited over magic was unfathomable, leaving the mirrored space resonating with gasps of astonishment. What they did not realize was that Yishu's formidable magical force, even in the absence of a wand, was solely attributed to his self-developed abilities. Who are you? The enemy leader faltered, stepping back, fully aware that they might have bitten off more than they could chew that day. Who am I? Yishu chuckled darkly. You come to stir trouble in my establishment, yet you question my identity? I am merely a humble proprietor of this shop. So, are you now contemplating retreat? His mocking laughter echoed through the mirrored space, darkening the expressions of the assailants. Perhaps there's been a misunderstanding. The enemy leader hesitated, finally uttering, "It appears I may have taken this too seriously." Yishu's tone dripped with sarcasm as he responded, "Ah, so it was merely a misunderstanding. I see. Then perhaps I was too earnest in my approach." "Indeed, a misunderstanding." The leader continued, forcing a smile. "As the hour grows late and you have business to attend to tomorrow, we shall not impose further. Might we lower the barrier so we can take our leave? By the way, the quality of your potions is exceptional. If circumstances permit, we shall frequent your establishment more often, as those in our line of work often find themselves in need of healing." The leader's face was a mask of flattery, desperate to escape this perilous situation. "Lawford, what do you fear? Let us all attack together. Can one man truly withstand our united force? Even the mightiest of warriors can exhaust their magical reserves. You are merely cowardly. You no longer deserve to lead us." Several ignorant souls jeered, and the very individual who had previously dared to taunt Vigus pushed aside their leader Lawford, fiercely pointing at Yishu. He had long succumbed to the intoxication of desire. Typically, individuals like them could only seek out practitioners to indulge in the vibrant and decadent realms of the Muggle world. They had never encountered a girl as exquisite as Vigus. With the prospect of eliminating the bothersome Yishu, they envisioned a scenario where Vigus could be at their mercy, and thus they would not relent. Shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, several incantations were cast, albeit this time aimed at various parts of Yishu, with some even targeting Charlie and his companions behind him, attempting to distract Yishu. Foolishness. All spells rebounded. Yishu shook his head, snapping his fingers once more. The erratic spells paused momentarily in mid-air before rebounding. The incantations, propelled at a speed even faster than when they were cast, hurtled back towards the assailants, striking their bodies before they could react. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, their forms exploded into fragments, flesh and entrails scattering across the ground, while crimson blood flowed profusely. Ugh! Vigus and Charlie, having never witnessed such a scene, instinctively covered their mouths and turned away to vomit. Even the members of the Lofeld faction displayed signs of discomfort. Although they often navigated the shadows, actual murder was a rarity. After all, too many killings would inevitably attract the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. Typically, after committing a robbery or nefarious act, they would resort to the Obliviate charm to erase the memories of their victims. They have offended you, and they deserve their fate, but this is not our concern. You see, having killed them should have assuaged your anger. Could we perhaps be allowed to leave? We assure you that we will not speak of today's events to anyone. If you remain unconvinced, you could easily erase our memories. Yes, we will say nothing. Lofeld pleaded quietly, while his remaining subordinates nodded frantically in agreement. Certainly, I shall allow you to leave. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope surged within them. They had thought their demise was imminent, yet a twist of fate seemed to emerge. However, it was not all of them who would be granted freedom, but only one. So whom shall I let go? 1, 2, 3, or perhaps 7? 7 individuals, what a conundrum. I despise making choices. If only there were fewer of you. Yishu reached up, stroking the small portion of his chin visible beneath his hood, speaking nonchalantly. Chapter 72. Turning against each other. There are too many of you. Lofeld murmured to himself, glancing at his 6 remaining subordinates, then at the pile of dismembered bodies on the ground, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Avada Kedavra! Before anyone could react, a curse shot forth from his hand, but this time it was not aimed at Yishu, nor at Charlie and his companions, but rather redirected towards Lofeld's remaining subordinates. In such close proximity, the spell unexpectedly struck one of the subordinates, causing him to stagger before collapsing, lifeless. Lawford, what have you done? Damn it, have you lost your mind? He is the enemy. The remaining 5 subordinates were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend why their leader had turned against his own. He seeks to kill us for a chance at survival. Damn it, let's take him down together. Finally reacting, the 3 remaining men raised their wands, aiming them at their former leader. Since he had shown no mercy, they felt no obligation to be righteous. They were merely bound together by mutual interests, willing to do anything to survive. As the 3 launched their assault, Lawford advanced rather than retreating. Given the close quarters, he reached out and landed a punch squarely on one man's face. The man let out a pained scream, reeling backward and colliding with another, causing the latter's spell to veer off course, narrowly missing Lawford. The last remaining adversary had his wand pointed directly at Lawford, and as the spell was about to be unleashed, Lawford deftly shifted his body aside. Blood erupted as a portion of Lawford's arm disintegrated into a mist of crimson. Yet, he had managed to preserve his life. Lawford, please do not kill me. I have followed you for many years, remained loyal to you. You cannot treat me this way. In the brief exchange, only Lawford remained, now missing his left arm, paralyzed by a petrification spell, while the 2 fallen subordinates lay incapacitated. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Lawford cast a final spell upon the petrified subordinate, extinguishing his life. I will fight you to the end. The man who had lost his wand realized that Lawford would not spare him. After all, it had been previously stated that only one could leave alive. Thus, only one of them could survive this encounter. This was the very reason Lawford had turned on his own. As for the wands scattered on the ground, they were far too distant to retrieve in time. In a moment of desperation, the man charged at Lawford, crashing into him just as he was about to cast another spell, forcing Lawford's magic to cease. Not only that, but his wand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. I will kill you. I will kill you. In that instant, the 2 grappled on the ground. Lawford, now one-armed, found himself overpowered by his own subordinate. The latter rained blows upon Lawford's face, leaving him bloodied and battered, his visage a grim testament to his plight. The dull thuds of the blows echoed in the mirrored space, as the once formidable Lawford faced the grim prospect of being beaten to death by his own man. Ha ha ha! The one who survives will be me. It will be me. Lawford, may you meet your demise. Once you are gone, I shall seize all the treasures you have hidden away, and they shall belong to me. Indeed, I have long been aware of your secret hiding places. Everything you possess will become my dowry. The man laughed maniacally, pounding his fists in triumph. A smug expression plastered across his face. Lawford opened his mouth slightly, seemingly attempting to utter a word. Yet his visage was so mangled that he could hardly produce any sound. What do you wish to say? I grant you the privilege of a final word, a token of our long-standing acquaintance. Convinced of his absolute victory over Rawford, the man seized him by the collar, a victorious grin adorning his features. Rawford struggled to speak, but his words were barely discernible, leaving the assailant confused. Speak louder. Have you not eaten? You usually reprimand us with such vigor. Perhaps having been suppressed for too long, the man delivered a resounding slap to Rawford, venting his pent-up rage. Yet, despite the blood streaming from his battered face, Rawford laughed. What are you laughing at? I shall end your life. Enraged, the man could scarcely comprehend Rawford's audacity to smile. In a fit of fury, he raised his fist once more, intent on obliterating Rawford completely. As the heavy blow descended, Rawford parted his lips and swiftly recited an incantation. The man's pupils dilated as he turned to behold Rawford's remaining right hand. To his astonishment, Rawford grasped a wand, the very same that had been knocked from him earlier. Its tip pointed directly at the man. This was the last sight he beheld in his life. In the next instant, his head erupted into a mass of fragments. Crimson blood and white brain matter splattering across Rawford's form. With no time to clean himself, Rawford struggled to rise, still dazed from the earlier assault. His mind was clouded. Indeed, without hesitation, he had slain his own subordinates, and in the chaos, he had managed to grasp the wand, deliberately diverting his opponent's attention to afford himself the opportunity to cast a spell. A ruthless individual, it was no wonder he had ascended to leadership among this group. He truly possessed remarkable skill. Yishu clapped his hands, generously offering praise for Rawford's earlier performance. Chapter 73. Bring forth those who stand behind you. Having dispatched his 6 subordinates, Rawford collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The explosion of his left arm had caused his blood to flow rapidly, and he was now experiencing the symptoms of severe blood loss. Yet this was not the moment for self-treatment. Esteemed sir, I am now left alone. Might you consider sparing my life? Rest assured, upon my departure, I shall speak of nothing. All that has transpired here will remain locked within me. Rawford adjusted his posture, struggling to kneel before Yishu, acutely aware that his fate rested in the hands of this individual. If he was determined to end Rawford's life, then even if his left arm were to heal, it would be of no consequence. Indeed, your decisiveness surpasses my expectations, and your ruthlessness is quite rare. To kill one's own companions and subordinates with such ease is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. When I say I will let someone go, I shall indeed set them free. Now, only you remain, so congratulations on securing a chance to survive. Yishu slowly approached, extending a finger and speaking with a calm demeanor. Rawford raised his head, his gaze fixated on the outstretched finger, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was his hope for survival. From his vantage point, he caught a glimpse of a small part of Yishu's face beneath the hood, and he was momentarily taken aback. The mysterious proprietor of the potion shop appeared quite youthful. He quickly averted his gaze, feigning indifference, realizing that the cloaked figure likely wished to conceal their identity. If he were to discover who this person was, he feared that the hard-won opportunity for survival would slip through his fingers. Then can I leave? Rawford pressed his forehead fervently against the ground, adopting an exceedingly humble posture. However, the shattered remains did not materialize alongside him. They remained ensconced within the mirror space. Their lives were eternally trapped within that realm, yet very few were aware of their existence, as it had always been exceedingly insignificant. You may live, but... Yishu's pause caused Rawford's heart to race once more, as he feared a reversal of fortune. In that moment, thoughts of escape flickered in his mind, but they were swiftly extinguished. Escape? What means did he have to flee? Even at his peak, he was but an ant that could be crushed by another's hand. How much more so now, having lost an arm and suffered extensive blood loss? What would you have me do? I shall assist you in any way possible. Rawford was a clever man. He quickly deduced the implications of the situation. Since Yishu had dissolved the barrier, it was inconceivable that he would allow Rawford to leave only to then kill him. Such an act would be redundant. I know there are others behind you. Otherwise, you would not possess such audacity to commit robbery in Nocturne Alley. What I require of you is simple. Bring those who have instigated you to act here to this place with all your might. Do you comprehend the essence of my words? Upon hearing Yishu's command, a glimmer of understanding sparked in Rawford's eyes. He grasped the true meaning behind Yishu's words. I understand. Rest assured, my lord, I will bring them here for your disposal. In fact, the one who has been pulling my strings is. In the eyes of Rawford, there burned a seething hatred, not directed at Yishu, but rather aimed at the puppeteer who orchestrated his actions from behind the scenes. Had it not been for this individual, how could he have stumbled upon such an insurmountable obstacle? If one seeks to usurp another's domain, one must at least ascertain the origins of their adversary. Yet here he was, sending his men into the lion's den. Was he not courting his own demise? The animosity Lawful harbored for the figure behind him far eclipsed his feelings toward Yishu. Enough. I have no interest in discovering the identity of your master. Yishu's calm voice pierced the air, each word resonating with a weight that rendered Lawful's already pallid complexion even more ghostly. He understood that Yishu was not merely attempting to intimidate him. The man possessed the capability to follow through. It was entirely possible that, unbeknownst to him, Lawful had already been marked with a tracking curse. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the task. Lawful nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain, exacerbating the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him, nearly causing him to collapse. Now be gone. Yishu waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, propelling Lawful out of the shop. My lord, are you truly prepared to let him go? Moreover, you have instructed him to bring his master here. What if many come? How shall we confront them? Charlie, his face still pale, approached Yishu from behind, laden with concern. The horrific scene of dismembered corpses and flowing blood had genuinely terrified him. Yet compared to the still retching Vigus, Charlie considered himself considerably more composed. Goodness, with such a faint heart, you've been reduced to this state by such a trifling ordeal. You must cultivate a bit more fortitude. Charlie's expression was one of innocence. His courage was not insignificant, but the earlier gruesome spectacle would rattle even the boldest soul. Yet, there was an exception. His boss remained utterly unfazed by the hellish scene. Who, indeed, was this enigmatic figure? Charlie's mind brimmed with questions. But he knew these were not his to ask, so he chose to bury them deep within. Fear not. I do not dread their arrival. Rather, I fear their absence. No matter how many come, I shall welcome them. Yishu was eager to test the extent of his newfound strength. Through the rigorous training of his body and the mastery of spells via his meridians, he had not yet engaged in a true confrontation since his ascension. Compared to his previous encounter with Voldemort, the months of relentless physical refinement had elevated his physical prowess to astonishing heights. If the wizards of that realm were akin to fragile mages, then Yishu embodied the legendary dual practitioner of magic and martial prowess, or more precisely, a melee mage. This time, when faced with Voldemort again, he would not find himself ensnared in a predicament as he had before. Chapter 74. A Deadlock? Clatter, clatter. In a dimly lit alley, a figure staggered forward, running with a sense of urgency. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he was missing an arm, and blood dripped steadily onto the cobblestones below. It seemed that the loss of blood, coupled with the prolonged exertion, had taken its toll. Suddenly, the figure faltered and collapsed onto the ground. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. With tremendous effort, he rose once more and pushed himself to the end of the alley, where he knocked fervently on a door. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of his knocking echoed starkly in the stillness of the night. Fortunately, this alley appeared to house but a single dwelling, sparing him the attention of passers-by. Who goes there? A frail voice emerged from beyond the door after a brief pause. It is I, Lofeld. I was sent by the esteemed lord to procure a potion recipe from the apothecary, but an unforeseen incident has transpired. I must urgently report to the lord. Lofeld gasped, his body on the brink of exhaustion. Creak! The door swung open, revealing an elderly man with a shock of white hair. He peered at the fallen Lofeld with a glint of disdain in his eyes. You old cur, you look down on me. Lofeld silently cursed, having caught the disdainful glance. Yet he maintained a facade of respect as he implored, Please, take me to the lord. Time is of the essence. Delay could lead to dire consequences. The old man had initially intended to make things difficult for him, but upon hearing Lofeld's words, his expression shifted, and he dared not linger. He waved his hand, and two burly men appeared from behind him, lifting the feeble Lofeld and escorting him toward the inner courtyard. As the four reached the center of the courtyard, Lofeld was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. The jarring impact rendered him pale, nearly unconscious. The old man paid him no heed, instead wielding his wand, summoning an eerie glow that enveloped the courtyard. In the next moment, both he and Lofeld vanished, revealing the presence of a hidden teleportation array. When Lofeld next opened his eyes, he found himself in an ancient castle, the opulence surrounding him suggesting immense wealth. This was not his first visit, and thus his expression held no surprise. However, unlike his previous encounters marked by deference, this time a flicker of barely concealed anger simmered in Lofeld's eyes. Why are you dawdling? Follow me. Don't expect this old body of mine to assist you. If you cannot keep up, you may as well perish. The old man snorted derisively, striding ahead. Yes, I shall follow, Lofeld replied without revealing any hint of his true feelings, bowing his head as he staggered behind the old man. Without the support of others, each step was a monumental struggle. After traversing a grand hall and navigating a corridor, they arrived at a door where the old man halted. My lord, Lofeld has arrived. He claims to have urgent matters to discuss. Moreover, he is gravely injured. The old man hesitated before addressing the room with utmost respect. What a task I assigned you. How have you fared? A voice boomed from within, dripping with arrogance. My lord, matters are progressing quite smoothly. Leophide bowed his head, unable to meet the gaze of the shadowy figure flickering in the room. Oh, smoothly, you say? Are you jesting with me? You have had one of your arms severed and lie before me like a lifeless dog, and this is what you call smooth? Surely, you must be fleeing from a failure, pursued by your enemies. A tall figure stepped out from the shadows, striding directly towards Leophide with a mocking expression. As the figure approached, Leophide felt his breath catch. He composed himself and, with a hint of sorrow, replied, To speak candidly, my lord, things have indeed encountered some setbacks. We not only underestimated the opponent's unwillingness to yield the formula, but also their strength. My subordinates perished in battle. Even I lost an arm in this conflict. Yet by some stroke of fate, I managed to escape with my life. However, the adversary did not fare well either. They were few in number, and although they possessed greater strength, our sea of numbers allowed us to eliminate most of them. Leophide took a breath, his voice weak. Eliminated? But what of the potion formula? Did you secure the potion formula? The lord of the castle leaned closer, urgency etched on his face. Having orchestrated such a grand endeavor, even risking the ire of the Ministry of Magic, was it not to acquire the potion formula? If the one who knows the formula perishes, all their efforts would be in vain. My lord, rest assured, the formula remains intact. Just as you anticipated, there are indeed others behind this shop. Nevertheless, they are ultimately not our match. Though my subordinates have all fallen, the enemy is left with but a handful, their magical energy nearly depleted. My lord, this presents an excellent opportunity. If we act now, everything they possess will be yours. What could be more gratifying than plucking the fruits of victory with your own hands? Leophide employed every ounce of persuasion he could muster, urging the man before him. Is that so? You have lost so many of your subordinates. That must have been quite a hardship for you. My lord, you flatter me. To die for you is their honor. Yet, why do I sense that you are attempting to deceive me? It feels as though you are eager for me to go there personally. Have you struck some sort of bargain with them? Perhaps promising your life in exchange for luring me into their trap? The man lowered himself. His wand pointed menacingly at Leophide's head, as if poised to obliterate him in an instant. At that moment, Leophide felt his heart skip a beat. He had never anticipated that the adversary would so easily unearth his clandestine intentions. What to do? Could this truly be the day of his demise? Though he felt a surge of anxiety, he maintained a facade of indignation. My lord, my brothers, dozens of them, perished within that shop, and I barely escaped with my life. Deceive you? Why would I ever deceive you? Even if I must deceive you, my sole intention is to seek vengeance for my brothers. Should you harbor any doubts, feel free to delve into my memories and uncover the truth of the situation. Leophide, resolute, displayed an expression of unwavering determination. Chapter 75. Unyielding in Death. He held his neck high, closing his eyes and quietly awaiting the other's verdict. At this juncture, the events had surpassed his own expectations. He had initially believed he could lead the other to the potion shop, yet suspicion had taken root in their mind. In fact, with just a few words, the other had surmised much of what had transpired. With no alternatives left, escape was impossible, and resistance even less so. He could only gamble on that slender thread of hope. Ah, Leophide, you a wild dog, unexpectedly possess such a fierce spirit. Rest assured, you serve me. Even if you are but a dog, you are my domesticated dog, and I shall not treat you unfairly. As long as you affirm your loyalty to me, not only will I absolve you of blame, but I shall also grant you generous rewards. Of course, this is contingent upon confirming your fidelity. Having said this, the other gazed intently at Leophide, while the elder beside him readied his wand with vigilance. Leophide swallowed hard, fully comprehending the other's intent. They sought the memories within his mind regarding the previous battle. Very well, since you desire it, I shall not conceal anything. After a moment of contemplation, Leophide drew forth his wand and pressed it against his temple, from which a slender white thread emerged, connecting the wand's tip. As the wand moved outward, the thread extended until it finally snapped, leaving a 20-centimeter strand of white. This ethereal thread danced in the air, undulating gracefully, emanating soft glimmers of light in the dim surroundings. "My lord, here lies my memory. Please examine it at your leisure." Leofeard presented the memory fragment to the other. Without further ado, began to scrutinize it. As the memories extracted by Leofeard were perused, the other's face displayed alternating expressions of intrigue and raised brows, revealing a realization. "So, it is true, Leofeard, it seems you have truly endured much. Your brothers have perished within, leaving you as the sole survivor." After perusing Leofeard's memories, the other finally lowered their guard, and even the elder beside them quietly set down his wand. With a sigh of relief, Leofeard felt a weight lift. He had successfully navigated this trial. Yishu's hollow eyelashes proved to be of use, as he had indeed kept a reserve. "You flatter me, my lord. To sacrifice for you is truly worthwhile. As long as I can fulfill your commands, I shall spare no effort." Leofeard's face was a mask of reverence, as if all he had done was genuinely for the other. "Excellent. However, there's one point. All your subordinates have perished, and you have lost an arm. Does this not imply that you have become obsolete?" The moment those words were uttered, the sense of relief that had briefly settled over Raffled surged once more. "My lord," he began, yearning to articulate further, yet his interlocutor offered him no opportunity. With a mere flick of the wand, a spell was cast upon Raffled. Instantly, his body became immobilized, his visage frozen in terror as he recoiled, ultimately collapsing heavily to the ground. "Though you are but my hound, I only cherish those who serve a purpose. As you stand now, you are naught but a worthless cur, devoid of utility. Even the simplest task of biting would be beyond your capability. Therefore, why should I retain your presence? In truth, all that I wish to know has been revealed, rendering your existence utterly valueless. Dispose of his corpse, so I need not behold this eyesore. Furthermore, summon our forces. We shall proceed to the potion shop post-haste, for our adversary is gravely weakened. Let us seize this opportunity to strike." With that, he turned and strode towards the hall, while the elder bowed slightly, then cast a levitation charm to carry the lifeless Raffled from the chamber. The body floated, eyes wide with resentment, filled with disbelief that he would meet such a pitiful demise, not at the hands of the potion shop proprietor, but by the treachery of his own kind. Perhaps this was fate, after all, for his subordinates had proven equally disloyal. In a brief moment, 6 or 7 figures coalesced in the hall, each stepping into the fireplace, traversing the flue network to arrive at Diagon Alley. "My lord, the global potion shop lies just beyond this street." The elder spoke up, clearly having conducted thorough reconnaissance. "Let us proceed swiftly. Remember, strive to keep the commotion to a minimum." "Aye." The others nodded in obedience, hastening towards the potion shop. The street housing the global potion shop lay shrouded in silence. The majority of establishments closed, save for the faint light emanating from Yishu's potion shop. Witnesses to the earlier turmoil had anticipated that the global potion shop would suffer greatly, yet it was the instigators who fled in disarray. Moreover, one had emerged missing an arm, while the dozen or so individuals he had brought remained unaccounted for. It was not difficult to surmise their fate. Either they had been slain or defeated and left behind. The shopkeepers leaned towards the former. For the wizarding world is far from the tranquil facade it presents. "This is the place. Let us enter. You, remain here and cast a silencing charm to muffle any sound, lest we attract unwanted attention." He gestured towards one of his subordinates, issuing commands. "Understood, my lord." The man retreated to the rear, enacting the spell that cloaked the potion shop in an imperceptible barrier. The remaining members advanced boldly into the potion shop, eagerly prepared to claim the victory that awaited them. Upon entering the shop, the scene within left the visitor momentarily taken aback. Furrowing his brow, he was enveloped in a cloud of confusion. The memories gleaned from Raifir's recollections depicted a disheveled establishment, yet now it appeared remarkably pristine. Moreover, what had become of the corpses that once littered the floor and the blood that stained the walls? Why had everything vanished without a trace? At that moment, an ominous premonition stirred within him. Chapter 76. The Blade Strikes Again. "Ah, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. You are rather slow." Just as the visitor pondered, a voice echoed from the back door, followed by the emergence of a figure cloaked in black robes, stepping into view before the group. "You are the proprietor of the potion shop?" The group immediately brandished their wands, poised and alert for any impending threat. However, upon the arrival of the robed figure, no other presence materialized, as if he were the sole occupant of the realm. "Raifir did not accompany you? It seems he has been dispatched by your hand." The cloaked figure, Yishu, glanced around at the absence of Raifir among them and shrugged nonchalantly. "What? You let Raifir go? You directed him to bring us here?" A sense of dread washed over the group. Damn it, this is indeed problematic. The tension escalated as they sought to retreat from the potion shop. But with a mere snap of his fingers, Yishu conjured a mirrored space that enveloped them all, transporting them to another dimension. Even the individual who had remained outside was drawn into this mirrored realm, his visage one of utter astonishment. It is a barrier. Kill him. The group, witnessing the transformation, took immediate action, launching a simultaneous assault of 6 spells toward Yishu. With a sharp clap, Yishu snapped his fingers once more, and, as before, he deftly intercepted the magic. However, this time, the barrier before him shattered violently upon absorbing the 6 spells. Yishu, hidden beneath his hood, raised an eyebrow, a grave expression crossing his features. His current strength was not invincible. The prowess of these 6 individuals was formidable, each capable of silent incantations, far beyond the ordinary capabilities of wizards. Faced with their combined might, even Yishu's protective barrier was shattered in a single blow. Who on earth are you? The group gasped in unison, astonished by the display of Yishu's magic. Although they had breached his defenses, they were wielding their spells without wands, an implication of immense significance. United, they believed that even Voldemort would falter without his wand. So what manner of being was this robed figure? What kind of entity had they provoked in their quest for the coveted potion formula? Confronted by Lucius and his 5 companions, Yishu felt no trepidation. This time, he had not brought along Charlie and his siblings, nor the 3 house elves. Their strength, after all, was insufficient, while they could contend with Rayafir and his ilk. Lucius's power far surpassed theirs, rendering Charlie and his siblings mere burdens in this confrontation. Moreover, Yishu was reluctant for them to acquire excessive knowledge. It must be said that your prowess far surpasses that of Leo Feared and his ilk. They assailed for an extended period without managing to breach my barrier. Yet you have accomplished that, which is commendable. One must acknowledge that you are indeed the patriarch of the Malfoy family, one of the Sacred 28. Lucius Malfoy. It turns out that the mastermind behind Leo Feared is none other than Draco Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy, who has long been coveting Yishu's potions, intending to claim them for himself. In his eyes, the plethora of innovative potions housed within this humble shop is an utter waste. If he could seize them for his own, he would undoubtedly maximize their conversion into wealth. This is not the first time he has engaged in such endeavors. The riches and lineage of the Malfoy family are his greatest assets, often wielded to coerce other wizards into obedience. His fixation on Yishu's apothecary mirrors his ruthless elimination of Leo Feared. Everything is deemed justified in his mind, for he belongs to the Sacred 28, a noble, pure-blood wizard. Do you recognize me? Who are you, truly? As the head of the Malfoy family, it is not uncommon to be identified. Yet he had no recollection of ever encountering Yishu. Although his robes obscured his visage, the opponent's strength spoke volumes. Few in the wizarding world could rival such prowess. How astonishing that you have survived until now. You dare to act recklessly without grasping another's strength or background. It is nothing short of miraculous that you have lived this long without meeting your demise. Yishu's retort ignited a flicker of rage upon Lucius's countenance. Yet he dare not act impulsively. You are eager to discover my identity. I shall indulge your curiosity. However, allow me to first deal with some extraneous individuals. With that, Yishu shifted his gaze to the others present. Beware, this is perilous. Lucius felt an ominous premonition. Yet, even without his warning, the others felt a chilling sensation the moment Yishu's attention fell upon them. Having long traversed the treacherous line between life and death while assisting Lucius in his unsavory dealings, they were exceedingly sensitive to the intent to kill, and almost instantaneously began casting spells. Aside from Lucius, 5 spells transformed into brilliant beams of color, hurtling towards Yishu with astonishing speed, striking him almost instantaneously. Thud, thud, thud. Before their eyes, Yishu's form was pierced by 5 bolts, yet inexplicably, no blood flowed forth. It's an illusion, be cautious. Before them, Yishu had somehow morphed into an ethereal figure, while his true self had stealthily appeared behind Lucius and his companions. With a swift motion, he withdrew his hand, warm blood splattering upon the faces of the onlookers, leaving them agape with astonishment. Is this not a battle witnessed only by wizards? How did it abruptly devolve into close-quarters combat? What manner of wizardry is this? With a swift motion, Yishu pierced through the chest, leaving one to ponder whether such feats were truly within human capability. Beneath that dark robe, could there be a mere automaton of iron? In a fleeting moment of hesitation among the onlookers, Yishu wielded his hand like a blade, decapitating yet another foe, blood erupting like a fountain. Have you lost your mind? You are no human. What manner of sorcerer are you? The remaining few attempted to distance themselves, only to find that within Yishu's mirrored realm, their abilities to evade had utterly failed. Think you can escape? No chance. With a flick of his wrist to cast off the blood, Yishu surged forward like a specter, confronting another adversary, and with a swift motion, the blade fell again. Soon, only two figures remained in that mirrored space, the cloaked Yishu and Lucius, whose wand trembled in his grip. The others lay as incomplete corpses, silently sprawled upon the ground. In mere seconds, Yishu, draped in black, had dispatched all but Lucius with ghostly efficiency. He had not cast any spells, but rather, he had merely channeled his magical energy to enhance his physical prowess. This path he had chosen proved to be without fault. Bolstered by magic, his strength became formidable. Not only that, but his speed also surged, allowing him to leap great distances with ease. Were he to participate in the Muggle athletic competitions in such a state, he would shatter record after record, claiming gold medals with aplomb. Having accomplished this, Yishu stood still, nonchalantly shaking the blood from his hands as if the entire affair were a trivial matter. The gruesome fates of his 5 subordinates, disemboweled and decapitated, one cleaved in half, left the mirrored space saturated with the stench of blood, overwhelming Lucius' senses and nearly inducing nausea. He understood then that this was no illusion. Now that the extraneous have been dealt with, we can converse in peace, Lucius. Though Yishu did not assume an aggressive stance, Lucius remained on edge, wand at the ready to strike. There is no need for such a defensive posture. Should I wish to end your life, you would stand no chance of resistance. Please, have a seat. Let us engage in a proper discussion. Yishu gestured towards another chair, urging Lucius to sit. After a moment's hesitation, Lucius lowered his wand and complied, recognizing that, should Yishu desire his demise, he would have no means to defend himself. Given the current circumstances, this outcome was the most favorable for Lucius. As long as he was spared, any demands for compensation would be worth it. The Malfoy family may possess little else, but they are undeniably affluent. The most vexing predicament for Lucius is the thought of dying with unspent wealth. He certainly does not wish to depart this world clutching a fortune in vain. Therefore, who exactly are you? You have lured me here at the behest of that fool, Refield. What are your intentions? The mere mention of Refield ignites a surge of irritation within Lucius. Are you not presently inclined to vent your frustrations upon Refield's lifeless form? Yishu's words struck a chord within Lucius, causing a subtle shift in his expression, as if the other had surreptitiously tapped into his innermost thoughts. Your thoughts are practically written across your countenance. It is not difficult to discern. In truth, were I in your position, I would harbor similar sentiments. The dog you raised has ultimately turned against you. Yet, one cannot wholly blame another. After all, your treatment of him has been far from commendable. Yishu's sardonic laughter echoed, and Lucius discerned the mockery within his words. You seem to have an inkling of my identity, do you not? I can certainly oblige your curiosity, for we must meticulously settle our accounts. It would be rather unacceptable for you to remain oblivious to who you owe. With that, Yishu rose and dramatically shed his cloak. As the garment fell to the ground, Lucius's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that this enigmatic figure, whom he had long regarded as possessing unmatched prowess, would turn out to be him. How could this be? Yishu, the illustrious Ravenclaw. How could your power have reached such formidable heights? As the most brilliant prodigy Hogwarts has seen in a century, Yishu's visage has graced the pages of the Daily Prophet more than once, and Lucius had encountered him in person on a couple of occasions, thus recognizing him. What? Are you astonished? Is this how you have always conducted yourself? Seizing the possessions of others without ascertaining their true nature? Much of the Malfoy family's wealth has likely found its way into your hands through such means. With the black cloak now removed, Yishu regarded Lucius with a playful smile, thoroughly pleased with the expression on his counterpart's face. Indeed, all of this was as he had anticipated. Yishu, it seems everyone has misjudged you, or perhaps been beguiled by your facade. Executing my subordinates, without hesitation, is not the act of a mere 4th-year student. Should you be branded a dark wizard, I would not be the slightest bit surprised. Lucius's gaze grew serious as Yishu affirmed his identity, signaling that it was now time to address the matter at hand. His only recourse was to acquiesce to the other's demands. The fact that Yishu dared to reveal his identity demonstrated his unwavering confidence in his dominion over Lucius. Otherwise, why would he take such a risk? Should Lucius fail to recognize the gravity of the situation, he might find himself unable to leave this place unscathed. You have revealed your identity before me. So what is it that you desire from me? Lucius stated plainly, acknowledging that Yishu had already disclosed his identity, rendering any further subterfuge pointless. We are both adults. some matters are best brought to the forefront, as this may allow one to maintain a measure of control. Yishu suddenly clapped his hands, causing Lucius to furrow his brow slightly, irritated by Yishu's demeanor. Lucius, inherently an extremely proud and arrogant individual, found Yishu's attitude even more haughty than his own. Yet, circumstances dictated otherwise, and he could only endure his displeasure. Indeed, you are a clever person, but still not clever enough. You have misunderstood one crucial aspect. It is not I who seek something from you. Rather, it is you who must compensate for my losses, Yishu stated, pointing at Lucius. Do you comprehend? When I demand, it implies a different connotation than if you were to offer compensation voluntarily. Chapter 78. How dare you? Lucius clenched his wand tightly beneath his robes, his irritation mounting. Yishu's aggressive stance infuriated him. As a proud member of the pure-blood wizarding lineage, he had never endured such humiliation. I assure you, today's events were merely a misunderstanding. Look, the likes of Ralfeld and his companions have all met their demise at your hands, and even my subordinates suffered the same fate. Can we not consider this matter settled? You must understand, my subordinates were invaluable assets, loyal to me for many years and integral to the Malfoy family. Their deaths should suffice as an explanation. It was only today that I learned you are the proprietor of this potion shop. Perhaps we could forge a partnership moving forward. A friend gained is a path opened. Is it not? Lucius forced a smile, hoping to bring this matter to a close. You see, I just complimented your intelligence, yet you seem to have reverted to foolishness. My actions were in self-defense. What relevance does compensation hold for you? Why should you presume that the lives of a few can atone for my losses? Ralfeld and your capable subordinates are merely dogs in my eyes. Can their lives truly appease my wrath? Furthermore, to suggest friendship? Friendship requires sincerity, and mere words do not suffice. Lucius, do you truly believe I am a mere 15-year-old, easily deceived? If this is your stance, then we need not continue this dialogue. You may as well escort yourself to meet your subordinates. As Yishu disdainfully cleaned the remnants of blood from under his nails, he continued, Yishu, you would not dare kill me. Do not forget, I am the head of the Malfoy family, a member of the Sacred 28. Should I vanish, the Ministry of Magic would undoubtedly launch a massive search. This matter cannot remain concealed, while the Malfoy family may suffer a blow to its reputation. You, on the other hand, will face the Ministry's wrath. Your life will be confined within Azkaban, subjected to endless torment. Lucius stood, leaning closer to Yishu with a warning expression. Yishu, do not act foolishly. You are a genius, with a bright future ahead of you. There is no need for us to engage in mutual destruction. Consider your future, should you be imprisoned in Azkaban. You would not wish to discover the dark realities of life within those walls. Still the same saying, numerous friends lead to multiple paths, do they not? Lucius extended a hand towards Yishu, yearning for reconciliation. In his perspective, he had articulated the consequences of the situation quite clearly. Yishu, if not foolish, would surely comprehend the crux of the matter. Moreover, by shaking hands with him, he could gain the goodwill of the Malfoy family, something that many would covet. Indeed, Lucius observed Yishu hesitating momentarily before extending his palm. Their hands were on the verge of a firm clasp, eliciting a smile from Lucius's lips. Just as expected. It was always meant to be this way. I am head of the Malfoy family, after all. How many dare defy us? Even a genius like you, Yishu, must bow before the Malfoy legacy. Just wait, today shall suffice. I will deal with you in due course. Lucius Malfoy's heart roared with exhilaration at the thought of Yishu submitting to him. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, causing Lucius to momentarily freeze. Before he could discern the source of the sound, an intense pain surged through his mind. How dare you, you scoundrel! How could you commit such an act? Lucius clutched his injured hand, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his complexion turning ashen. Just moments ago, Lucius had anticipated that Yishu would grasp his hand, leading to a compromise and the formation of a so-called friendship. Yet, Yishu had deviated from his expectations. Though their hands met, Yishu, with a forceful grip, crushed Lucius's finger bones. The agony was beyond what any ordinary person could endure. That he had not fainted was a testament to Lucius's resolute will. Threatening me? Did I not inform you that I detest being threatened? He seethed. Being wanted by the Ministry of Magic, imprisoned in Azkaban? Who do you think you are? Merely a seasoned Death Eater following Voldemort. Do you believe that if I extract your soul and expose your past misdeeds for Voldemort, the Ministry would not only refrain from punishing me, but would even commend my actions? Relying on your family's influence to coerce others into servitude and usurp their possessions? Forgive me, but I'm not so foolish as to befriend someone like you. Azkaban? Let us not even discuss whether that place could contain me. If it could, why would you presume I would end up there? Just because you, Lucius, possess power and connections, does it mean I lack reliable allies? Do not be naive. If I dare to kill openly, I surely have my preparations. Yishu shook his head in resignation, initially believing Lucius to be a man of wit who would spare some words. Yet it seemed he had overestimated him. As Lucius lay on the ground, racked with pain, he listened to Yishu's scornful remarks, contemplating his grave oversight. How careless I have been. This wretched brat is far more ruthless than I had anticipated. Damn it. It seems that the rumors I heard earlier were indeed true. He is genuinely affiliated with that organization. This is inconceivable. He is merely 15 years old, having just graduated from the 4th grade, and has never even set foot outside the school gates. How could they possibly recruit him as a member? With such connections, the Ministry of Magic would certainly protect him. I miscalculated. I initially believed I could manipulate Yishu at will, but it appears I lack the leverage to pose any threat to him. Furthermore, if Yishu becomes aware of my identity as a Death Eater, and were he to reveal my memories after killing me, I would be utterly disgraced, while he would ascend to the status of a hero in the eyes of the public. The best course of action for me now is to concede. This is the most favorable outcome. Chapter 79, A Valuable Apology Gift. It is well documented within the Ministry of Magic that Lucius is a Death Eater. This is hardly a revelation. After Voldemort's downfall, a thorough purge was conducted against those Death Eaters. However, these individuals, in a bid for self-preservation, claimed they were under the influence of the Imperius curse. The ministry was unable to discern the truth from the deception and could only imprison a select few of the most heinous Death Eaters, while the majority were released. Lucius was among them. All his past misdeeds were conveniently erased, and no one would dare trouble him. Yet, after Voldemort's defeat, he continued to wield his family's influence, perpetrating numerous acts of oppression and theft. Should Yishu extract those memories from him, he would have no excuse to evade responsibility. Very well, let's have a proper discussion. Lucius inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner fury as he spoke. He departed from the potion shop, visibly frustrated. Ultimately, he conceded to Yishu, leaving behind a plethora of items as his compensation. He remained in the mirrored space for nearly an hour, and no one knew what transpired between him and Yishu during that time. Perhaps they merely negotiated the terms of the compensation agreement, or perhaps they conspired in secrecy about other matters. This remains a mystery to outsiders. Within the confines of the small potions shop, Yishu stood amidst the various potions displayed on the counter, appearing utterly unfazed, as if he had not just taken a life. Creak! The back door swung open, and siblings Charlie and Vigus entered. Upon seeing Yishu cloaked in black robes and wholly unscathed, along with the shop's undamaged furnishings, they couldn't help but release a sigh of relief. "Sir, has the other party departed?" Charlie inquired, offering a slight bow, his curiosity evident. Long before Lucius and his associates arrived, Yishu had instructed Charlie and the others to remain in the back kitchen, forbidding them from emerging without his signal. "That's good to hear. To be honest, we have been on edge these past few days due to their presence." Charlie exhaled, relieved. He and his sister had been wandering outside. Had it not been for Yishu's shelter, they would not enjoy the stability they currently possess. "Charlie, prepare yourself. This shop is about to close." The sudden words from Yishu caused Charlie's pupils to contract slightly. He had believed that in this negotiation, Yishu would ultimately be the one to lose, bearing the costs of relinquishing the shop and even surrendering the potion formula. "My lord, this is your labor of love, and it is also our home, yours and mine. You cannot simply give up," he exclaimed. "If we cannot resolve this, we shall report the matter to the Ministry of Magic and let them arbitrate for us, no matter the opponent's backing. I refuse to believe they can dominate us entirely. We can even approach the Daily Prophet to publish this incident. The more people who are aware, the less likely they will dare to act recklessly." Charlie understood the power of public opinion. His reasoning was sound. The more the narrative gained traction, the more cautious others would become. "Charlie, you misunderstand." Yishu chuckled softly, shaking his head at the visibly agitated siblings. He found their fervor somewhat amusing. "When I said the shop would be closing, I did not mean we were ceasing operations, but rather relocating. Well, after conversing with the other party, they have come to a profound realization of their misdeeds. They acknowledge the harm inflicted upon me and the significant losses to my business. Consequently, they have decided to compensate me with a shop. Its designation appears to be 003. Prepare yourselves, dawn approaches, and we shall inspect the interior of this establishment." Yishu casually tossed a key into Charlie's hands, one procured from Lucius. This time, Lucius had truly suffered a significant financial blow, in addition to the shop. He had also compensated with a substantial sum of galleons. Charlie gasped as he received the key, noting the engraved number 003. He understood the gravity of the situation. Diagon Alley had flourished over the years, with everyone eager to establish a shop there. However, the space was limited, and as more shops emerged and commerce thrived, the land became increasingly scarce and precious. The modest shop Yishu occupied required an exorbitant amount of galleons annually just for rent, let alone purchase. The cost to acquire any shop was astronomical. Although Yishu's potion shop had prospered over the past year or two, buying the 003 shop remained an unattainable dream. Yet now, such a valuable establishment was being offered as an apology. Charlie could hardly fathom it. "My lord, I have heard that this shop belongs to the Malfoy family. Could it be?" Charlie pondered, uncertain, for the Malfoy family was a colossal entity within the wizarding world. Would such a powerful family truly bow before his employer? "Indeed, it is as you surmise, but fear not. They pose no threat." Yishu reassured him. "The so-called Sacred 28 are merely a facade for intimidation. In the wizarding world, true power prevails. Without strength, one is but a mere piggy bank, subject to the whims of others. The more treasures one possesses, the more dire the eventual outcome. Nothing more. Just like this time, they sought to usurp my possessions. Yet their strength proved insufficient, ultimately leading them to apologize to me instead. This is the essence of the matter. Remember, in the realm of sorcery, the truth is always embodied by the might of a fist. These principles were well understood by Yishu in his past life. However, as a reclusive individual, he had little use for such wisdom. Is the truth truly measured by the strength of a fist? Why, Gussie's breathing grew somewhat rapid, as if a realization struck her, igniting a spark of excitement within her. Charlie, sensing his sister's change, turned around and gently patted her shoulder, offering her a reassuring glance to ease her tension. Chapter 80. My sister will be your wife. Store 003 is undoubtedly a place of immense value, with its area exceeding that of Yishu's modest shop by more than tenfold. Upon entering, one is greeted by opulent decorations that evoke the sensation of stepping into a grand palace, instilling a profound sense of comfort. Furthermore, this establishment is situated at the intersection of several streets, attracting a daily influx of customers far surpassing that of the previous small corner. Yishu believed that opening a potion shop here would yield astronomical profits. Though he did not urgently require funds, he would certainly not disdain an abundance of wealth. At this early hour, as dawn broke, the only patrons in Diagonal Alley were a few hung-over drinkers. When Yishu and Charlie stepped into store 003, they found only a bespectacled man present. "Esteemed sir, you must be the proprietor of the Global Potion Store. On behalf of my master, I warmly welcome your arrival. However, before we proceed, may I kindly request that you present your token?" The man spoke with utmost humility and courtesy, fully aware of the significance of the store's owner. Such a valuable establishment was not casually transferred overnight to a mysterious figure. Clearly, this individual possessed either formidable strength or an enigmatic background. Either possibility was beyond his capacity to offend, and as the original manager of the store, he held a measure of authority. Charlie glanced at Yishu, and upon receiving a slight nod from him, stepped forward to retrieve the key representing the shop from his pocket. The man did not take the key. He merely examined it and confirmed its authenticity. "Please follow me." He gestured for Yishu and Charlie to accompany him, then began to introduce them to everything within the store. "All of the finished potions and raw materials here have been generously bestowed upon you by my master." With a slight bow, the man departed the store. "Oh, all of these items are a gift to me?" The finished potions and ingredients were indeed plentiful, a fact that Yishu and Charlie had just verified. This represented a considerable fortune, yet Lucius had declared them as gifts without hesitation. Most would likely become ensnared by such unexpected fortune, but Yishu quickly grasped the underlying significance. Lucius was extending a gesture of goodwill towards him. Although he initially felt extremely reluctant to be extorted by Yishu, the reality of the situation weighed heavily upon him, for he was undeniably at fault, and more importantly, he recognized that he was no match for Yishu. Furthermore, Yishu's influential background instilled in him a deep-seated fear of openly confronting him. Given the circumstances, why not seize the opportunity to do a favor, as he had previously suggested? After all, having more friends opens up numerous avenues. There was no need to escalate matters to a deadlock. To others, these medicinal herbs held considerable value. Yet within the Malfoy family, they were merely a trifling sum. Thus, exchanging such a modest amount for Yishu's goodwill was undoubtedly a profitable venture. "Ah, Lucius, one cannot help but acknowledge your cunning nature. Your calculations are sharp as ever. Nevertheless, your actions have indeed earned you a modicum of my favor, and I shall graciously accept your gift. Yishu did not refuse Lucius's overture. He possessed the strength and confidence to embrace it all. Charlie, the affairs of a shop are now entrusted to you and your sister. Withdraw what you require from the treasury. Should you need to augment your staff or acquire additional equipment, feel free to manage it as you see fit. Such trivial matters need not involve me. If any significant issues arise that require my attention, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. His primary focus remained on cultivation. To neglect his training in favor of business would feel akin to throwing away a fortune for mere pennies. Charlie, while touched by Yishu's trust in handing over the shop entirely, felt a tinge of helplessness. Before meeting Yishu, he had been a mere vagrant struggling to survive on the streets. Yet Yishu had entrusted the potion shop to him without ever inquiring about its operations. Now, he had bestowed upon him the management of such a substantial establishment, a testament to trust that was not easily earned. However, he felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that he might fall short of Yishu's expectations, especially since neither he nor his sister, Vigus, possessed experience in managing such a large shop. Rest assured, pursue your endeavors boldly. Even if losses occur, it is of little consequence, though, of course, minimizing losses is preferable. After all, I am yet to marry. You must ensure to leave me some funds for my future bride. Yishu's playful voice echoed from the staircase, eliciting a smile from Charlie and slightly alleviating his anxiety. Fear not, my lord. Should I inadvertently deplete your funds, I shall offer my sister Vigus as a substitute bride. Vigus, still in the old shop, suddenly sneezed, rubbing her delicate nose, feeling as though she had been sold off. Amidst the surprised gazes of nearby shopkeepers, the personnel of the Global Purchase Potion Shop began relocating their belongings. Initially, it seemed they had lost in this covert struggle, the price being their complete departure from Diagon Alley. However, what transpired next left them utterly astonished. The personnel of the Global Purchase Potion Shop boldly moved into Store 003, revealing far too much information. It appeared that this conflict was not merely a victory for the Global Purchase Potion Shop. They had triumphed with remarkable ease, quelling any thoughts of resistance from their opponents. After Charlie and his companion moved all their belongings into Store 003, business indeed flourished beyond previous expectations. The Global Potion Shop was already thriving, and relocating to a prime location attracted a multitude of patrons. This brought Charlie joy, yet also considerable distress, for he and his 3 house elves could scarcely keep up with the overwhelming demand for potion production. Reluctantly, he had to recruit more helpers, and after a month or 2 of adjustment, the business finally found its rhythm. As for Yishu, having entrusted everything to the Charlie siblings, he completely embraced the role of a hands-off proprietor, dedicating his days to rigorous study. Time swiftly passed, and 2 months flew by. Summer vacation was drawing to a close, ushering in a new academic year. This year, he would be entering the 5th grade. A few days before the commencement of school, Yishu received his notification letter, which outlined important details for the upcoming term but did not specify any required purchases. The reason for this was that Yishu had completed the coursework for all academic years, leaving little for him to learn at school. His presence, there was more in the capacity of a principal's assistant rather than a student. Delivering the letter was Yishu's pet, which, like other Hogwarts students, served as his messenger. However, unlike an owl, he had a magnificent eagle, its wingspan reaching 2 meters in breadth. Initially, he had owned a snowy owl as well, which he had purchased before his first year. Tragically, during his second year, that owl met a gruesome fate before his very eyes, devoured right in front of him. The culprit was none other than the striking eagle, now perched before him. That incident occurred during the winter break of his second year. Yishu's owl, clutching a letter in its beak, was soaring towards the orphanage, just about to land on his shoulder when calamity struck. A dark shadow swept across the sky, and Yishu only caught a glimpse of a dark streak before his owl vanished without a trace. By the time he realized what had happened, he could only see a tiny silhouette in the distance, the eagle grasping his owl in its claws. Fuming with anger, Yishu immediately took to his flying broom in pursuit. His speed was remarkable, yet he could not close the gap on the strange eagle. This chase persisted for a full hour until, finally, the eagle's strength waned, compelling it to land. However, by the time Yishu reached it, his owl had already been reduced to a pile of bones. At that time, the owl had not yet attained its current size, with a wingspan of merely 1 meter, clearly still in its growth phase. In his fury, Yishu nearly unleashed a spell upon the eagle, but witnessing its exhausted state on the ground, he ultimately relented. His heart softened. From that moment on, the eagle took the place of the owl, becoming Yishu's new messenger, entrusted with the delivery of various items and letters. Yishu affectionately named it that eagle. Now, after 2.5 years of companionship, that eagle has grown from a wingspan of 1 meter to an impressive 2 meters, and its growth shows no signs of abating. Remarkably swift, Yishu tested its speed, discovering it could soar at an astonishing rate of 210 meters per second for a duration of 3 minutes, a velocity that could be classified as subsonic. Furthermore, that eagle can maintain a sustained flight at 150 meters per second for up to 1 hour. The revelation of these statistics left Yishu astounded, for they surpassed the speed of any bird he had ever encountered. Even the fastest of birds, such as the frigate bird, peregrine falcon, or swift, could not compare to that eagle's swiftness. As that eagle continued to mature, Yishu noticed its physique becoming increasingly robust, enabling it to endure greater impacts. If its growth persists, Yishu could hardly fathom how extraordinary this magnificent eagle could become. Even as a well-read individual, Yishu remained perplexed regarding the specific type of eagle it was. He had even consulted Dumbledore, who, after much contemplation, could only conclude with a vague remark. This bird is extraordinary. Well, that was hardly enlightening. As time passed, Yishu relinquished any thoughts of uncovering its origins. After all, this little creature was destined to be his pet, impervious to the threats of others, and certainly not inclined to escape. Having consumed its own owl, it would spend the rest of its life in service to repay the debt. Time indeed flies, and the summer break concluded swiftly with the new school term approaching. Although he lacked the necessary supplies for classes, he knew that obtaining them freely at school would soon be a luxury. Thus, it would be prudent to prepare adequately, especially since some materials were difficult to procure. However, the thought of venturing into Nocturne Alley, a place rife with unsavory characters, filled him with disdain. Within the confines of the Room of Requirement, Yishu clandestinely studied dark magic and unconventional potions, as some of the materials were unavailable at school, necessitating secretive preparations. As for how to smuggle these items into school, he bore no worries. With that eagle by his side and his position as the assistant to the headmaster, no one would dare provoke him or demand to inspect his belongings. Yet, the very notion of traversing the filth-ridden Nocturne Alley unsettled him. It was not the illicit dealings that repulsed him. Yishu was not one to view the world in stark contrasts. He understood that where there is light, there must also be shadow, and individuals often struggle to survive in the darkness. What he found truly abhorrent was the squalid environment of Nocturne Alley, where the stench of the inhabitants resembled that of someone who had not bathed in months, and the ground was perpetually awash with filthy water, with some areas reeking as foul as a rural public restroom. The dark sorcerers, who have long roamed these parts, have rendered themselves ghastly, neither truly human nor ghostly. Some individuals bear grotesque sores upon their faces and bodies, evoking an extreme sense of disgust at a mere glance. After several encounters, he prepared himself, allowing his mind to gradually acclimate to the environment within. Draped in his black robe, Yishu descended from the second floor of the potion shop. After nearly 2 months of operation, the global potion shop had become the most prosperous establishment in the entirety of Diagon Alley. Each morning, as the doors opened, a relentless tide of customers surged in, resulting in impressive daily revenues. Naturally, the proprietors of other shops harbored resentment, but recalling that this establishment once belonged to the Malfoy family and had inexplicably changed hands, they wisely refrained from provoking trouble. "Charlie, I'm stepping out." Yishu called to Charlie, who was stationed behind the counter. "Go ahead." Charlie waved his hand dismissively, showing no regard for his employer. Over time, Charlie realized that his boss was quite easygoing. Previously, Yishu would only make occasional visits, and in the 2 years that had passed, their interactions scarcely exceeded half a month. However, this time Yishu had lingered for 2 months, allowing the three of them to become quite familiar. Charlie had come to understand his boss's temperament. As long as one fulfilled their responsibilities, Yishu would not meddle, and beneath his aloof demeanor, a playful spirit occasionally shone through. Gradually, both Charlie and Vigus shed their reverence for their employer, becoming increasingly casual in his presence. Yishu did not mind this. He actually preferred a more relaxed atmosphere, for otherwise he would not have initially expressed a desire to grant house elves their freedom. Chapter 82, Nocturne Alley. Nocturne Alley is situated near Diagon Alley. One merely needs to walk to the end of Diagon Alley and traverse a narrow passage to enter. However, in stark contrast to the bustling vibrancy of Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley appears exceedingly desolate and forlorn, as those who venture here either deal in unspeakable goods or seek to procure illicit items. Upon stepping into Diagon Alley, Yishu encountered a familiar towering figure. "Hagrid, is it you here?" Indeed, it was Hagrid. This marked Yishu's first encounter with an acquaintance during his many visits to Nocturne Alley, although Hagrid's presence was not surprising. Given the myriad peculiarities available for purchase, perhaps his fascination with exotic creatures had drawn him here. Yet, Hagrid's immense stature was daunting. Even with Yishu's height having reached 6 feet, he still had to leap slightly to reach Hagrid's shoulder. "Who are you?" Hagrid turned, his expression a mixture of curiosity and caution as he scrutinized the person before him. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not place it. This was Nocturne Alley, a place where all manners of individuals mingled, and one could never be certain if a supposed acquaintance was merely feigning familiarity before striking. "It's me," Yishu exclaimed as he removed his hood, prompting Hagrid to finally recognize him. "Oh, it's you, lad. What brings you here? I must inform you that, despite your formidable strength, the individuals here are quite unscrupulous." Hagrid leaned close to Yishu's ear, whispering the last 3 words, ensuring that no one else overheard his utterance. "The people here do not engage in rational discourse. They deceive and ambush. Even those who have lived over a century would not escape unscathed in this place. So it will be wise for you to exercise caution. Ah, by the way, did you inquire about my purpose for being here? The cabbage in the school is nearly consumed. Hence I am procuring some insecticide for carnivorous slugs. Yishu, it has been 2 months, an entire 2 months since I last savored your culinary delights. Perhaps due to our prolonged separation, Hagrid rambled on to Yishu, ultimately casting a look of feigned grievance in his direction. I understand. The school term is about to commence. I shall ensure you are well fed." Yishu suddenly regretted greeting Hagrid, as this fellow's presence would certainly complicate his acquisition of prohibited items. Hagrid's loose lips were notorious. Should he inadvertently divulge anything within the school, it would undoubtedly provoke a search by the professors. Though he serves as the assistant to the headmaster and the institution is quite lenient with him, it does not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. Should the school become aware of certain matters, appropriate action would inevitably be taken against him. Yishu, what are you contemplating? Oh, it's nothing." As Yishu pondered how to dissuade Hagrid, his attention was suddenly drawn to a nearby alley. "Hagrid, look over there. A crowd has gathered. Could it be that, as you mentioned, someone is being robbed?" Yishu sought to lure Hagrid into the commotion, hoping to slip away unnoticed, but to his surprise, Hagrid tightened his grip on his shoulder, pulling him along. "Yishu, do not stray too far from me. The people here prey on the weak. Seeing my imposing stature, they typically refrain from mischief. Come, let us witness the chaos. Today, you shall understand just how tumultuous this place is, and I advise you to visit less frequently in the future. I wonder which unfortunate soul has ensnared the attention of these ruffians. It is Harry." Hagrid, towering over the crowd, quickly spotted the figure encircled by the throng, none other than Harry, adorned with a pair of broken spectacles, his face and attire marred with dust, appearing utterly disheveled. The individuals surrounding him bore expressions of malice, some exuding hostility, while others exhibited a cunning demeanor. A few even discreetly brandished wands, clearly not of the virtuous sort. "Get away from him!" Hagrid bellowed, drawing the crowd's attention. They turned, glaring with hostility. Yet upon witnessing Hagrid's formidable presence, fear flickered across their faces. "Harry, come here!" Hagrid gestured towards Harry, who, upon recognizing a familiar face, revealed a look of surprise. For one could only imagine the depths of fear, despair, and helplessness he had just endured. As Harry departed, the expressions of the onlookers were rife with reluctance. Yet they dared not act rashly. Whether it was the towering Hagrid or the perpetually stern Yishu, both bore an unmistakable aura that warned others to keep their distance. These individuals sought wealth, but were unwilling to risk their lives for it. "Harry, what brings you here? This is hardly a suitable place for some of your stature. If spotted, others might misconstrue your presence as mischief." Hagrid chattered incessantly, oblivious to the fact that both he and Yishu were equally ensnared in the dubious alley. By that logic, they too were engaged in wrongdoing. "I got lost," Harry retorted with a slight grimace, succinctly recounting the events that had led him there. For the past few days, he had been residing with the Weasley family, and just moments ago, they had received a letter from school, prompting them to venture to Diagon Alley for supplies needed for the upcoming term. The family traveled via the Flynn network directly to Diagon Alley. However, as a first-time user of flu powder, Harry mispronounced Diagon Alley as Nocturne Alley and inadvertently found himself in this precarious situation. While searching for an exit in Nocturne Alley, Harry was ultimately cornered by the group of individuals, feeling akin to a lost lamb surrounded by ravenous wolves. Fortunately, Hagrid and Yishu arrived just in time. "Look at your grimy appearance. We should leave. This is no place to linger," Hagrid urged, eager to depart from Nocturne Alley. "Hagrid, You two should go ahead. I'm here to purchase a few items, some small toys that aren't available in the market. I'll join you once I'm done. Yishu sighed and managed to extricate himself from Hagrid's grip, addressing both Hagrid and Harry. Are you certain? Staying here alone. Hagrid furrowed his brow, concerned for Yishu's safety. Do you truly believe anyone here poses a threat to me? Rest assured, I will merely acquire some small toys and depart. Yishu assured him, you should escort Harry out. The Weasley family must be anxious, and Harry needs to procure his supplies promptly. With a smile, Yishu reminded Hagrid of his formidable capabilities, prompting Hagrid to realize that it was indeed unlikely anyone could overpower Yishu in this alley. Very well, be cautious. I shall await your arrival at the school. Hagrid nodded, leading Harry away. Once they were gone, Yishu let out a sigh of relief and redirected his steps deeper into Nocturne Alley. Chapter 83. Finding amusement for the new academic year. After spending half an hour, Yishu successfully gathered all the items he required and exited the disquieting Nocturne Alley. This was not his first venture into the alley. He was well acquainted with its layout and knew precisely where everything was located, merely needing to follow his memory. As for the notion of being swindled due to his youth, that was a tactic employed on novices. Well-versed in market prices, Yishu was not one to be easily deceived. Should anyone dare to inflate their prices, he would not hesitate to confront them. Under the cold, menacing glare of Yishu, shopkeepers typically complied without protest. Although I am currently earning a substantial income, it is all a result of my own abilities. Why should I allow others to take advantage of me? It is only right that I seize the opportunity to outsmart them. They shall not extract a single penny more from me. Charlie, indeed, you have enslaved us, your siblings, to earn this wealth, truly a nefarious capitalist. Beneath the voluminous black robe of Yishu Kwong, there rests a small black pouch at his waist, reminiscent of the pouches elderly individuals once used to carry their mobile phones in a past life. This pouch appears ordinary, yet it conceals remarkable secrets. As previously mentioned, this world possesses a profound understanding of spatial magic. A seemingly humble tent, which appears to accommodate only one person, reveals itself to be a spacious three-room apartment upon entry, epitomizing the ultimate transformation of space. There are also instances, such as Newt's suitcase from decades past, which is even more extraordinary, housing an entire miniature ecosystem, capable of hosting an enchanting menagerie of creatures. Despite this, Yishu rarely encounters individuals in this world who utilize spatial magic to create portable storage items. Even during the annual school opening day, students from all backgrounds arrive at Hogwarts burdened with numerous bags. He could not find such enlarging storage items in the market, and thus, he resorted to crafting one himself. With this creation, Yishu is now able to travel hands-free, truly liberating himself and greatly enhancing his convenience in daily life. He set off to find Harry and his friends, thinking to himself, according to the anticipated timeline, Voldemort's diary should be emerging here shortly. He chuckled softly, hoping that Lucius, that haughty fellow, wouldn't alter the existing course of events after being startled by him. As he entered Diagon Alley, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to that of Nocturne Alley. Even the bizarre and twisted architecture of Diagon Alley appeared more palatable to Yishu's eyes. According to the original trajectory, Harry and the Weasley family should be in the bookstore procuring books. Yet Yishu had lingered in Nocturne Alley for an extended period and was uncertain if they remained inside. After orienting himself, he hastened towards the bookstore, not out of a fervent desire to see them, but purely for the sake of obtaining that diary. While there would be opportunities to acquire the diary once school commenced, it would inevitably entail unnecessary exertion. The reason for the crowd was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, the current star of the wizarding community, hosting a book signing event, which had drawn a multitude eager for his autograph. Furthermore, he was to become Hogwarts' trusted defense against the dark arts professor. Outsiders believed him to be immensely powerful. Yet Yishu was acutely aware that he was merely a charlatan. I hope that once school begins, you maintain your streak of good fortune, Lockhart. This academic year promises to be rather dull. I hope you can provide me with some amusement. As the assistant to the headmaster, Yishu was fully aware of Gilderoy Lockhart's appointment as the new defense against the dark arts teacher, having personally dispatched the invitation once the school was established. He acted thus purely to inject a modicum of amusement into the otherwise dreary commencement of a new semester. As he approached the bookstore, Yishu spotted a familiar assembly outside. Among them Harry, He-Min, and the Weasley family. Even the Malfoys were present. Amused, with their fiery hair, vacant expressions, and tattered second-hand books, they must indeed be the Weasley family, truly distinctive of their lineage. Lucius, with an air of haughty superiority, extracted a book from Ginny's cauldron, its surface worn and evidently well used over the years. It seemed that old Weasley, engaged in conversation with Hermione's parents, sensed the commotion and approached Lucius with a wary demeanor. "Children, it's rather chaotic here. Let us step outside." Old Weasley wished to avoid a public altercation with Lucius, as it would be quite impolite, and thus addressed his children. However, Lucius appeared unyielding, retorting in a mocking tone, "Ah, is that not old Weasley?" Upon witnessing this, old Weasley could not feign ignorance. He greeted Lucius with a stern countenance. "You must be exceedingly busy at the ministry, with so many surprise inspections daily. I do hope they compensate you for the overtime. Yet, judging by your current appearance, it seems they do not." Lucius's words were particularly cutting, openly deriding the Weasleys' financial struggles in front of their children. For an ordinary child, such remarks might evoke feelings of inadequacy, but the Weasley clan, true to their Gryffindor heritage, effectively disregarded Lucius's taunts. "I believe we hold differing views on the matter of tarnishing the reputation of wizards." Old Weasley's retort was sharp, subtly alluding to the Malfoy family's questionable conduct. Indeed, Lucius was clearly adept at verbal sparring. He seized upon old Weasley's comment and cast a glance toward Hermione's parents. "Interacting with those muggles? I dare say your family has sunk to the lowest depths." Lucius shook his head, his expression rife with disdain, for as a proponent of pure blood supremacy, he harbored a profound disdain for muggles, despite the fact that they had given birth to a wizard child. Outside, Yishu observed this exchange with clarity, his lips curling into a smile of delight. Chapter 84, The Diary in Hand. Old Weasley felt a surge of anger. Lucius's remarks were not merely an affront to him, but also to his family. Had the attack been solely directed at him, old Weasley could have brushed it off with a laugh, fully aware of Lucius's true nature. However, when it came to his children, the indignation welled within him. Yet, he found himself powerless to retaliate against Lucius, which was the most exasperating aspect. To resort to violence? Doing so in public would not only set a poor example for the children, but could also jeopardize his job. For Lucius could easily portray himself as the victim in any ensuing accusations against old Weasley. At that time, the Ministry of Magic would likely be wary of the Malfoy family's influence and the pressure of public opinion, leading to the possibility of his dismissal. Should he lose this position, the Weasley family's financial situation would become even more precarious. This was indeed Lucius's cunning scheme. Realizing the gravity of the situation, old Mr. Weasley swallowed his indignation and forced a stiff smile. "Well, lively gathering this is, everyone is here. Is this a reunion of classmates and colleagues?" Just as the atmosphere became tense, a voice rang out at the door, causing Harry and his friends to brighten up, while Lucius's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a hint of discomfort upon hearing it. The class reunion mentioned by Yeso naturally referred to the group of Gryffindor lions and the little serpent, Draco Malfoy. As for the colleagues gathering, it was simply a meeting between old Mr. Weasley and Lucius, both of whom belonged to the Ministry of Magic but held different responsibilities, thus could be considered colleagues in a strict sense. "Yeso, have you made your purchases?" Harry greeted Yeso, curious about what he had bought in Diagon Alley. However, now was not the time for inquiries, especially since Hagrid had advised him not to disclose their trip to Diagon Alley. After all, those who frequent there are typically not up to any good. Harry wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, as he had encountered the Malfoys shortly after arriving in Diagon Alley. And in his eyes, they were certainly not of good character. "Yes, I have made my purchases. What about Hagrid? Did he leave you behind again?" In their first year, Hagrid had abandoned Harry at King's Cross Station, and had he not met Yesho and the Weasley family, he would have likely struggled to find the entrance to the platform. Clearly, this time was no different. Hagrid had other items to buy. "I ran into Hermione, so I joined them." Harry shrugged helplessly. "Hello, Senior Yesho." Draco Malfoy descended the stairs, his face a mask of apprehension as he gazed at Yesho, feeling somewhat anxious. "I heard you're planning to duel with Neville after school starts. You'd better prepare yourself. Neville has changed quite a bit. If you were to accidentally lose to Neville, it would be a disgrace for both the Malfoy family and Slytherin, considering you are the instigator of this duel." Observing Draco, who had grown a little taller after the summer, Yesho felt a sense of anticipation. "Rest assured, Senior Yesho, I will definitely defeat Neville to prove myself. However, if I do overcome him, would I be able to train with you?" Draco bit his lip, resembling a child yearning for a teacher's praise, far removed from his earlier arrogance towards Harry and the others. "Let us discuss that once you can truly defeat Neville." Yesho did not agree nor decline, yet he was already aware of the likely outcome of the duel. "Good day, Mr. Weasley. This is our first meeting, I believe. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yesho, a fifth-year student at Ravenclaw, and I also serve as the assistant to the headmaster." Yishu greeted Weasley, having met Ron's father for the first time. though the latter appeared somewhat disheveled due to the effects of flu powder and dawn-worn clothing. His face radiated a hearty smile. "Hello, Yishu. I've heard much about you. I understand you have assisted my less-than-stellar sons at school. For that, I thank you." Weasley chuckled warmly, clearly holding Yishu in high regard. "I just heard that Lucius mocked the Weasley family's purchase of antiquated books. However, I cannot concur with such sentiments. The merit of a book does not lie in its age, but rather in the earnestness with which a learner engages with its contents. If one is preoccupied with trivial rivalries, possessing a room full of books would be futile, as they would remain oblivious to the knowledge contained within. Yet, if one immerses themselves in reading, they will uncover the brilliance it holds." As he spoke, Yishu picked up an old tome from Ginny's cauldron, examining it thoughtfully. This book contains numerous insights from previous users, which are invaluable experiences. Sometimes, by considering others' interpretations and combining them with your own learning, you will discover much that you have overlooked. By the way, you must be Ginny. Ron has mentioned you several times, describing you as intelligent and beautiful. Ginny blushed, having long heard of Yishu's renown, yet never expecting to meet him in such a setting. Fortunately, she had been enamored with Harry since childhood. Thus, even though Yishu was quite handsome, he did not drive her to the brink of infatuation. "First, congratulations on your acceptance into Hogwarts this year. I am certain you will, like your parents and brothers, become a brave little lion in Gryffindor. Secondly, if you encounter any confusion at school, do not hesitate to ask me. Oh, by the way, if you do not mind, I have many textbooks and notes from my previous studies that you may borrow. They contain my annotations on various subjects." Yishu affectionately ruffled Ginny's hair, his face brimming with warmth. "Is that truly possible?" Ginny asked, astonished, unable to fathom Yishu's generosity. "Of course, these notes are merely gathering dust. It is far better to lend them to someone in need, thus maximizing their value. However, I must emphasize that these are my personal interpretations. You may reference them, but do not merely imitate. As the saying goes in the East, those who learn from me live. Those who mimic me perish." Cool. Both Ron, Harry, Hermione, and even Percy, the older student, wore expressions of envy. Yishu's study notes could save them from countless missteps. Even Malfoy felt a twinge of desire, yearning to request a copy of Yishu's notes. Yet he could not bring himself to do so, as the matter had been instigated by his father. To ask for Yishu's study notes would be akin to undermining his father's authority. With that thought, Malfoy could only cast a resentful glance at his father. Chapter 85. There is definitely something amiss. "Lucius, as a so-called nobleman, do you not find it exceedingly impolite to mock others at your whim?" Yishu turned around, casting a teasing glance at the visibly displeased Lucius Malfoy. Old Weasley felt a twinge of concern. While Yishu was undoubtedly a prodigy, he was acutely aware of the Malfoy family's treachery, and he worried that Yishu might face retaliation. Especially since Yishu not only addressed Lucius by name, but also publicly criticized his rudeness. As an old adversary, he knew Lucius's temperament all too well. With this thought, old Weasley instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Yishu. Yishu felt a warmth in his heart from old Weasley's kind gesture. Indeed, the Weasley family was always composed of good-hearted individuals, willing to stand up for even a stranger they had just met. Besides old Weasley, the most anxious was Malfoy himself, who swallowed hard, apprehensive that his father might erupt in anger. On one hand was his feared father, and on the other, his respected senior, Yishu. He wished for neither to come to harm. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Lucius did not display the anticipated fury. Instead, he inhaled deeply and forced a smile. "You are correct, Yishu. I have been shallow." Upon hearing Lucius's words, old Weasley nearly blurted out a traditional exclamation of disbelief. Lucius had actually apologized? To a fifth-year Hogwarts student? Was this truly the Lucius he knew? This man, so perpetually arrogant, could he have been subjected to a spell? Understanding one's progeny often works both ways. Draco Malfoy was acutely aware of his father's nature, having been molded into his current character from a young age. He even had a glimpse into the family's business dealings. He understood the consequences of offending his father. Those who crossed him either vanished from the world or became destitute wanderers in the streets. Yet here was his typically domineering father, bowing to his esteemed senior, Yishu. What, he wondered, lay behind this unexpected turn of events? Lucius was indeed a nobleman, capable of recognizing his faults and accepting counsel, qualities that many lacked. Yishu offered a smile that only Lucius could comprehend, and Lucius managed a stiff grin in return. "Very well, I must procure some items for my son. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet at work, Weasley." Lucius redirected his gaze to old Weasley, once more embodying his former haughty demeanor. Yishu, I bid you farewell. Malfoy inclined his head slightly as he approached Yishu, then turned to Harry and the others. We shall see each other at school. This statement was laden with a warning. Though Malfoy appeared subdued before Yishu, it did not signify the complete erosion of his pride. It merely depended on whom he was addressing. Indeed, this very arrogance was the essence of the Malfoy legacy. This was the proud, disdainful Lucius that everyone recognized. In his heart, Weasley fervently exclaimed, recalling the disdainful glance Lucius cast upon him before departing. This look, filled with arrogance, was unmistakably Lucius's, which made Weasley ponder the implications of Lucius's earlier demeanor in front of Yishu. However, the elder Weasley chose not to voice his thoughts. He was an honest man, but not a fool, and some matters were best left unexamined. Thank you, Yishu, for coming to our aid. The elder Weasley nodded appreciatively. Had it not been for Yishu's intervention, his family would have faced humiliation at the hands of Lucius today, while he himself was indifferent to such disgrace. He feared the impact it would have on his children. Not at all. It was merely a jest between colleagues, wasn't it? Excuse me. Pardon me. Please make way. As they conversed, Mrs. Weasley, laden with an armful of books, squeezed through the throng to join them. Oh dear, there are too many people. Thankfully, I was the first to rush and obtain Gilderoy Lockhart's autograph. Children, have you all gathered your supplies? Mrs. Weasley beamed with excitement, never imagining that accompanying her children for school supplies would lead to encountering her idol, Lockhart. Not only did she receive his autograph, but she also collected one from each book. At that moment, she was entirely absorbed in the thrill of meeting her idol, blissfully unaware of the earlier tension. Otherwise, she might have transformed into a furious lioness, roaring at Lucius in front of everyone. Ah, you are Yishu from Ravenclaw? Goodness, you have grown taller and more handsome since I last saw you a year ago. Mrs. Weasley handed her books to a few of her sons, only then realizing Yishu was present, and she promptly enveloped him in a warm embrace. Yishu did not resist. After all, the Weasley family was far from malevolent, and it was difficult for him to harbor any animosity towards this couple. Though Mrs. Weasley might appear as a typical homemaker, somewhat plump and dressed modestly, one should not be deceived by her appearance. Molly Weasley was indeed a devoted housewife, but she was also an extraordinarily powerful witch. In the original narrative, she was capable of defeating Bellatrix, one of Voldemort's most loyal followers, a testament to her formidable abilities. Mrs. Weasley, it has been a year, and I must say, you seem to have changed. Oh, in what way? Mrs. Weasley paused, puzzled. Compared to a year ago, you are increasingly youthful and beautiful. Mrs. Weasley, haven't you noticed how many men gaze at you while you walk down the street? Even the women cast envious glances. Oh, Yishu, you charm her. If only my eldest and second sons possessed your eloquence, I would have been a grandmother by now. Mrs. Weasley rarely displayed such a bashful expression, while the elder Weasley shook his head in resignation beside her. The one who praises her is Yishu. If it were an adult instead, Mrs. Weasley would likely give them a frosty glare and tell them to leave. Chapter 86. Do not judge by appearances. The Weasley children stared in astonishment at their shy mother, for they had never seen Mrs. Weasley in such a light. At home, she was undoubtedly the strict matriarch. Remarkable. The twins, Fred and George along with Ron, whispered to one another, casting furtive glances at Yishu, who coincidentally looked back at them. In that fleeting moment, the four exchanged knowing winks, conveying an unspoken message. Learn from this. Watch how I delight, mother. Ron raised his eyebrows at his brothers, exuding confidence. Their older brother, Percy, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Your skin has grown increasingly smooth, and even the wrinkles on your face have vanished. One might mistake you for being merely 20. Upon uttering this, Ron eagerly awaited his mother's praise, yet what he received was far from his expectations. Young? Beautiful? Wrinkles gone? Who do you think I did this for him? Were it not for the endless toil of catering to you unruly little ones, would I be so burdened? How dare you even mention it? Faced with Ron's flattery, Mrs. Weasley's expression darkened, and she scolded him with a sharp voice. The twins couldn't contain their laughter, while Percy helplessly covered his forehead. Even Hermione and Harry stifled smiles, their lips curving upward. As for their father, old Mr. Weasley, he remained silent, wisely observing the scene, knowing that uttering a word could ignite trouble. Why? Ron's face wore an innocent expression. He had merely emulated Yishu's words, yet the outcome was entirely contrary, leaving him feeling utterly vexed. Yishu's intent with the exchanged glances was to convey, learn well, but do not experiment recklessly. You may find yourself in trouble. Fred and George S. exchanged glances meant, Yishu is impressive. Ron, feeling left out, thought, am I not on the same wavelength as you? Oh, by the way, Yishu, Have you heard of Gilderoy Lockhart? Turning back, Mrs. Weasley donned a smile once more, leaving Ron feeling decidedly frustrated yet reluctant to voice his discontent. When asked about Lockhart, Yishu readily recited his titles and accolades without hesitation. Yishu, do you also admire Lockhart? Are you perhaps his fan? What a pity you arrived late. He was just taking pictures with Harry. Had you appeared sooner, with your reputation as Hogwarts' top genius of the century, he would surely have included you. Though I do find Lockhart rather charming, to be honest, in terms of appearance, you, Yishu, surpass him by a wide margin. Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her surprise evident. She believed she had found another admirer of Lockhart, as she was the only one in her household who cherished him, evoking a sense of frustration in her for the lack of shared enthusiasm. Oh no, I'm not his fan. Yishu quickly shook his head. The notion of being a fan of Lockhart was utterly ludicrous. Others may be oblivious to the true nature of Gilderoy Lockhart, but I am not blind to it. He is merely a charlatan, unworthy of admiration. The reason I possess such comprehensive knowledge about him is due to other circumstances. Leaning closer to a few individuals, Yishu whispered, "Let me share a secret with you. Due to the vacancy for the defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, a new appointment is forthcoming, and that individual is none other than Gilderoy Lockhart." What? Oh my goodness, is this true? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She could hardly believe that Lockhart was soon to teach at Hogwarts. Indeed it is, Yishu replied nonchalantly, for I personally dispatched the invitation to him, and I oversaw the entire process of his appointment as a professor. He shrugged casually. Percy, Fred, George, and Ron, I have a task for you. Endeavor to obtain Lockhart's autograph while at school. Remember, it is imperative that you succeed, or else. Mrs. Weasley abruptly turned, her narrowed eyes issuing a stern warning to her sons. In truth, Mrs. Weasley, there is no need for such reverence. Some matters should not be taken at face value. Perhaps one day, when you uncover certain hidden truths, you may regret this fervor. Yishu's words carried a subtle warning, causing Mrs. Weasley to furrow her brow in confusion. Yishu, I do not quite understand your words. Mrs. Weasley, there is no need to overthink it. Some things are harmless and can simply be regarded as a delightful performance in life. Indeed, consider Lockhart upon the stage. He is merely an actor, performing for the audience. His books are but a series of theatrical displays. Do not take them seriously, but rather enjoy them as a form of entertainment. Yishu's remarks left everyone feeling bewildered. Although they sensed a hint of mockery directed at Lockhart, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. As a fan of Lockhart, Mrs. Weasley felt a twinge of discomfort but chose not to show it, attributing Yishu's comments to a sense of rivalry. One was the most formidable genius Hogwarts had seen in a century, and the other was a renowned wizard who captivated countless hearts. Now, both were to coexist within Hogwarts walls. Perhaps Yishu felt the pressure of competition, prompting his sardonic remarks. My dear, dinner has yet to be prepared. What shall we have this evening? Old Mr. Weasley interrupted their conversation, unwilling to endure his wife's incessant chatter about another man, especially one as dashing and famous as Lockhart. Go ahead, keep laughing. Savor this fleeting moment of being adored, for soon enough, your reputation may be in tatters. A sardonic smile graced Yishu's face. Chapter 87. Is True Love Found Between Men? On September 1st, 1992, the new academic year commenced once more. On this day, both Diagon Alley and Platform 9 at King's Cross Station were bustling with throngs of people. The previous cohort of students had already graduated before the summer holiday. Yet new students are set to enter Hogwarts this year. The returning students continuously flow into the wizarding world as a fresh infusion of talent, while the first-year newcomers arrive at Hogwarts with eager anticipation. After a 2-month lull, the castle once again buzzes with the lively atmosphere of old, as upperclassmen arrive bearing bundles of belongings, riding in carriages driven by thestrals. Meanwhile, the new students, upon disembarking from the Hogwarts Express, traditionally traverse the lake in small boats. Standing atop the castle, Yishu gazes down at the little boats filled with first-year students, gently bobbing on the tranquil surface of the Black Lake. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. He recalls his own arrival at Hogwarts, but as time has flown by, he now finds himself a 5th-year student. Yishu, what are you looking at? Nothing much, just observing this year's newcomers. What brings you up here? Although summer has passed, the sun is still rather harsh. You should be cautious about sun exposure. He retrieved an umbrella from his spatial pouch, unfurling it and offering it to Qiu Zhang to shield her from the blazing sunlight. And this, suddenly reminded of something, Yishu reached into his pocket and produced a delicate bracelet. The bracelet, crafted entirely from white jade, consisted of 18 exquisite Hatian jade beads that shimmered with a pearly glow under the sun. Here, You've always desired a spatial item, so I made this for you. This bracelet contains 18 beads, 9 of which I have hollowed out and enchanted with a spatial extension spell. Each bead holds approximately 1 square meter of space, allowing you to carry some belongings with ease. As Yishu extended the bracelet towards Qiuzhang, her face lit up with delight. The 9 beads imbued with the spatial extension spell featured tiny openings, covered by a magical barrier that matched the jade's appearance, ensuring they were not overly conspicuous while preventing the random ingress and egress of items. The remaining 9 beads, devoid of openings, were adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes. These symbols were extraordinarily complex, resembling incantations so elaborate that even a student as accomplished as Qiuzhang could not decipher them. 9? What about the other 9? Qiuzhang tilted her head in inquiry, curious about how a perfectionist like Yishu could possibly create something without purpose. As for the other 9, each one is sealed with a different spell. 3 of them are defensive, 3 are offensive, and the last 3 are designed for your escape. They will activate according to your wishes or automatically in response to perceived danger, serving as your protective talisman. Qiuzhang's joy was palpable, not solely because the bracelet held immense value, but also because it was a gift from Yishu, which she cherished deeply. However, a fleeting sense of disappointment crossed her heart as she recalled that Yishu regarded her merely as a sister. Thank you, Yishu. By the way, the newcomers will soon arrive, and the feast is about to commence. Let's hurry down. Forcibly casting aside the distractions within his mind, Qiuzhang stepped forward to embrace Yishu's arm, and together they descended. Let's proceed to meet this year's new students. I have the honor of substituting for Professor McGonagall, guiding this group into the Great Hall, and I must admit, I am rather looking forward to it. After escorting Qiuzhang to the hall, Yishu made his way directly to the docking area, where Hagrid was assisting dozens of new students ashore. Greetings, Hagrid. Thank you for your efforts. I shall take charge of these individuals. Yishu approached and playfully thumped Hagrid's robust chest. Oh look, it's Senior Yishu. Heavens, it truly is Senior Yishu. I cannot believe I am seeing him in person. What do you mean in person? You should say for real. Senior Yishu is so handsome. I truly hope to be sorted into Ravenclaw, so I can be closer to him. I too wish for that. I heard Senior Yishu has never had a girlfriend. I wonder if he could wait for me for a few years. Hey buddy, wake up. You're a guy. So what if I am? Can a man pursue love? The connection between men and women is merely for procreation. The bond between men is true love. I advise you to tone it down, lest Senior Yishu overhears and decides to drown you in this lake. The clamor of conversation reached Yishu's ears, and the phrase about true love between men made his lips twitch involuntarily. He had not anticipated encountering such intriguing individuals among this year's new students and couldn't help but steal another glance at the source. The other party seemed to notice Yishu's gaze and shyly lowered their head. Yishu's expression darkened, nearly prompting him to cast the boy out of Hogwarts. For heaven's sake, you are a man, blushing and looking down with a bashful demeanor, fidgeting with your clothing. Are you the wizarding version of a peach who feels cool? Everyone, adjust your appearance and follow me. Yishu wished to linger no longer. He had expected this new student reception to be a delightful surprise, but it now appeared to be more alarming than enchanting. With a stern countenance, he addressed the new students coldly before leading the way toward the Great Hall, with the group following closely behind. The expansive dining hall was already filled to capacity, with all the professors seated at the head table, and all students except the first-year newcomers present. Oh wait, there are 2 missing, Yishu noted, scanning the room only to find Harry and Ron absent. After a brief contemplation, he deduced it must be Dobby's doing. As Draco Malfoy's house elf, Dobby yearned for freedom and harbored an extraordinary fondness for Harry. At this moment, Harry and Ron were likely being thwarted by Dobby from accessing the platform, explaining their tardiness. Good luck to you, 2 little rascals. Yishu smirked, seemingly foreseeing the grim fate that awaited them upon being discovered by Filch. Chapter 88. Why? Children, please quiet down. Dumbledore tapped his goblet and then rose to his feet. The previously raucous assembly of students fell silent in an instant, for both professors and students alike held a profound reverence for the venerable Dumbledore. Dumbledore initially conveyed a few key points. The duration was brief, for he was not the type to adhere to convention and indulge in lengthy discourse. The upperclassmen were eager to know which newcomers would be joining, while the fresh entrants harbored concerns about their placement in the desired houses, with some even fearing their entry into Hogwarts itself. First, Yishu stepped forward with a list. Since the previous academic year, the responsibility of welcoming new students and conducting the Sorting Hat ceremony had been completely entrusted to him by Professor McGonagall. As the newcomers approached one by one to undergo the Sorting Hat's assessment, they were fortunate enough to be sorted into their desired houses, until one particular student came forth, causing Yishu's expression to darken considerably. Yishu, it was a boy, yet he exhibited mannerisms akin to those of a girl. As Yishu called out, the boy approached with an air of bashfulness. This individual was none other than the first year who had previously proclaimed that love between boys was the truest form of affection. Sit down, Yishu uttered tersely, his demeanor grim as he gestured for the boy to take a seat on the high stool, subsequently placing the Sorting Hat upon his head. Please, not Ravenclaw, Yishu silently implored, for the thought of having a persistent junior like him would surely drive him to despair. With such thoughts and personality, you're suited for. The Sorting Hat briefly contemplated before preparing to announce the house to which the boy belonged, causing Yishu's heart to race with anticipation. Hufflepuff. Phew. When the Sorting Hat bellowed the final result, Yishu finally exhaled in relief. How can it be Hufflepuff? This is so vexing. The first year's lips curled in dissatisfaction, his face reflecting reluctance. Yishu, although I may not be a Ravenclaw student, may I come to you for knowledge in the future? He awkwardly descended from the high stool, standing before Yishu with a shy demeanor. Cough, cough. Feel free to ask the professors for assistance. After all, I am merely an assistant to the headmaster, and the professors possess far greater wisdom than I. All right, student, there are others awaiting their turn for the test. You may step down now. Sensing that the boy wished to say more, Yishu hurriedly urged him to leave, successfully ushering him away. Next, Ginny Weasley. Undoubtedly, Ginny's sorting result was destined to be Gryffindor, as no member of the Weasley family had ever been sorted into any house other than Gryffindor. Ginny, once you become familiar with your surroundings, do come find me. I have numerous study notes that should assist you. Yishu smiled gently as he addressed Ginny. Okay. Thank you, Yishu, Ginny replied obediently, nodding before stepping down from the platform. Next came Luna Lovegood. Upon seeing her name, Yishu's eyes lit up slightly. He had intended to seek out Luna earlier, but the presence of that insufferable boy had completely diminished his enthusiasm, leading him to hurriedly bring the new students inside. At this moment, Yishu gazed at the last few newcomers and instantly recognized Luna amidst the crowd. It was not that Yishu had encountered her before. Rather, the girl was extraordinarily unique, a fact evident not only in her attire, but also in her demeanor. Under Yishu's gaze, a girl merrily bounded toward the platform. She possessed silver eyes, and her dark golden-brown hair cascaded down her shoulders. Her slightly protruding eyes lent her a larger-than-life appearance, imbued with an expression of perpetual surprise. However, Yishu perceived those large eyes as symbols of Luna's sensitivity, keen insight, and profound spirit. Her skin was quite pale, leaving one to wonder whether it was an inherent trait or a result of prolonged exposure to the shadows. A pair of carrot-shaped earrings dangled at her sides, while around her neck hung a necklace fashioned from a butterbeer bottle cap. Adorning the back of her ear was her delicate wand. Most notably, she exuded an eccentric and ethereal aura that contributed to her distinct and peculiar charm. "Hello, I am Luna," she exclaimed, bouncing onto the high stool before greeting Yishu. Unlike others, she was not anxious. Instead, she took a moment to feel the high stool beneath her and then tilted her head to glance at Yishu. "Greetings, Luna. Although the Sorting Hat has yet to declare its verdict, I am certain you will excel in Ravenclaw. I eagerly await your arrival in our house, dear Junior." As he spoke, Yishu placed the Sorting Hat atop Luna's head, and indeed, the hat promptly declared her belonging to Ravenclaw. "You are remarkable," Luna exclaimed, jumping down from the stool, her face alight with wonder. Perhaps, Yishu smiled, choosing not to disclose that he was already privy to the script. "Are you familiar with the existence of the horned snoozle?" Luna suddenly shifted the topic of conversation. "Apologies, I have yet to encounter a horned snoozle, but I would very much like to." Yishu knew of Luna's ardent interest in the creature and decided to play along. "How delightful. It seems you share my enthusiasm for the horned snoozle. Let us seek one together sometime. I sincerely hope its habitat is devoid of pesky nuisances or troublesome individuals, as that would indeed be dreadful. Well then, I must take my leave. Others are awaiting their turn for the sorting. We shall converse again soon." With that, Luna disregarded Yishu's response and made her way towards the Ravenclaw table. "How intriguing," Yishu mused, a hint of amusement gracing his features. Luna was indeed as unpredictable as he had anticipated. Her unconventional mannerisms might alienate some, yet to Yishu, they exuded charm and fascination. Now then, Yishu continued to call out names, summoning the last few students awaiting their allocation to the platform. He remained unaware that, at the Ravenclaw table, Shio's mouth hung agape in disbelief. What is so special about this girl? She is so young, yet Yishu seems intrigued by her. Women are often acutely sensitive to certain matters. The moment Xiaozhang caught sight of Yishu's expression, she discerned his burgeoning interest in a girl named Luna. After accompanying Yishu for so many years, he had never developed any feelings for her. So why would he suddenly take an interest in someone he had just met? Xiaozhang found herself perplexed, unable to fathom where the problem lay, and she even felt a twinge of jealousy towards Luna, this girl she had encountered for the first time. Chapter 89. One Punch and Hermione would cry for quite some time after the opening banquet of the school day. A group of new students, led by their respective prefects, made their way to their dormitories. Many of the newcomers remained enraptured by the grandeur and mystique of Hogwarts, astonished by the quality of the food provided. Contrary to popular belief, not all wizards are wealthy. In fact, many struggle with financial management. And the wizarding world lacks abundant job opportunities, resulting in a rather modest lifestyle for numerous witches and wizards. This can be exemplified by the Weasley family, who perhaps live a life that even children from the Muggle world could consider more comfortable, regardless of whether from affluent or average families. This evening promised to be a sleepless night for these freshly enrolled students. Early the next morning, Yishu rose with the dawn, as was customary, to engage in a brief workout on the green field. Not only Yishu, but even Neville instinctively joined in, clearly having not squandered the 2 months of summer vacation. The noise generated by their exercises was rather loud, prompting the newly arrived students to rush to their balconies to witness the spectacle of Yishu, who appeared as a monstrous figure in the distance, leaving them agape in astonishment. As for the older students, they had long since grown accustomed to such commotion. Every morning, before dawn, Yishu and Neville would be found frolicking on the grounds. While Neville's antics seemed relatively tame, the ruckus caused by Yishu was undeniably significant. In the Slytherin dormitory, a slightly taller Malfoy glared with fiery eyes at the two figures exercising in the distance, pounding his fists against the balcony railing in frustration. "Damn it, Crabbe Goyle, wake up!" Malfoy stormed into the dormitory of his 2 lackeys, kicking them awake. With such a ruckus outside, how could these two possibly remain asleep? Malfoy sometimes truly questioned the wisdom of having these two as his followers. Their antics often resembled those of swine, and were it not for their pure bloodlines, they might not even qualify for Slytherin. What is going on? What happened? Crabbe and Goyle, rudely awakened and still in a daze, had no clue what was transpiring. With a sharp clap, Malfoy delivered a light smack to each of their heads, fully rousing them from their stupor. Crabbe felt a sense of grievance. He had been sleeping soundly, so why had he incurred Malfoy's wrath? "You two, go find Neville Longbottom and take this," Malfoy instructed, producing a letter from his robes and handing it to them. "What is this? A love letter for Neville Longbottom? Malfoy, do you have such a peculiar inclination?" Goyle rubbed the corner of his eyes, mumbling in a daze. At his words, Malfoy's eye twitched, and he drew his wand, pressing it firmly against Goyle's throat. "Are you still half asleep? If you dare utter another foolish word, believe me, I shall enchant you with a pig snout for class." Malfoy felt weary, reflecting on Harry and his companions. Although the Weasley boy was somewhat dim-witted and Hermione hailed from a Muggle family, both were invaluable allies to Harry Potter. Yet here he was, burdened with such foolish companions. "Oh, come now, Malfoy, I apologize." With Malfoy's wand poised threateningly at his throat, Goyle finally woke up to the reality of his own foolishness, while Crabbe sat blankly to the side, too intimidated to move. "Humph, hurry and prepare," Malfoy commanded, during breakfast. "You must ensure this letter reaches Neville Longbottom, or else." He shot a menacing glance at the two, causing them to hastily leap from their beds to wash up. "Neville Longbottom, today we shall determine a victor." With a final glare at the figures sweating on the training grounds, Malfoy turned sharply and headed towards his dormitory. During breakfast, a group of first years buzzed with excitement over the morning spectacle, initially believing it to be part of Hogwarts curriculum. They were soon informed by the older students that it was merely the training session of Yeshu and Neville, which relieved them greatly. Setting aside Yeshu's Herculean effort in plowing the ground with massive boulders, Neville's extraordinary training intensity was beyond what these first years could possibly endure. Who knows how terrified they were upon witnessing that scene earlier. "Neville, after training under Senior Yeshu for so long, your physique has improved remarkably," one student remarked. "You used to be quite pudgy, but now you bear no resemblance to that at all." At the Gryffindor table, everyone gazed at Neville in awe. "Is that so? My grandmother says the same. She claims I've changed quite a bit. Look, I have no excess fat anymore." As Neville spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, and with a slight flex of his arms, his biceps bulged impressively, showcasing his newfound strength. "Oh my, with one punch, you could make Hermione cry. It will be a long cry at that." Ron's thoughtless comment earned him an eye roll from Hermione. There's more, Neville continued, rolling up his shirt further to reveal sharply defined six-pack abs, each muscle a testament to his explosive strength. Wow, the boys exclaimed, their eyes gleaming, while the girls blushed slightly, but couldn't resist stealing glances. Not only that, Senior, yes, you often helps me with my head. I don't quite understand how he does it, but it feels incredibly soothing, akin to entering a state of tranquility. After a whole semester of treatment, I feel my forgetfulness has improved significantly. Had it not been for the 2-month interruption over the summer, my memory issues would have likely been completely resolved. Neville's face radiated with joy, and it was only then that the members of Gryffindor recognized the remarkable transformation he had undergone. Setting aside all else at the very least, today he had not forgotten anything, and his attire was impeccably neat, a stark contrast to the Neville of the past. However, one might ponder, what significance does physical training hold for a wizard? No matter how formidable one's physical prowess, a single incantation could easily bring one to their knees, could it not? A classmate furrowed his brow in confusion and posed a question, to which Neville responded with a smile. Chapter 90. I will show you the strength of physical training. The crowd turned their gaze towards the inquisitive student, who appeared rather unfamiliar. Unperturbed by the attention, he eagerly introduced himself. Hello, everyone. My name is Colin Creevey, a new student of Gryffindor. I presume you are Harry Potter, for your scar is indeed one of a kind. Let me clarify, I am your fan. Colin held up a camera, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable admiration as he looked at Harry. Hi there, yes, I am Harry, Harry replied politely, acknowledging his young admirer with a smile. By the way, why didn't I see you last night? Colin suddenly inquired, recalling how he had searched the Great Hall for Harry during the new student's orientation but had found no trace of him. There was a slight mishap. Yes, a mishap, Harry stammered, exchanging an awkward glance with Ron. It was no surprise that they had arrived late. First, they had struggled to access Platform 9, and later, they had careened to the school in the Weasley family's flying car, creating a scene of utter chaos. They had been spotted by numerous muggles, and eventually crashed into the Whomping Willow, causing considerable damage. Subsequently, they were apprehended by Filch and brought before Snape for a stern reprimand, with threats of expulsion looming over them. Thankfully, Albus Dumbledore, with his characteristic favoritism, intervened to spare them, although they still faced appropriate consequences. Reflecting on the calamity of the previous day, Harry and Ron were keen to avoid discussing the incident further. Actually, Neville Longbottom. Just as Neville intended to elucidate the benefits of physical training to Colin, he was interrupted by a voice calling out. What do you two intend to do? Harry frowned, suspecting that trouble was afoot. Harry Potter, step aside. We are not interested in you today. Goyle shoved Harry aside, standing proudly before Neville. What do you want? Neville rose to his feet, unwavering in the face of Draco Malfoy's henchmen. As Neville stood, it became apparent to everyone that he was no shorter than Crabbe or Goyle, and the rolled-up sleeves of his shirt revealed muscles that exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Crabbe and Goyle swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back, momentarily intimidated by Neville. How handsome he looked! My heavens, he exuded such masculinity. Was this the transformation that followed his training with Senior Yishu? In the past, Neville would never have dared to utter a word. The surrounding students watched in varied expressions, all astonished by Neville's metamorphosis. As for Colin Creevey, he seized the opportunity to discreetly snap a picture of Neville at this striking moment. Excuse me? What are you doing here? Please, remain calm and speak nicely. We are here to deliver something, Goyle stammered, trembling as he presented the letter he had pulled from his pocket. Just as Neville reached out to take the letter, a loud squawk interrupted the air, followed by an owl flapping unsteadily toward the Gryffindor table. Watch out, everyone! Ron's expression shifted in alarm. He seemed to foresee some impending calamity and quickly warned the others. Crabbe and Goyle slowly turned their heads, puzzled as to why they should fear an owl. Under everyone's gaze, the owl collided headfirst into the faces of the two who had just turned. Ouch! They cried out in pain, utterly taken aback. They never considered that the owl would be so clumsy, given the ample space before it, yet chose to perch upon their heads instead. This led them to question whether it was a deliberate act on each other's part. My apologies, it's a bit unreliable. Ron recoiled, awkwardly cradling his owl, and then retrieved the letter from its claws. Is this a howler? Let's see what it says. Curiosity peaked among the crowd. Howlers were typically reserved for scolding. So who would send one to Ron? Oh no, I have a bad feeling about this. Ron's face fell, his heart racing as if some grave misfortune was looming. Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to open the letter, only to be met with the furious voice of Mrs. Weasley. Her shouts echoed throughout the hall, leaving Ron blushing furiously, wishing he could vanish in the ground. Mrs. Weasley was, of course, chastising Ron for his reckless escapade with the flying car, an incident that necessitated his father writing an apology, a veritable cleanup job for Ron. In conclusion, Mrs. Weasley didn't forget to praise her daughter, congratulating her on successfully joining Gryffindor. Ginny felt a profound sense of embarrassment. If only she could voice Mom, there's truly no need. Who could fathom the level of awkwardness Ginny experienced, with so many eyes upon her, first loudly berating Ron before shifting to commend her? I knew this would end poorly. There was no doubt that Mrs. Weasley would act in such a manner. Ron's experiences have been hard-earned through bitter lessons. All right, I've received Malfoy's letter. You may leave, Neville declared coldly, snatching the letter from Goyle's grasp. Crabbe and Goyle, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a dire fate, hurriedly retreated to their Slytherin table. Neville, what did Malfoy write? A multitude of onlookers gathered around Neville, their curiosity piqued by the astonishing sight of Malfoy presenting him with what appeared to be a letter. Without a moment's hesitation, Neville tore open the envelope, revealing its contents to the eager crowd. Could it be? Malfoy had declared war on Neville? This was indeed a declaration of duel. The gasp of astonishment from the Gryffindor students resonated throughout the hall, and soon the entire gathering was abuzz with the news. Neville. Harry hesitated, unsure of how to voice his concerns. Malfoy had been groomed from a young age in the finest of education, while Neville, despite months of rigorous training under the tutelage of Lee, still had much to prove. Harry worried that Neville might not stand a chance against Malfoy. Very well, I accept this challenge, Neville proclaimed confidently. Crabbe, you were curious about the benefits of physical training, weren't you? Under Lee's guidance, I shall demonstrate just how formidable I have become. Chapter 91. The school is up to something. Malfoy's challenge to Neville spread like wildfire throughout Hogwarts after breakfast. Within a short span, the news reached not only the students, but also the professors, ultimately even reaching Dumbledore's ears. Dumbledore, what is your perspective on this matter? On the second-floor landing, a plethora of books, treasures of immense value within the wizarding world, were meticulously arranged. Dumbledore stood before a shelf, leisurely perusing a tome. Below, Professors McGonagall and Snape sat on a sofa. McGonagall's expression was one of calm detachment, while Snape's demeanor was shrouded in shadowy contemplation, leaving no one privy to their thoughts. With Neville representing Gryffindor and Malfoy standing for Slytherin, their duel transcended mere inter-house rivalry. It symbolized the clash between the two houses themselves. As heads of their respective houses, Professors McGonagall and Snape could not remain indifferent. Lee, what is your take on the situation? Do not feign indifference. You cannot escape your involvement. On a perch, Fawkes the Phoenix was playfully teased by Lee with a strand of grass. Perhaps irritated by the distraction, Fawkes emitted a burst of flame, incinerating the grass into ashes. Yet, unperturbed, Lee swiftly produced another strand of grass from behind him, extending it once more toward Fawkes. With a clarion cry, Fawkes took flight from the headmaster's office, his thoughts echoing, "How tiresome! I detest this boundary-less troublemaker." As Fawkes soared away, Lee sighed in resignation, just as Dumbledore called for his attention, prompting him to turn. In truth, regarding how to handle this unfolding drama, the answers lay already within the hearts of the headmaster, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape, were they not? This matter can be perceived as either trivial or significant. On a minor scale, it is merely a minor altercation between two students violating school regulations. However, when viewed in a broader context, it not only concerns the honor of two academies, but also poses a lethal threat to their very lives. A duel is not to be trifled with. For these young students, although they may not have mastered formidable spells, their actions can be recklessly severe, and their command over magic remains rather unrefined. Oh, what do you think we are contemplating? Dumbledore, with his wise eyes glimmering behind his spectacles, cast an amusing glance at Yi Shu before returning to arrange the books on the shelves. To be candid, the professors have long harbored curiosity regarding my rigorous physical training. You are eager to discern the purpose behind my relentless self-discipline, which may even seem self-destructive in your eyes. As esteemed professors, it is rather inconvenient for you to directly test my abilities. After all, should you falter, it would be your dignity at stake. Yi Shu's words left the gathered professors momentarily astounded. They had not anticipated his keen perception of the underlying issue, nor his audacity to voice it openly. Thus, you ponder the idea of starting with Neville, who has been accompanying my training. While his regimen may not be as intense as mine, one could glean insights from his performance. You are equally curious to ascertain whether my endeavors over the past few months have been futile. With a playful demeanor, Yi Shu settled into a chair, crossing his legs and smiling at the professors before him. Silence enveloped the office, None of the three professors uttered a word. Suddenly, as he descended the stairs, Dumbledore broke the silence with applause, his expression still radiating appreciation, a sentiment that has never wavered towards Yishu. You are indeed correct. We wish to ascertain the efficacy of your physical training techniques. However, it is important to note that this inquiry was not initially proposed by us. We merely acted in accordance with circumstances. The true instigator of this discussion is someone else. Professor Flitwick, is it not? Yishu raised an eyebrow, seemingly having anticipated this revelation. Indeed, it is Professor Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw, who approached me regarding your situation. Although he initially broached this subject with you during your early training, at that time, you seemed relatively unremarkable. However, now your training has transcended the bounds of normalcy, to the extent that it appears almost beyond human capability. This unveils an unprecedented path. If an individual's physical form can truly reach such heights, how might an ordinary wizard contend with such prowess? Dumbledore's aged eyes sparkled with excitement. As one who has achieved great success in the realm of magic, he is often invigorated by the prospect of new avenues. Regrettably, he merely perceives physical training as a means to enhance endurance, speed, and reflexes beyond the norm, yet remains unaware of the limitations that lie therein. Should Yishu choose to demonstrate his abilities before them, it would likely leave this assembly of professors in astonished disbelief. Professors, I seek to ascertain whether I am merely wasting time. After the duel between Malfoy and Neville today, you shall be enlightened. I am convinced that the outcome will astonish you. A smirk graced Yishu's lips as he eagerly anticipated the confrontation, though he already possessed an inkling of the outcome. Nonetheless, he yearned to witness the expressions of surprise on their faces. Very well, we have sanctioned the duel between Neville and Malfoy. However, since the entire school is now aware, we might as well amplify the event. Announce that the duel will take place on the school's green field, allowing all available students and faculty to witness this spectacle. Of course, this also ensures that should any unusual occurrences arise during the duel, we can swiftly intervene. Ultimately, Dumbledore decreed that if we are to proceed, we shall do so with grandeur. This directive was promptly disseminated, much to the students' delight, as they were taken aback by the school's apparent endorsement of the duel rather than its prohibition. This decision aligned perfectly with their desire for entertainment, and it was evident that the day's classes were of little concern to them. As the students awaited the impending duel with distracted anticipation, the day approached its conclusion. Students from the four houses glanced towards the Slytherin direction where Malfoy stood, then towards Gryffindor where Neville awaited, their eyes brimming with excitement. Yet, the two central figures remained remarkably composed, as if they were not the ones set to duel this evening. They filtered out all external distractions, engrossed in the feast before them. Neville, you can do it. Defeat Malfoy and restore our Gryffindor pride. The students rallied behind Neville, their support unwavering. Previously, they may not have held high hopes for Neville. This duel was anticipated to be a one-sided affair. However, after witnessing Neville's bold display of strength that had intimidated Goyle and Crabbe earlier that morning, an inexplicable confidence in him had begun to blossom. It dawned upon them that, strangely, no one had witnessed Neville in action over the past year. This was primarily due to Neville's recent commitment to training under Yishu's guidance. As for the preceding months, well, his performance was well known. Neville, tell us honestly, do you feel confident? Although Malfoy exhibited a certain arrogance, his prowess was undeniable, stemming from his pure-blood lineage. If there is any doubt, perhaps we ought to reconsider the duel. Hermione expressed her concerns, particularly for Neville, recalling how she had once incapacitated him with a mere petrification spell. After months of rigorous training, could Neville truly stand against Malfoy? Hermione felt uncertain. Surely, there should be no problem? She was not questioning Neville's ability to defeat Malfoy, but rather their safety. The duel has been arranged by the professors of the school. With their presence, they will undoubtedly safeguard Neville and the others. Should one of them truly falter, the professors are likely to intervene promptly. At this moment, my only wish is for Neville to endure a little longer, so as not to suffer too much embarrassment. Ron, evidently the least hopeful for Neville, remarked with a frown. Harry discreetly nudged Ron, signaling him to refrain from speaking carelessly, while Hermione rolled her eyes in silence. Regardless of Neville's capabilities, uttering such discouraging words at this juncture only serves to burden him further. Neville, ignore Ron's foolishness. We all have faith in you, Harry encouraged, patting Neville on the shoulder, only to find that Neville's muscles were remarkably solid, making his touch feel as though he was striking stone. Fear not, Harry. Truth be told, I have not given today's duel much thought. Malfoy, I acknowledge his competence, but I am not lacking either. As for whether I speak boastfully, You shall soon find out. With that, Neville rose, stretching and limbering up as he made his way toward the dining hall's entrance. Passing by the Slytherin table, he couldn't help but cast a glance at Malfoy amidst the crowd. Such arrogance. From where does he draw his confidence? Just because he has developed a commendable physique. What relevance does that hold in the wizarding world? No matter how hard his muscles may be, a single spell could easily bring him down. Indeed, Malfoy. Teach him a lesson and make him aware of his arrogance. Yes, defeat him and ensure he is bettered in for the rest of the semester. Trampling the Gryffindors underfoot to demonstrate that Slytherin reigns supreme. The Slytherin contingent was invigorated, feeling somewhat displeased by Neville's seemingly nonchalant demeanor. It is essential to remember that in his early days at school, Neville was the target of everyone's bullying. Few in Hogwarts could be found to be more inept than he. However, now, to them, Neville's behavior appeared quite presumptuous, creating a stark contrast that stirred feelings of discontent among those who had once tormented him. Thus, they sought to shatter Neville's confidence, to crush him beneath their feet, restoring their own sense of superiority. Rest assured, I will exert my utmost effort to defeat him. No need to go all out. What requires full effort against Neville Longbottom? I will make him understand that refuse is refuse, forever unworthy of the grand stage. As Malfoy observed Neville depart the hall, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. For he could not abide Neville's newfound confidence. After all, he had once been able to pin him down. I am satisfied. I shall prepare myself. Farewell. With that, Malfoy rose and exited. With a bit of time remaining before the duel, he aimed to bring himself to peak condition. Though Malfoy outwardly claimed that Neville was of no consequence, he harbored a different sentiment within. After all, Neville had been diligently training under Yi Shu for quite some time. Would Yi Shu invest such effort if there were no progress? The more Malfoy became acquainted with Yi Shu, the more he recognized the latter's extraordinary capabilities. During the preterm visit to Diagon Alley for supplies, as Malfoy passed by his family's potion shop, he intended to retrieve some items but was thwarted by his father. Perplexed, Malfoy wondered why he was being stopped this time when it had always been permissible to take what was needed from their own shop. This establishment is no longer owned by the Malfoy family. In the future, one must pay for any items taken, Lucius stated with an indifferent expression. Yet Malfoy sensed an undercurrent of resentment in his words. Father, who dares to usurp our Malfoy family's legacy? Tell me, and I shall deal with him. Malfoy seethed with indignation. Throughout his life, he had only known the Malfoy family to be the ones who seized others' possessions. To have their own enterprise encroached upon was an unprecedented affront. You are woefully outmatched. Even I am not his equal. In my estimation, few in the wizarding world can contend with him. This acquisition was not an act of force. It was a concession I made after offending him. Thus, do not entertain overly ambitious notions. I am aware of his remarkable talent. His prowess is undoubtedly formidable, yet I never anticipated it to reach such heights. He has consistently concealed his true abilities. It is permissible for you to know, for you are the sole heir to our lineage. There are matters you ought to be privy to. He is none other than your idol, the esteemed Ravenclaw, Yi Shu. Lucius's words reverberated in Malfoy's ears like a thunderclap. Initially, Malfoy did not harbor much admiration for Yi Shu. His motives for approaching Yi Shu were primarily spurred by his father's insistence to cultivate a rapport with him before school commenced, yet he had not taken it to heart. Yi Shu's talent was undeniably exceptional, a rare phenomenon in a century, but what of it? He was merely a student at Hogwarts, while the Malfoy family held the status of governors, indeed the most powerful among them. No matter how gifted Yi Shu might be, or how fiercely Dumbledore might protect him, should the Malfoy family decide to intervene, it would be a trivial matter. As for Yi Shu's potential departure from Hogwarts to other institutions, rarely would a school defy the Malfoy family's influence, unless he were to venture far afield to another country, within the borders of Y Country. The Malfoy family's dominion was unassailable. This perception shifted dramatically when Yi Shu rescued him during flying lessons. Malfoy discovered that he had unwittingly begun to idolize Yi Shu. Now, with newfound awareness of secrets previously unknown to him, he realized that Yi Shu's power seemed formidable enough to compel his father to willingly relinquish the family's enterprise. Behind Yi Shu, there seems to lie another identity that instills great trepidation in both his father and the head of the Malfoy family, a senior official in the Ministry of Magic. Upon learning the truth, Malfoy not only harbors no resentment towards Yi Shu for seizing his family's interests, but instead, his admiration for Yi Shu has grown. Thus, Malfoy cannot fathom that such a mysterious figure would squander his time on a mere incompetent. As he exited the hall, Malfoy silently urged himself on, shedding the calm demeanor he had previously maintained. The once pitch-black pitch was now illuminated as brightly as day, all thanks to a floating orb above. This orb, with a diameter of 10 meters, hovered in the center of the field, radiating a blinding light that dispelled the darkness and illuminated everything. Is this a lighting charm? Which wizard's lighting charm can achieve such a feat? It is not merely a lighting charm. It is a combination of both the lighting and levitation charms. One extraordinary display of magical power. It's simply terrifying. Is this the work of Headmaster Dumbledore, or perhaps some other professor? The students gazed in awe at the illuminated orb above, their faces filled with wonder. The lighting charm is a fundamental spell. Even those who have never attended school can cast it if they possess magic and are familiar with the incantation. However, what truly astounds is the sheer magnitude of this lighting charm, which remains steadfast. Such magical prowess is not commonplace. Not even the upperclassmen in their 6th or 7th years would dare claim they could achieve this. You are mistaken. This is the handiwork of Senior Yi Shu. I arrived early, so I witnessed everything. Senior Yi Shu wielded his wand to cast the lighting charm, and the points of light on his wand expanded like bubbles until reaching a 10-meter diameter, at which point he ceased. You cannot imagine, at that moment, Senior Yi Shu stood at the heart of the light source, resembling a divine being. I think I may have fallen for him. Wake up, my friend. You are a male. And what of it? Did not the new student from Hufflepuff say that true love exists between men? How would he mind being swayed? You may not mind, but Senior Yi Shu certainly would. Trust me, do not utter such words again, or you might find yourself knocked unconscious and unceremoniously stuffed into a toilet. Oh, my beloved, the most tragic fate in this world is often the yearning for what one cannot attain. Suddenly, a spell soared through the air, striking the tearful Slytherin student, who collapsed to the ground without resistance. Who dares attack? The Slytherin students were incensed. It was intolerable for someone to openly assault a fellow student, especially one from their own house. However, when they turned to identify the assailant, their fury extinguished instantly. Yi Shu, wand in hand, stood among the crowd, his expression dark and cold as he regarded them. It was evident that the earlier attack was indeed his handiwork. Apologies, Senior Yi Shu, please feel free. There is no need to regard us. This fellow speaks thoughtlessly. It would be entirely acceptable if you were to eliminate him without hesitation. In an instant, the Slytherin crowd scattered like frightened birds, while the unconscious student was callously abandoned in place. Observing the comatose Slytherin student, Yi Shu sheathed his wand with a cold huff, his expression one of discontent. He was quite pleased to be admired by the ladies. Yet the attention from males was intolerable. After all, Yi Shu is a steadfast man, wholly unprepared to be coveted by other men. Oh, how fortunate this senior is. He's been struck by Senior Yi Shu's magic. How I yearn for such an experience. To be touched by Yi Shu's magic would surely be an unparalleled joy. As Yi Shu was about to depart, he nearly stumbled, his face a mask of alarm as he turned toward the source of the voice, only to find that it belonged to the new student from yesterday, the one who had carelessly consumed a peach. Yi Shu gritted his teeth, contemplating unleashing an Avada Kedavra to forcefully transcend him. But after a few deep breaths, he restrained himself. Under the gaze filled with longing from the other, Yi Shu turned away, eager to leave this place without delay. Oh, even walking, Senior Yi Shu exudes such charisma. I adore him. Gasp! Yi Shu inhaled sharply, instinctively quickening his pace, resembling a man fleeing in haste. Chortling at Yi Shu's flustered demeanor, those around him stifled their laughter, mindful of the repercussions should Yi Shu notice. This incident was merely a trivial prelude to the impending duel. Let us now focus on the evening's main participants, for they are the true stars of the night. Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom, a cunning little serpent from Slytherin and a valiant little lion from Gryffindor, who shall emerge victorious in their clash. Chapter 94. The duel commences. The bright green field, akin to daylight, was filled with Hogwarts students who, in an unspoken agreement, had left a circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters. At the center stood a diminutive figure, Malfoy. As the instigator of the duel, he had arrived early, signaling the significance he placed on this confrontation. At 12 years of age, Malfoy was not particularly tall, yet in this moment, he bore a gravitas previously unseen. A lighting charm hovered above, elongating his shadow across the verdant expanse, presenting a striking tableau. Only then did the onlookers recall that despite Malfoy's usual frivolity, he was undeniably a scion of the Malfoy family, a true-blood wizard of impeccable lineage. Such a person would have received exceptional education, while other students merely learned within the walls of Hogwarts. Malfoy undoubtedly benefited from the guidance of his parents and others at home. In contrast, Neville, though also of pure-blood descent, hailed from the now-diminished Longbottom family. His parents had been driven to madness by the Cruciatus Curse and remained in St. Mungo's Hospital from magical maladies and injuries, receiving treatment. In the humble abode of Neville, there resided solely his grandmother. Upon his initial foray into academia, Neville was utterly bewildered, lacking comprehension of his surroundings. This led to a prevailing skepticism regarding his capabilities. As Neville made his entrance, a cacophony erupted from the crowd, which parted to grant him passage. He advanced with an unperturbed demeanor, his gaze fixed ahead, undistracted by the commotion. Upon nearing the esteemed senior, Yishu, Neville abruptly halted. "Senior Yishu, I shall exert my utmost in this battle, and I vow not to tarnish your illustrious name." His youthful visage bore an expression of resolute determination as he nodded earnestly at Yishu. "Go forth. I have faith in your abilities. However, should you falter, you are well aware of the implications." Yishu's faint smile sent a shiver down Neville's spine, causing a rush of anxiety. The thought of Yishu's rigorous training loomed large in his mind, filling him with dread at the prospect of failure and the subsequent relentless drills that would ensue. Victory was imperative. He could not afford to lose. With unyielding resolve, he steeled himself to vanquish Malfoy with his utmost strength. Turning resolutely, Neville strode towards Malfoy, an aura of determination enveloping him. Malfoy, arms crossed, regarded Neville with a chilling smile as he approached. "You've arrived." "I have," Neville affirmed with a nod. "You shouldn't have come, but I did." "You will lose." "Not necessarily. The one who may lose could very well be you." Their exchange elicited an eye roll from Yishu, who mused that they fancied themselves as warriors on the pinnacle of combat when, in reality, they were merely two young boys engaged in a whimsical game. "Yishu, I leave this to you." Dumbledore approached Yishu, signaling his intent. He had personally come to witness the fruits of Yishu's specialized training of Neville. Today, Yishu would oversee the duel, ensuring the safety of both combatants and preventing any grievous harm during the confrontation. Yishu nodded, stepping into the center of the dueling arena, casting a glance at both participants. "Should one of you concede, the other must refrain from inflicting further harm. Do not provoke my intervention. Trust me, you would not wish to see me in action. Do you both comprehend this?" Yishu inquired, and both Malfoy and Neville acknowledged their understanding with subtle nods. "Excellent." Yishu then retreated to a distance of approximately 30 meters from the duo. "Now, I hereby declare the duel between Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom officially commenced." At Yishu's command, both adversaries swiftly drew their wands, directing them at one another. "Disarm." Malfoy acted with remarkable speed, casting a spell aimed at Neville almost instantaneously after drawing his wand. With a mere 20 meters between them, it seemed an effortless task to strike his opponent. However, the outcome caused Malfoy's pupils to constrict in surprise. In that fleeting moment, as the spell was unleashed, Neville anticipated the attack, deftly sidestepping to evade the oncoming spell. Merely a coincidence. Malfoy felt a surge of indignation, believing that Neville had simply been fortunate enough to evade his attack. Collapsing to the ground, Malfoy swiftly followed up with a second curse, directing it at Neville once more. Yet, Neville deftly sidestepped, evading the second strike with remarkable speed. The swiftness of Longbottom was astonishing. He could even dodge spells. It was truly terrifying. Malfoy's attacks were undeniably quick, and he doubted he could have avoided them himself. This observation came from a senior student about to graduate, who reflected on Malfoy's impressive speed, realizing that even he might struggle to evade such strikes. After all, he was in his 7th year, while Malfoy was merely in his 2nd, a full 5 years of experience apart. How frightening it would be if he could maintain such velocity. No spell would ever reach him. The spectators were slightly taken aback by Neville's speed, and Gryffindor finally began to foster a glimmer of faith in him. With 2 consecutive curses failing to hit their mark, Malfoy furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Neville was rapidly closing the distance between them. In just a brief moment, they were only 10 meters apart, which stirred a sense of urgency within him. The memory of Neville's muscular physique from earlier in the day tightened Malfoy's chest. If Neville got close enough to land a punch, he feared he might not withstand it. "Damn it, let us see you dodge this." Flames erupted fiercely. Realizing that single-target attacks were ineffective against Neville, Malfoy made a decisive choice and unleashed a wide-area fire spell. The blazing crimson flames roared to life, creating a barrier between Neville and himself, the intense heat causing a slight sting to Malfoy's face. However, he paid no heed to the pain. His focus remained entirely on Neville. Despite the ferocity of the flames, Malfoy could still discern Neville's figure through the fire. His wand was poised, ready to strike. The flames extended only 5 meters, ensuring that regardless of which direction Neville approached from, his spell would be primed for attack. How would Neville counter this? Chapter 95. So swift. The searing flames blazed, casting a crimson glow on the faces of both Neville and Malfoy in the arena. Not only Malfoy, but the onlookers were eager to witness how Neville would breach this fiery barrier. Behind the flames, Neville gazed at the towering wall of fire, nearly 2 meters high, and took a deep breath. Ah, you all want to see how I'll break through? Very well, I shall demonstrate. Watch closely, for I will only show this once. This is the ultimate skill taught to me by Senior Yesh. Channeling his magic, Neville summoned a faint aura that enveloped his body, intensifying around his legs. After preparing himself, he crouched low and, under the watchful eyes of the entire school, charged straight toward the wall of flames. Is he out his mind? Is Longbottom truly insane? Alas, even if he is not consumed by the flames, he is bound to suffer grievous injuries. Where is Senior Yishu? Senior Yishu, please make him stop. Do not merely stand idly by. It is merely a contest, sacrificing one's life, for it is utterly unnecessary. Knave, you must cease at once. Surely Knave does not intend to sacrifice himself simply because he feels he has let Gryffindor down. The crowd had erupted, students displaying shock on their faces. Some young ladies even covering their eyes in fear, unable to bear witness to the impending tragedy. A few students urged Yishu to intervene and halt the duel. Yet he remained unmoved. Some even turned to the observing professors, beseeching them to intervene. But what they failed to notice was the look of horror etched upon the professors' faces the moment Knave unleashed his magical prowess. So, magic can be wielded in such a manner? Dumbledore murmured, his aged eyes shimmering with a spark of revelation, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Under the varied gazes of the onlookers, Knave charged towards the flames, yet contrary to expectations, he was not engulfed by the fire. His speed was extraordinary, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, rivaling even the world's elite sprinters. In a mere second, he leaped over the flames, appearing as if he had materialized instantaneously before their eyes. It was as though a protective barrier enveloped Knave, preventing the flames from touching him. As he traversed the inferno, the fire parted, creating a human-shaped void. Water? Malfoy wore a perplexed expression. The flames conjured by the fire spell were of considerable heat. It was inconceivable that anyone could breach them, let alone endure their proximity. How could Knave accomplish such a feat? Oh no! Knave's figure loomed larger before Malfoy, and only then did he realize how close his opponent had come. Quickly, he attempted to bind him. Disarm your weapon. Before Malfoy could complete his incantation, Knave's disarming spell struck him, causing Malfoy's wand to fly from his grasp. Hiss! Without his weapon, Malfoy swiftly retreated, intending to dash to retrieve his fallen wand and continue his assault, but Knave would not grant him that opportunity. After crossing the flames, Knave touched down lightly, his body darting forward like a fleeting shadow, closing the distance to Malfoy in mere strides. The battle had concluded. Knave clenched his fist, gathering strength at his side, and seized Malfoy by his clothing, pulling his forward momentum back towards himself. No! As Knave closed in, Malfoy could only gaze in terror at the bulging muscles of his opponent. What can a wizard do when he has lost his wand? The answer is nothing at all. A powerful wizard might still cast weakened spells without a wand to disrupt an adversary's attack, but it was evident that Malfoy was incapable of such feats. Under his terrified gaze, Neville's fist rapidly enlarged his line of sight before striking him fiercely in the abdomen. Thud! A dull sound resonated as Malfoy's body curled up like a shrimp. Gagging, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach, quickly followed by a tumultuous wave of nausea. He began to vomit, expelling everything he had eaten that evening, and to his dismay, even the meals from noon and breakfast followed suit. He even felt a loosening sensation below, as if he might expel waste from the force of the blow. I told you, the battle is over. Malfoy, you have lost. At the moment Malfoy began to vomit, Neville cleverly dodged to the side, avoiding any splatter from Malfoy's heaving, standing proudly before him with his wand in hand. It emitted a luminous white glow, poised against Malfoy's forehead. Malfoy attempted to utter a retort, but the searing pain in his abdomen made him retch once more. He realized he had lost, and quite miserably at that, even his pride thoroughly shattered. Was it over so soon? How long was that? A minute? Did this battle even last a minute? It was entirely one-sided, Neville mercilessly dominating Malfoy. After all, Malfoy's attacks were utterly ineffective. Neville had merely used a disarming charm and a punch. Was this truly a wizard's duel? Neville Longbottom, how he has changed so remarkably. Is this the result of training under Senior Yi? I, too, feel compelled to follow Senior Ye's regiment. A murmur arose among the crowd, soon escalating into a cacophony of disbelief as they beheld the proud Neville standing tall and the crumpled Malfoy, who could barely manage to expel bile. The battle is concluded. I declare Neville Longbottom the victor. Yi smiled, satisfied with Neville's performance. Applause erupted, led by Dumbledore, with the professors following suit, creating a thunderous ovation throughout the arena. Yi, you sly fellow, quietly concocting something so extraordinary. Do you realize that if this were spread, it would incite a tremendous uproar? Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, what Neville exhibited is merely the tip of the iceberg. Dumbledore's keen insight discerned the vast potential lurking beneath the surface of Neville's display. Historically, physical prowess had been a weakness among wizards, yet what Yi had devised, this so-called physical training, could empower wizards with formidable strength and speed, marking an epical innovation. Chapter 96, The Victor and the Vanquished. Merely some unintentional discoveries. Yi shrugged nonchalantly, as if what astonished Dumbledore was merely trivial in his eyes. You all know how much I enjoy reading and delving into peculiar subjects. Indeed, the reality remains that the abilities exhibited by Neville are far from the most profound secrets of Yishu. The manifestation of magical energy is merely the initial outcome of Yishu's experiments. However, upon delving deeper into his studies, he discovered that magical energy can not only be manifested, but can also enhance the physical form, much like the inner strength depicted in the martial novels of his previous life. Achieving this remarkable feat necessitates a profound understanding of the human meridian system, knowledge that resides solely with Yishu in this world. Others, even when informed about the methods of meridian operation, remain bewildered and incapable of locating these so-called meridians. Thus, Yishu can confidently impart this rudimentary technique of magical manifestation to Neville, and even if it were to spread in the future, it would not be a matter of grave concern. In comparison to the advanced methods of channeling magical energy through the meridians, the act of manifestation is akin to primitive hunters wielding stone tools. A mere trick? Little one, do you not realize that the so-called trick you speak of could incite great excitement among many if it were to be disseminated? Everyone has witnessed Neville's previous demeanor. Due to his childhood use of the forgetfulness charm, he has always been at the bottom of the class. Yet, under what you deem a trivial technique, he has undergone such a dramatic transformation, which is indeed a terrifying prospect. Yishu, this is far from a mere trick. Professor McGonagall sighed deeply. Her eyes filled with sentiment as she glanced at Professor Flitwick, pondering why such an exceptional student was not in Gryffindor. At that moment, Professor Flitwick beamed with joy, his face alight with delight. Although this achievement was not his, Yishu is a student of Ravenclaw, and, as the head of Ravenclaw, his glory would also reflect upon him if it were to be known. While Yishu's discovery of a new application of magical energy is commendable, it must not be publicized just yet. Dumbledore's remark momentarily stunned the assembly, but they quickly regained their composure. The larger the tree, the more it attracts the wind. After all, Yishu is merely a fifth-year student. Should his reputation grow excessively, it may not bode well for him. Even if Yishu's research were to be disclosed, it should only be after his graduation, when he is sufficiently powerful to withstand external pressures. Furthermore, the method of magical energy operation is not yet suitable for publication. Let us not forget that Voldemort is lurking in the shadows, and no one knows his intentions. If he or his followers were to acquire knowledge of the magical techniques, it would spell disaster. No matter, as you all know, I have never been one to seek the limelight. Yishu shrugged, indicating that Dumbledore should make the decision. Very well, only we professors have grasped the implications of this matter, and we shall not speak further on it. As for Neville, you shall issue the confidentiality order, and whether you choose to teach others this technique in the future is entirely your decision. However, be vigilant. It must not fall into the hands of former Death Eaters. Additionally, could you share your method with me? I find myself quite intrigued. Dumbledore, rarely flustered, felt a tinge of embarrassment akin to that of a child caught in mischief. Even he, with his thick skin, found himself a trifle sheepish at that moment. Nevertheless, it was merely a whimsical discovery, and if you desire it, feel free to take it. With that, Yishu pressed his wand to his forehead and conjured a method for harnessing magical power, presenting it to Dumbledore. Now, I must go console our little friend who is face to feet. Farewell, esteemed professors. Yishu strode towards the still prostrate Malfoy. At this juncture, Neville's physical prowess, when unleashed, was beyond what Malfoy's slight frame could endure. Despite the passage of time, Malfoy remained unable to recover, Yet, the shame he felt within far outweighed any physical pain. The victorious Neville basked in the accolades of Gryffindor, as well as those from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, who surrounded him like celestial bodies orbiting a sun, celebrating him as a triumphant general. And what a Malfoy! The Slytherins regarded him with disdain, as if he were refuse. He had lost not only his dignity, but the honor of Slytherin itself. Alone, he found himself deserted. Even his usual companions Crabbe and Goyle stood dumbstruck, unsure of how to respond. Malfoy wept, marking only the second time he had cried since arriving at Hogwarts. The first was during his first year when he had mocked Neville, only to be frightened into tears by the protective Yishu. This time, however, he wept not for fear, but in defeat, having been bested by Neville, who had been shaped by Yishu's guidance. In that moment, Malfoy resembled a helpless child, for he was indeed just a 12-year-old boy. On one side, the jubilant victors reveled in their success, while on the other, the forsaken losers languished in obscurity. On the same verdant field, Malfoy and Neville existed in entirely different realms. Do you understand where your failure lies? A familiar voice broke through Malfoy's sobs. He looked up, illuminated by a spell, to see Yishu's handsome visage. I realized that Neville triumphed because of your mentorship. Yishu, Malfoy managed to rise, wiping his tears with his sleeve. You are mistaken, Malfoy. While it is true that Neville has grown stronger under my guidance, that is not the crux of your defeat. The true reason for your failure lies in the absence of a warrior's spirit within you. During the recent duel, your incantations were poorly timed and incorrect, causing you to squander multiple opportunities for victory. Moreover, after being disarmed, your panicked retreat solidified your inevitable loss. You pride yourself on being of noble, pure-blood lineage. Yet no matter how noble you claim to be, you are merely human. What sets you apart? You cannot even best your peers. Your so-called nobility is a farcical facade, gilded on the outside, but hollow within. Chapter 97. Infuriating. The lineage of pure blood does not signify everything. Strength and the temperament of a true warrior are paramount. This is the lesson that Malfoy gleaned from Yishu today, a notion he has been mulling over, dissecting its implications in his mind. Bang! Upon returning to his dormitory, he flung himself onto the sofa, resting his hands behind his head and plunging into contemplation. What truly constitutes the temperament of a strong individual? His father had once told him that possessing the pure bloodline of the Malfoy family inherently made one a formidable being. Yet, Senior Yishu contended that such lineage and status are mere trifles. It is only strength that serves as the foundation for all. However, were there not numerous powerful individuals who had knelt before the Malfoy family? Indeed, if the Malfoy family wished to target him, even his position as headmaster would not guarantee his safety. So what is the truth? Malfoy found himself perplexed. Yishu's words starkly contrasted with the education he had received over the past 12 years. In that moment, a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, and as he listened to the jubilant cheers emanating from the nearby dormitories of other academies, it became evident that this night would be one of insomnia for Malfoy. While Malfoy lay awake, another individual was equally restless, not the victorious Neville, nor the professors Dumbledore and others who had uncovered the principles of magical empowerment. But Yishu, open it, and I shall bestow upon you immense power. You will acquire everything in this world, becoming a being above all others. All you need to do is open it. At the stroke of midnight, a chorus of whispers echoed in Yishu's mind, jolting him awake from his slumber. Damn it! Again? How annoying. Is it impossible to let someone sleep? Yishu exclaimed in frustration, hurling his pillow towards the nightstand, causing a cascade of items to tumble down, abruptly silencing the whispers. Yishu was irate. Anyone would find it exceedingly vexing to be roused from a sweet dream. In that moment, he deeply understood why those disturbed from their slumber would often awaken in a foul mood. Throwing off the covers, he descended from his bed and approached his desk. With determination, he yanked open the drawer, revealing 4 items within: an exquisite pendant box, a crown, an ancient ring, and a tattered diary. The other 3 items lay in tranquil repose, while the diary's pages radiated a soft yellow glow, as if coated in luminescent powder. You simply refuse to behave, do you? Yishu seethed, lifting the diary with fury in his eyes. This ancient tome was, in fact, the first Horcrux created by Voldemort. Upon acquiring it, Yishu had cast a seal to prevent its power from leaking. Yet, at the witching hour, the power contained within the diary would breach the seal he had established, incessantly attempting to hypnotize him. The first time it happened, Yishu had awakened abruptly, fearing that his seal had weakened, prompting him to reinforce it. The following day, the power of the diary once again manifested. Upon inspection, it was discovered that the seal remained intact. In a state of exasperation, Yishu resolved to reinforce the seal yet again. Today marks the third day, and the diary continues to hypnotize Yishu relentlessly. Though the voice has diminished considerably, now fragmented and intermittent, it remains intolerable. Wakened from his slumber for 3 consecutive nights, Yishu's patience has reached its zenith. "You insufferable wretch, why do you persist?" he exclaimed. "Very well, this time I shall seal you thoroughly. Let's see how you misbehave then." With a surge of magical energy, multiple seals materialized in the air before descending upon the diary, accumulating to over a dozen. Yet this was not the end. Yishu produced a roll of bandages, wrapping a thick layer around the diary. What was once a slender book now resembled a tightly bound zongzi. He then cast an additional series of seals upon the bandages, once again numbering in the dozens. Finally, he retrieved a wooden box from his spatial pouch, a finely crafted piece, albeit costly. The sole purpose of this box was to nullify magical energy. Placing an object within it would not only render it immune to summoning spells like the Avada Kedavra, but also shield it from probing inquiries. Unless the box were to be broken, there was no resolution to this predicament. With the diary securely encased in the box, he locked it and placed the box alongside 3 other soul artifacts in a larger iron container, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. "Well, with all this precaution, I doubt you can break free," he declared, clapping his hands in satisfaction. The diary, like the other artifacts, belonged to the realm of soul objects. Although this volume was merely an ordinary book, its power far surpassed that of its counterparts. Yishu surmised that this might be due to Voldemort's initial failure to control the division of his soul, resulting in the diary harboring a greater essence than the other artifacts. This notion is easily discerned from the original text. As the diary is one of the rare objects capable of manifesting Voldemort's soul, its strength potent enough to draw Harry's consciousness into its depths. While other soul artifacts can manipulate a person's mind, none possess the capabilities of the diary. Yishu's prior attempts at sealing it had proven ineffective in containing its power, allowing it to breach the seals twice. This time, however, he was convinced that the possibility of a breakthrough was non-existent. If Voldemort were truly that formidable, Yishu might as well find a hiding place and let Harry and the others roam freely. As for why he did not destroy these soul artifacts, each one is intricately linked to Voldemort's consciousness. Though he cannot ascertain the safety of the artifacts, the destruction of any single piece would instantaneously alert him. Each fragment of Voldemort's soul contained within these artifacts would elicit an immense agony with every act of destruction. Aside from Harry, 2 other Horcruxes remain scattered, and to avoid alarming the enemy, Yishu has chosen to temporarily conceal the Horcruxes. He is aware of the whereabouts of the other Horcrux, the Hufflepuff Cup, and should Voldemort discover that the Horcruxes are no longer secure, he would undoubtedly relocate their hiding places, leading to further complications. In Yishu's view, Voldemort suffers from a lack of cultural understanding or perhaps an arrogant disdain for Muggle civilization. It is essential to note that the year is now 1992, and when he was rebounded by the curse in 1981, satellites were already in existence. Had Voldemort possessed sufficient intelligence, he would have concealed one of the Horcruxes aboard a satellite, launching it into space. Chapter 98, An Unusual Malfoy the following day. The duel from the previous night remains the focal point of discussion throughout the school. Wherever Neville goes, he is met with admiration, except from the Slytherins. They view Neville's victory over Malfoy as a grave humiliation, for it was not a private duel, nor merely bullying among students in a corner. This event transpired before the entire school community, concerning the rivalry between the 2 houses, and Malfoy's defeat was utterly catastrophic. This loss not only tarnished Malfoy's reputation, but also that of Slytherin as a whole, leaving its members feeling inferior to Gryffindor. However, they find themselves at a loss. Everyone witnessed Neville's impressive performance, and the upperclassmen are too embarrassed to intervene, fearing that a loss would further disgrace them. The younger students are equally hesitant. Malfoy is among the top tier of their year, and if he has fallen, they can expect no better outcome. Although this confrontation has revealed Neville's capabilities, it does little to diminish the animosity towards Malfoy. In stark contrast to Neville's situation, Malfoy finds himself alone, devoid of the usual entourage that once surrounded him. As Slytherin students encounter him, they exchange disapproving glances, and apart from Goyle and Crabbe, he is isolated. Were it not for the fear of the Malfoy family's influence, many would likely approach him with scornful jibes. Yet, Malfoy seems oblivious to the atmosphere around him, quietly consuming his breakfast. Malfoy, do not be too disheartened. Everyone witnessed Neville's prowess. It is not that you lack strength. Rather, he is simply extraordinary. Goyle, with a cake in each hand, mumbled through a mouthful, while Crabbe nodded vigorously in agreement. I am not disheartened. I am merely contemplating certain matters. I believe many of my previous thoughts and perceptions were misguided, Malfoy replied, his head bowed as he continued to eat. Although Crabbe and Goyle are somewhat slow-witted, they sense a change in Malfoy today. He appears different from his usual self. However, they're at a loss to articulate what has altered. The two exchange glances, and then simultaneously lowered their heads to observe Malfoy, who bore the weight of dark circles beneath his eyes from a sleepless night. It was merely the consequence of his fatigue, which explained the peculiar demeanor he exhibited today. They instinctively presumed that Malfoy's lack of rest was the reason for his diminished energy, allowing them to lift their heads once more. I've finished my meal. You may continue, Malfoy declared, setting down his utensils, wiping his mouth, and then rising to depart from the hall. As he walked, all eyes were covertly fixed upon him, each individual curious whether this typically haughty scion of wealth would display any erratic behavior. Yet, they were met with disappointment. Under their watchful gazes, both overt and covert, Malfoy strode out of the hall, seemingly oblivious to their scrutiny. Has he been so greatly affected that he's become daft? Ron's expression was one of incredulity. He found it hard to believe this was the true Malfoy, for the genuine Malfoy would never exhibit such calm composure. Enough, Ron, refrain from such remarks. He has already suffered a defeat in the duel. Let us not further provoke him. While Malfoy was indeed somewhat irksome, he was ultimately our classmate. If we persist in mocking him, how are we any different? Harry shook his head, signaling Ron to cease his comments. It matters not. We have Neville now. If Malfoy dares to provoke us again, Neville will certainly take action. Ron shrugged, playfully nudging Neville with his shoulder. Haha. Neville grinned foolishly, embodying the essence of a good-natured giant. Quickly, let us eat. Once we finish, we must head to class. Today's lesson is in defense against the dark arts, and it remains a mystery who our instructor will be this semester. Hermione stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth and took a sip of milk. Honestly, I hope it is Senior Yeso who teaches our defense against the dark arts class. He possesses ample skill. Alas, he has yet to graduate, Neville lamented, his face a portrait of regret. The second-year students were to attend defense against the dark arts today, and despite the class not yet commencing, they arrived early. For tardiness would incur penalties. This was no trivial matter, especially given the uncertainty surrounding who would assume the role of instructor this year. Everyone wished to make a favorable impression on one another. However, at that moment, the students were all taken aback as they gazed at the decorations adorning the walls. The previously plain walls were now adorned with portraits, and all depicted a singular figure. Dong, dong, dong. The school bell tolled, signaling the arrival of 9 o'clock. With the sound of the bell, the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom swung open. A figure clad in resplendent attire strode into the classroom. Allow me to formally introduce myself as your new defense against the dark arts instructor, Gilderoy Lockhart. The newcomer was indeed Lockhart, hands placed on his hips, descending the stairs with an air of self-importance. I am an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League and a 5-time recipient of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. These are but a few of my accolades. However, I am rather modest and do not boast about them, for I do not rely solely on my smile to dispel the banshee. As Lockhart boasted of his humility, he simultaneously recounted his numerous accolades and past exploits. Below, Harry, Neville, and the other boys exchanged glances, while Ron furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with disdain for Lockhart. In stark contrast, the female students appeared utterly captivated by Lockhart, as charming smile and tales of heroism, gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. Let me clarify. My role in this classroom is to instruct you on how to confront the most malevolent magical creatures and face the fears that lurk within your hearts. With his wand in hand, Lockhart gently tapped a cloth-covered cage on the desk, provoking a violent commotion from within, indicating the presence of an unknown creature. Fear not, for as long as I am here, you shall remain entirely unharmed. Please refrain from screaming, as it may incite them further. With a dramatic flourish, Lockhart pulled away the cloth from a cage, revealing a swarm of vibrant blue Cornish pixies that instantly appeared before the students. The pixies flailed within the confines of their cage, desperately seeking to escape their bindings. Chapter 99, A Farce. The struggling pixies did little to instill fear in the students. Instead, they erupted into laughter. It is well known that Cornish pixies are diminutive beings, akin to mosquitoes or flies in the Muggle world, annoying yet harmless. Their magical prowess is exceedingly weak, easily bested by even a schoolchild. The only irksome aspect is that they travel in droves. Disturbing one typically means disturbing many. However, these minuscule creatures, no larger than a hand and adorned in shades of purple and blue, hardly posed a significant threat. Lockhart's characterization of them as the most wicked of magical beings only served to amuse the students. If you find this amusing, then laugh to your heart's content. Soon, you shall witness just how troublesome these cunning pixies can be. Let us see how you choose to handle them. With a mischievous grin, Lockhart yanked the latch from a cage. As the binding was released, dozens of Cornish pixies erupted into the classroom, filling the air with their chattering. Clearly restless from their confinement, the pixies darted about the room, colliding with various objects in their chaotic flight. The students, witnessing such pandemonium for the first time, wore expressions of sheer terror. Some ducked for cover, while others hastily dove beneath their desks. Do not panic, they are merely pixies. Gather them together, and all will be well. Seeing the situation spiral into chaos, Lockhart hastily interjected, determined to prevent any injuries on his first day of teaching. However, the students, now in a state of utter disarray, could hardly hear Lockhart's words, as the classroom echoed with the shrieks of both pixies and panicked students. The long-confined pixies, their tempers flaring from the commotion, were incited further by the cacophony of screams. Do not forget, although the pixies appear diminutive and seemingly harmless, they are, after all, magical creatures and inherently possess a certain degree of danger. The pixies darted about the classroom, wreaking havoc on the desks, scattering items in disarray, while the bolder ones even chased the students, who were too frightened to retaliate. Yishu stood upon the windowsill, shaking his head at the chaotic scene below. Ultimately, these students, sheltered within their ivory tower, found themselves utterly bewildered by the onslaught of these mischievous beings, rendered incapable of countering the assault and instead being pursued themselves. Though the students wielded limited magical power and spells, Yishu believed that a mere quintet could easily ensnare all the pixies with their collective strength. Yet these students, not only failing to strike back, appeared to have forgotten that they possessed wands and the ability to cast spells. Oh, how unfortunate! Professor Lockhart at the teacher's podium exclaimed in alarm, swatting away a pixie that had flown too close, sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control. Pests vanish. Alas, his incantation bore no effect, and even his wand was snatched from his grasp by a passing pixie. At this point, Lockhart was thoroughly flustered. A wizard accustomed to relying on his wand was rendered as powerless as a tiger stripped of its claws, devoid of any capacity to defend himself. Observing Lockhart's antics, Yishu could only shake his head in disdain. This man was the epitome of ostentation, with all his abilities confined to mere words, stumbling even over the simplest of pest-banishing spells. Oh dear, oh dear! Lockhart glanced around in a panic, then astonishingly made for the exit, attempting to flee as the chaos escalated. However, when he reached the door, no matter how forcefully he pulled, it would not yield even the slightest crack, as if it had been completely welded shut. This, of course, was the handiwork of Yishu. Lockhart's escape was an impossibility. Everyone stand behind me. At this critical moment, Neville stepped forward, bellowing for all to take refuge behind him. The pixies, noticing this conspicuous target, began chattering excitedly, intent on lifting Neville into the air. But alas, just as one pixie approached, Neville clapped his hands together, capturing it in his palms, and in an instant, purple ichor trickled down his hands. Effortlessly dispatching the pixie was akin to swatting a mosquito, though a flicker of reluctance crossed his face. This marked Neville's first act of taking a life. Even if the victim was merely a pixie, he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Oh, how revolting! As Neville released his grip, the squished pixie thudded to the ground. Silence enveloped the classroom at that moment. Whether it was the previously raucous pixies, the panic-stricken students, or the flustered Lockhart, all stared at Neville in utter astonishment. Oh no, we must flee. Hermione was the first to react, exclaiming in alarm, but alas, it was too late. At that moment, all the little fairies emitted a piercing scream, their cries so harrowing that everyone in the classroom pressed their hands to their ears in agony. The fairies of Cornwall possess a distinctive trait: unity. They are social creatures, always traveling in flocks, and should one be hunted, they will stop at nothing to avenge their fallen comrade, regardless of the might of their adversaries. The fairies will expend every ounce of their strength in retaliation, even if it results in their own demise. When Neville struck down one fairy with a single blow, it undeniably sparked a war. If the fairies had previously been engaged in harmless pranks against the students, now they were driven by genuine fury. Be cautious, Neville. They are targeting you, Hermione cried, desperately covering her ears in an attempt to warn him. Alas, in the chaos, Neville could not hear her at all. Chattering and screeching, the remaining fairies in the classroom dove toward Neville, their eyes ablaze with vengeance. Some snatched up nearby objects as makeshift weapons, while one unsteadily wielded a heavy iron sword, soaring directly above Neville's head. Enough. Cease this at once. Petri ficus totalis. Neville furrowed his brow and swiftly drew his wand from beneath his robes, casting spells at the approaching fairies with haste. A series of magical explosions erupted in the classroom, instantly petrifying several fairies within range, causing them to plummet to the ground, motionless. However, this was merely a fraction of the swarm, as over 20 fairies still charged toward Neville, particularly one brandishing a sword above him. Chapter 100. The soul injured party, what are you all waiting for? Move! Neville shouted impatiently at the other students who stood frozen in shock. A few little fairies have frightened you to this extent? What magic have you been learning? At his urging, the students finally snapped into action, drawing their wands to cast spells at the fairies. Since the fairies had focused their attention on Neville, they were undisturbed as they unleashed their incantations. Vibrant spells slicing through the air. Petri ficus totalis. Stupefy. Bind them quickly. Being students of Hogwarts, they possessed some potential, and those who regained their composure swiftly subdued the fairies. Finally, silence. Neville sighed in relief, rubbing his aching body from the earlier onslaught. Moments ago, he had been besieged by dozens of fairies. Had it not been for the timely invocation of the protective enchantment taught by Professor Flitwick, which had allowed him to channel his magical energy to shield himself from much of the assault, he surely would have been gravely injured by now. Watch out, Neville! Hermione's alarmed voice rang out once more just as Neville began to relax. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air. A fairy had somehow flown above him, releasing its grip on the sword it had been clutching, sending it plummeting toward the unprotected Neville below. Oh no! Upon hearing the reminder, Neville raised his head, his pupils dilating in shock as the rapidly descending sword loomed before him. Avada Kedavra! Just as despair etched the faces of those present, the incantation of the levitation spell echoed, halting the sword in midair, its tip a mere 5 centimeters from Neville's forehead. A moment's delay would have resulted in the sword piercing his body, cleaving his head in two. With a gulp, Neville struggled to swallow, the urgency of the moment having rendered him momentarily unresponsive. He had nearly met his end at the tender age of 12. Miraculously, Neville had been saved. What a close call. He could have been in grave peril. Who was it that rescued him? Could it truly be Malfoy? Oh heavens! It was indeed Malfoy who saved Neville. A wave of relief washed over the onlookers. Had Neville perished in the classroom, it would have been an unspeakably cruel fate. However, as they sought the identity of his savior, the revelation that it was Malfoy left them all in stunned silence. It was not that Malfoy lacked the prowess. As an exemplary student of Slytherin and heir to a pure-blood family, he undoubtedly possessed considerable talent. The astonishment stemmed primarily from the fact that just the previous night, Malfoy had been bested by Neville, and he was not known for his altruistic tendencies, particularly towards a Gryffindor. Malfoy, thank you, I owe you my life, Neville exclaimed, gesturing to the last remaining Cornish pixie suspended in the air before dispatching it. No need for that, Malfoy replied coolly, stowing away his wand. And do not assume this resolves our rivalry. I shall continue to grow stronger. One day, I will become powerful enough to challenge you once more and emerge victorious. As he spoke, Malfoy strode toward the door, casting a disdainful glance at Lockhart as he passed. From behind the windowsill, Yesh watched the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor. Malfoy's actions reaffirmed his belief in the young man's character. Even after suffering defeat at Neville's hands, and despite feeling out of sorts, Malfoy, despite his former arrogance, was not inherently malevolent. When faced with danger, he ultimately chose to intervene and save Neville, even if it meant enduring his own embarrassment. As the classroom returned to tranquility, Yesh discreetly dispelled the enchantment, sealing the door before turning to depart. Ha ha ha. It seems everyone has witnessed the prowess of the Cornish pixies. Indeed, I deliberately refrained from intervening to observe how you would handle the situation. It has been proven that we, the students of Hogwarts, are exceptionally capable, particularly you, Neville Longbottom. Your performance has been especially remarkable. You were the first to confront the pixies and instilled courage in your fellow classmates. Thanks to your leadership, everyone was able to subdue the pixies so swiftly. I heard about your duel with Malfoy last night. Regrettably, I was unable to arrive at Hogwarts on the first day due to a book signing event, and thus I missed this thrilling confrontation. However, from your recent performance, I am convinced that you are indeed a remarkable young wizard, and I have faith that you will excel, just as I have. Of course, the other students are commendable as well, After experiencing initial panic, you all manage to swiftly grasp your wands and retaliate. Thus, I have decided to award 10 points to each of the 4 houses. Standing alone on the podium, Lockhart erupted into hearty laughter, as if the entire episode had been a mere exercise to hone the students' reflexes. Had it not been for the numerous witnesses to his earlier embarrassment, one might have been tempted to believe his tall tales. Suddenly, amid his own foolish chuckling, Lockhart let out a painful cry as the wand snatched by the mischievous pixies plummeted from the rafters, striking him squarely on the head. The sharp tip of the wand dug into his scalp, and this unexpected assault caused blood to flow from his crown. I'm fine, he exclaimed, attempting to reassure everyone. As you can see, I am here to remind you that one must always remain vigilant, even when one believes the battle to be over. Behold, a valuable lesson. With one hand clutching his head, he forced a smile, crimson blood trickling down his cheek, presenting a rather macabre sight. In this chaos caused by the pixies, Lockhart, the defense against the dark arts instructor, became the sole victim of injury. Students, please engage in self-study for the time being. I have a matter to attend to, he hastily declared, as the blood continued to flow from his fingertips. He hurried out of the classroom, making his way to the infirmary, fearing he might bleed excessively if he did not act swiftly. Once Lockhart departed, the students exchanged glances, contemplating the reliability of this new defense against the dark arts professor, who appeared rather dubious in his capabilities. Chapter 101. The Bewildered Malfoy. Malfoy wandered through the school, feeling somewhat lost. Instead of attending the defense against the dark arts class, he had chosen to skip it entirely, believing that nothing of value could be learned from it. Though it was his first encounter with Lockhart's class, Malfoy was convinced that this renowned figure was nothing more than a charlatan. Had the heads of the 4 houses been teaching, he might have weighed the consequences of skipping class, but Lockhart was merely a newly appointed professor, unworthy of his regard. Malfoy yearned to grow stronger swiftly, yet he found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Was he to follow the conventional path of study within the school? It seemed utterly implausible that he could defeat Neville and redeem himself in such a short span. No, given his father's prowess and influence at the school, he might have already deduced the circumstances. During the 2-month summer break, upon learning of Malfoy's impending duel with Neville, Lucius had initiated an intensive training regimen for him, an unprecedented occurrence. Yet, despite this preparation, he had still faced defeat. Malfoy could only imagine the expression on his father's face at this moment. Sighing, he stood in the corridor, his gaze falling upon the grassy expanse where the duel had taken place the previous evening. He pressed his lips together, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. What are you pondering, Senior Yishu? Malfoy respectfully bowed his head in a gesture of deference, an honor rarely bestowed even upon the heads of the 4 houses or the esteemed Professor Dumbledore. Have you pondered over our conversation from last night? Yishu inquired, standing beside Malfoy, his gaze averted. While I still harbor many uncertainties, I have come to grasp a fragment of understanding. You mentioned that a person's strength is not solely dependent on their lineage or status. What truly matters is the heart of a warrior. This notion is beginning to resonate with me. Consider the Malfoy name. I have borne this surname since birth, and for 12 years, my life has unfolded with ease. My father has always asserted that the Malfoy family can attain whatever it desires, that we are destined to reign supreme. Thus, I have never deigned to look down upon anyone, believing that all are subject to the whims of the Malfoy family. We are born nobles, inherently stronger than others, effortlessly positioned at the pinnacle of the wizarding world. Yet, Malfoy pressed his lips together, his eyes flickering with contemplation, revealing a depth of thought uncommon for one of his tender age. However, I found myself defeated by Neville, which illuminated the truth that even those from humble origins can attain great strength through perseverance. Despite Neville being a nominal pureblood, his past was well known throughout the school: clumsy, overweight, forgetful, and too timid to resist our bullying. Had I been defeated by someone as renowned as Harry, the boy who lived, I might have found solace in that. But it was Neville Malfoy seized his words, yet Yishu understood the unspoken sentiment. You have begun to comprehend, but your understanding remains limited. Your fixation on your defeat to Neville weighs heavily on your spirit, casting you into a perceived nadir of existence. Nevertheless, such introspection is commendable, especially at the tender age of 12, where life's lessons are yet to be fully embraced. Your unfortunate upbringing has instilled misguided beliefs within you. Trust me, your father Lucius is far from an exemplary parent. He lacks the ability to nurture a child's growth. Yishu candidly criticized Lucius in Malfoy's presence. Yet Malfoy found himself unable to retort. Perhaps, deep down, He recognized the fallacies and the principles his father had instilled in him. Senior Yishu, may I train with you daily, akin to Neville? Malfoy suddenly turned, his youthful visage marked by earnestness. Oh, what prompts this desire? Do you seek to learn from me in order to vanquish Neville? Yishu raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eyes. Indeed, that is part of my intent. I wish to defeat Neville Longbottom and reclaim the lost honor of the Malfoy name in Slytherin House. Yet, my aspirations extend beyond mere victory. As Senior Yishu aptly articulated, I yearn to grow stronger, to become formidable, to ensure that my prowess truly befits the illustrious name of Malfoy. Senior Yishu, I acknowledge my past as a reckless scion. I am acutely aware that many harbor disdain for me and the Malfoy lineage. I have even heard whispers of my father's attempts to confront you, which ultimately failed, culminating in his appeasement of your wrath by yielding to the apothecary in Diagon Alley. All of this may indeed render you further scornful of me and the Malfoy name. Nevertheless, I beseech you for a chance for redemption. With that, Malfoy bowed deeply to Yishu, embodying a plea for mercy. Yishu smiled, recognizing that Malfoy was no longer the incorrigible youth of yore. Though remnants of his former flaws lingered, the arrogance and disdain that once defined him had vanished. Had it been the old Malfoy, he would never have uttered such words. Do you wish to train with me? Are you aware of the arduousness that lies ahead? Do not be deceived by Neville's current prowess. His training is akin to enduring torture, and even so, his abilities are still modest. Your talent is commendable. Should you dedicate yourself to mastering magic, even if you do not reach the caliber of Professor Dumbledore, you can carve out your own niche in the wizarding world. Are you certain you wish to endure such trials with me? Yishu stated candidly, hoping that Malfoy was not merely swept up in a fleeting whim. I am resolute. Regardless of the hardships that await me, I shall overcome them, Malfoy replied, nodding with unprecedented solemnity. Yishu remained silent, turning to depart, leaving Malfoy with an overwhelming sense of disappointment, believing that he had been rejected. Yet, such a reaction was hardly surprising, as he had not left a favorable impression on Yishu. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, be punctual at the Greenfield. Arriving even a minute late means you need not return. Just as Malfoy's spirits plummeted, Yishu's voice echoed from the corridor's end. Upon lifting his gaze, Malfoy saw Yishu turning the corner to leave. Yes, I shall be there on time, Malfoy exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. He realized that his standing in Yishu's eyes had not yet plummeted to the depths of utter disfavor.